Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Meanwhile, the Mavs this quarter, 5 of 6 from 3. Williams has 2 triples. Thompson with his fourth. Klay Thompson catching fire.
75% of the Tolos did not want it to happen. The Mavericks packed for 8 days like Michael Jordan in Phoenix, and the luggage is still intact. Good morning, Metroplex. It's the Thursday edition, live, of Sean and RJ. Choppy is out heading to Italy for the honeymoon. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Cowboys insider Bobby Roberto Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back. Did you stay up for the Mavs' eventual beatdown of the Sacramento Kings? 120-106. I actually slept in a different room. Did not sleep in the room.
No.
It wasn't because of a fight. I know in your own household, you may be Mavs divided. So if you're rooting for the Mavs and your significant other, it's like me and Bobby today. Bobby's just mad and angry and bitter, like 75% of the Tolos over anything positive that the basketball team does. I'm rooting for it. Maybe you guys had a Mavs fight. Maybe you had a basketball fight. No, I just knew I was going to be up to about 11:30, so I watched in a different room and passed out.
Yeah, I didn't see most of the fourth quarter because it was just they were up at that point. And I was like, all right, we're fine. Because that second quarter they were overwhelming. They were making just about anything they put up in the second quarter was going in, especially for old play-in Klay. It's not Game 6 Klay anymore. I doubt he'll ever see a Game 6 again in his career, at least if he stays here. But it was play-in Klay and knocking down all those threes. Brandon Williams really impressive in the first half. He's been a bright spot. He's been good.
Nico found him.
I just can't. I was telling you when I walked in. I'm having a lot of trouble separating anything positive these players do, and it's nothing against them. They're collateral damage, unfortunately. I'm having trouble separating anything positive they do from anything positive for Nico Harrison.
Why don't you have that same problem with separation when it comes to the Cowboys?
Because, and there are a couple people who have brought this up, the Cowboys have never actively attacked the fan base. This guy actively attacks the fan base. The equivalent would be if 30 years ago, after Troy's third season, Jerry would have traded Troy for the last 3 years of Phil Simms in the division to a rival and gone, well, Phil helps us right now. I don't give a damn. That was stupid. Why did you do that? And then actively after that went, okay, let me just tell you guys why you're so stupid. Literally, out of everything Jerry and Steven have ever done, even when it's been a bad move, they've never ever told the fan base, let me tell you why you're dumb for not agreeing with us. In fact, usually they go, hey, we totally get the questioning. Like, that's kind of, they say, but this is our thought process. The Rangers, same sort of thing. Chris Young, hey, I know people wanted us to sell at the deadline. Look, this is what we're thinking. This is how we're looking at it. Nico Harrison, when he talks, when that little mute MFer talks, he tells you how stupid you are.
And the others show up. The others show up normally right here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. But Klay Thompson, the Klay-in, after going 0 for 10 during his Golden State appearance against the Kings, he had to exercise the demons, and he said he felt like the lid came off with that first shot that rattled on in. He proceeds to hit 4 threes in 3 minutes, helps build a 14-point lead in the second quarter. He ends up scoring 16 in the quarter, and they are up 71-48 at half, and it's basically season over for Sacramento. Here's Klay on the breakout.
We've had to endure quite the year, especially when it comes to the injury bug. To have our team almost complete, obviously we miss our brother in Kyrie. I mean, we all could imagine what he would do for our team. With sky's the limit with he's in the lineup, but we're so desperate to keep the postseason alive. It's a privilege to play basketball this time of year. I told the guys before the game, I mean, we have nothing to lose. Go out here with a free swing, play for each other, and play free-minded, because that's when we're at our best. And there's nothing like being able to compete this time of year. It's truly special.
What are you snickering at?
All of it. First off, he goes, it's been such a tough year, especially with the injuries. And then he almost like chuckles because he knows that's not especially why it's been tough. Has been because I didn't watch the first quarter hardly because I changed the station as soon as I was watching it. When I turned it on, and when I hear the ESPN announcers jump in instantly with, yeah, look, the injury bug, it's so bad. That's why the Mavericks are 13-20 since the Luka trade, and I just changed it instantly. I was like, stop trying to blame it just on the injuries. I know the injuries were a big part. Like, clearly, it's a massive part. They would have had a better record, but I don't want to hear about the injuries. The Mavericks floundered because they traded Luka. That's why. So I changed the station, and then I was like, all right, I'll change it back when the Rangers are done, but I'm not gonna pick them over the Rangers.
A lot of question. Corey Majors brought it up yesterday in Crosstalk. How would they come out? How would they play? Would they just have a sense of, let's get this crap over with, season over, blow us out, put us out of our misery? I think 82% of the Vegas money was actually on Sacramento, but no, it was the total opposite. I thought PJ Washington played with PJ flexes after every single bucket. He is staring someone down. But I thought PJ Washington brought it from an energy standpoint. You got your lifts that you mentioned from some of the role players, but they do play hard, and they did play hard in handling the Kings. 44 points in that second quarter, and you said they got outscored the rest of the way.
Yeah, it was outside of that second quarter where it was 44-19. Sacramento outscored them 87-76. Like it's something where they Dallas took over in that second quarter. It felt like they couldn't miss. In fact, the only one really consistently missing last night felt like Anthony Davis early. But it's when you catch fire like that, when you dominate them to that extent and create that sort of margin, it's going to be hard for a team like Sacramento to come back.
I was worried about AD early on, settling for jumpers, fadeaways from the perimeter, not going inside, not posting up, not trying to just use his size, not trying to just dominate Sabonis or getting him in foul trouble. Man, I forgot what a good broadcaster Tim Legler was. I enjoyed him thoroughly with the color commentary and the analysis, but he was talking about how Sabonis was giving AD a hard time and made a very dangerous bet yesterday. Tolos are like, ooh, you're betting on AD in a big moment, in a big game. It's very dangerous, but it was 20.5 with the point total, and he ends up with 27. It did not feel like that, Bobby, in the first half at all. It did not feel like that when AD was complaining about calls. He was not happy with the officials, and he started off 2 for 9 in this game.
I was about to say, I thought he was like 2 for 10 or something when he started out, but he was not good early on. And it wasn't like he just got a bunch of awful looks. I thought he settled for some bad ones, but he had some clean looks at the basket and just missed. And it's a collateral damage thing probably, but I find it really hard to root for him because of what he represents. And when you're watching to Remember the Titans,
for Anthony?
Yeah, specifically Anthony Davis. I have a hard time doing it. And when you've got I remember the Titans when Petey's got his hand up, when Coach Boone walks in that first time and Coach Boone tells him, put your hand down. when 80 hit a 3 I think it was in the middle of that second quarter run. That was my thought. Was put your hand down. I don't want to see you standing up and like taunting the crowd. Sit down. I don't want to hear from any of you. And that's the tough thing for me is I just hate the team until Nico's gone. Like I can't separate it. I'm pissed watching them play. I hate, it's almost like watching the opponent score when they score because it's so frustrating to think Nico in that moment is thinking he did anything right.
As Nico is sitting there sipping the coffee, sitting there in his comfortable seat in the road arena that he can't enjoy at the AAC.
Just hate him.
In the moment emotion, we can all say this is what I want, but then your team is playing a significant game to try to move on in the postseason. Did you find yourself, fan text, actually rooting for them? Again, the poll question yesterday, do you actually want the Mavs to win? I was in the 25% minority. 877-881-1053. I did want them to win. I did not have this emotional back and forth. Peyton Russell, what about you? G-Bag of the day winner, Peyton Russell.
Well, thank you. When Klay hit, I think his 4th or 5th 3 in the second quarter, I fist pumped a little. I was like, okay, this team's got it. I can't believe it. I really can't. I had zero. I had all the doubt in the world that this team was actually going to pull this one off, and they played like I was like, is Kyrie out there? Well, why are they scoring so much? But the worst nightmare is happening, and it's if they win.
Well, it's not going to last long. I thought they would win yesterday. They're not going to beat the Grizzlies. So if you're upset, if you're ticked off, don't worry. They're not moving on to face the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Some of the fan texts, going to need you to up your hate, Bobby. You're letting me down. 972, this Mavs segment has been entirely too long. F the Mavericks. Jeez. 214, is a play-in game worth not getting Cooper flag? 817, Jerry and Steven never did anything as stupid as giving up Luka for $24 and a handful of beads.
Jason Kidd on the offensive performance and the W.
Being able to set screens with AD and him, and then also I thought the relationship between Klay and D-Live was at a high. They were channel 2ing him, and so he was being able to get the ball to D-Live, and I thought D-Live did a great job of playmaking. He was unselfish. He didn't look to score. He looked weak and got guys wide open shots.
Did he say he looked weak?
Yeah, I don't know what that meant.
Did you hear that?
Play it again. What did he? I don't understand.
At the very end.
Playmaking. He was unselfish. He didn't look to score. He looked weak and got guys wide open shots.
Oh, he looked to the weak side, I guess.
Okay. Looked weak.
Yeah. I thought when he said it in the past, I was like, what does he mean he looked weak? Like,
spread for tomorrow night. What is the point spread? Mavs at the Grenades.
Grizzlies -4.
6.5.
Good. Please just get over it. I'm so done with it.
Now, can the Cooper flag dream still still be there if you lose to the Grizz, or did last night get rid of that?
Yeah, it's still there if you lose to the Grizzlies, but yeah, I mean they need to get eliminated. It's just if you want any shot at all of anything being rescued for this team into the future, then you need to lose, because you've got to have some sort of a shot to get up into the lottery.
Earlier game, Tyler Hero was the best player last night in all of basketball as the Miami Heat take care of the Chicago Bulls, get Chicago up out of here. He drops 38. He started off like 8 for 8, and the Miami Heat beat Chicago 109-90. So you had 2 road upsets with the 9-10 playoff scenarios.
Who needs Jimmy Butler? Who needs him when you got Tyler Hero to just cook the Bulls? It was the battle of the two teams spurred by Jimmy. But no, honestly, it's I caught the last second half of the Bulls Heat game last night, and it's something where it again stands out just how useless I feel like the play-in ultimately is. I'm fine. I think if there's one spot for the play-in, this feels like too much to me.
Does it feel just like the NCAA tournament play-ins?
But no, because I mean, even
the at-large or whatever.
Even the NCAA tournament play-ins are like, all right, here are your play-in games, and boom, you're in. Like, this is a tournament of play-ins. Yeah. Like, it just feels like,
are they going home?
Out.
Are they done? No, they get to move on? They get to face?
Yeah. Oh, you're the one who loses and gets to play again. You're the one who loses and go home. Okay, all right. Now these two play, and I mean, it's you get the Grizzlies potentially getting 2 opportunities to lose and get bounced when they would have been a top 8 seed in the previous years. It's just, I think the whole setup is ridiculous.
So Friday night, 6:00, Heat Hawks, 8:30, Mavs Grizz, after they get the Kings general manager fired after the game. What a dumpster fire that organization is. That owner might be the worst in sports that we don't bring up. Vivek with Vlade. I don't even know if Vlade's still there, but that is a mess every single year. Doug Christie bringing his wife for consultation. General manager, it's trades, the Aaron Fox. It's ugly. It's ugly over there, and he needs to be nominated as the David Tepper of the NBA.
So there may not be a more messed up sports city right now. Well, I mean, Dallas is pretty bad with Nico Harrison, but
yeah, what else? Oh, the baseball.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the A's and the Kings out there. Both of those are just messy situations.
Of course, the Nico meeting became a national story. We have brand new information on what led to it. Does it change your mind at all or scare you even more? Plus, Rangers, Stars, and the payload at 6:40, the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ. Just getting started. Glad you're waking up with us right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out a little bit.
that from squad?
Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Here's a line drive into right. Coming on is Adolis. He's there to make the play, and that'll do it. Luke Jackson throws just 6 pitches to record the final 3 outs. He notches his 6th save of the year, preserving this 3-1 win over the Angels.
3 2/3 for the bullpen, 0 runs allowed. Patrick Corbin getting swings and misses all over the place. 5 1/3, 1 run, 6 strikeouts. Corey Seager starting to get going. He had 3 hits, 2 runs batted in. Jake Berger had 3 hits, and the Texas Rangers take game 2 against Washington Angels. 3-1 on this radio station.
Yeah, now, well, real quick, I'm looking at the Frankel injury attorneys fan text before I weigh in on the Rangers. 214 is giving you guys a traffic update. It says an 18-wheeler wreck is out there right before you get to downtown Dallas on 45, and they're turning people around. So they say if you're going northbound on 45, you're going to want to bail on that one. Whoa. So watch out. Yeah, Corbin, it's funny. Last night I jumped in the car to go get some gas, and when I got in the car, I turned on the radio, and so I heard Sandler them bringing the game back in the 6th inning.
Did you go in the car to get the gas so you wouldn't have to do it this morning?
Yes, yeah. Because I was when Choppy's out like this, or when you're out, I will wake up every hour because I'm paranoid. Those are the days I'll oversleep.
How are you doing a better job of not oversleeping at all? What have you changed?
I'm just only getting like 3 hours of sleep a night, basically, is what it is, because I keep waking up in the middle of the night. But no, last night I woke up at like midnight, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then finally got up at 5.
Well, I think yesterday proved me and Peyton could just do it, so you can rest easy and try to sleep in.
Yeah, I mean, Peyton's winning awards for his 1 day of broadcasting already. It's really impressive. G-bag of the day. No, but I get in the car, and it's the 6th inning, and they're bringing it back, and Matt Hicks says they don't have anybody warming up behind Patrick Corbin right now, and Sandler goes, why would you? Like, yeah, like he's dominating. And then it was funny, everything started falling apart right after that. I was like, what you did, Sandler? You went and jinxed old Patrick Corbin. But he was good yesterday. He's not typically a huge swing and miss guy.
Yeah.
He's kind of just been the innings horse is what we've talked about with him. But he was good.
You get that type of start from him based upon his numbers last year. They got him to be a rubber arm, to be a workhorse, and man, one of those starts can offset like 2 or 3 bad ones based upon my expectation for what Corbin was going to bring.
Yeah, as if he can just give you that in spot duty, covering a start every 2 or 3 times through the rotation, I'll take that. That's perfectly acceptable, and that's what he was brought in to be. That's why when they made the signing and we had some reaction on the fan text, it was like, doesn't he kind of suck? Doesn't he like walk a lot of guys? Because it's like, look, as long as he can just be an innings eater for you and in a 162 game grind, yeah, you just say, all right, give me 5-6 innings, save my bullpen every now and then, give a guy a break in the rotation, then I'll take it. And when he pitches like that, that's money.
Can we start the NHL playoffs already?
Into the zone, wide open Forsberg, across, score! Philip Forsberg, his 2nd assist of the period, and Ryan O'Reilly had a wide open net.
Preds TV with the call. Started off well. Tyler Seguin back after missing the last 57 games, and he picked up an assist on the first shift. The Stars went up 17 seconds in, And then it was all Nashville. 3 goals in the first, 2 goals in the second. They go on to beat the Stars 5-1. Let's start this thing Saturday night at the AAC against the Colorado Avalanche.
Go Stars, baby!
Yeah, let's go Stars, baby. Here's the good thing about Choppy being out is that you can't cut my mic for no hockey. Hey, there we go.
Payne can do it.
It was Money Puck said 72% for the Predators last night, and that's sure how it looked. Here's the positive. You didn't get outscored in the third period. Put up a big goose egg, 0-0. That's the positive thing. I will say this. This is, 7 straight now? 6 straight for Dallas that they've lost? If you look at the last couple times that we've had teams win the title, they are dragging into the playoffs.
Oh.
The Cowboys had a bad run the last time they won in 95 heading into to the postseason.
You're going this far
the
back.
Rangers,
and in other sports.
No, I'm just saying, look at the past years.
And it's actually 7 straight losses.
I said 6 or 7. Now, here's the Rangers, same sort of thing. We thought they were going to be one. They were so unlikely to win. Remember, Bassick took vacation time in the middle of their wild card games because he was like, well, they're going to lose, so what does it matter? And they turned it around. So I'm going to be optimistic. This isn't a Nico Harrison led team that I'm just assuming will fall apart. This is a team that's going to rebound at the right time.
We have an update and some insight on why and how that Nico DFW reporter meeting took place.
For you, what I don't understand, and again, people scrutinize this trade and have opinions of it. Why did they do this closed door? I don't think that really sat well with anybody. Forget about the local fan, but anybody. It didn't go over very well.
So, Bob, my understanding is Nico Harrison did not want to do this closed door round table. This was not his idea. This was something that was enforced by their owner, Patrick Dumont.
All right. So McMahon suggested that with us yesterday, or he may have said it on the Hoop Collective. He may have said it with Windhorst and Bontemps.
He mentioned it with us too.
Patrick Dumont made Nico and Welts go out there. Is that better? I know the whole thing's bad. Is that better or worse? I think it's actually worse that the owner, the one who can save us by getting rid of Nico, since McMahon says he's not resigning, making 7 figures for the next 3 years, that Patrick Dumont's judgment was to force Nico to go out there and do it. Makes me feel worse about it.
It makes me feel a little glimmer of hope that he's getting frustrated with Nico and that he might fire him.
Oh, okay.
Like, to me, it's like, you need to start answering for some of this. And the fact that he wanted him to do it 2 weeks ago before the Lakers game, before Luka came in here, means that at least one person in there right now, Dumont, seems to have some sort of awareness of, guys, we got to turn this around a little bit. Something's got to be, like this needs to be addressed. This needs to be cleaned up to some extent because we got to stop bleeding money. That to me is at least a little encouraging. He doesn't know basketball, apparently. That's one thing we keep hearing consistently about Patrick Dumont now. But it at least gives me a little bit of encouragement that, okay, he is at least frustrated enough that he thinks Nico needs to start answering for some of this and working things over with the fans a little bit. That's a positive to me in that sense, even if the ultimately said, all right, no recording devices, no cameras, none of that. That's ridiculous, and that's not encouraging. But
Stephen A. Smith responded to the whole fiasco on ESPN.
I hate it. First of all, what the hell is that about? No cameras? No tape recorders?
They did allow tape recorders after they got in the room, just for clarity.
So they allowed it when they got in the room?
They negotiated at the end, just
negotiated at the end.
You can win negotiations with Nico Harrison, apparently.
I'm just saying, you walk into, you got a press conference, good line, Wendy, good line. But you're having a conference with the media, and they have to negotiate to have tape recorders in. I mean, that just shows you how paranoia has kicked in.
I just had to play that for the Windhorst line. That was good. Apparently, you can win negotiations with Nico, and then Stephen A. really got into it.
You can do what you want to do as an owner. You can also be called stupid for doing it. And that's exactly what I'm calling Dallas Mavs ownership. Stupid for doing what they did. We live in an age where the podcast world is proliferated. It's taken on a life of its own. The media is people who ain't even in the media, okay? I mean, they're all, we're all lumped in the same bowl. You got stuff going on, comments out the wazoo. and you think it was wise to mandate that your general manager have a meeting and no cameras allowed? Really? Like, that getting out was going to help you as an organization.
Here's what I need clarity on, and something that I don't think we've been able to understand yet. Is this Dumont who said, go out there, talk to the media with no cameras? Or did he say, you guys need to do this, and then the PR director and Nico were the ones who went, all right, we'll do it, and then they set parameters that weren't run by Dumont? That's what I need to know, is if those parameters were also set by Dumont, or they just kind of went, all right, here's our way to undermine the fact that we're supposed to talk.
Chandler Parsons with a lot of NBA and still Maverick ties. He couldn't understand either when he heard about this on Run It Back.
Imagine the GM of the Spurs making a trade and going, you know what? I don't care what Tim Duncan or David Rowe. Why
Would
even?
never happen.
They didn't even ask him about that. He just willingly just brought up the best Mav of all time, and that his opinion doesn't matter, or the fan base that buys the tickets that goes to support this team, they don't matter. Like, this is just the weirdest interview I've ever seen in my life, and it makes it's tone deaf. It's no awareness. It's disrespectful.
It's antagonistic, weirdly, for no reason. I don't get it.
Just face the music. Do your sit-down interview. Say, this is why I did it. I believe in Anthony Davis. I don't care that he's older. I don't care that he's been hurt. I love Max Christie. I think them collectively, and we add a couple pieces defensively that can make us a better team than with Luka, and I don't think Luka's body is going to hold up. Stick to your guns.
Pump up your guys.
Do that and talk about this city and talk about getting back to the level that Dirk had us at, winning a championship. Not saying you don't care about his opinion, the family's opinion. It's just, it's very cowardly. It's very weird, and I just don't understand how they even let him do this.
The only thing Chandler was wrong about there is he was asked about Dirk by McMahon. Like, did you run this by Dirk? And Nico's like, well, Cuban and Dirk aren't in the building every single day. The other thing that ticked me off as a fan, and I'm sure infuriated the fan base even more, is Nico saying, hey, you're entitled to your opinions. We're excited. I think once we win, that'll change your mind. Like, you know, it's one of those things when you're in an argument and you're set in your ways. I try to do this. I don't know if women actually do, but I'll tell the people in my life, hey, I'll tell Bobby. I told Bobby last week, as a matter of fact, or 2 weeks ago, whenever, my on and off again work schedule kicked in.
I was about to say, is that why you and Amanda were fighting, because you weren't in the house for 3 days?
We haven't fought.
No, yesterday, but you sleeping in the other room.
No, there was no fight there. But I'll tell Bobby, like, hey, I'm in a bad mood, all right? I try to say that up front. That's very refreshing for me to just know from someone versus me having to play this guessing game. Very rarely I'll be in a bad mood, like at home or in the house, but I'll just say it. I'm in a bad mood. So anything you say to me, I don't want to hear it. I just don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear you tell me when I'm going to be happy again. That's what Nico did. I don't want to hear you suggest you can control my feelings when I'm so angry and ticked off. And I'm not going to get over it in the next hour. I'm going to get over it on my own timeline. It's just one of those maybe male things where it's don't instruct me or try to predict when my feelings are going to change.
Oh, no, that's definitely not a male thing only. I've had trouble before in trying to tell Kristen when her feelings are going to change about things. No, I know that doesn't work. No, but he doesn't get it, because here's the problem. Somebody even asked this on the fan text earlier. They said, if they go on a run and make it to the NBA Finals, how will you guys feel?
Yeah.
And I said, I will feel irritated that they made it to the finals and Nico thinks he did something right.
Yeah.
Because it will never be right. And so to me, no, wrong. You winning, it might make me angrier. It might, because I don't want any success for you. I think you are a bad person. I think you're a weak excuse of a man. Not you, Sean, but Nico Harrison. I think it's offensive to manhood and masculinity or whatever else you want to think to call him a man, because he's not. He is weak. He is a coward. He is just and bordering on abusive psychological tactics towards the fan base. He is an awful human being.
All right. I don't think there's anything left to unload there. 877-881-1053. Do we have the biggest liar and perv in baseball? And stop lying about your dating pics. It's Thursday. He's on fire, on air. It's Peyton Phillip Russell with the payload next on 105.3 The Fan.
rates have low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course, it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Chad. My name's Chad. Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut, but that's how your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Chevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment? I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. It's Thursday. It is 6:40. It is time for the payload. And to be honest, I'm surprised I saw payload on the rundown this morning, after yesterday's debacle. But look, I'm still here.
Well,
Give
we're
me
here
another
to
chance.
carry you now.
That's right. That's why I have you guys. That's why you guys.
If Choppy would have been in, Sean probably wouldn't have put it on the rundown. But we are short a guy today, so we had to fill with something.
I would have been chopping it up. No, I think not the worst part, but Jake comes in and tries to hype me up a little bit afterwards. He's like, "Hey man, you did great for first time hosting by yourself. I had some tips and stuff for you as well. Like he's giving me tips on how to host solo, and so I was like, all right. Like
you should have heard what Jake told us when he walked in.
This man back here,
What a
right
politician.
in there, the thirstiest for the mic you've ever seen.
What did he tell you?
He said he wants y'all to have your own Abbott and Costello bit on the air.
He's like, me and Peyton can co-host every day from 5:30 to 6.
And I told him, I said, every day.
I don't think Pepe's trying to do that.
Let's do like maybe once a week. Every 6 months or something like that. But we'll see if we can figure something out. But
no, we're not.
Sean, we're going out to your hometown in Baltimore, Maryland to start off this segment. I didn't know they produced liars out there because we found the biggest liar in all sports, maybe on the face of the planet, after this comment he made on the Orioles broadcast. We have Jim Palmer yesterday on the Orioles TV talking about how he's never had this popular food item.
I've never had a wing, ever.
What do you mean you've never had a wing?
Never, ever had a wing.
You've never had... Wait a minute.
No, I'm just never have.
You've never had a chicken wing?
No.
Like,
why would I?
Why would you?
Don't they have skin and stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lots of things have skin.
But I don't eat skin.
Apples have skin.
Why eat apples?
You've never had a single chicken wing?
No, never thought about having.
That is staggering to me. So what kind of chicken do you eat?
White breast.
What about
fried chicken?
You'll eat fried chicken?
Never had fried chicken.
Never?
Well, I've taken the crust off.
I think if I was in a cave, I would stumble upon a chicken wing at some point. They're everywhere. And then the fried chicken comment, I rolled my eyes at that one. I
had fried chicken yesterday. Look, I believe him.
I do too.
Jim Palmer is growing up around Maryland. Jim Palmer, oh my God, Orioles Hall of Famer, announcer forever. There's some weird Jim Palmer stories. There's some stories about him being a jerk. I've never had any personal interaction, but Jim Palmer is one of these lean, mean looking guys to where you could see him. I think, was it Gabe Kapler who picked off the breading on the McDonald's nuggets? I think it was Gabe. It was someone like that. But I believe this because there's a lot of weird Jim Palmer stories. But man, no wings. RJ pulled this years ago when he said it took him 35 or 40 years of life to have an omelet. He never had an omelet. What's weirder, never having fried chicken, a wing, or an omelet? Is it? I think fried chicken's probably one.
Yeah, the fried chicken's probably
Jim
one.
obviously, like RJ, does not like to eat with his hands. He doesn't want to get his hands dirty, and he sounds like a health freak. So no skin. He doesn't want to eat the thigh. It's only boring, dry, white breast meat.
I like white breast. I'm with Jim Palmer on that.
I like all breast.
I do too.
Well,
I'll
not
eat
like you.
I'll eat the dark meat too.
Yeah.
I'll eat the dark meat too. Or
sounds about white.
Or in some cases, maybe the dark and the light mixed together, like that point. But I
tell your story. Wait till you hear. Wait till you hear this, Bobby. Follow up.
I'm not sure if I've ever eaten a mushroom. I've definitely never swallowed a mushroom.
Okay, I can see that.
So because I can't recall if I just was turned off by them as a kid.
Yeah.
Or just looking at them and the smell of them because they smell disgusting. My sister used to get mushrooms on pizza and the scent coming off the pizza used to make me gag. But I'm pretty sure I had started eating and I spit it out instantly because it was so gross.
Yeah,
to me.
you can't eat one raw. That's
it was
for
gross.
sure. That has not been cooked. But I love mushrooms when they're cooked.
Well, and last night, of course, they had to follow up on the broadcast. They actually brought him out a platter of chicken wings, and he went with the ranch over the blue cheese. But he also brought up that if he needed to wear gloves to eat these things. I believe they were buffalo. So he was like, how do I eat these? Do I wear gloves to eat them? Which, I mean, I know people that, eat crawfish with gloves. I've never been a glove to food guy. Just you got to go raw with the hands.
That may be the number one for me then because I've never eaten crawfish.
That's not a crime. But I think Palmer said if the Orioles hit another grand slam during a game he's calling, he will eat a chicken wing for the first time in his life. But you're saying he ate this chicken wing with the ranch?
So they brought it out there. I guess I don't know for sure if he actually ate it, but he was like, he was asking questions about, do I need to have, do I go ranch, blue cheese? Where's the napkins? Where the gloves at? So maybe he did eat last night.
God, he's brave. So brave of him to do that.
So Atlanta brave.
Exactly. Great segue, Sean. So it's the payload every Thursday at this time, and we go from the biggest liar in baseball to maybe the biggest perp in baseball. It's a debate that will never end. But when is the right time to hit on the opposite sex while working in sports? Is there ever a great time to do it? You be the judge here. This is Braves reporter Wiley Ballard from the other day talking to a couple of girls in the stands of the Blue Jays versus Braves game, and he was just trying to spit some game, and you be the judge if this is deemed inappropriate or not.
We're having a lot of fun up here up the Corona rooftop. Who do we got here? What's your name?
My name's Lauren.
Lawrence, all right.
And I'm Kayla.
Kayla, and you guys hang out at the rooftop lounge often?
Once a year I come out to visit.
Okay, well, we timed it pretty well. All right, good. How are you guys feeling about rooting for the Braves today?
Oof, I don't know. I'm hoping for the best.
What about you? Are you a Braves fan now?
Not quite.
Not quite. All right, I'm gonna go to work up here, guys. Good luck the rest of the way.
Okay, Wiley. You got 4 innings to get the numbers.
I'm on it.
Get us some more Braves fans.
All right, so they want me to get your number.
They want you to get my number.
I'm dead serious. They're saying in my ear right now. She doesn't believe me because she thinks you guys are not. I'm making this up. Even if you guys weren't, I might use that in the future. That's actually a pretty good move.
This is unbelievable.
So the best part of this right now is that Wiley could totally be faking it. This might be the new move. Just walk around with a FanDuel microphone and an earpiece in and convince fans that they're actually on TV.
I should have thought of this years ago.
I am speechless.
I got the number. We're good.
It seemed just like an innocent thing, but...
And if anyone's to blame, it's the booth, the broadcast booth. He was ready to bail. He's all right, I got to go back to work. This is fun, little flirtation. The broadcast booth is like, all right, go ahead and get the number. I cannot believe... I shouldn't say that because everything today has to be a controversy. I cannot believe this turned into a controversy.
There were so many, and it looked like it was a lot of, I'm not going to call, because they're females, but it was a lot of female reporters out there that,
New York Daily News, I got them. It's coming out of New York as well. Newsday, New York Daily News saying basically if a woman did this, she would be slut-shamed for the rest of her career. If I had ever done anything close to this, my career would be over. This is flabbergasting. Is this a double standard? Try to be objective.
No, it's just this is like soft, can't do anything.
To me, it's about entertainment.
It was funny. It's like clearly a bit.
But if Emily Jones did it,
if
Emily Jones did it, there was 2 guys in the outfield, and she's like, "What are you guys doing here? What would the internet do?"
In fact,
be honest.
I'll tell you what the internet would do. If it's the same exact setup, only put Emily Jones in there as the reporter. The only difference is the announcers get crushed for talking like that to her and going, "Get the number." They get crushed is what happens.
CBS MLB editor Kate Feldman. This is one of the most insanely inappropriate things I've ever seen. Like, I legitimately cannot believe it's real. What? None of that entered my mind. And I'm probably the most sensitive one up here. Don't do that. Be careful. I mean, the 3 of you, F the FCC. And I'm trying to sit here and police the show a little bit. Come on, this is just about entertainment. In-game entertainment. That's all it was. And then you know what Wiley did as a follow-up, this guy? He found a hot dog seesaw the other day. And in the game shot, he was riding the hot dog.
She has a name.
He was going up and down with this hot dog seesaw.
Sorry, don't cancel me, New York Daily News, for that joke.
Man, I can't believe this turned into a thing.
I think this needs to be the ongoing bit. They just need to find, this guy needs to find girls in the stands every game now just to prove the point. So we're going to do whatever we want here.
I was even judging. I feel like she was down because she's like, oh, they told you to get the number? Like, you didn't want to get the number?
It was a good game. Oh, the guys in my ear tell me to get your number.
I've always wanted, one of my biggest regrets while single is not hiring a film crew or giving people $200 a piece for 3 hours or 4 hours on a Saturday and having them follow me around bar hopping in Uptown. One of my biggest regrets.
You wish they would have done that?
I wish I would have done that. I wish I would have paid them to fake film me, to fake follow me around.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I thought you feel like a superstar, basically.
I thought you were saying to actually, like,
No, don't hit record.
Track the way that you were hitting on women.
No.
Dude,
Only hit record whenever it works.
No, to watch the reaction of everyone being like, who's that? Is that someone? That must be someone famous. They're filming a documentary on that.
When I was wingmanning for Wolchuk in Oxnard that one summer, dude, when we came on the air and talked about it, there was a handful of people who were talking about, they were going, you guys are disgusting, predatory, gross. And I'm like, you guys are just, I don't know. There's something about this current age of like a third of society are complete morons about everything. And this acting like offended on behalf of other people is about the lamest thing going in society right now outside of Nico Harrison.
I think a woman would get judged differently, though. People would give her attention, but it wouldn't be like, oh, that's cool, that's pimp. Because you can't go around. There is a double sleeping standard.
Oh, I get, like, I work with Jane, obviously, and, like, so, I mean, I see all the time how she gets double standards on social media whenever we talk about certain things.
Yeah.
But I've also seen it to where
especially when she disagrees with you about Nico.
I filmed her one time, like, when she was standing up doing her first shot, and I said, America's sweetheart is back, like, jokingly. And somebody got on there and was like, would you call a male colleague America's sweetheart? I was like, shut up, you loser.
877-881-1053. Let's hook you up with Renegade tickets. Another award-winning edition, maybe G-Bag award-winning edition of The Payload with Philip Russell. We say goodbye to Tyron Smith and a college kegger as Nico is going somewhere else. That's next with Sean and Bobby, 105.3 The Fan.
That Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady? What? Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Blades.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
By our D&M Leasing Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. This is your official home of the Dallas Cowboys and the Texas Rangers with Draft 101 tonight featuring Bobby Bell.
Yep, we'll be in the Odyssey showroom. You can come on out, 4131 North Central Expressway. Doors will open at 6:45. It is no sign-up required. Just show up, and we'll pack the place out. So it's first come, first serve. We're going to have dinner from Whataburger, but it'll be myself, Zach Wolchuk, if he shows up, I guess. I mean, who knows? But myself, Zach Wolchuk, and Brian Broaddus, and we'll be talking draft with you guys, and it'll be a great time because there'll be Whataburger giveaways. We'll have some autographed CeeDee Lamb and Dak Prescott items, so come on out. It'll be a good time.
Back to the Mavs winning last night in Sacramento and moving on against Memphis at 7:20. You're going to have to wait a little bit longer for the Dirk report to drop that many Tolos were anticipating and hoping for yesterday. 7:20 along with a Renegades ticket giveaway, but we got to talk about the retirement of Tyron Smith, as yesterday he said goodbye at the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco.
Yeah, and he was charming. He was good up there, I thought. And
God, what a beast.
And he's always I've always thought he would have had so much bigger profile. I'm sure he doesn't care.
No.
But he would have had so much bigger profile if he would have been willing to lean into some of the media stuff. He just didn't. He didn't want to. He didn't want to do that. And so, but I mean, he was always. A lot of teammates would always tell you he's funny. He'll crack jokes. He'll play around with them. It's just that's not the side we ever saw out there. He was very stoic. And yesterday, I thought it was good. It was a nice completion to the Tyron Smith arc for fans to see that side of him a little bit yesterday, and how much he clearly meant to the Joneses and the organization, that they view him as one of their guys that they absolutely adore.
Yeah, I did not realize that he and Jerry had a much closer relationship than I had thought. I knew that him and DeMarcus were tight. D. Ware was there, and we were out there for many practices watching DeMarcus Ware take Tyron Smith under his wing. It was something that made Cowboy fans fall in love with D. Ware even more, that he was willing. And Tyron would hold guys after practice as well.
Yeah.
Right? He would do this with Micah. Here's Tyron talking about that mentor-protege relationship.
I was probably say that man that's sitting in the back over there, D. Ware, taught me a lot. Taught me that, you're not the biggest man on the field or the strongest man on the field, and it comes down to technique. And he taught me a lot. And it was games, early on that I struggled with, and he pulled me to the side and worked with me and helped me be who I am today as far as a player. And I still owe the credit to that man for teaching me how to shave my head.
Jason Garrett was there. A lot of players, including Micah Parsons, showing love to Jay Jeezy.
Yeah, Jay Jeezy was there. Mike said that's not. It was a little odd to me that Jason wasn't at Zach Martin's. But he was at Tyron Smith. I don't think that was anything other than just, I would imagine he had some sort of a conflict. I don't think he has any issue with Zach Martin.
Yeah.
It was just a little bit, I remember thinking it was interesting that I didn't see him for Zach Martin, but then he was out there for Tyron. But yeah, no, it's pretty much universal participation yesterday, and somebody that a lot of people still look. I was trying to talk through it.
Hey, Cam.
No,
please.
Don't.
Get him sneezing and hitting his nose on the microphone.
Aiden, all the assistance I've given you in recent weeks, it'll end if you clip that.
Aiden, no one has given you more on-air props than me. Remember, my name is first on the show. Bobby's not even on there. But it doesn't even matter. We don't need Aiden. We'll get a Tolo. Watch what Bobby just did with the sneeze and hitting his nose on the mic. Did that hurt?
No, it hurt my ego more than anything.
Tyron also clearly wanted to go out of his way to talk about the connection with QB1.
I just feel like over the years we have built a strong relationship, and I feel like as friends and as teammates, I feel like we have accomplished so much. And as for what we accomplished, I just never had that feeling before. And then for what everybody put into it, we just had fun. We made the game fun, and it had to be something else difficult. Just go out there and play and enjoy the game. And that's what our group just had.
He's talking about number 4, not number 9. And I just wanted to see if anyone's going to make anything of that. Romo was there for Zach Martins. I do not recall seeing Tony yesterday, but Tyron Smith saying to Dak Prescott, you will always be QB1 to me. You got my back. I got your back. It may have been Tyron's wedding where Dak showed off the amazing dance moves. I mean, that made me really jealous that I could never dream of moving.
Did they? I didn't like the dance moves. I thought you were being sarcastic. The go-to just rubbing his head move that he does all the time.
It looks smooth. Who are you to criticize? Look, you're not all of a sudden, BET, Bobby.
No.
Okay?
No.
You make a couple rap songs. You can't judge people's dancing.
No. I was judging that dancing the second it happened. Look, you should know that I'm going to defend Dak Prescott over everything. If I'm criticizing those dance moves, that should tell you how whack they were.
How many?
Yes, I can use whack thanks to my cred.
How many years did Tyron play with Romo versus Dak?
So he would have played 4 full seasons with Romo. Then there was the year Romo was hurt. But 5 years before Dak got here, and then he spent 7, 8 with Dak.
Okay, so much more with Dak.
But I think he actually played more games with Romo.
Of course, everybody wants to pin Jerry down and make him publicly commit and answer if and when these guys are going into the Ring of Honor. Zach and Tyron, what about them?
Well, again, there is no question they're going in the Ring of Honor. Let me be real clear about that. And I must have missed that in my elaborate remarks. But without a question, we've never had a player play for the Dallas Cowboys that represents us, that played on and off the field the way that he's been a part of this team. And yes, he'll be going in the Ring of Honor.
I'm sorry to be negative here for a second, but all the pictures came up of that offensive line yesterday. Everyone does the, where's time go? Oh my God, where does it go? And to see Zach and Tyron and Travis and then hear Jerry turn to another legend and say, it's just disgusting and sickening that we could not get a championship for this guy. That brought me down. That brought me down while watching this live on DallasCowboys.com, and it made me a little bit upset and angry.
Because of the reality of it, that they didn't get it, or that it's a constant reference to it?
Are you embarrassed?
The reality of it.
Yeah, I mean,
the reality of it just makes everyone mad at the Joneses all over again.
How high on the list is he of guys that you feel like over the last 15, 20 years, you're like, man, he should have won something? Or is it collectively viewed just as like that offensive line group?
Well, Witten is one.
Yes.
Witten is one. D. Ware here, along with, I'm trying to go through my mind. I don't put Romo 1 like Jerry does. I know, kids are named after each other and all that stuff.
Will you feel worse at the end of it for Dak or Romo?
Great question. It depends how much further Dak can get. If you get to the second round, I'm not like, you were robbed, you're Jim Kelly. You know what I mean? And Tony never got that far, so
I guess because you view them as more responsible for whether they got there or not, as opposed to somebody who, like a Witten or an offensive lineman.
Like Jason Witten, to me, Jason Witten's a champion. Even though he doesn't have a ring, I don't view Tony Romo or Dak Prescott as a champion. Dak is a leader, a championship leader, but if he gets and knocks on the doorstep of NFC title games, or they get to a Super Bowl and lose, then I'll feel more bad than I do. They're probably even in my mind. I don't feel terrible for Tony Romo that he didn't get that close. But Zach Martin probably number 2. Zach or D. Ware 2 and 3. What about you? Of this crop?
Yeah, I would say.
But Witten is easily 1 for me. I feel bad for Jason.
Yeah, Witten. I think Witten reached the point Witten, I believe he was getting close, and I think with his time with the Raiders, he hit it. Witten played the most games, I think, in NFL history without ever reaching a conference title game. Like, he played the most regular season games. So, I mean, that sucked for him because he was all about this. But yeah, I think it's probably Ware number one for me. But it's a little weird because Ware got his title somewhere else.
Yeah.
And so it feels like it's probably Zach then, just because
over
that is,
Jason.
Yeah, no, in terms of, you're right, Jason's one.
Okay.
And so to me, I view Zach, Travis, and Tyron kind of as a collective of like, I wish they had been able to do something together. I always loved how much Dez put into this and how much Dez loved Dallas, and it never come together for him was frustrating. But yeah, I think that group right there is what I'll remember of just Frederick, Tyron, and Zach never getting it.
Nico may finally have another team.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
Yeah, not that Nico. Sorry.
I was very confused by your set. I was like, he hit the wrong guy.
No. Colin Cowherd reports that Nico Amaleven is going to be ending up with the UCLA Bruins, and the PR campaign from Nico's side is trying to come out and say this wasn't about money with the Vols. This was about personnel. This wasn't about a selfish, overzealous dad who torpedoed his kids' earning power. This is about wanting offensive linemen and better players around him. That's why we left the Vols.
This is a brutal step down from where he was. Because you look at just what UCLA has been. You know, I was listening.
If it's true,
yeah,
I don't see that it's official yet, but I think Cowherd has some California connections.
Yeah, UCLA, USC stuff he's usually been on top of. But yeah, this is one of two teams that Choppy said he thought he was going to end up with because he's from LA, so everybody thought he was going to end up in one of those two.
The odds in Vegas had UCLA 1, then North Carolina, USC, Texas Tech, Colorado.
Still, you go from the SEC, and not just the SEC, a Tennessee team that has been a legit player in the mix of CFP discussions for the last 3 years with Josh Heupel. I mean, Heupel's been there for 4, but it's been the last 3 where he's been like really made them into a consistent contender. And then you go to a UCLA team that last won 10 games over a decade ago with Miles Jack and Jim Mora as their head coach and was the worst of the new teams entering the Big Ten last year. Finished worse than anybody else. And so, man, you're talking about the worst transplant team into the Big Ten that you're going to now, and a UCLA team that Deshaun Foster famously, the only thing he could pitch about them was we live in LA.
You should have
That's
got
us.
that. Should have got that audio clip.
But that's the step down that you take. You go from SEC to the very worst of the Big Ten.
What money amount would he have to get in order for you to say, okay, that's justifiable? He was looking for 4. I think he was getting 2. We don't know the money yet.
Yeah, I would say probably. Yeah, if he got 4, it makes sense. I mean, look, at the end of the day, any amount of money that's more makes sense to me if a player wants to do that. But if you're just talking about, this is about us.
3 to 2? If you got 3 at UCLA?
Yeah.
If you got 2, it's a loss.
No, well, I wouldn't. Yeah, if it's the same money or less, it's a loss. I get anybody who says, I want more money, so I'm just going wherever that is, especially at the college level. It's just, if you're talking about pro prospects and being able to have success at the college level, like they're trying to pitch some of this as, then it's ridiculous to go to UCLA over Tennessee. But, I mean, he was also kind of kicked out, so that's a problem. There was actually some research I saw the other day from CBS. CBS broke down basically how much money a quarterback should be making based on NIL money that the program receives and everything else. And they had estimated that Nico should have been getting at least $3.1 million from Tennessee. So they agreed that he was underpaid. And so, I mean, he was under the market of where it had been, but this is also the ridiculousness of what college football is now.
At least he will have this new head coach to potentially play for.
Coach Foster, welcome to the Big Ten. We'll begin with your opening statement.
How you guys doing? I'm happy to be here. Glad to be a part of this great conference. Finally putting 2 great emblems together, UCLA and the Big Ten. We're a school that's won, 123 championships, so this fits us being right in this conference. Football-wise, we're just excited. You know, I'm sure you guys don't know too much about UCLA, but our football program, but we're in LA. It's us and USC.
It's like Peyton hosting.
We
So I had these Snapchat photos I was blackmailed over.
That's exactly what it is.
Took you a second, Bobby, to get that.
He's no, I got it. I got it. I'll tell you what's funny about that too is like the Lou Gehrig reverberations with how much he's like. So we're in LA. Just because he's got all the space that he's leaving. So uncomfortable. But hey, Nico, get your money. Get paid.
So there it is, little update with everything you need to know here on DFW Sports Station. We do not have this story to react to. After Tim McMahon came on yesterday, a lot of Tolos combining their hatred of Nico, one of the Mavs to lose for the season to end and to get the next bombshell over Mark Cuban and Dirk being kicked out of the Mavs organization. We'll tell you what we know about that during the commercial-free Expressway with Renegades tickets next on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Pepper lady?
What was it? Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Size at the rim for Sacramento. Dallas hasn't allowed that on their end.
Davis with the lob, the throw down by Lively. And the lead is 25 now for the Mavs.
ESPN with the call. Apparently, Anthony Davis was 0 for 10 against Sabonis at one point. What an awful offensive game for Sabonis. My goodness. Just his offensive game in general. And after that 0 for 10, AD has gone 5-0. It was a slow start. He ends up with 27 points. And your Dallas Mavericks advance
not mine
to another play-in situation against the Memphis Grizzlies tomorrow night. If they win that, they will win the right to take on the team with the greatest point differential in the history of the NBA in the Oklahoma City Thunder. And AD was feeling himself, talking smack to, who's our Sacramento Tolo? Rod?
Yeah.
Talking smack to Rod and the other cowbell ringers, saying, go home, beat the traffic, get your ass up out of here. Go ahead and beat the traffic. So I'm like, oh, AD, he talking a little bit, advancing to the final play-in.
Did he sprain his wrist waving at people? Is that what he did?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Like it's reached a point where I saw some people yesterday on the fan text, and I wanted to bring this up with Hagee the other day because Hagee was talking about, I'm from Dallas, so I'm a Dallas fan. I'm a Dallas Mavericks fan. And I get that, I am too. But there also reaches a point where whoever's in control and representing you has abandoned the city. And so to me, I hate to compare Nico to Kim Jong-un because that's offensive to Kim Jong-un. But here's the thing is that there reaches a point where somebody who's maybe natively from North Korea goes, yeah, but I'm not going to support North Korea until that regime changes. Until the regime changes down there, and a regime that has just completely disrespected the city and doesn't care about them and doesn't care about the fan base and doesn't care about their legends like Dirk, then I'm not going to support them having success.
This all boils down to a fundamental difference between front office and fans. And this whole thing, and this is an all-time great sports argument. I'd rather never win a championship with Luka than win one without him. And I would argue, and again, there's so many other things that have happened with this utter disaster that doesn't, it's not as simple as what I'm saying. I will take the championship. That's Nico's job. Nico's job is not to... I don't know why you do this to me, Bobby. You irritate me so much. You make me end up being the bad guy here. Nico's job is not to worry about how many 77s you have in your closet. I'm sorry. And that's what he tried to say the other day. He's been insensitive about it. He's been cold about it. He's lied about it, right? He's been cowardly about it as well. His job and the organization's job, including Patrick Dumont, is to hang the banners. Now, Nico wants to hang, I'm going to steal this from Brian Windhorst, a 2.5 quarter banner. Texas William, I need that in a meme, by the way, or a GIF of the unveiling of 2.5 quarters. His job is not to go, oh my God, you and your kid are going to cry because Nico's jersey can't be used, or Luka's jersey can't be used anymore. He is trying.
No, he didn't make a basketball decision. He made a personal, I effing hate you, Luka decision, and he let that blind him. Yes, I can. He's lying.
You can't say for... Listen to me. You let me finish my sentence. You cannot say for certain that in the next 3 years, the Lakers will have more success than the Mavericks. I mean, I would lean towards that. I'm just saying, a mistake that you've made, and you need to admit, you never thought, you were so angry about this, you never thought that Kyrie with AD and this team could be better than Luka and LeBron.
Because
Will you admit that?
They couldn't. I've considered it. They can't.
Okay, well, I think you're wrong.
But I mean,
we can agree to disagree. You're saying it factually, and you can't say it factually. Make the basketball argument to me. Let's have a basketball debate.
Okay, LeBron and Luka clearly was much better than LeBron and AD. So I don't think AD and Kyrie's going to be better than
Lakers. And no one thought the Lakers this year and in years past, when they got their ass swept up out of the playoffs, had a chance, and they were close.
I said that the first day that they got the trade done. I said LA's got a chance to win the title this year. Dallas doesn't have a chance at all.
But why wouldn't Dallas have a chance?
Because they're not good enough.
Okay,
they're not.
I disagree.
They clearly aren't. They're in the play.
They're going to. And Kyrie Irving was hurt.
Yeah, but they weren't playing well before that.
You have to factor that in. Stop.
I can factor it in, but it's not going to replace the fact that you got to the title because of Luka. You didn't get to the title because of Kyrie last year. Kyrie's not better than Luka, so the trade-off doesn't matter.
They represent what they wanted to do was represent a zig and the zag. They're like, we're gonna be the most difficult matchup in terms of our front line. You're not gonna be able to score on us. We're gonna have a tower of power underneath, and then I don't think they were gonna have enough scoring with just Kyrie, but I think you can make a case. Like, we're gonna see what happens with the Lakers. The Lakers could lose first round to Minnesota, but the point of the whole thing is Nico is trying. I'm going to give him at least that. He's not trying to have them be worse. I think he made a wrong decision. He did make a wrong decision, but he's not trying to have the city turn against him. You know what I mean?
No, I don't think he anticipated the city turning against him the way he did. And I think once they have, I think he's defiantly... I think he has a genuine hatred for the people of Dallas. That's what I think. I think he hates that they think he...
Now?
Yeah, but I mean, I'm saying... I think when he initially made it, it was he had a hatred for Luka. I don't think this is I don't think it's a basketball decision at all. I think he's got to come up with a basketball justification for his hatred of, I don't want to work with him anymore. I don't care if it makes us worse necessarily. I'm just going to be glad to get this MFer out of here. I think he still thought they could win with AD, but it's a lie to say that, like, he is lying when he says he thinks they're better off with AD. I don't think he believes that at all. I think he thinks I can win with either one, and I don't want to win with him.
He needs to stop lying about Luka not wanting to re-sign here. But that's a separate segment in terms of my advice to try to fix any of this whatsoever. A lot of Mavs fans, 75% of the Tolos wanted them to lose last night, and they also wanted them to lose to get the next bombshell that we think could be coming from Tim McMahon, who joined us yesterday and said this on the Hoop Collective.
First of all, Dirk is completely turned off by this franchise. I'll have more on that coming out once they're eliminated, so probably Thursday morning. But like I asked, hey, why not seek Dirk's input? Why not seek Cuban's input? And he basically said if they're not in the building, they don't know what's going on. Now,
I mean, that's true on its... I mean, that's... Well, on this one, I'll agree with them.
Stay tuned for why Dirk's not in the building. And the reason Cuban's not in the building is because Nico made sure he got his butt kicked out of basketball operations once that sale went through.
Sounds petty. Sounds like somebody who just has a hatred for people and operates. He operates with a very personal disposition and an angry disposition.
Well, as I said yesterday, and Brian Windhorst has my back, so you can fight the credibility of Windhorst as well. If Dirk is not around day to day, I would just be placating him by asking him or taking his opinion into account. let's be real here. All right. I'm not going to take what DeMarcus Ware and Charles Haley really have to say about day-to-day player personnel moves when it comes to the Dallas Cowboys. I know the fans like to hear that, and we all have this imaginatory, is that a word? We all love to create these Hallmark cards that Michael Irvin should pick the next receiver and DeMarcus Ware should pick the next linebacker. It's not reality. So Windhorse, agree with me on that. And the Mark Cuban thing, it felt like Cuban was lied to or deceived about basketball control. But let me also point out, FAF, fair as you know what, coming from me, this city didn't want Mark Cuban in control of basketball operations anyway. So I know we have to try to separate a little bit. All right, we everything can't be 100% hatred. We got to be fair here and there. People hated Mark Cuban. They didn't want him. Why is Mark Cuban trying to be Jerry Jones, interfering in basketball operations? I do believe he was cut out and lied to. Part of the agreement was basketball ops, but we didn't want Mark Cuban to control basketball decisions anyway. Will you give me that?
Yeah, I don't think we wanted him to control that, but we also didn't want Nico with full power. That's become a ridiculous position. That and by the way, Nico.
But we want our GMs. To not be interfered with. That is also a sports reality that we always preach. David Tepper, stop picking the quarterback. Dan Snyder, don't draft Haskins because he went to school with your son. Now, McMahon also said yesterday the absolute zero checks and balances. That's the thing with DeMont. Like, DeMont doesn't seem to be stepping in whatsoever, even though he did step in and say, you do that stupid media session, which Shams reported yesterday. But they appear to have given Nico way too much control.
To me, that's the thing, is that we're still talking about turning over all basketball operations to a guy whose qualifications were, I sold shoes and I washed Kobe's laundry once, and that makes me a basketball expert.
Well, he made moves to get them in the finals.
Yeah, he made moves that still to this day are so...
I have to remind you that they made the finals, and Daniel Gafford and PJ and Kyrie are under his watch.
Yeah, Daniel Gafford and PJ. Why are Daniel Gafford and PJ here? Because Kuzma said no. That's why they're here.
Okay.
Kuzma said no. So
moves happen all the time over mistakes. Dak Prescott is here because they couldn't get Connor Cook.
Right, and I don't give them credit for finding Dak. That was an accident. This is an accident.
You still get
this is an accident with him. Kyrie, we've all said that was a desperation move that they went for, where they just went, we got to have something. What they did mess up in the process was the Brunson thing. The Kuzma issue was a total fluke. That's why they ended up with those guys. And ever since then, the trades that he did get through, the AD one and the Caleb Martin one, were awful. He is a bad GM. He is a bad man, and he is anti-Dallas. He's anti-fan. He's anti-winning. He is the worst possible person to have this. And like Tim McMahon said yesterday on Hoop Collective, he has set them up for the 90s all over again, when that arena was empty. And I'm kind of wishing they win a game because I want to see that empty arena for 2 games.
Here's Tim McMahon with the dark and gloomy forecast.
Christian Clark with The Athletic asked him a little bit later, hey, when those picks are due, do you envision yourself as a general manager? The man said, I've got 3 years left on my contract. I plan on finishing that. In other words, he ain't going to be holding the bag. This is what happens when you let somebody who's got a very short-term view make long-term decisions. Your franchise gets completely bleeped for the long term. This thing is dark in Dallas, and it's going to get worse. This is going to be potentially a 90s type of disaster of a franchise in Dallas.
Defense wins championships.
Defense wins championships. Fantex is lit up, courtesy of Franklin Franco at 877-881-1053. Give it to us, Pepe.
You got about a split decision here. A lot of people who hate agreeing with Bobby do like Bobby. You have some that said Sean's right here. But look, 817, nice win by the Mavs. To hell with the haters. 214, I'm mad at the trade, but I don't want the Mavs to lose. And then you have some saying you can't justify what we got in return. Not a basketball move by Nico.
I agree. The return is unjustifiable, but he's not trying. He's not trying to lose.
I don't think
he's not trying to sink it.
I don't think
it's like Tim told us yesterday. He doesn't think he's wrong.
I think he thinks they could still win with AD. I don't think he really thinks they're better. I don't. There's no way you can. If you can't, that is a legitimate.
You don't think
bordering on mental illness?
No, you don't think that he thought. Again, I don't want to go too far with you here. I've done an amazing job of being calm, but having a basketball discussion about what he built, I don't want to expose you here too much. I know you're a football guy.
Please do. I want you to.
Go. I think that there is a strong chance Nico thinks what the roster we have is a better championship contender than the roster we had with Luka. I know they got to the finals. They did get worked in the finals. He just believed that the intangibles and the defense and all these other things that may be prehistoric in terms of the way you build your team, he thought that they would have a better chance to win a title, even though it feels way, 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 way too personal.
Do they even get to the title last year with AD there instead of Luka?
I don't know.
Probably not. They don't win it, and they were the best defensive team in the NBA the last quarter of the year last year.
Okay, but no one is going to mistake them. Luka was still going to have defensive questions.
Sure.
He's planning on them being this lockdown, quadruple tower of personnel.
Like Tim said yesterday with us, though, it's a lie to say that he thought that was their biggest issue because he went out and got Klay Thompson. He made that their priority. He's a worse defender than Luka.
Yeah, but that's a little unfair from Tim to say as well. Just because you add a shooter doesn't mean
it was your
you
main
can add
though.
You can add a player, and it doesn't. I'm not going to indict your entire offseason because of they still needed shooting, and it did pay off last night as Klay Thompson goes nuts in the second quarter, and Klay had a little message for the Metroplex after.
Well, this was a great test for us. I mean, Sacramento's crowd is one of the best in the league, and it was electric in here to start the night. And this is what's going to prepare us to come when we go to Memphis. We know how talented that group is, and they have a great home court. But like you said, Scott, a lot of these guys have had Spiles experience, and a lot of guys are hungry to have an experience like that. And when you combine our young athletes with the veterans we have, we can hopefully continue this season and give it everything we have because we want to give the city of Dallas something to be proud of, at least especially with their energy and effort. And
I wonder how many of the players have PJ's energy that they're a little sick of all of us just being 1,000% negative. I wonder how many get it, understand, and agree versus it's us against the world, including DFW. I just wonder that. When I saw the way they came out yesterday with PJ Washington and the energy and the attitude and Klay Thompson, I'm like, they probably feel like it's them against the entire world. I wonder how many of them are actually trying to play for Nico. I know PJ came out with those comments weeks and weeks ago.
PJ can go too. I'm serious. PJ can go too. If you want to if he wants to align himself with somebody who has consistently attacked the people who support and built the organization, then he can go too.
So how did Nico attack the fans?
Are you kidding? They throw them out of the building. They throw them out of the building for any resistance. He continuously talks down to them. This is a completely anti-fan,
he doesn't talk.
Anti-city administration.
He doesn't talk.
No, he has his muscle do it and then throw him out. He's a loser. He's a complete loser. And honestly, Adam Silver, this is issue number 1, showing what a spineless little meow he is too, because he refuses to do anything even behind the scenes to go, you guys got to get your ass in order.
Let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on, and then we'll get to the most local stories in radio.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of tickets to see the Arlington Renegades take on the DC Defenders on Sunday, April 27th at Choctaw Stadium in Arlington. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
We'll have one more Renegade ticket giveaway tomorrow during the Commercial-Free Expressway. One of our favorite football guests that we always link up with at the Super Bowl, Thomas Dimitroff, will preview the Cowboys draft at 8 o'clock this morning. But let's get local.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
Where is Dale Hansen? Where is he today to rant against? I miss his little cursive signature to tell us what a loser Nico is.
Does
or whatever.
Leslie do the cursive too? Does everyone? How many people on TV have their own signature?
I don't know that
up there.
I don't know that Leslie can hold a pen without it slipping out his fingers from all the hair gel he has in his hands. that might be tough for him. That's the only time I would take a Dale Hansen rant is right now against Nico Harrison. I would be interested in that.
Nico Harrison.
Yeah. Let me tell you about it, but then he would inevitably turn it into something that has to do with like, starving Guatemalan children or something. Like that's typically what Dale would do. All right, we are doing the Neighborhood Watch here on 105.3 The Fan, and I love some good tea. That's what I do. I'm going to eliminate the names from this. I will say where this is. But there is a post that is going super viral in all the Facebook community groups in Dallas. So I saw this in Louisville. I saw it in Mesquite. I saw it in, I think I also saw it in Dallas County, that Facebook group. But everybody keeps sharing this post from a mom that occurred on Tuesday. And this is from somebody who is in Forney ISD. It's an elementary school in Forney ISD. That's as far as I'll go. But it's this mom who says, this is her lengthy post about the school administration there. She says, since you wanted to make a scene today, assistant principal, who's also, I might add, a recovering drug addict, when I calmly asked about the next steps for my son's teacher after months of no improvement and continued mistreatment, well, here's the stage you were desperate for. You didn't want, you wanted the attention, you wanted the floor, you wanted to be dramatic and completely disrespectful instead of addressing the real issue. A teacher who has been mistreating a student for months. You didn't want solutions, you wanted to deflect, defend your friend, and shut me down, but what you won't do is silence me. So now you've got the spotlight, and this time you don't control the narrative. Here's the stage. Let's talk about what's really going on at Blank Elementary in Forney ISD, because I've been dealing with it firsthand since December. I've brought multiple serious concerns to the assistant principal and the principal about how the teachers treat the students, not just my son, but other children in our neighborhood as well. And guess what? Their parents are saying the exact same thing I am. The way these teachers speak to and treat our kids is completely inappropriate. Students have said they feel uncomfortable, disrespected, and even unmotivated to come to school. That's a problem. And what's been done by the school? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I followed the proper steps, documented the concerns, reported everything since December. But every time it gets dismissed because the teachers involved are friends, quote unquote, with the administration. Today, everything became more clear. When I brought up another serious concern, I asked the assistant principal, since she knows these teachers so well, if she also knew that one of the third grade teachers is a stripper with an active page posting school photos, her husband and their family. Her response, she said, everybody already knows that. And she claims that it was, quote, the teacher's sister who stole her identity. I'm sorry.
So she didn't want the stage. She wanted the main stage.
Next up on the stage, Candy. I'm sorry. Make it make sense. How is it her sister and identity theft at the same time? Why is the page still up and active? Why is this woman posting current pictures from inside the school? If this is identity theft, does the sister hang out at the school too? This is the story you're sticking with? This is what the administration wants us to believe? Let's be real. This isn't just unprofessional. It's insulting to parents who are trying to hold this school accountable. Meanwhile, when I advocate for my son, when I speak up about the real issues, like how these teachers talk down to our kids and how our concerns are ignored, the assistant principal threatens to, quote, have me arrested. And not once, not one time, has either of these women actually addressed the real issue by talking to the teacher directly to see what's going on. And she goes on for another probably...
Yeah, don't read the rest.
Yeah, no, that was it. But just absolutely trashing it. And I will say, this is something that I've noticed, at least the angle here that I'm getting at, is there have been a lot of issues I've noticed in these DFW school areas about there's too much of clickiness among the teachers who that it's like locking arm in arm and just making sure, all right, we're gonna hold a united front here. Almost, and I mean, I know they are in a union, but almost unionized, where it's like, hey, solid front here. We've got one friend who is a teacher who has tried to, at a new school, follow the way that they're supposed to do things with curriculum and guidelines and the way they're supposed to do things. And there's an older guard of teachers there who don't want to do it the new way. And so they refuse. And when she brings this up as an issue, she's been met with such resistance that she's now basically like isolated from all the teachers. And the teachers don't like let her into the group and has made it to where she might have to leave.
What is the issue? There's so much there. Is it the teachers are mistreating the kids? Is it that the teacher is an adult entertainer? Is it that they're tight with the administration? I'm confused.
So the issue here is mainly from this mom is the issue of they feel like the teachers are too mean to the students.
Yes.
And
nothing's going to be done because they're tight with the administration.
And basically that's it. Nothing's going to be done. And the evidence of this is, look at this stuff that's going on with this one teacher here, and you have done nothing to address it. And that's clear. If you weren't so tight with them and had this issue, this is something that would already be addressed. This is something that you would have handled. And this is all something that we kind of ran into a little bit last year with one of our kids, where they felt like one of the teachers was a little too intense at times.
Yeah.
And I get it. It's frustrating because I'm sure you're standing up there.
How many of your children have you taught how to record secretly?
None. No, they don't have to sit in meetings with Nico Harrison yet. That comes in high school. But the entire setup was something where we had one of our kids who was like sick every day almost, where she was like, we don't get to do this, or we end up having to have recess inside because one kid does something and then none of us get to go out, and it's not fair. And we ran into a little bit this year. Addison, she's in middle school now, and I was complaining about this at the break with you. The STAR testing stuff, which is stressful for everybody, teachers involved. I think you'll hear from a lot of teachers how much they dislike STAR testing because they're like, it puts way too much emphasis on this. It stresses out the teachers and the students, and you're teaching to a test instead of teaching them to be competent at just in general being where they're supposed to be.
Yeah.
And it's gotten to the point that I think it's ridiculous that I tried to offer to Addison, hey, I'll bring you lunch since you got STAR testing, and she said, I can't. I was like, why can't I bring you lunch? And she said, we're not allowed to leave the classroom at all during STAR testing. And she said, we can't go to lunch. We have to eat our lunch inside. And no matter whenever you're finished, they've all got to sit in the room until the last one is finished because they don't want the students potentially talking and tipping off things with the test.
What is wrong with that?
Because to me, the whole thing with the STAR, first off,
I don't want you to cheat.
I get that you don't want to have the conversation issue of it. You got to have some common sense, in my opinion, to the point of just like you're locked into the room. All right, well, that just feels almost like punitive.
You take the test. I mean,
if that's what you're worried about, then the test is wrong. That as a standard is wrong if you feel you have to lock kids into the room.
Oh, Bobby.
Hit me.
This is a result of you being homeschooled. Taking the ACT, SAT. All of us are figuring out ways to cheat.
Okay.
Just shut up for a second. We all want to cheat. I'm looking off next to me. This is me. I'm sure RJ Choppy would agree. What can I have on my calculator on my TI-83 when I go to the bathroom? What can I have that I use off my practice tests? This is where my mind goes with it. So, wow, you have to stay in a room. You act like they're being sentenced at Alcatraz. They have their lunch to eat in there. They don't want these little cheaters to go into the bathroom or have Bobby, answer 5 questions for the test, and that's it. You take the test, and then you leave the room. You're going on this academic crusade because you've never taken a test amongst friends because you took them all in the kitchen. What are you talking about? You're overreacting.
Look, yeah, I know I was homeschooled. Just means I'm statistically smarter than both you and Chop. I know I'm smarter than Chop. His 116 school placement in a class of 123.
Gosh.
But no,
Nico's arrogant.
the issue, mine is earned at least. The issue here is that, to me, it's like your ACT and your SAT, what you're talking about, that was a standardized score, right? For a test that's so ridiculous that they make it to where we don't even know what a passing score is when we enter. We create the passing score based on what did everybody score this year.
Yeah, I can't comment too much on the STAR testing. I don't know. I'm just assuming they don't want cheating. Pepe, you had to have taken it, right?
Yeah, this was the same with the tax test early on. It's. I mean, they want the environment to be secure. It's like, okay, you and the test, that's it. Like they don't want you to go anywhere. They don't want you to feel the need to take out all your phones or whatnot. But it's just what they do. It's how it's always been. It's nothing new, and that's what a bunch of the fan text is saying. It's nothing new here.
But no, I know it's nothing new. I'm not saying it's new. I'm saying it's stupid. And look, when you've got basically the entire group of teachers across the state that think it's stupid, the test, because it has been coached up to just, here's your one day, then yeah, they've got to place all sorts of ridiculous emphasis on it, like we can't have anybody leave the room, we got to have this whole thing. Like, it's stupid to the point that, and it stresses out students and teachers way too much. Way too. There's so many kids we've known who've gotten like sick on the day of the STAR test because they're so stressed out.
Learn some composure. Suck it up.
At 11,
be like Klay in the second quarter. Get your stuff together.
Anyway, speaking of schools, Dallas area schools, this was so quiet. I didn't hear a ton about this. Did you hear about the? There's like a high school shooting in Dallas, DFW this week.
No,
there was one where 4 kids were hurt at Wilmer Hutchins High School after a shooting, and it's something that. Like largely
just hurt though.
They weren't killed. They were hurt. But yeah, this was a shooting where 4
and how about by the way the Frisco kid getting out on bail? I thought I was going to see
Carmelo Anthony
riots and everything over that. I didn't follow it that closely, but I had just seen the headline he was getting out on bail.
He ended up.
Do we have a follow up on that with video or truth or A little more accuracy?
No. In fact, like we keep seeing, there are all these different things that continue to go viral of just different posts where then Frisco police come and go, well, this isn't actually true. Y'all stop sharing this. This isn't like, you're saying this came from the police department. It didn't. This isn't anything accurate. This didn't happen here. But no, he's actually out on bail for right now. And so that's just kind of where that stands at this moment. But ended up posting bail. Judge ended up, I think, actually judge lowered what the initial bond was supposed to be. But yeah, that one still kind of is up there. But that's, when you look at social media, both sides that's getting very intense and uncomfortable, and it's becoming so much more, it feels like, of a societal lines drawn kind of issue, which to me it should just be an issue of like, can we figure out what happened and was it wrong or not?
Yeah.
Like that should be the end goal here, not predetermining an outcome and then saying, all right, let's fall down on those lines based on it.
Yep.
But 4 people, this is from Fox 4, 4 people have non-life-threatening injuries, and 1 person is in serious condition because of a shooting at Wilmer Hutchins High School in Dallas that happened on Tuesday. Dallas ISD confirmed the suspect, 17-year-old Tracy Haynes, was taken into custody on Tuesday night. A law enforcement source told Fox 4 the suspected shooter turned himself in at Lou Sterrett Justice Center around 9 p.m. Tuesday's shooting happened almost exactly a year after a similar shooting on the Southeast Dallas campus. And there's a video, and I saw it during one of the breaks, and I didn't grab it yet because I haven't been able to figure out if it's real or not, so I don't want to post it if it's not. But there was a video, social media video, allegedly of this kid who committed the shooting, driving around and telling people like, yeah, I just did that and I had to do it because these kids were threatening to kill me all week and they've been going after me. And so this was about, I just had to defend myself. I'd rather go to jail defending myself than to do something like this. But they were threatening me and I was tired of it and I had to do something. And so this is what I ended up doing. This are the things that I had to do from it. All right. So also this is actually from Odyssey.com. KRLD had this story. I sent this to Kristen yesterday and she was distraught. You know, we were in our meeting on Monday and Gavin Spittle was very complimentary of Kristen's salsa that she makes.
Yeah.
And he was like, man, how much she needs to jar that and sell it.
He said he'd be willing to buy individual bottles.
And I was like,
of this salsa.
She'd probably just make it for you for free. Not after this news. Not after this news. Tomato and salsa prices around North Texas are expected to skyrocket, potentially up 21%, Sean, due to the tariffs on Mexico. So the tariffs now, if you're a big salsa eater, if you incorporate a lot of tomatoes, that's another price that's about to just jump up on you coming up. So
I've never been more happy with my ability to cook at home. I just can't look at these menus and these prices. I can't look at cocktail menus, really. We're supposed to go somewhere in a few weeks, and I was just scouting the restaurant. Every single cocktail was $16. $16 for a mixed drink. It's insanity. It is crazy. And I'm like, hey, man, every day when I go to that freezer, I just think of the money that I'm saving. The leftovers that I make my family eat on the 4th straight day. I'm thinking of the money that I'm saving.
Dude, getting alcohol for like a gift is like gold now. It's like, please, thank you. Like,
right?
Anything, just give me something there. It can be a small bottle, handle, whatever. Just give me something.
You see how much stuff I sent to Choppy for his wedding?
No.
That RJ thanked me for? You didn't see the wild fork?
No, I don't think so.
The steak and the sea bass.
He has Chop muted on social media. This is him exposing himself.
Why do you have him muted?
I don't have it.
Right. RJ's his favorite. All that was for like $120. And it was, you just got to find your values. But man, just going to your Uber Eats, I have to turn it off. Yeah. I won't get sushi unless it's a 2-for-1. I don't like telling Amanda I'm getting 2-for-1 fish. But it's been successful. I won't get it unless it's 2-for-1 a deal.
Who instilled the frugalness in you? Was that your mom or your dad?
My dad is cheapskate. Oh my God. The lemons at the restaurant, he would take them, pack them, and he doesn't eat any of it. He doesn't want microwave French fries at home, which are awful. He's not going to squeeze the lemon into his tea the next day, but all the lotion, he's got a bag of just hotel condiments of salts, peppers, little lotions. We had to stop him from the hand towels. It got out of control. But no, the frugalness for me came from him.
Do you have Easter plans this weekend? Anything y'all are doing? Are y'all going to do photos or anything?
Oh gosh, I don't have enough time for it. I need more time to rant tomorrow.
Well, you might be safe. there is bad weather in the forecast for Easter weekend. Storms that could bring hail, flooding, and even tornado risks all weekend, according to Fox 4. They say as it approaches.
Oh, God. I hope my in-laws are not listening right now.
Severe storms across the Metroplex will be picking up over the weekend.
I have a photo shoot tomorrow after the show and then going to Canton. So I'm driving in the weather. I hope the in-laws are not listening. You're coming with us. You don't have a choice. I need help with Ava. And the kids are out of school, so I definitely need you. All right, there it is. An electric expressway with Bobby Roberto Bell. Chop is on his way to Italy for the honeymoon. One of our favorites at the Super Bowl is going to join us next. Thomas Dimitroff on the Cowboys in the draft. Next on 105 through the Fan. And
forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Draft 101 tonight with Broadus, Bobby, and Zach Wolchuk here in the building downstairs. What time does that start, Bob?
6:45. The doors will open, and we'll be hanging out. We'll have free food from Whataburger, so that'll be good right there. And then also, myself, Brian Broadus, Zach Wolchuk, answering all your draft questions.
Chop is honeymooning in Italy, so it's Sean Sharif and our Cowboys insider with you on your home of America's team. The Real Thing next Thursday with the best round one and draft coverage around. One of our favorites from the Super Bowl is joining us right now, the former Falcons general manager, part of Sumer Sports, Thomas Dimitroff, back with us on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, man. How are you?
Gentlemen, great to be here. Choppy's out? I mean, I thought he was on like a bench press comp somewhere in Vegas.
I know. He came back to us one day at the Super Bowl and said, I was over there with Dimitroff for like 10, 15 minutes. So I was afraid you'd be disappointed that we had you on and he wasn't here. So I'm a little bit worried about that. But yeah, he's out repping it somewhere in between. Give me an Italian stereotype.
I don't know, meatballs.
Oh, meatball. Way to go, Bob. Very easy. Thomas, how do you view the draft today differently with Sumer and everything else compared to when you were Falcons GM?
It's a great question. I think I'm so much more open-minded to the understanding of augmenting appropriately, keyword, with proper data out there, right? I think a lot of us were flying by the seat of our pants. Not that we weren't good, and not that there's not a lot of really good football men out there, but I think we are short-sighted, generally speaking, by not utilizing the data as a supplement. And I think that's where I would have been a lot more aggressive, and I would be if I ever got back into that position.
Okay, so give us an example using the data and how it's not being utilized in terms of what?
Yeah, look at it this way. When you're writing up players and you're subjectively having your scouts, their eyes on it, on the players, and they write up 30 metrics for a quarterback, for instance, I would 100% require my data group to provide a sort of juxtaposition line on as many of those position specifics that we could pull data into so we could compare, i.e. short accuracy. We watch a quarterback, we evaluate him with our eye, and then we take the short accuracy from the data, and we decide where the differences are, and we dig in. That's a great example of how I do it on many, many elements of the game.
So I'm going to give you an RJ theory and see what you think. Because of the miss rate in the first round, RJ sometimes takes shots at personnel evaluators, and he'll say, you don't really know what quarterback's going to be better. You just know you need a quarterback, so pick one. So if the Giants don't love Shador, they should still pick him because there's a 50% chance that they're wrong and you fix your quarterback position. What do you think of that?
I think it's tough to be to throw a dart at 50%. If that's truly what you're alluding to, that's not. Maybe you're exaggerating a little bit on that respectfully, but I think chances are going to be taken. We know at that position, and we know at the defensive end, pass rushers, so many mistakes are made. It takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of planning. You also not only have to get the player right, but you better make sure that your offensive coordinator and your head coach have the right game plan to make sure you're not putting that new quarterback in a spot. Matt Ryan, we threw him 22 to 25 times. We had Michael Turner around him. Eventually we had Tony Gonzalez. Get the right people around him and don't extend them early. That's a big key. So I say it's just very important to make sure you know what you have. Now, by the way, the last thing is you better make sure that personality is going to be able to be handled by that organization, i.e. Shador. Great family, of course, his dad, et cetera, but that kid is on top of it. And if you don't have the confidence and the swagger as a GM and a head coach to deal with it, I think it can be the wrong situation. Not suggesting that with the Giants at all, just suggesting in general.
Former GM Thomas Dimitroff here on 105.3 The Fan. You interviewed with the Titans, right?
I did.
What would you do with their number one pick? And did you have to have that answer already for them whenever you interviewed months ago?
I did have to have that answer. That was one of the things I addressed. There's no question I have not been notorious for trading back. I've always been a trade-up guy because I'm about not sitting on your hands. Man, you have to be aggressive in this league, and you can't just wait for things to happen. That said, when you're at one and the availability to move back 5, 10, 15 spots and gain a lot of draft booty is a very attractive element. However, Tennessee, the more I dig into that, you realize they need someone to spin the ball. I know they have Levis there, and they're trying to figure out if that's right or wrong. But, man, to pass up an opportunity to get who you think might be the top. Now, this is a tough quarterback group. You guys know that. Not that they're not good, but the difference in this year's draft class from last year's, just recently, is significant. That's a big deal on Tennessee. Cam Ward, it seems like that should be their pick, though I would entertain right up to the minute to see what you could do on a lot of those other elements. They need a lot on their offensive line building, too.
How are you handling the Colorado duo? Travis Hunter comes in, and he goes, if I'm not playing two ways, he probably means, some. I'd rather not play football. How are you handling Hunter primary position, the two-way question, and then all of the noise with Shedeur?
Yeah, I think, first of all, I would say on the dual role thing, I mean, what separates this guy from many over the last few years, of course, is the ability to play both. Versatility. At every position, it's key. It makes you more money. It makes you more notorious at every level. This kid has the athleticism and the requisite speed and traits to thrive on both sides. Look, you need him as a corner coming out. There's a dearth of corners, I would say, more than there are receivers. I would also sprinkle him in as a receiver. To waste his abilities as a defensive back just playing receiver, I think is a short sight.
Thomas Dimitroff joining us here on 105 through the Fan. When you look at what the Cowboys need right now, they're sitting there at pick number 12, and it feels like the last few years for the Cowboys, they've been right on the edge of where people are talking about the first round grades might dry up. But when you look at Dallas at 12, where would you be looking at if you were at the Cowboys and say, all right, this is kind of where I think we might see a guy slide to us there at 12 that would really help out what we're looking for?
Well, look, I mean, it's very apparent that you guys need both a number two receiver and you need a strong running game. I mean, that running game, obviously, the back end of the 20s in a lot of categories, and I could dig into a lot of those Sumer analysis, but I won't right now. The reality is those are two needs. You know that, as well as corner, et cetera, et cetera. I know that there's a lot of talk out there about Tet McMillan coming there. He is a viable candidate for sure at that spot. Do you really want at 12 to take Ashton Jeanty? I mean, hell of a football player and back. Can build around him like the Falcons are building around their running back. Is that really the right move to make? I think they'd be better suited to build that number two receiver. They have defenses in your division, as you guys know, with both Philly, of course, and Washington, man, that are just rocking with defensive-minded coaches. And I think you have to up that game. We all know that. That's not magic, of course.
So Bijan, Saquon, Jahmyr Gibbs, they haven't totally changed your mind about that first-round running back value.
No, they have. They're wonderful players, and I think it's so great for our league to have them back in the stance of instead of just completely disregarding them. It was ridiculous, I thought. I'm a huge believer, again, very, very quickly, retroactively, what Michael Turner did for Matt Ryan in his development. I know you don't have a young quarterback, but an offense was vital for Matt's evolution, right? And you have to have that run game to take the pressure off your quarterback, whether he's aged or not. That's a big deal. I love what running backs do. I do concern myself that 4 years in of running a guy like Bijan Robinson, who is great, one of my favorites to play, how long does that last? And you have to think about it. However, this is a here and now time. You're exactly right. What about in 4 years you run the heck out of a guy like Jeanty, and then all of a sudden, you have to look at that. I think as a GM and as an owner/GM, you have to look at the value of that. And then you also have to think about the value. There are some other really good backs out there that I think you can get in day 2 and 3. Now, it's tough to pass up some of these special guys.
Thomas, we have this debate. When you talk about that first contract, I'm always saying no. I need the 2-contract player, especially if it's going to be a first-round pick. Others will say, will you go and get Zeke as a finishing piece, and you just come to terms with that second contract not being there or maybe haunting you? How do you view that with your first and second-round players?
It's a great point. I'm a huge believer in retention rate. It was one of the things I focused on a lot, and if you look back at the Falcons over those years that we were there, we were one of the highest retention rates because we have to build through the draft. We have to be mindful, be creative with the next contract. 100% agree with you. However, interestingly enough, it's not always that easy, right? There are things that play into it, and all of a sudden you have a character issue, you have an injury issue, whatever it may be, and then you're flailing on that second contract. It is imperative as much as possible to do that. And I think focusing on that and making sure that you have the complete package that way, so to speak, that you know that you're not going to be, can I say pissing up the proverbial tree? I don't. The reality is, as a team builder, I mean, it's so important to make sure that you have that in mind, and you have to approach it that way. If it comes up short, you look your owner in the eye, you take a deep gulp as a PPD or whoever it is answering to Jerry, and you're like, all right, well, we missed on that, and move forward.
Which receiver would you prefer if you were here in Dallas and you were looking at that 12th pick? If Tetairoa McMillan's there along with Matthew Golden from Texas, who seems to be building up a lot of buzz, two different type of receivers, which one would you prefer for what Dallas does?
Well, I think, with CD being who he is and how special he is, he's for sure a top 10, right, and most of where he is. I like the idea of Tet because I think his size is a good complement. We had a lot of success with good sized, strong receivers in Atlanta. Obviously Julio Jones, but Roddy White, and we were thriving there. And then have your third as a guy that has more, movement ability is how I look at that. I think that's where I would go with it. I mean, there are some other great receivers out there. I mean, Torrey Horton is a hell of a receiver as well. Andrew Armstrong out of Arizona. Or Arkansas, excuse me, and there are some guys like that. There are some special players out there that are good-sized guy, Pat Bryant at Illinois. I think these are the kind of guys that I think you need to focus on and decide. But in the end, I just think that people aren't off on that. I think that is a really viable choice for you guys.
Thomas Dimitroff joined us here on 105 Through the Fan, talking a little bit about the NFL draft and what the Cowboys might have at their disposal. Let's say McMillan does get snatched up before 12, as a guy who initially it seemed like was getting talked about as a top 5 type of player. If McMillan's not there, which direction do you think would make sense for the Cowboys? Would it be something in the trenches, maybe go get an offensive lineman like Kelvin Banks, or potentially say, all right, let's address something on the defensive line, get a guy with some upside like Michael Williams? Which direction would you go if the receivers get a little tapped out by the time you get to 12?
Well, I agree with you. I mean, I would love for Dallas to get back to building that O-line with the losses that they had this year. With the retirements and such, I just think that would be a great place to go. There are some damn good interior offensive linemen and O linemen, honestly, that have tackle/guard ability, back to versatility. I think this is a really cool draft to mess around in that area, so to speak, and that's where I would probably go. I don't know if the receiver isn't there again, back to drafting that high as a running back. I'm not sure if that is where I'd go. But there are some great edge rushers and interior D linemen that I think that you guys could benefit from greatly as well. I'm playing the fence here, guys, but the reality is this is a good draft to be in the middle of the draft, middle to the front of the draft like you guys are in Dallas, to land someone who can be a game changer. And then you'll continue to build through the beginning, the 12s, all the way through the rounds. I think you can pull off some legitimate players.
All right, so Dallas, you mentioned there's a deeper draft. Stephen Jones talked about this the other day, that they feel like it's maybe not top heavy, but it stretches pretty deep. They don't have a 4th rounder, so if they were to trade back, when you were in the league, who would you look at and go, oh, I know this guy will be, there's a good chance this guy would be itching to come up. Like you said, you're a trade up guy. Who do you look around to the league and say, that's a trade up guy, that's probably somebody they should give a call to?
Well, just so you guys know, I worked the line like a madman prior to the drafts. I was on the phone probably 2 weeks before, gauging everyone's interest. I think it wasn't in any way like kind of flippant and people going, oh, TD's calling again, trying to trade and trying to garner information. But it's imperative as a general manager to be aggressive that way so you can set the tone going into the draft, as you're suggesting, narrowing it down to 5, 6, or 7 guys. I mean, look, there are certain guys out there. Howie is always going to be. You're never going to do that. I'm just using him as an example in Philly. I can't imagine in division trading. I'm not a fan of that as much as possible. It really agitates me. But there are guys in line like that who I think are aggressive like that. And I would say right now, you're putting me on the spot, so I can't really give you an answer. I know there are people out there that are on the edge of their seat. They're waiting for calls, and the last thing they're waiting for is throw out a scenario to them and whet their appetite and have them interested in calling you back closer to the draft or on draft day.
Thomas, give us a refresher again on Sumer.
Sumer Sports right now, sumersport.com. Obviously, we're really excited. We have 600 years of NFL experience. We are a combination of subjective, which is the eye scout, as well as the objective, which is 50-plus data scientists and engineers in this group that work really diligently. So we get the propeller heads. God bless them. I love them. That's not disrespectful. And the foot heads. And we're working together, and we work well together. We check and balance each other as an organization. We are roster management. Remember, we're not game time decision making. We're about roster management, roster building. Honestly, for both the NFL and NCAA, we're really breaking hard into the NCAA as well. We're excited about it.
Great to have you back on, man. Sorry you missed Choppy. Knock out a chin up for him, and we'll catch up with you next time. Enjoy the draft.
Thanks, guys. Always great.
The great Thomas Dimitroff on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Did Klay Thompson justify his signing last night against the Kings? Mavs, Rangers, Stars, next on the...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
First 214-4817-333-3233 with Frankel. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to Cardinals record attorneys in Dallas.
Meanwhile, the Mavs this quarter, 5 of 6 from 3. Williams has 2 triples. Thompson with his fourth. Klay Thompson catching fire.
ESPN with the call, the Klay redemption after he went 0 for 10 as a member of the Warriors against the Sacramento Kings. He finally breaks it. I think he missed his first 2 last night, so it was an 0 for 12 streak in his head a little bit. But Klay Thompson goes off in the second quarter with, 4 threes in 3 minutes. They blow away the Sacramento Kings, and the Dallas Mavericks are 1 win away in Memphis tomorrow night from moving on as the official number 8 seed against the Oklahoma City Thunder. You had Anthony Davis lead the way with 27 points. I love the attitude that PJ Washington brought. And then you got 3 quick threes off the bench from Brandon Williams in that second quarter as well, as the Mavs scored 44.
Look, if you want to talk about bright spots, few as they've been over the last few months, Brandon Williams has absolutely been one. He's fun to watch. He's somebody who has been a legit contributor. He's a good story. That's great. Klay Thompson, awesome yesterday, that hot shooting streak he got into. There's still obviously a little bit of the feeling of like, what are you potentially costing yourself in terms of a chance to move up in the lottery? And what are you costing yourselves in terms of reinforcing bad decisions the more that you win? That's one of the things that I think you have to be concerned with.
Well, you have to feel good for Klay no matter what. You can want the Mavs to lose. 75% of the Tolos yesterday voted. They wanted the Kings to win that game. But you have to feel good for Klay. He's trying to sit there and hang on to what's left. Feels like he got bamboozled here because they were always planning on not re-signing Luka. And Klay got sold on being a final piece to try to win a title. Before this game, Klay was actually asked to grade himself. Grade yourself with your first Mavs season so far.
My season individually?
Yes.
Give it a B. I thought I shot the ball decent, nearly 40 from 3. I'm really grateful to play in 72 games and be a consistent presence in the lineup. That's something that I can really hang my hat on.
So that's great for him, too, to play 72 games. 14 points, 3.5 boards, 41% from the field on the season, 39% from 3. Were you expected more, less? Last night, of course, everyone's going to say that's why you bring in Klay Thompson for moments and games like that. He went from 18 a game with the Warriors last year to 14 this year.
Yeah, I think before the season when we talked about this, I think I had said I would expect him to do around that or do around Tim Hardaway Jr. numbers, like above that. And he shot it more efficiently than Tim Hardaway Jr. did, but he was not ever the type of impact that you wanted. Now, here's the other thing is that when Luka got traded, we talked about how his numbers with Luka in the lineup versus out of the lineup were night and day in terms of the efficiency because of what Luka does to collapse the defense and kick it out and get open looks for Klay. That was something where that was a big impact in terms of what he was going to be able to do. So playing so much time without Luka obviously impacted some of that. But yeah, this is this is about probably what you should have expected from Klay and his level of play at this point in his career as a guy who's 34, 35 years old and has had some of the injuries that he's had.
So they are 6.5-point underdogs to the Grizz. I thought the Mavs would win last night. I think they're going to lose tomorrow night. So you want to hang on to any type of draft hope and dreams and not want Nico to feel better about his decisions. I think you're going to get what you want, even though I don't want Ja Morant to succeed in any way.
Do you know what one of my favorite things to do with the Mavericks is now, by the way?
Turn it off?
Well, I mean, there's that. Every single day, I will just go over to their Twitter account randomly, and I just want to be like, let me look for a post and see what kind of reactions did that get. So yesterday I had to go to the hype video they posted with Kyrie all in it. And it goes, we're going to leave everything on the floor. And some of the responses they got, hopefully including Nico's letter of resignation. Somebody else just said Kyrie isn't playing, talking about how he was so prominent in their video.
All they do is use shields now. Anthony Davis was the shield to congratulate Paige Beckers, and they're desperate to include Kyrie in anything because they know that we won't attack him.
Aura edits don't really work for y'all right now. What are you going to leave on the floor? A pitiful roster? Just over and over and over again. People just crush anything they put out.
Put on the lie detector for Rick Welts in the meeting the other day. Asked about the CEO who compared the trade to Monte Ellis leaving town. Rick Welts was asked about all the financial losses and just bleeding, hemorrhaging money in merchandise and tickets and everything else. He said, well, we have a season ticket renewal rate between 75 and 80%. That doesn't mean that there's a segment of a fan base that doesn't feel alienated right now, and I think that we hear them. Do you believe that there has been a 75 to 80% season ticket renewal rate?
No. If there has been, then people who are talking behind the scenes to, various people in media are lying then, who have told people it's lower than that, and they've lost a lot of money.
Tolo Michael texted me yesterday. He's the ticket broker who has never hooked me up in 15 years. He just loves to show me what connections he has. He canceled yesterday. He sent me the letter saying, I'm done, I'm out, I'm over and done with. And he said that Newey and McMahon on with us yesterday were kind of the final nails in the coffin. The Newey Scruggs interview got as much great interview reaction as I've seen in a long time. So props to the new dog from NBC5 who joined us yesterday during the Expressway.
The YouTube on the comments on his video we posted yesterday, they loved his, you're not scared? This is the city that killed the president. You know that, right?
Damn. So I had someone ask me, say, yo, Sharif, you love interviews and all that stuff. What would you have asked in that meeting, or what do you think was left on the table? So I jotted down just some questions that I would have for follow-ups if I was invited to the secret room at the AAC. Why are we in this setting? Like, why did you set it up like this? It feels sketchy. Why are we doing it like this? They answered, do you regret the trade? Were you caught off? Have you been caught off guard in any way by the outrage? Nico said that he hoped that the vitriol would have subsided due to the performance of the championship caliber team. He never got the championship caliber team to put out there. I would have loved to ask Nico, do you feel unsafe in the arena? Why aren't you sitting in your seat?
Yeah.
When do you plan to return to your seat in the arena? I'm dying to know that, because he was in the stands yesterday in Sacramento. He said he's not thinking about stepping away. What do you say to those who believe that you operated a smear campaign against Luka, that you were unnecessarily cruel? And he would say, of course, well, we didn't leak any of that stuff. But then Patrick Dumont, in what he did with that recording, the speakerphone stuff with Brad Townsend.
Yeah, that was bad. Which, I mean, that has led to, we've heard some chatter that, like, they know Dumont's not good in front of a mic, and they're trying like crazy to try and find somebody around here to give him media training, and they haven't been able to find anybody really yet who's like willing to work with them, because they're so toxic.
Wow.
Nobody wants to align with them right now. They are
PR firms are saying thanks, but no thanks.
They're so terrified of being aligned with this just awful brand right now.
Do you have any PR regret with the way you handled anything? That could have been an opportunity for them to give a little bit and say, the fan thing out of the arena, the idea of censorship, we regret that. You know what I mean? Like, We regret that these Luka stories from somewhere, not us, have leaked about conditioning or not being all in or being a championship type guy. It'd be nice if they would have, admitted that we should have included Dirk in some of our statements. Would you want any do-overs? Would you like to do anything over again? What about Kyrie's timeline? Why the misunderstanding over Mark Cuban's personnel control, where it felt like Cuban got swindled and had the rug pulled out from under him? So those are some of my additional questions.
Is that not just an all-time snake move though? Like Mark Cuban brought him to gave him the role that he ultimately wanted.
No, I paid you $4 billion. I'm not snaking you. I gave you a $4 billion check.
Dumont did. I'm not talking about Dumont snaking him. I'm talking about Nico making the play that McMahon insinuated of, here's the guy who brought you in. I'm sure Nico represented it as, yeah, we're here, buddy. And then as soon as the sale went through, get him the hell out. Get him out.
Well, we'll see. McMahon thought he was dropping the article. Tim thought they were going to lose last night. So we'll preview that at 9. The Dirk and Cuban piece that at some point is going to come out.
I will say, by the way, I know Windhorst said yesterday, Dirk's not part of the organization. As much as he's a figure, you can't necessarily run everything by him. I think the biggest offense and the reason why it's different when we've talked about other individuals like Michael Irvin, like you mentioned.
Tony Romo shouldn't have a say in Cowboy personnel. But he could say over a beer, Aikman, hey, I heard about this kid. I like this kid.
Sure, but who's number one? Who's on a level with Dirk maybe in Jerry's? Michael Irvin probably is the one that's on a level with him. If Michael Irvin had, like we've heard, communicated as frequently.
He handed in Jalen Smith's Hall of Fame plaque.
Right, but I'm saying if he were to say, I want to be part of the organization, I want to have a role, like you've given to Michael Finley.
Yes.
And seemingly is being froze out of that. That's the bigger issue to me than the issue of.
I'd have to be convinced that Dirk wants that big of a role.
Not that big, but I think he wants to be involved. I think he does want a place. I think he's wanted a spot in there. It's like we talked about with Moose Johnston. Moose Johnston clearly wants to be in personnel. Why hasn't he been given any sort of a shot here? Why hasn't he been given any sort of a small role to develop that? The Cowboys have shown that willingness before. It just feels like Dirk has shown a willingness to be involved in the organization, and the Dumont era has not allowed him to be.
Meanwhile, maybe you are all out on the Mavs, and you are watching Corey Seager heat up.
2 outs and the 0-1. Swinging a looping drive to center field, a base hit. Berger scores. Tavares comes home and scores. Simeon goes first to third. It's a 2-run single for Corey Seager, and the Rangers extend their lead. It's 3-0.
Jared Sandler with the call on this station. You're home for Rangers baseball. They beat the Angels 3-1. How about Patrick Corbin? 5 1/3, 1 run, 6 strikeouts. Seager and Berger with 3 hits apiece, and nice job by the bullpen. 3 2/3, no runs, given up with work post Corbin. So the Rangers 2-0 against the Angels. Next game tonight, Kumar with that lopsided ERA. Out on the mound, 6:30 pregame, first pitch 7.
Dude, I was looking at the wins above replacement. I was actually just going to look, and I was curious how much did their average jump by getting all those hits yesterday, which they're up to 218 now from 205, so that took a significant jump for one game. But I'm now seeing the wins above replacement in the side column there. Marcus Simeon is minus 0.5.
Oh.
You've got minus 0.3 for Jake Berger, and then minus 1, a full 1 is Jock Peterson. It's just...
You got a great personality, though.
0.065. I've blown a 0.065 before.
Why this Cowboys legend is putting Cowboy players on notice about Brian Schottenheimer. That's next in Below the Belt, 105.3 The Fan. But I'm putting you on...
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it, Saffron Squad?
Segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Michael Irvin is putting the pressure on the Dallas Cowboys. Not Jerry Jones, not Brian Schottenheimer, but those players. More on that in just a second. Tonight, we've got Draft 101 here in the Odyssey showroom, 4131 North Central Expressway. The doors will open at 6:45. So come on out, get in line. You're going to want to have your spot for Draft 101 this evening.
So what usually ends up being asked? Is it more about prospects, or are you guys explaining how you get to your opinions?
So last year was the first one I had done, and that was like 2 hours. And the first hour was just us having discussions. And then the second half of it, Then the second half of it was questions from people. And so they would just ask different things about, what do you think about this player at 12? Or maybe broader questions about how to do things. It usually pertains directly to this current draft and thoughts on players, less so about process and how we do things.
How much knowledge do you find the common sports fan has about draft prospects. Like, to me, it feels like surprising how much people know about second and third rounders.
Yeah, anybody who's come into this, especially tonight, I feel like usually it's become like a niche thing that they're really interested in. It is kind of like when we've talked about, you said before, and Choppy's mentioned before, the whole NFL's number one, and then college football's probably number two, and then it's like, MLB, NBA, like that in terms of national interest.
Yeah, I mean, I've said that for 15 years. Choppy finally realized how dominant the NFL is.
I said you first, but I do think that you're starting to see that it can go as deep as NFL's number one, college is number two, NFL draft is number three, NFL free agency is number, like, those are things people are interested in more than the entirety of other sports.
Yeah.
And so, Brian's always said it'd be great if we didn't have to play the games. If we didn't have to play the games, I'd love it, because it could just be the thrill of search. Because
you have to see if you're right or wrong.
Right, but he's just talking about the agony of when you watch a game and your stomach's turning. Like, he gets physically ill watching every second of a game, even though he's not in it anymore. That's got to be something Sandler auctions off for his charity one day. Is just come in here and quietly watch. You could watch from behind the glass. Watch Brian Broaddus watch a game and watch how intense he gets. He just starts throwing stuff, or he'll complain, and then at the end of it, he just goes.
I don't even like talking to him at practice. I don't. I go out of my way not to talk to him. I tried to, like, early on in the years, but he was so focused. He had the little ducklings following him, the nosebleed ducklings, with all the microphones, and he just
all about the tuna.
Very intense march down the sidelines, and I just let him go. I just sit back. I'm trying to think, who do I talk to out there? No, I talk to Nui a lot.
You talk to me while I'm out there when we're in the same spot. You want to watch the quarterbacks usually, I feel like.
Yeah.
And I want to watch everything.
You like to move too. You move around too much for me. I need to find the shade.
That's true. Yeah, but it is Brian it's so funny. I always love draft season because inevitably the Cowboys just see things differently, and they pick somebody that Brian didn't want with the first pick or the second pick. Every year, this phrase will pass Brian's lips during draft coverage. He'll have his hands on his head, and he'll go, "These guys don't care what we think." It's like he's trying to justify to himself, like, "Look, we did all this work, but at the end, they don't care. I don't know why we do this."
Yes.
And so he loves this season. He's going to be.
When does he start to crack during the? Well, we should talk about this next week. But when does he start the draft coverage crack?
Day 3, everybody's cracking by the end, except for me. I'm not even saying words by day 3. If we're
hard to crack when you don't participate.
Yeah, I'll participate this year because that won't happen again this year. Yeah. But it's day 2. He cracked a couple years ago in like the middle of the third round, and that's when we got the whole "I'm Karloftis" bit where he was talking about running outside. He gets a little loopy, and that's actually quite funny. But. The NFL draft is coming up. In fact, we're going to play this clip before we get to the Michael Irvin stuff. I thought this was hilarious yesterday. This is Cam Ward on his Twitch stream.
This is amazing.
Interacting with people, and he said one of the most ridiculous things I've ever heard that guarantees the Tennessee Titans are not trading the number 1 pick.
So y'all already said, really? Jamar.
Pause. I did a bad job setting that up. These are his top 4 wide receivers in the NFL. Go ahead, Peyton.
So y'all already said, really? Jamar, Justin.
I think Jamar is like the top.
And then for my last one, Traylon Burks.
And he goes on to this thing later and says Tyjae Spears and Tony Pollard are top 4 running backs. You do not.
I'm not happy. I'm not totally thrilled if I'm the Titans GM, unless it's already, which it is, a foregone conclusion. If I wanted any intrigue of someone calling me to blow me away with an offer, I'm not too thrilled that happened over the video game communication. Traylon Burks, baby.
He says the 4 of the top 8 skill position players in the NFL are in Tennessee.
That's my favorite clip of the week.
That's
amazing.
I respect how much he's clearly just caping for his boys at this point, because that's clearly where he's going. So if there was ever a question if Cam Ward was going number 1 to the Titans, it's answered now. As soon as he said, Ridley was enough to begin with.
Yes.
But you can at least see, I could see somebody saying, man, he's such a clean route runner. He's been away from the get. Like, Traylon Burks. I loved Traylon Burks come out.
Iguodala.
Tony Pollard.
I wanted Dallas to draft Traylon Burks in the first round a couple years ago. the way he pauses, I'm going to say that he punctuates. Traylon Burks. He knows how ridiculous he's being.
Traylon Burks.
Eddie George.
That's not even Eddie George. That's not even Kevin Dyson. That's whoever is
I'm just throwing out
I know, but it's so ridiculous. It's so funny. All right, Michael Irvin. He was on Speak the other day, and I was trying like crazy to find this clip, run it down. I couldn't find it anywhere, but this is from Essentially Sports. They transcribed an answer he gave on Speak the other day.
Text Joy.
Yeah, a lot of people text Joy. He was talking on Speak with Joy Taylor, Keyshawn Johnson, and Paul Pierce.
Because she's got a big pair of cans.
Hey!
That's a real thing.
That was that scared me until I realized it was Whitlock. Give me the other one, too.
That peanut butter skin.
That peanut butter skin.
I love that quote. Michael Irvin was talking about the pressure that exists on the team, and specifically Dak Prescott. And why is there pressure on Dak Prescott? It's not to perform or do anything else. He said it's about how you represent the decision that you were a big part of making. He said, what I need from this team is for them to come together as a family and play like they're trying to represent, quote, we made this choice. All the past years, Dallas has had the players with the skill, but I've always complained that I didn't see the collective will. This, I hope it helps them become and have that collective will, become a tighter family, get all of that DeMarcus Lawrence and Micah Parsons arguing out of the locker room, and let's get on one common goal, and that's winning for our coach because we put him in a pressure-tight situation. And I 100% agree with the thought process that this is a player hire. Like, for all the talk that so many people had said that...
I don't agree with this.
Oh, I think it is. Why don't you agree with it?
Because I don't get the feeling that they wanted Mike out. They loved a little bit more of the country club feel. CeeDee Lamb... Now, certain guys are going to say things because they're pressured, but you had many a player come out on Mike McCarthy's behalf. I'm not convinced that Dak Prescott wanted Mike McCarthy gone. Those are the vibes I'm getting from Mike Irvin and now you, that they wanted Mike out or forced him out. I don't remember that at all.
Publicly, no. But, I mean, we talked about how consistently there were guys who felt like that wasn't the right guy to be in charge. And specifically, even if it was like not a Mike issue, this was a heavy endorsement for Schottenheimer specifically. Even if it's not necessarily like get Mike out, it is.
So now we're saying, hang on. So now we're saying, because I do have a memory.
I'll pull the tapes if you want.
Now we're saying that Brian Schottenheimer, because this was an embarrassing hire that Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones got murdered for.
Yeah, the process was awful.
So now are we changing it to Jerry and Stephen did it not because of laziness, lack of interviews, but because the players wanted Brian Schottenheimer?
Jerry and Stephen would never have even interviewed Brian Schottenheimer if there wasn't a push from the players.
Okay.
They ultimately make the decision, but the push from the players, specifically Dak, was a big part of that. This is look.
I believe that Dak was probably a big push. I'm gonna have to hear other names behind the scenes who went to Jerry and Steven and said, "This is our guy."
Let's say Mike. Let's say even if the Mike decision was just it naturally came about that Mike was out, okay, and that wasn't a push from the players.
Yeah,
we can operate under that assumption. What is unquestioned is when you talk to people within the Cowboys is that from that moment where the search began, there was a push from big time leaders that said it needs to be Brian.
Okay, who else?
I think that it was most of the offense. Most of the leaders on offense. I think CD was a big proponent of it. I think Dak was a big proponent of it. I think that the offensive line are real big fans. And there are even guys on defense who worked with Schottenheimer a couple years ago when he was doing game plan prep for Quinn, where I think there were guys defensively that like him. Even if they haven't played under him, quote unquote,
yeah,
I think they liked him a great deal.
Okay.
And so I do think that there's a lot of pressure on them to, specifically Dak, hey, this was kind of your pick. This is the guy that you're tied to. You are absolutely...
Pressure from whom?
I think there's a pressure just in general of if you don't perform, your fate is completely tied to Schottenheimer's because it's essentially your selection. So if it goes poorly, that was also kind of your fault. You said this is who you need to be with. This is who you need to be aligned with, then you need to go too.
Look, anytime Michael Irvin criticizes these players, I'm in full support. When he talks about the lack of dog, the lack of pride, the lack of work, the lack of anything, particularly around playoff time when he and Emmett and all of them come out and question it, they have nothing they can answer back with. Like, you have no ammunition. So whenever someone like Mike talks about that and calls out the internals, I love it.
Yeah, and I think I think it's a pressure Dak would welcome, but that's the thing is that Dak and Schottenheimer see things much more similarly in terms of philosophy. And I think Dak felt like this is the guy who's going to better represent our culture right now out of our options that are potentially available to us. This is somebody who's going to get us set right. That's why we hear the stories about, Brian Schottenheimer going and delivering Whataburger to everybody. It wasn't just buying Whataburger for breakfast. It was hand delivering it to every office and talking to people. That's the kind of thing that Dak and others, when Pittman talked to us yesterday about Dak being just so magnetic and the type of leader that he is, that's the kind of stuff that Schottenheimer believes in. And so it's easy to see why he would say, all right, I want to be aligned that way. That's the guy that's going to lead us the right way.
Below the belt with our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt. RJ is starting the honeymoon in Italy every day at this time on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. The Mavs advance, and we now know who set up the all-time embarrassing meeting. They're being called stupid by national media members. We'll get into it. Final hour. Stars need the playoffs to start immediately, or do they? Final hour, Thursday edition, is next.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
105.3 The Fan.
There's not a lot of size at the rim for Sacramento. Dallas hasn't allowed that on their end.
Davis with the lob, the throw down by Lively. And the lead is 25 now for the Mavs.
Go home, Sacramento. Go home, Kings GM. Final hour, fist pump time of the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Good morning, Metroplex Thursday edition of Sean and Bobby. Choppy is out honeymooning in Italy. Here on DFW Sports Station, we have you covered. An absolute beatdown that started in the second quarter, and good for Klay Thompson. Anthony Davis responds after a slow first half to score 27, and they move on to the play-in game tomorrow night in Memphis against the Grizz for the right to become the 8th to take on the Oklahoma City Thunder. Celebrate with me, Bobby.
Would we call Anthony Davis responding when he finally makes some buckets with her up 25?
Yeah, a little A-Roddy. A-Roddy.
Yeah, just if we're going to talk about Dak being garbage time, then I think we need to talk about Anthony Davis being like 2 for 10 before they were actually up.
Yeah, I was a little worried. I bet on, 19.5 over points for AD. Let's hear what they're saying on ESPN about the Mavs.
With Chet Holmgren and Hartenstein, and on your front court, you got to have some size, and that's not to say Memphis doesn't have it in a guy like Jaren Jackson Jr. We get all of that, but when I look at Lively out there with an Anthony Davis who can give you 28-12, Anthony Davis didn't have a great game yesterday. Still finished with 27. Klay Thompson, the sniper that he was last night. That's the Klay Thompson we know and love. That brother hit all 5 shots in the second quarter.
Man, so the game is so insignificant. They're not starting with the recap on First Take. They're going to the preview of who's the tougher opponent for the Thunder, Mavs or Grizz. But I can guarantee Stephen A. was about to say the Mavs are the scarier matchup because of the size.
How unsexy do you think the Mavericks are nationally right now? Knowing Kyrie's out and everything else, they've got, even in a giant market.
How much does the Luka stain make them a little, like if you're watching them in a game, not sexy at all. If you're talking about them on a segment like these shows, they're still sexy because of the Nico mess.
Yeah, but reflect it, like you say, they're looking ahead. They've got to look at it through a context of...
Oh, you want the Grizzlies to win if you're the NBA.
Yeah.
You want the Grizzlies as the 8. Are you kidding me? Shea versus Ja and the how can I say drama with Ja? The Jama.
I just don't think the Draja.
I'm trying to say draw, not pajama. Drama.
There's no way to do it.
I was giving you a rhyme.
Huh?
I was giving you a rhyme.
I know you were. Thank you.
Peyton's trying to finish your freestyle rap for you. Yeah. Pajama rhymes with drama.
Yes. So the Mavs get the win. What I want to know from the fan text, did you change your mind at all when the game was happening? Bobby did not. I said yesterday I wanted the Mavs to go ahead and win this game. I may want them to lose. We're going to have to do the draft math tomorrow. You got to tell me what's at stake.
Oh, I can look it up right now.
All right. If they beat the Grizz versus losing the Grizz, I need to know percentages. I need to know likelihoods before I want them to go ahead and win another play-in game. But did you change your mind at all? 75% who wanted them to lose yesterday when the game actually started and you were staying. Did you stay up? How many of you actually stayed up past halftime? I consider that a win. Because it was a beatdown after 2 quarters.
6.2% of the top 4, 1.3% of the number 1 pick.
If
they were to lose this game, if they win it, they're
6% top 4.
Yes.
Okay.
Their floor right now would be, if they lose, their absolute bottom would be 12, and if they win this game, their bottom would be 15. And so you're talking about 3 spots, but they would be locked into 15. It would be 12 with a possibility of being in the top 4, with a 6% possibility.
And if you win, you cannot get in the top 4.
No.
So 6% we're talking about, right?
Yeah, and you drop a couple
3 spots.
Yep.
Okay.
I think that's worth it. Derek Lively was right around pick 12.
Yeah.
So it matters. But then again, I think pick 15 was also Steve Nash back in the day.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up here on The Fan.
Did you see, by the way, I don't know if we pulled it. I think you retweeted it. Did you see that wild clip of Steve Nash talking to LeBron?
I wish I was black.
Yeah, but I was asking about Steve Nash.
Yeah, he was telling LeBron that with the JJ Redick follow-up podcast is that, yeah, the influence and the shoes and the way, the style of game, Tim Hardaway. I wish I was black. Steve Nash.
I think
Steve Nash just looks so damn cool.
No, and that was such a, I think on the surface, somebody can hear that, and we get a reactionary society sometimes that goes ooh, that's just offensive because it pricks your ears a little bit. But in general, I think he was genuinely trying to say, I have such a respect for the culture and how much I loved it that I wanted that. But it was funny to watch him lead up to it because you could tell he had a hesitancy of saying this is what I want to say, but I got to be very careful in building towards saying it.
What are the Tolos saying about staying up, Pepe? Do we get a little change of heart or no?
Yeah, you have some saying third quarter, out of it halftime. You do have some answers with your Ja Morant, rhyme with drama. You have Ja Rama from the 817.
Ja Rama, perfect.
And then you have 817 saying drama rant.
Okay. But what about not watching?
Oh, that's good, though.
817 says, I did just want to watch it because I'm a Mavs fan. No, I didn't watch from 903. 808 says whatever pick the Mavs end up with, Nico's trading it for KD, so it doesn't matter.
That's a good point.
We blew by that too quick. That was genius. What number was that texting drama rant?
817.
That's perfect. You combine the whole name and you get the perfect drama reference. That's perfect. Great job, 817.
All right. Yesterday in the pregame, thanks to Tolo D, who agrees with Bobby that she has Maverick hatred and didn't really want to watch and participate.
There we go.
But D was, for some reason, watching the pregame. Maybe she was really interested in Bulls Heat when Shams talked about who set up the Nico meeting.
For you, what I don't understand, and again, people scrutinize this trade and have opinions of it. Why did they do this closed door? I don't think that really sat well with anybody. Forget about the local fan, but anybody. It didn't go over very well.
So, Bob, my understanding is Nico Harrison did not want to do this closed door round table. This was not his idea. This was something that was enforced by their owner, Patrick Dumont.
That's interesting.
Turn up that heat a little bit. Turn it up on him.
Okay, so I was trying to figure out, my initial reaction was, this makes me feel worse that Dumont made Nico. First off, is anyone letting, I already know the answer, I just have to ask. Do you let Nico off the hook a little bit that they went and conducted that train wreck, but Dumont made him do it? I already know your answer is going to be no. But I was like, man, to do something that's stupid scares me more that the owner came up with the idea. But you felt differently and asked a couple good follow-up questions of, did the owner say address it, but then Nico and Welts and PR came up with the stupid rules?
Yeah, so if Dumont said, hey, I want you to have an off-the-record, no recording conversation, that's stupid. And yeah, at that point, Dumont's more responsible for that. But if Dumont just said, you guys have been silent for 2 months, we got to start giving answers to this because we're just going to keep hemorrhaging money and support. You need to go out there and start explaining yourselves. And then they decided that they were going to, okay, fine, we'll talk, but we're going to have these parameters. Well, then I'm giving credit to Dumont and saying that Nico Harrison's a total baby back B.
It is really starting to set in with me that Patrick Dumont is way more clueless than Nico. Is that a crazy statement? Or do you have to put them in the same exact category?
He strikes me. There's some of this push on the fan text. I don't know where it's coming from of just Nico's just the fall guy for Dumont wanting to get rid of him. We have no evidence of that. In fact, everything that McMahon and others have said is...
Well, Nico said he took it to Dumont and Dumont laughed, like not taking him serious.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is that everything we've heard is that Dumont has just said, run free, do whatever you like, because I don't know basketball. I don't think that's...
Which we normally would give owners credit for unless they trade the city's favorite love interest from a sports standpoint.
I give credit for having a top person that you say, I trust you because I'm out of my depth. Where I don't give you any credit is just saying, I'm going to trust one person, and I'm not going to have anybody here to potentially check him and tell me if he's wrong. But I think the thing is I don't think it's concerning that he doesn't know basketball, because I think that's like most owners in professional sports, where it's an investment and they put people in place. It's just they've misrepresented how much he loves basketball and is basketball obsessed.
Stephen A. had a response to the Mavs front office after that meeting.
This is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard a franchise suggest. And Nico Harrison ultimately looks bad because he goes out there and what does he say? What does he say? We actually looked good when we were on the court together for 2.5 quarters. 2.5 quarters? 2.5 quarters. Now, we all love, if you know Nico, you got love for him, okay? I've known Nico for years. I have never, ever heard him say something that idiotic. Ever. We really looked good for 2.5 quarters. You didn't even say a game. 2.5 quarters? You can't do that. But they did it because that's what's going on in Dallas right now. And oh, by the way, your owner was Mark Cuban, who was a bit wild, to say the least. But one thing we never associated with him was stupidity. This is a first.
Boy, I'm at least a little hopeful that all of this fallout for Nico and the you need to go up there and talk to the media reaction is a little bit of Dumont going, there's a problem here, and I need to start figuring out what I'm going to do with you. That's what I hope. It's the seeds of that. But yeah, we got a couple people on the fan text right after we just talked about that. 214 comes in and says Dumont told Nico to make the trade with 3 exclamation points. You have some other people. Nico was just operating under what Patrick Dumont told him.
The only way I would buy that is if Dumont didn't want to pay tax. And I would buy it then.
Right, but I mean, if he's clearly so money conscious, then he's lost more money than the tax would have been through this trade.
But maybe he didn't anticipate that.
But
he didn't anticipate that the whole city would revolt.
But if Nico was truly under just duress, which we have no evidence of, what we do have evidence of is Nico Harrison hated Luka Doncic.
Yes.
We have evidence of that.
Yes.
Nico would have had enough business sense, you would think, coming from Nike to know what blowback looks like in the market.
Well, whatever positive step the Mavs made in your heart last night, or they could make, get you a little playoff interested if they beat the Grizzlies and take on OKC, that's probably going to come crashing down after what Tim McMahon said on the Hoop Collective.
First of all, Dirk is completely turned off by this franchise. I'll have more on that coming out once they're eliminated. It's probably Thursday morning. But like I asked, hey, why not seek Dirk's input? Why not seek Cuban's input? And he basically said if they're not in the building, they don't know what's going on. Now,
I mean, that's true on its... I mean, that's... Well, on this one, I'll agree with them.
Stay tuned for why Dirk's not in the building. And the reason Cuban's not in the building is because Nico made sure he got his butt kicked out of basketball operations once that sale went through.
If I am Patrick Dumont or Nico Harrison and I hear Tim McMahon, I am worried. They're probably not, because they have shown they don't give a rat's ass what anyone thinks. But normal people, if it was me, I'm terrified of what Tim McMahon is going to write about Dirk not feeling good about the franchise.
I'm so excited.
Terrified about that. The Cuban thing, it's going to probably be, a lot of people aren't going to have sympathy for Cuban. You didn't want Mark Cuban running basketball operations anyway. It's probably going to be how Cuban was lied to or got the rug pulled out from under him, how the NBA didn't include the language in the contract. That's what I'm guessing. But whatever this Dirk stuff is, I'm terrified if I'm at the AAC. I'm terrified. They probably aren't, because they've shown they don't care. But I can't wait to see what he has to say about that.
Well, and it felt like I wish I had the exact terminology he used with us. Do you remember yesterday when he was talking about Dirk? He said that, or no, this was on the Hoop Collective where he said this. He talked about Dirk was in the building. That was the second time he's been to a game this year. The first time was Luka's game in LA, and the next time was Luka's return to Dallas. And he's like, after the game, Dirk didn't have anything to say to anybody, on the record at least, blah, 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 and then went on. And so it's like, I think there may have been something that Tim was able to gather that night after the Lakers game, that's what he's sitting on. And it's probably, hey, wait for the season to be over, and then you can talk a little bit more freely about some of this
We got
stuff.
A Cowboys legend and breaking news with a college football legend stepping away. We'll bring it to you on the home of the Cowboys next.
Uber Eats has low food products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, it's freaking me out a little bit.
today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Breaking news in the world of college football here on Sean and Bobby. Lee Corso will make his final college game day headgear pick on August 30th. So Lee Corso is finally stepping away. Bobby has this little sarcastic look on his face. I understand why. This is all time, might be a little dramatic. This is a pretty lengthy broadcasting debate. A very tough and difficult one that's been going on for a long time. It's clear that Corso, right, probably shouldn't be on TV very much. And then you have the other side, like I think RJ would say, Lee Corso built that show. He has the right. It's up to him to decide when to step away. Then you have the other side being like, okay, when do you have the responsibility to try to take, I'm going through this with my dad right now. Choppy went through it with his father. Trying to take the keys from your dad. I knew I couldn't take the keys from my dad, so I just had to put him in a self-driving car. That was the compromise. So my dad has a self-driving car now because he's 90 years old and no one trusts him out on the road. So where did you fall? But this was a very dangerous thing to say on the air. If you tweeted it, right, you get that backlash, that sentiment versus dealing with those tough stumbles and brain farts that would happen inevitably with a guy that has Lee's miles.
Yeah, it was.
I put the response. Sorry, go ahead.
No, to me, it really became obvious last year in the way that no.
Have you not watched College Game Day before that?
No, I'm saying it really became obvious last year in the way the others talked to him. Like in the way that you heard him almost like
happy.
Their tone would drop.
Yeah.
And it's almost like, Lee, what do you think?
Yeah.
And it was just like, gosh, this feels like
charity.
Yeah, charity, or just like I hate watching it. Like it's like if you guys want to bring him back once on set, like, hey, this is a nice special thing. Lee wanted to be involved. Lee, let's put him up here. Fine, but every week to go up there and like go from all right, here's our show. Here we're talking to like, hey Lee, what do you think? Do you like Notre Dame? Do you like their quarterback, Lee?
Yeah.
Or it's like, guys, somebody should have made the decision at the corporate level and said we got to pull him off. He can't stay.
But okay, you know how that would have come across though.
Yeah.
That would have angered. What would you have done if you were at ESPN? You're an executive producer of College Game Day. How do you approach it? You got to try. I would think maybe you want to be cold-blooded Bobby, Nico Belt, with kid gloves a little bit.
Record segments for him if you need to have him on the show. Like do stuff like toss to a Lee video or something, but you can't have him up there live, and it's weird. It's a very uncomfortable setup. To me, it's worse.
So how do you talk to him about leaving?
I mean, apparently in a tone of like, hey, Lee, we, that's how you start, I guess. But no, honestly, I would just say, Lee, look, like, there has to be an awareness that I'm sorry this is uncomfortable, but, like, we're doing a bad thing by putting you up here on TV. And it's not anything to do with, you as a person, I think it's other than just you've reached a point in your life where you're not as quick as everybody. Everybody reaches a point where they got to go to retirement. And it's not anything to do with disrespect. We want to have you involved. Maybe we can figure out a way for you to do some recorded segments where we can get you some cleaner takes.
I want to be there. That's game days, being on campus.
I'm sorry, you've reached the end.
Okay, I would do it a little sick. Right?
You're dying.
Don't ever go to bed.
It's not a dying thing, and it's a private conversation. You're not doing it in front of everybody on TV, but you got to tell him directly, Lee, you don't have the fastball anymore.
Pepe, what do you think?
You got all Mike Bassick stuff.
Do you let him just make the call himself?
No, because he's hurting the content, in my opinion. It's the same thing with Dick Vitale. I know RJ would hate me for this, but Dick hurts the broadcast, okay? Like, you got to get rid of the old guys here, okay? I'm sorry.
That's a harsh way to say it.
That's honest. I'm not saying that he's dying over here.
The worst, here's the thing. It's more offensive. It genuinely, there's no other way for me to say it. It feels like elder abuse to put him up there. To the point where that is so bad. That is such a bad look for them. That's a worse look than telling him, Lee, it's time.
You're giving him an opportunity to embarrass himself. What I would do, God, once again, more proof that I should be in upper management, Brian Purdy, if you're listening. I know it'd be shocking that I will take the soft approach. First, I got to go to Herb Street.
Ever since he had a daughter.
I got to put, I just know, how to talk to people. Most of the time. Maybe
Lee,
not.
how you doing?
Maybe not Bobby. You got, fair or not, I got to put it on Herb Street. He seems like the nephew. He seems like the grandson to Corso.
Yeah.
So I bring in Herb Street and I'm like, have a talk with him. If Herb Street doesn't want to do it, I bring in Lee and I'm like, look, you're a legend. Obviously, you don't have the fastball, as Bobby said. We need to protect your legacy a little bit. So we need to figure out a way to transition away. Got to figure it out. And then if you need to show him, sometimes like, we got to do this with my pops. I'll video record him. I'll be like, all right, you don't believe me? Watch these highlights. What? You know what I mean?
Imagine if during...
We're protecting your legacy. We need to figure out a way to transition instead of, you're done. See you later.
The Dick Vitale comparison is sort of right, but it's still not completely. Imagine if throughout all of Dick Vitale's treatment, if they were still throwing him up there. That's more similar to, in terms of just like, he's not in a position to
undergoing
do this.
cancer treatment is similar to this?
I'm saying like the issue of just like when they are at a completely vulnerable.
Oh yeah.
Like that's
like having him walk up there, all you're doing is waiting and hoping he doesn't fall down. I was actually mad at ESPN. I disagreed with RJ when he said Lee should be able to make the call. No, Lee Corso doesn't. He doesn't have broadcasting rights to College Game Day.
Right.
And you still got to protect him from himself. We don't want to smear your name or have people remember you for anything bad. You know what I mean? So it's tough. It's a very tough broadcasting decision, and it was split on social media a lot of times.
To me, if you truly love the guy, like I think most of them do,
yeah,
you would have enough. You'd be able to have that difficult talk with him and say, Lee, you can't do it anymore. Like I care about you and respect you too much to let you sit up there and in this state and do that, because right now you're not. He is clearly slowed down. There are times where he doesn't seem completely aware of the conversations that they're having. Like it's not good.
So that's the celebratory news. Lee Corso with the final show, College Game Day, on August 30th.
325 says, you guys are asses. Lee Corso is as classy as it gets. Yes, he needs to retire, but the way y'all talk about him, you guys are classes. 325.
Not me.
We're not even saying
I was classy. I was very sensitive.
325. You can be in denial about it. Like, just watch him talk.
I don't know if people care, Bobby.
That's okay.
I don't know if people care. They just want to see him put it on and have the nostalgia. You know what I mean? They might not get that very uncomfortable feeling that we're getting. Hoping that he doesn't embarrass himself.
It's not, and that's the thing. It's not just like, oh my gosh, how embarrassing.
Peyton.
It's not like, oh my gosh, how embarrassing. Lee Corso he's old now. It's not that. Like, if you watch him, the people who are saying this, these are fans of College Game Day who I don't think watch it every week. If you watch it every week and you see this is something that it's not just embarrassing. It's like this feels. mean.
I think a lot of people
mean to put him up there.
I don't disagree. I think a lot of people like Choppy would just be like, I don't care. Let him have his moment. He's a legend. He helped create it. It doesn't bother me if for 3 minutes he's stumbling and bumbling. I'm guessing the other side. Don't read something stupid.
214.
Don't read
the
something
people
dumb.
defending putting Corso up there, I know who they voted for.
So a college legend.
Good one, 214.
A college legend says goodbye. And yesterday, the Cowboys bid adieu to Tyron Smith. Jerry, of course, asked the inevitable question, is and when he going into the Ring of Honor with Zach?
Well, again, there is no question they're going in the Ring of Honor. Let me be real clear about that. Right. And I must have missed that in my elaborate remarks. But without a question, we've never had a player play for the Dallas Cowboys that represents us, that played on and off the field the way that he's been a part of this team. And yes, he'll be going in the Ring of Honor.
So there you go. We knew that was going to happen. Yesterday we had the Hall of Fame discussion. You know the thing that the uncomfortable Jerry moment yesterday, he didn't crack a smile or do his usually, haha, I'm being charming here. When he talked about the agents.
The agent, when he talked about Joe Panos, and he goes, I know I'm not usually one to praise agents. Yeah, that was.
But he didn't smile at all.
No.
He didn't smile one bit. recap the Panos thing.
Yeah, and so he'll usually say that.
Well, I'm saying this with a smile
I'm
on my
smiling while I
face.
say this. Yeah, he did. He was not. He was praising Joe Panos, the agent for Tyron Smith, for the way that he operated. But in the process of setting that up, had said, look, and I know I'm not one to normally praise agents, and paraphrasing here, I'm not one to praise agents. I'm not usually one to think highly of agents. I thought he was going to say, honestly, if he wanted to be the Jerry, like, ooh, I'm smirking, I'm saying, I thought he'd do something like, Tyron's name over here. Sorry, I can't remember your name. I have trouble with the names of agents sometimes. Like, I thought we'd get one of those, and then him laughing and just going, I know his name. I know the names of the guys. Like, I thought we'd get one of those, but no, this looked like I think he's still clearly sour about what's been going on recently.
Oh, yeah, with David Mulligeta, Micah's agent. Woo, that was uncomfortable.
I got to ask on the Ring of Honor thing, Tyron and Zach slam dunks, obviously. Do you think Frederick is a slam dunk? And if he is, do you think that at that point they would just do similarly to when they put the triplets in all at the same time?
Let me look up the years played. How long?
He was 7 years, but he sat out a year, so I think he only played 6.
Okay. It's 5. So, wait a second. Passing and defense. Why are these stats coming up? No, double check me on the years played. I'm a Hall of Fame Ring of Honor stickler, okay? I want to make that clear. I have a high standard for it.
6 seasons, 5-time Pro Bowler, and 4-time All-Pro.
No.
Not first team, first and second. 1-time first team.
It doesn't feel to me like Travis deserves to be in the Ring of Honor. I'm not putting him up there. I'm not putting Tank up there for sure. Would you say Travis deserves it more than Tank?
Yes. Yeah.
I'm saying no to Travis. I'm saying no to Tank. I'm saying no to Zeke. I'm probably saying yes to Romo. And you're obviously saying yes in a cocaine heartbeat to Witten, Tyron, and Zach.
What about, but I mean, Frederick, if you want to make the argument of like, what were you at your position or whatever, Frederick was the captain here in a lot of ways. And Frederick was a 5-time, like he was one of the top 2 centers in the game of football his entire career. And Romo was never a top 2 quarterback.
Yeah, but how many years did Romo play?
Basically 9. Yeah. 8 or 9.
If you don't want to put Romo in, I won't fight you hard on it. It just felt like from a rock star status point of view.
Sure.
But then I'm like, all right, I'm probably not putting Dak in. And right now I'd consider them kind of similar, even though I give Romo the edge. We'll see what happens. End of Dak's career. What do you think? Do you think Romo deserves to be in the Ring of Honor, Peyton? Romo, Zeke, Frederick. Any of them?
Romo, yes. I would lean Frederick, yes. He was really good when he did play. But I mean, out of the three...
no, I'm not dissing him as a player
I'll be
whatsoever.
honest, if you're
the Ring of Honor...
If you're the quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys, you probably need to win a Super Bowl to go in the Ring of Honor to me. That includes Dak. Like Dak, Danny White, Romo, like Danny White's not in there. By the way, Romo had 31 more career starts than Travis Frederick. So basically played 2 seasons more.
And Travis, you said, was 6?
6 seasons, played every single game when he played. He had the 1 year where he was out with Guillain-Barré, but he had 5-time Pro Bowler.
What do y'all think? And let's just not throw everyone in like the Basketball Hall of Fame. Like, if you want to keep it to a Cowboys standard, I actually hate that we give the Ring of Honor this much attention because of what Jerry's turned it into.
214, neither Romo or Dak in the Ring of Honor. 817, what about Dez? Dez was just so short. It was such a supernova, because even though he played here for 7 years, he was really good for like 3 or 4. Yeah. I mean, if you go back and look at his number, it was basically 3 or 4 years. Because after he got the contract, he got hurt. And so that he got the contract in his 5th year. So, it was like...
Hang on a second. You're making this sound too
2012 to 2014.
1, 2, 3, 4. Then 800 and 838 with 8 and 6.
And I love Dez. And Dez at his peak was as good as any of the people we've talked about.
I agree. Let's crosstalk with the KNC masterpiece next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next...
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats. Today, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Meanwhile, the Mavs this quarter. 5 of 6 from 3. Williams has 2 triples. Thompson with his 4th. Klay Thompson catching fire.
Hell yeah. ESPN with the call. I'd like to start with the positive side of the room here with Corey Majors.
What up?
Crosstalk with the KNC masterpiece. Let these negative Nico Nancys be over here on the left.
Holy moly, dude.
He said negative.
Jeez Louise.
Corey Majors, what's coming up on the program?
Guys, today at noon, Dallas Wings GM and EVP Kurt Miller will join us, so we're looking forward to talking with him.
I was a little jealous of that get.
Oh, yeah?
That's a nice get.
We were trying to get Paige. They told us closer to camp.
Who's that?
Paige Beckers, yeah.
I know the GM, but not who you're talking about, the player.
We've had him on before, and he was fantastic, right? Kurt Miller? Yeah, he was really
clearly
good.
left an impression on
No,
me.
he
like,
did.
right, Kevin? We had him.
He came out to the Buffalo Wild Wings.
It was out of Buffalo Wild Wings, and he said it, for some reason in my mind, I thought he was the head coach. Like, it stuck in my mind that way. Yeah.
What funny, sarcastic Nico type question should they ask? Like a sneaky.
Hey, you're not going to trade Paige Beckers, are you?
That's the first. I'm dead serious when I asked that one. I'm dead serious.
So do the Mavericks have
like conditioning? How's her conditioning?
Yeah, the Mavericks.
Do you know if she likes hookah?
Yeah, the hookah. There you go. That's the way to do it. Does she are the Wings? To what extent are they tied to the? Do they have any like similar owner? Like who owns the Wings?
Completely different owner.
Is it completely different? Because I know in a lot of the cities there's usually some partial ownership from the NBA team.
I do not believe that is the case.
You think Patrick Dumont owns the Wings too?
No, I mean we know who you voted for, so.
Holy freaking moly, man. Has he been like, I know he's kind of like this every day, but
no, he turns it on when there's other people. He's like a little child. So you guys come
Damn
in
it, Bobby.
Is he worse with RJ
Exactly.
gone?
Oh, he was very good today.
Okay.
Literally till right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got to show off a little bit.
That's what I do.
Good job, Bobby.
Corey, you were asking how the team would start off. Are they just like, put us out of our misery, let's get this nightmare of a season behind us? They did not.
They came to play. They came to play last night. I loved it. Seeing Anthony Davis telling people to go pack their crap and get out of there to beat traffic. Seeing Daniel Gafford fighting the way that he was. PJ was a monster last night.
AD.
I mean, Brandon Williams, that's the discussion is
He's
you don't have a
great.
point guard, and Brandon Williams like, I'm going to try.
Yeah.
And so they're all trying. They're all fighting, and they're giving their best, and it was fun to watch for me last night. I
What does
enjoyed
that
it.
look for?
How did you divvy up your sports watching last night, Kevin Hagelin?
It was a lot of Rangers, but part of that was just because, I mean, the Mavericks.
Started at 7.
Well, yeah, I saw a good chunk of the second quarter because once they started to roll and just build and build and build, I was pretty locked in for that. Man, I was even impressed in like the last, what was it, minute 17 when it looked like, hey, we're going to have a nice little lead. And they're like, let's keep padding on at the end of the second quarter.
Did you ignore the Stars?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well,
that game didn't matter at all.
I had Stars
Neither
on
did
my
that one.
laptop, but I was doing work on it too, so it was in the small window. Rangers game, big TV, small window for that, and then once I was like, I'm done with this. Once the Mavs started, Mavs were important to me last night.
They're very important. Love them. Draft position is important. Got to know where they're going to finish.
If they lose Friday, they will still have a chance to be in the lottery.
That's true.
When they lose Friday.
Well, that's what McMahon said. Probably today the story would be out, and then he was wrong about that.
Dude, he is so lucky, Nico, that he gets to watch 2 games back to back from the stands. That's where he's lucky. He doesn't have to hide in his little troll tunnel with his 10 deep on security.
All right, seriously. Do you think that he is happier? Take home court advantage, how the point spread would change.
Yeah.
You want to look right, if you're Nico, by having them make the 8th seed.
Yeah.
You think if he was really given the choice of 2 home play-in games versus the comfort on the road, but not the home court advantage for the team, what do you think he would take?
Ooh. No, I kind of think he's fine being on the road.
He would take the 2 road games.
Yeah, I really do.
That's what he was like, we packed for eight days.
Yeah.
We packed for 8
but if he
days.
had the choice to have 2 home playing games.
Right now, yeah, I think he
would
wants to
he
be on
take
the
that?
road. I think he wants to be
On the
away
road?
from everything. And I think he probably looks at it as this is a great way to galvanize this group.
The Shams report, go ahead.
Can I just a quick question? All right, let's say they do win on Friday. And
God
you get
forbid.
Oklahoma City. I know. But you get Oklahoma City. And all of a sudden it's game 6. And you're down in that series 3-2. Can he go sit where he likes because you're taking, like, for some people, the presumptive favorite to win the championship, and you're pushing them.
I think it would take, and I don't even know if this would apply, game 1 of the finals.
Wow, we have to get all the way there?
Yeah.
I genuinely don't think he takes a seat in the arena no matter how far they go. He won't do it.
This year or ever?
This year he won't do it.
No, but I'm saying, let's just say that they made the finals.
This year?
Could he game 1 walk into his seat at the AAC?
He should.
No.
Because that means Luka wouldn't be in the finals and his team would.
Doesn't
and they
matter.
even lost Kyrie.
Doesn't matter to that. The fans are not going to forgive him. He can't. He needs an off season away from everybody's memory before he can try it.
I don't think he sits in the seat next year.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Hopefully
because he's fired.
I don't think he sits in the seat next year. Does it change y'all's mind at all that Shams reported Dumont made Nico do that secret media meeting?
No, well, and I guess
I saw your rant, by the way, about throwing away the shirts. Very good.
That's stupid. That was a dumb thing.
Your rant?
No, the way that they were treated, the way that the whole thing has been ridiculous.
Be kinder to yourself, Corey. It blew up.
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah.
The when we were at the Super Bowl, I was told Dumont.
Oh, you were there too.
Yeah, you were there. I went. We had dinner together.
It was one of the times he didn't have paternity.
Yeah, I was with your wife.
Yeah, that's true. More than I was.
But
I was having dinner with your wife in New Orleans.
That's a true story.
I went on a ride with your wife too. Yeah, and Sean's wife. Yeah.
Hey.
Whoa.
And my wife, like all three of them.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Hugh Majors over here.
But
Corey Mahor.
Multiple people.
Yes.
that was
I can say that after that Purdy news yesterday.
So
inside.
But there were multiple people that said Dumont forced this more than Nico did.
Yeah.
At that time. So anytime I hear that Nico's being told to do things, I absolutely believe it because Dumont doesn't have a
But hang on,
what he's doing.
wait. Do you believe that Dumont forced the Luka trade?
No,
I don't.
I think he had a strong hand in it. Absolutely.
I think he got talked into it, and he was like,
I don't think it was just approval. I think there was more conversation on his side of get rid of that guy.
I do not think that.
Do not think what?
That Patrick Dumont was the architect of this.
Does the Nico meeting change your mind at all, knowing Dumont set it up, made him do it?
No, just because it wouldn't surprise me to know that like Nico didn't particularly want to meet with the media. So that's the way I interpreted that.
So Nico getting off the hook would be believing Nico didn't want to meet with them whatsoever at all.
Yeah.
He didn't want to answer to anybody,
and that's,
ever.
That's kind of what I think.
Because it didn't make sense that they did it the day before the playing game. That was really stupid.
Well, because they thought, doesn't it make sense? Or does he think that was going to be his season-ending press conference? Like, that's
Well, do it after you're eliminated. They pack for 8 days.
Don't even have to worry about it after that. Yeah. I mean, that makes a little bit of sense. Like, you don't even have to worry about it once you've already had the conversation.
McMahon said they initially planned it 2 weeks ago.
Supposed to go 2 weeks ago, and somehow he was able to delay it. But Dumont wanted him to do it before Luka came back.
And
okay,
that,
I get that.
Does that make more sense?
Yeah, but
so
that ignites everything with Luka walking into the building.
Spill all this stuff about how much you hated Luka, so you could get all that stuff out there.
I think my big takeaway today is Bobby saying that there are PR firms who have been offered consultancy with Dumont, and the PR firms have said no. They're like, nah.
Don't want to touch
want to work with the
Don't want to touch that.
Don't want to touch that. Billionaire owner of the Dallas Mavericks. We don't want to do PR for them. And the people are like, we may need to get this guy some PR help.
They're so bad at this.
It's like Newey said yesterday. He's like, it seems like they hired an FBI person to run their PR, which is what they did. Their PR director right now is somebody who never worked in sports. She was at the FBI before, and he's like, this whole no recorders come meet with us in a room we've never seen before. That feels like an FBI thing.
Yeah, military and FBI.
That's the two of them. I don't know. The only way this could have been fixed at all, not even fixed, the smoothing over that could have happened would have been Nico at some point doing media with the media, like doing availability with the media, having it recorded, and just being like, guys, look, we're about to go to the playoffs. we would love your support. I understand how painful this has been for everybody. It's been painful for some of our own players, some of our own staff. This was a really hard decision we had to make. We didn't make it lightly, but that's the problem. He's always made it sound lightly. I brought this up as a joke at coffee, and Pelinka was like, would you? And I was like, maybe I'll do it. And then I told the owner, and he thought I was joking. They're so flippant,
But it was-
and since then, defiant.
Not lighthearted the other day. What's coming up on the show?
Oh, yeah, we do have Kurt Miller joining us at noon today.
yeah.
And then right out of the gate, Stars regular season wraps up. Are you okay with this? Are we all right? Is everything all right?
Because another player got hurt,
Yeah.
we lost again.
We got one of our star players hurt last night.
Better than trading him.
Crap,
Bobby
dude.
said all the DFW championships come with this bad run into the playoffs.
That's what they are. Cowboys struggled heading into 95 at the end of the year. That was the load left. Rangers had it happen when they won. Mavericks, I think, struggled down the stretch and nearing the 2010-2011 playoffs.
I remember them having, they had lots of injuries.
People thought
And
they were
even
about
Dirk
to
was
choke
missing
against
for 14
Portland.
games, yeah.
Yes, I do remember that.
All right, we're back tomorrow. Friday edition. The KNC Masterpiece is next on 105.3.
Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Don't do it.
And what am I supposed to do with this guy today? So, you've got me, Kevin Hageland. We'll get back to the other one. We have the famous Alec Medford. And then we have Corey Majors, who, 15 seconds before the show started, said, do we need to call tomorrow Fry Slay?
Mm-hmm.
Alec, can you confirm that this did in fact happen right before we went on air?
I hate that I have to confirm it, but yeah, that did happen, and I hate it. Hate
Explain yourself.
So when we have a friend, a family friend that we go see when we're up in Cleveland for Lucy, and they have a daughter that's exactly Lucy's age, and she also has some rare abilities. That's what I'll call it. I don't know exactly what Adrian wants me to say right now. So the
not Fry Slay,
right? She's there. They came and stayed with us. And they're both 11-year-old girls. And the girl walks in and Lucy goes, and this is our refrigerator. And she goes, Slay. And I was like, huh? Like, what did that mean? Like, our refrigerator is awesome? I don't know exactly what it meant, but I've seen Slay everywhere. I've seen it a lot. And so as we look, man, this show, we're a young group of guys. We're right there in the middle of our lives, okay? And the middle of the demographic.
I hope I'm not only a middle of the way through my life.
We're in the middle of our demographic too, all right?
That's true.
And so I know we have some older audience and we have some younger audience. Does the younger audience want us to use more hip slay words or slang words, if you will? And so that's why I asked, should from now on Fridays be Fry Slays? And I don't know all the answers to questions, but I do try to present some options for people out there that like options. And then Kyle Yeoman said, yeah, he'll join us next week.
From the 972, good morning, KNC. I love you guys. Have a great show, please. Well, sorry, that's already ruined.
What? Nobody
From
said
the
that ruined the
214.
show.
Look, I just did. Look forward to another masterpiece today. I'm sorry.
Go get Rangers.
Yeah, I'm really sorry that we have done this to you.
What do you mean?
But you know what?
I told you didn't have to bring it up. You chose to bring it up.
No, I had to bring it up because you said that right before we went on air, and it was going to be trapped in my head until we talked about it.
You're going to start using Slay now.
I am not, unless it's about Darius. Go ahead. You know what? As long as we're piling S onto this plate to start the morning, go ahead and give me cut number 11 or 12 or 13. Pick one of them to show how terrible the Stars were yesterday.
On the board. Svechkov looking for Wood at the far side. Osterley in front. Tip score!
From the 214, no. Please don't use those hip new words that the kids use. And from the 817, brah. All right.
From the 972, Slay Day sounds way better. From the 817, I know y'all are going to slay today. Love y'all. From the 214, Kevin sounds like a Debbie Downer. So I feel like I got half the audience on my side here.
All right. And for the person who said brah, so I have a mentee. We work with this group of kids. Shout out to Ling. He can construct a whole sentence using just that word.
Yeah, I get
so
it.
whenever I imitate him, I'm like, this is you, Ling. Bro. Brah, come on, brah. And he goes, bro, that's about right. And I was just like, yes, I know. Because that listening to conversations between those three of the kids in the back seat when I take them back home is the dumbest conversation you'll ever hear. It's pretty close between bra and other words.
But that was us back in the day, right? It was dude.
Oh,
we
for
could
sure.
make a whole conversation out of the word dude.
I remember
Dude.
I remember when Brandon would sit in the back seat with his friends, and I was like, "This is the stupidest thing I've ever heard." But I called my mom, and I was like, "Do you remember how dumb my conversations were?" And she goes, "I had no idea what you were saying." So there you go.
From Tolo Brett, darn right, C-Mage. Slay, go get Rangers is right. From the 469, go get Slangers is what they're saying. So slay away, boys. I appreciate that you know what? I took a risk. I went out on a ledge, and I found out there are more people like me than I thought. It's kind of like the internet.
Or you selectively chose the fan text that you were going to read.
Have you ever like see something on the internet? You're like, I thought I was the only one, and then you're like, oh, there's so many other people that they do the same thing.
Yes.
Or they've experienced that moment in life. You know, where you have a little extra, tinkle on your pants after you go to the restroom. You're like, maybe I'm the only one. Then you find out there's a lot of people out there. It happens too. I'm not saying that that's me. I'm just saying that sometimes these types of things happen.
No, I think you've misunderstood that look I gave to Alec. I would actually much rather you pee on your pants than you consistently use the word tinkle. You can't go slay, tinkle. Like, that's just not going to work.
Why'd you say it that way?
I don't know. It's just not going to work.
Slaying T masterpiece.
No, that's funny.
Thank you, Voach. Thank you. See, even Voach agrees. I didn't walk into this trying to make this a funny part of the show. This is just how the show is starting at the moment, and I'm looking forward to it. Stars are going to get... Oh, no.
Speaking of tinkling in your pants, the Dallas Stars.
My grandma used to say that word.
Well, you know what? Your grandma might be just as good out there as, or used to.
Yeah, they're both
I
dead.
know.
They're both dead.
I know. As the Stars have been. They are now... have lost 7 straight. Now, I know in hockey parlances, they like to go, they're 0-5-2 down the stretch. Great. You lost 7 in a row. You have lost 7 games in a row. And you're like, well, at least that's as bad as it gets. No. Then Jason Robertson also gets hurt in the finale. It was an awkward hit against the boards. I still haven't seen an update yet this morning because it goes back and forth, and I know he didn't go back in the game. But at that point, you were getting annihilated, and Ottinger was terrible. So why not just keep him out of the game? And so they didn't bring him back in, maybe just because they were like, what the hell is the point? Or maybe because he's really injured, because that's what you need.
Yeah, so I asked you this the other day, and I've been asking this all along. How do you, with this type of roster and with the way that they do it, how do you get the minutes deloaded? And Pete DeBoer basically admitted after the game last night that that's what they have been doing all along here. Is they've been trying to reduce minutes because they've been trying to rest. And then he goes, and in a summary of it all, and then this stupid crap happens where Robertson gets hurt. You know, like he didn't have an update on him last night, but he did. He was upset that he got hurt, and he's like, what's the point in trying to get these minutes reduced so that he's going to be okay if one of our players is going to get hurt? So it was one of those things where the last 7 games has been a spiral. It's been bad, but it does look like they had a reason for what they were doing. Now, I guess the big question is, even along those lines, some of the shots didn't look like they were going to get through anyway, and that's concerning me the most right now, is that when you start getting that, Kevin, it starts to become a block in your head of, holy crap, why am I not scoring?
Okay, see, my concern last night was actually on the other end of the ice. I would have much preferred if Casey DeSmith was getting lit up.
Right.
And then Ottinger came into the third period because you're like, holy crap, we got to do something. And then he shut it down. But instead, and I realized at 5-1, the game was probably over, unless you're playing the Stars in the last minute of a game. Oh, wait, that was 5-2. And Ottinger did not look good last night, and so when you shut it down, it was in a third period that I kind of feel like people were going through the motions. This was the worst version of this game. Like, when you were talking about, like, well, what do you want to see? Do you want to see their players play? Do you want to see... Okay, this is the worst possible version of this game to me because you played a lot... pretty much all of your key components. I guess Tyler Seguin did come back and get an assist, so that could have...
That is a positive.
So it
was early in that one, too.
It is the next to worst possible version. But you had all your starters. They got a pretty good amount of ice time. You got worked. Your goalie didn't look good. And one of your top, 4 players got hurt.
Yeah.
And we hope not hurt bad, but he had to leave the game.
And so now, when's game 1?
Saturday night.
You were expecting... If this was the case, and this was what you were doing all along, you guys are coming out of the gates firing. Like, you guys are against Colorado on Saturday. If you're telling me that everything y'all been doing has just been by design, not by, like, you're just in a slump, then you are coming out of the gates against Colorado on fire.
Maybe so, but keep in mind, Colorado will also have had 6 days off going into that. They played their last game on Sunday.
Yeah. And again, you brought that up yesterday, the rest versus rust conversation.
Yeah, that's tough to say.
I don't know how that works for each team. Each team's different. If you're a young team, maybe you do need to keep going because you have younger legs. If you're an older, but those younger legs sometimes don't realize that they're exhausted. Like Jonah Heim, look at how melted he was at the end of that World Series because he'd never played like that before. So this is a very interesting approach to the way that Pete DeBoer's done it this year. But, Kevin, I do have a lot of confidence in Pete DeBoer's team and what they're trying to pursue based on what they were for most of the year. For most of the year, they were a dominant Stars team, and I don't think that the talent is gone. I am curious about how Rantanen's addition changed things a little bit and what they can make. Maybe it's a moment, Kevin, where DeBoer's going, oh, we really haven't even used Miko the best way yet. And nobody's seen.
I hope so.
And nobody's seen the way we want to use him. So when we get in the playoffs, people are going to be caught completely off guard, similar to the Mavs. Everybody's like, hold on, what are the Mavs? And maybe they go on a little run here. Who knows?
From the 817, I'm disappointed in you guys this morning. Fry Slay is lit. Quit being a boomer, Kevin. No, I am an older person, so I probably won't. And then from the 682, Kevin Slagland.
Yeah,
no.
And Corey Slager.
No. And then from the 682, that's Cap Fam.
Alex Slayford.
See, that's another thing that the kids in our program, they say a lot. I don't know what the proper response is. I'll be like, it's not Cap. Because I know enough to know
They're
what
still
that
using
means.
Cap?
Yeah, they like
man.
to say that a lot. And I'm like, it's not. But I don't know if there's like a more universally accepted phrase that you're supposed to respond to that with. If so, I don't know what it is.
The one word that I've really wanted to integrate into my life more is whenever something's not good, it's buns. And that I thought that one was funny.
Yes.
And I got to use that more often.
One of the kids did tell me I was supposed to tell Brandon he was buns for not showing up. So yes,
that's my favorite one. I think it's great.
That did happen. All right, go ahead and give me a positive. Give me cut number 5. Let's talk about the Dallas Mavericks as their pseudo postseason continues.
This is what the Mavs did in the playoffs last year with their bigs. Exum's 3 is there, and the Mavs are 12 of 22 from 3.
Now,
that was impressive.
They dominated. And I know in part you can say because they shot, I'm pretty sure they ended up shooting 50%.
Yeah, they did. 50. They had a better shooting percentage from 3 than they did from their field goal percentage.
Really?
It was 49% from the field.
That feels pretty unusual, but maybe with the way the NBA has changed, maybe it's more usual than I think. But that's impressive. However, Sacramento didn't shoot terrible from 3 whatsoever. And I don't think I looked at that game and said threes alone were the reason. They did a lot of good stuff with their bigs defensively that I thought worked out.
That's it right there. They basically did a Deion Sanders. They took away a part of the court.
And forced a ton of turnover.
And said, you're not going to, if you're going to try and get past, if you're going to try and pump fake and drive to the basket, once you get past our guy who's longer than you anyway, like everybody on this team is long and tall. Klay and Brandon Williams are unique, but they're fantastic to have on the team. But they all have length to them. And so once you get past that, now you're running into Anthony Davis. And now you're running into Daniel Gafford and Derek. Like, you don't have any paint presence, even with the guys that you had on the court. They made life on Sabonis last night, and Valanciunas miserable. Valanciunas got so frustrated last night that he pushed Derek Lively, and I was like, dude, come on. But yeah, it's got to be very frustrating, Kevin, as an offense, knowing we only can shoot from the perimeter. That's all we have right now, and there is no mid game at all. Like, that just doesn't happen anymore. So we got to go to the basket. We can't, because there's always somebody there.
So from the 4-6-9, what if the Mavs actually go on a magical run?
We've been discussing this a lot.
And I feel like we'll dive back into this probably at 12:20 because I'm conflicted about. I would love even the smallest opportunity to be involved in the lottery and hopefully for the first time move up or hopefully see if the NBA did in fact make a crooked deal and we got the number 1 pick to get Cooper Flagg. But there's another part of me that, like, I don't think the Kings are that good.
Okay.
But
that's fair.
But I think
how many times have they been in the?
Yeah, every time. Literally every time. But the Grizzlies, I do think, are good.
Yep.
And so if you were to win against the Grizzlies,
How much
on
better
the road,
than the Mavs? 'Cause I think they were 1 game better than the Mavs this year.
That's it?
I think so.
Oh, I thought the Grizzlies were quite a bit better.
I might be
than the
wrong
Mavs.
about that.
Okay, maybe not. Maybe you are correct about that.
And that being said, the Mavs, they were 48 and 34. Yeah, so 39 and 48. So I do believe that the Mavericks had a chunk of their season, like their regular season record, stripped from them.
Okay.
By this trade.
Yeah.
Like it altered everything for this team. But you're right. They are a better team than the Mavericks.
And so if you were to win that game,
the Kings were 1 game better,
and then give Oklahoma City some problems, like I'm not saying beat them, but give them some problems, or hell, even if you want to go that far, beat them, then I start to have all these thoughts about Kyrie coming back and opting back in, and all this other like different path
You've
can
looked
go
beyond
down.
this year.
Yes.
I haven't.
Yes.
I've just been solely focused on this season alone and trying to figure out what they were doing.
Yeah.
And what Jason Kidd
That's
was
fair.
going to do beyond that I haven't looked there yet, because I still felt like they had a chance to do something this year. And obviously Nico felt that. Listen, it's very difficult to say the things I say about what I see on this team and also people be like, but you still love Luka? Like, yes.
Yeah.
I'm still frustrated
Yeah.
by that, and I'm very upset that they never asked us. That's also something I'm ticked off
You think
about.
you should have done like a voting?
Yeah. Hey, guys, we're thinking about doing this. Hey, dummies, don't do it. All right,
Yeah.
You know what? We've considered it, but we're still going against what y'all think. That would have been fine. I'm still frustrated at that. But I told you, I like Anthony Davis. I've always been very adamant about big men in the NBA and still trying to figure out how to use that. And now it looks like Jason Kidd said, in the first half of the game, we're going to run everybody's pants off. Good luck trying to keep up with us. We get the ball, we're running the court. And then whenever it's time in the second half, we're going to smother you defensively, and you're going to be incapable of scoring. And it was a very tough night for them last night. I really loved the way that they started and the way that game went last night.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Rangers win again. Plus, how much do our fans and the league as a whole believe in the Texas front office? We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
You are being masterpieced, and we appreciate you.
For our garage door roller special. Smooth, quiet, and reliable, just like it should be. Call now or visit TolbertGarageDoor.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
The 0-2. Swing and a miss, ball in the dirt. Newman went around. He got sorted by the slider, and that's 6 strikeouts for Corbin, one time through the Angels lineup.
Patrick Corbin looking phenomenal yesterday in my face. If you recall, I said he was the buffet of pitchers in terms of it's not that great, but the portion sizes are tremendous. He pitched excellent yesterday.
I do want to answer a text that just came in, and I feel like I've had the conversation with this person a couple times.
Is it about WrestleMania?
No, it's about Kevin Pillar. And since we're talking Rangers, I felt like that was okay. They said, is Pillar that bad versus righties that he will never start over Taveras versus right-handed pitching? I don't think it's whether or not he's that bad, but what he's best at is what Boch wants to use him for. And he hasn't been putting him in positions where he can succeed. That's what, and go look around at the way Bochy does this with most players. He puts them in the best position to succeed, doesn't want to get them into a position where they might fail and then have something destroy their confidence. Because Boch has told us many times, confidence is a huge key for what you're trying to accomplish. So I know we love what Pillar is doing and when we see him, but that Bochy and the staff feel that it's best to do this and keep him in this role while they're still they're still winning games.
Yes, they are still winning games, and that's a big thing. And I think last night, this is probably going to sound like loser talk, Alec, so bear with me here. I think last night, the offense took a big step. Now, I understand.
I agree.
They only had 3 runs, so if you need to be mad, I get it. They also went 2 for 10 with runners in scoring position, but I thought it was a big step because they found themselves in that position where they had so many runners in scoring position. Now, I know you can go back to Corey Seager and be like, hey, he got on base 3 times. He got stranded all 3 times. Like, I don't want to make it sound like offense is fixed.
Yeah, nothing was
roll.
perfect last night at all.
Yeah, but it was the fact that you got increased offensive chances as opposed to even the night before where, man, you really limped your way along offensively, got some help from throwing errors, but didn't really start hitting until the last 4 innings. Whereas yesterday, you had a more consistent offensive presence early in the game. I imagine that helps Patrick Corbin have a little less stress in his innings. I thought it was a good step for an offense that has been horrendous this year.
I think you're absolutely right, dude. And I didn't realize, we went through all these, and maybe you said this yesterday, Kevin, and I just missed it. But we went through all these numbers yesterday about all these hitters and their struggles.
Yep.
And I was like, and then I think Jake Berger's the leader in RBIs for this team, despite his struggles.
Yeah.
At 8. Like that feels like that's not good enough. But again, somehow they've been able to win a game. And you're right. Last night, 11 hits. And multiple times where guys were on the base. Dude, they were hitting hard too last night. Adolis last night, that double that he lined out into the outfield and then he stole third base. I love seeing that hustle that go along with it. So it looks like some guys in my mind, Kevin, that realize that it hasn't been good enough so far, but aren't giving up on anything. And they're like, no, we know that if we just keep battling and keep hustling, that good things are going to come to us. So I feel like Seager is going to come around and come into form soon. Like it's going to be that Seager form we expect. He was hitting the ball hard last night too.
I decided to look that up since you were talking about like that kind of hard contact level. All right. So last year, the Rangers, their hard hit percentage, all right, that's just what it's called, was 41.8%. That ranked 4th in Major League Baseball. All right. So, like, at least you were hitting, the offense still wasn't what you would have liked, but, at least you were hitting the ball hard. This year, it's 39.6. This is, before yesterday's game, which tied for 8th worst in baseball. And their exit velocity is just a 0.5 mile per hour better than the league average. So they're like right in terms of fine.
Last night's game looked different to you, though, than what you've seen most of the season?
I think so. Now, look, if you could not have a tremendous number of really hard-hit double plays, that would be great.
I agree, yeah.
But this might be a beggars can't be choosers situation, because if there's any spot where the hard-hit ball will really backfire on you is those infield grounders, because just because of physics, it's going to make it easier for you to be able to flip that double play. And there were a handful of double plays against the Rangers last night.
There was also Marcus Semien had maybe the softest hit I've ever seen in my life. Like those things happen too.
Sure.
I'm not going to just say that everything was hard hit last night. And somebody said a lot of hard hit outs too, 300-400 foot outs.
Yes.
I get that, but that means those guys that were hitting them like that were squaring it up. And when their timing comes in, when their timing gets down, those things are going to be going out to left center. Those things are going to be going out to right center. They're going to be pulled down the left field line. They're still squaring the ball up. That's the thing that I'm liking, that I'm seeing, is when you're getting a hold of a ball, you're really giving it a ride. And once you get real smooth and comfortable with things, then you really start to see things take off in the launch pad. Also, Wyatt Langford's still not in this lineup yet, so I feel like that's gonna change things up a little bit and might give you some better options when it comes to what you're doing at DH. Maybe I'll be honest too. I liked seeing what Dustin Harris provided last night. I enjoyed watching him play.
And man, if you're going to talk about somebody that it really felt like Boch was also kind of trying to shout out yesterday, I think Dustin Harris was absolutely one of those people. Now, a couple of things, and we're gonna touch back on yesterday just a little bit, because I think Boch either directly or in a roundabout way answered some of these questions. Somebody asked for an update on Evan Carter. We talked with Bruce Bochy yesterday, and he was like, look, if he can get healthy and he can get right, we would love to have him up here. He's a special player when he's healthy, which is great. We've talked about in the last handful of games, I think you've seen progression with his plate discipline. The concern still remains
health,
back maintenance, because we talked about, like, one of the reasons we threw out the idea, I feel like before most anybody else, that Evan Carter might go down to the minors was that you can put him at leadoff in your lineup every single day. Just get him as many at-bats as you can. For right-handed pitchers, left-handed pitchers, just bring it all in. But then we got to the stretch where he'd played in 5 of the team's 10 minor league games. And we just started the season. And so it's looking like the back maintenance might be a bigger issue. And you hope that that's not the case. But I admit I am kind of worried about not just this year, but even more so going forward based on the way this year has started.
Looking at his stats right now on MILB.com, 29 at-bats, 5 runs scored, 4 hits, 4 for 20. That was 138, Kevin.
That is true.
Only 1 home run.
But I will point out, I think he started like 1 for 18 or 1 for 19. So, hey, I get accused of being negative sometimes. I'm trying to be positive. He did have a ton of walks too, but I'm not saying he's ready to go by any means. I think I've now become more concerned about back maintenance than I have inability to see left-handed pitching.
And anybody out there that's sitting on a donut or dealing with back problem right now knows just how problematic those things can be over time. Not just for this moment and I fixed it. Maybe his body just isn't built for the torque that it takes to be in the sport, and his mind's good, but maybe he will be able to find a way to get past it at some point. I don't know exactly where he is on that, but I feel like Bochy was giving us the right answer yesterday. He is great.
Yeah.
We need him to be healthy too. Like those are the 2 things that you got to listen to when you're hearing Boch talk.
Now, the person who asked about Simeon, look, I know we don't want this to devolve into a math show, but a couple of things that Boch said that I'm like, all right, let's see if these line up. We said maybe something happens with Simeon by the end of the month, okay? And then Boch yesterday said your start is over at about 100 at-bats. Not Marcus Simeon, just in general, like
most people.
Yeah, when are you not in the start? Well, you get 100 at-bats. All right, right now Marcus Simeon has 63 at-bats. So he's 37 away from 100. So you're talking about, give or take, 9 games. Now, I realize you could have walks and that didn't count. Whatever. If you're going off of actual at-bats versus just like plate appearances, let's say he's 9 games away. Well, that would put you pretty much in the middle or at the end of the San Francisco series. So April 26th, April 27th, which is not quite the end of the month. But if Bochy's timeline for a start is about by the time we get to Marcus Simeon to the 26th or the 27th, and we think it's the end of that first full month, around the 30th, I would pinpoint another week and a half or so if you think that they're going to make a move. And the most logical move right now will be to move Marcus Simeon off of the leadoff spot. Is that a fair assessment of the situation?
What if I said sooner? Because
I mean, maybe
this game again, or this game tonight, this is a fun game to beat Ron Washington. We love you, Ron. We love you, Wash. Trust us.
Love a sweep even more.
We love you in a Rangers hat, not an Angels hat. Then you got the Dodgers.
Yep.
And you just mentioned it. Who's coming back?
Wyatt Langford.
I feel like
that's a logical guy.
You give your dude the chance against the best team out there. And like you said, the Giants are also right there in that category too. But and then you go on the road to Oakland. Maybe you're right. Maybe you could give him another. He goes back to Oakland. I guess it's Sacramento though, so maybe that doesn't matter. But with Wyatt coming back, maybe you just say, you know what, we tried. We did everything we could. We're plugging him in. I'm ready to shake this thing up just a little bit. I feel like maybe there is a little more readiness to move into where we're supposed to be with this thing.
Now, I wanted to throw this out there.
I think your timeline is good. I'm probably a little faster on
Well, look, that's probably what the fan base wants to hear. Now, we could take more time on this whenever, but I wanted to go ahead and quick hit it here. Is The Athletic put together their poll where they talked to 40 of the top decision makers across the sport. So we're talking, again, coaches, GMs, other executives to break down what's the best front office in Major League Baseball.
Chris Young.
So it's interesting because he was lower on this list than I would have guessed.
And Ross Fenstermaker.
Now, if the Dodgers are obviously number one,
Why would they be number one? Because they have money?
Yeah, and because they figure out a way to make every move
I guess the
conceivably.
Shohei thing really does stand out.
Where do you think Chris Young and the Rangers would sit?
I mean, I think they should be in the top 5.
Okay. Alec?
I'd say top 5, maybe 4.
All right.
But I also understand they are very hamstrung by the amount of money they have and can spend.
True.
So
does that count into the front office thing?
It didn't really sound like this worked into the voting, and I get why people would vote this way. I also thought he was going to be higher. The Texas Rangers were in a tie for 13th. Now, last year they were 8th, coming off the World Series. This year, tied for 13th. And I'm going to just throw out the little blurb they have in there. What do you make of an organization with 7 losing records in the past 8 seasons, but a World Series as the only executive? Not much, per our executives. And so there was one particular person who stood out, but I get it. It feels like Chris Young is being lumped in with some baggage from the JD era as well.
All right.
But look, if he's going to get some JD credit, then he's going to get some JD blame. That is the way it works. But one person said, a rival GM, that Chris Young has created an enviable front office dynamic. Texas has a great blend of baseball people and data guys, and CY, as the G-Bag Nation has christened him, is a great leader. So there is one person stepping out. I know there's a couple other people that voted for the Rangers as well, but tied for 13th. So essentially middle of the road.
It's the most ridiculous claim in the history of baseball.
Okay, well, John Smoltz, we'll see how that plays out. But yeah, I just wanted to throw that out there because like you guys, I was surprised by how low on the list that CY and company were.
That stinks.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets, the intrigue with the next 2 Texas Rangers starts. We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, Dawson's back. How did his team...
2131 North Central Expressway in Dallas.
Our Super Bowl winning scout, Brian Broaddus, Zach Wolchuk, and Cowboys insider Bobby Bell
team up with DallasCowboys.com for a night of draft talk, debate, and questions.
Not only that, dinner's on us.
Thanks to Whataburger.
Plus plenty of Cowboys giveaways. Completely free, and we can't wait to see you for Draft 101 on your home of the Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world, they've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Soriano on the extreme first base side of the rubber. Kicks and fires home. Berger bounces one towards the middle, and that's through to center field, a base hit. Harris rounds third. He comes home and scores. RBI single for Jake Berger. The Rangers strike first here in the bottom of the second inning.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for Baseball Nuggets. Now, a lot of intrigue with, I don't know why I said it like that, with these next two starting pitchers for the Rangers. You've got Rocker tonight and DeGrom for tomorrow. We're going to have Dave Raymond on the show tomorrow as well. Also, I'm working on seeing if we can convince Mike to come on to just talk about WrestleMania tomorrow.
What do you mean? He's a baseball expert.
He's not going to come on if we need to talk about baseball. But if we need to talk about Penta and WrestleMania, I believe...
Or cards.
Yes, I believe he will come on the show.
Or Bishop Lynch baseball.
Yes, all of those things.
Not basketball, though.
But you've got...
No,
definitely
basketball.
not. Because, look, if he comes on tomorrow, you're definitely going to get a handful of sarcastic comments about what a huge game the Mavericks have that night. But Rocker and DeGrom. So two things to look out with those two. How much longer will Kumar Rocker be up in this rotation? And how fast can Jacob DeGrom actually throw the ball now?
Okay, that's an interesting thing.
Pick whichever one you want to start.
I'll start with Rocker, because somebody just asked the question and they said, "Hey, with Patrick Corbin's game last night, will Leiter return the next go round now?" And my feeling on this is I don't know how consistent Patrick Corbin's going to be. But Patrick Corbin's going to be in the rotation because he's a left-handed pitcher who's also capable of eating innings. You've said that many times.
Yes.
And last night, dude, he was on point. He had everything working. So
because most of the time you'll get like 6 innings, 3 or 4 runs given up, and you're like, that's fine.
Yeah, and he very similar to Malley. He just had hitters off kilter last night. Now maybe that's just because it's the Angels. I don't know. I don't know what it is, but both of those pitchers had really good nights against the Angels. Rocker going tonight. We said this before the season about Jack Leiter. Jack Leiter has no more to prove at the minor league level. Everything Jack Leiter has to prove is now at the professional level. Kumar Rocker, last year was his first, it was kind of his last year for Jack Leiter, where Jack Leiter kind of came up and went back down, and they were just like, we'll use you, and we're going to give you opportunities to come up here and get knocked around and get beat up.
Yeah.
And if you're successful, great. But you need to learn from this. And Kevin, we've all had that experience of getting everything bashed in and being like, what am I going to do? Am I going to grow from this, or am I going to just go back to what I was? Rocker has fantastic stuff. There is also maybe some limitations to some of the things that he is learning on his own. And maybe there's some more growth he can do by learning from others. It did seem the other day he looked really good in that first inning. What happened afterwards? It looked like he was kind of shaking off Jonah Heim.
Yeah.
And it looked like he was like, no, I want to do my own thing. And in those instances, if you were listening to Mike on the game broadcast, he was kind of pointing out, he was like, hey, just trust your catcher. You know, trust your catcher in these situations. I remember Mike saying that multiple times. And when it comes to that, there's a possibility that maybe he thinks, hey, I got this. I'm ready for this. Y'all don't have to tell me. And maybe he still has some growth and some things to learn. So I feel like Rocker is, every time he gets an opportunity, he's going to go after it full bore. But there might be moments this season where he goes back down to the minor leagues and has to relearn. And maybe it's an opportunity to learn to trust some of the other people around you that are there to help you.
If it's a numbers game and that's why he goes down to the minors, I'm all for that. I still don't know.
Oh, a numbers game, and the numbers game is the reason, or what I just kind of laid out?
No, yeah, the numbers game.
Gotcha.
I don't know. You're right. That's probably the right path to go. And I know it's a delicate balancing act for the Rangers, but I kind of want to see that sink or swim nature of it all at the major league level.
And he's getting his opportunities right now.
He is. But like, if you're like, hey, we can't do it because Cody Bradford's going to be coming back, Jack Leiter's going to be like, then I get it.
And it also comes down to how much Boch and Chris Young feel they can let games go and save their bullpen.
For sure.
Depending on, because they don't know the consistency they're expecting from him.
Because this is a complex time for the Rangers
Yes,
of
it is.
how to balance versus, you're right. Oh, we can lose this game. No, we can't.
No, we can't. No,
we don't have games to sacrifice.
Right.
There are people there to watch it, unlike Pittsburgh, who can't even sell out with Paul Skeens. Like, what are you guys doing?
Yeah.
Is
Alex
it
did
that
a
the
great
fans
job pointing
just
that
don't
out.
care, or is it the fans don't think the ownership group is going to do anything to make the team more competitive?
In Pittsburgh?
Yeah.
Oh, I think it's just because they're all busy with the steel.
The steel mill?
Industry. Yeah, the steel industry.
All right.
I'm told it's very important up there.
No, it is. I don't know if like all people in Pittsburgh, I do not believe.
They work 9 to 5. And so those day games, you're definitely not going to get anybody.
Man, that's going to be a tough day for them today because they play the Nationals at 11:30. So, like,
oh, man.
Based on Corey's steel mill knowledge,
yeah.
we're going to have just a smattering of fans there today.
But yeah, I see what you're saying with all the because the Rangers have a lot of pitchers and a lot of guys that are, they're talented. They have a lot of talent in the rotations.
Now, Jacob deGrom starts tomorrow. Maybe we'll dive more into that tomorrow. In the meantime, I wanted to play this audio because, man, when you saw this happen to Hunter Wendelstedt, it was scary. He was on the first base side, and he got drilled by a foul ball.
He shoots that one off Hunter Wendelstedt, and he goes down. Oh, my.
Did it get him in the head?
I think it did. Got him right in the back of the head. We were just talking the other day about how the base coaches wear helmets and that the base umpires should wear them as well. And Hunter Wendelstedt took a direct shot.
Yeah, he had to go to the hospital after it did, in fact, hit him in the face. It was...
Can Wendelstedt umpire or first base coach?
No, first base umpire.
Okay, gotcha.
Or he was an umpire positioned at first base.
Because I was going to say for first base coaches, just give him a glove.
No, well, see, so the first base coach immediately was like flagging people down. He was like, hey, you need to get over here, and you need to get over here straight away. It looks like Wendelstedt is fine. He had to go to the hospital. He had to undergo some additional tests, but the report last night was that he was going to be quote unquote fine. But it's still scary, and it was a 90-mile-per-hour exit velocity, which I know if you're just talking about like regular exit, but still,
I'm just joking.
You can say it's weak on the spreadsheet, but when you see him get dinged in the head, ooh.
Dude, I'm watching it right now, and oh, man, this is one of those moments where you're trying to get out of the way, and you almost go into it.
I could see that.
There were times I remember playing, you're in the batter's box, and you're trying to get out of the way, and the ball just is going right where you were, and you didn't realize it. And that's what it kind of looks like here, and it drilled him right in the head. It popped off real quick.
And you could see the first base coach. He's like, come on.
And he didn't, his reaction time on this was, and I know 95 miles an hour is not something to wink at there, dude. That thing was flying at him.
Couple more quick things. Yeah, it was scary, but it looks like he's going to be okay.
Great.
Couple extra things. Francisco Lindor has announced that he will be the captain for Puerto Rico at the 2026 World Baseball Classic.
Look forward to destroying you.
Hell yeah. And we saw Spencer Strider made his return after he missed pretty much all of last year. After undergoing elbow surgery, he got to his 500th career strikeout, and it's impressive.
Dude, he's 2 seasons and 6 games into his career, and at 500, I don't know what that
334 innings.
Okay, That's insane.
It is.
That is an insane number, and I feel like I don't know if he can keep that up for the rest of his career. His thighs tell me that he can. All right, like his thighs are his thighs.
Alec, did it not look like his thighs were flexing on us every time he lined up to throw the ball?
The crazy thing is he's always been shredded like that, but he's even more like he's just
bigger
cartoon character. He looks like an anime like villain.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Or if you transferred Popeye's spinach goes to just his legs,
his forearms.
That's what Spencer Strider looks like, because he definitely had to get different sizes.
How many
of
listeners
the jersey.
out there know who Popeye is?
That's a good point. Might have to have that. Mike likes it all over again. He definitely needs the different size jersey and pants.
Yes,
those are not the same size things that are working.
And that being said, somebody was doing if you throw 200 and something strikeouts every year of your career for like so many years, you still won't catch Nolan.
Oh, sure.
And that's my thought, right? Is he's this young and he's already at 500. Can he ever get there? And I don't know. I just don't know.
So think about it like this. He's 26. Let's say he has 300 strikeouts per season.
And he hasn't done that yet.
What? No.
Yeah.
And that's like in current game, it feels inconceivable. He has 300 strikeouts per season for the next 14 years when he turns 40. He still won't make it. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we promise the positive. Who is the single greatest NFL draft pick in Cowboys history? Plus, I'll break it down for you round by round next on The Fan.
In this voice guy's opinion, my boys. K&M Leasing Studios. It's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053. Frankel Injury Attorney text line if you want to get involved in the conversation, or on the Twitch, or on the YouTube. Who is the single best NFL draft pick in Cowboys history? Because I think that answer is easy.
Really?
But then I think it gets more complicated as we go round by round.
Okay, so the best in the history, and that doesn't necessarily mean it has to be even the number one overall pick.
Correct. In fact, I would argue it should not be the number one pick.
Steve DeBerg was phenomenal, just not for the Cowboys, and that's unfortunate. But maybe one of the greatest Cowboys quarterback draft picks ever is what I'll say. There have been a lot of really good Cowboys quarterback draft picks, two at least.
It's true.
I'll say the best draft pick ever.
Because we did the worst stuff yesterday, so it feels like we got to do the best.
Has to be the quarterback that led them to not one, but 3 Super Bowls in his career, and that is Troy Aikman.
No.
That's what I said.
mean, that's your opinion. This is why I think your opinion is wrong. The correct answer, because you got to factor in value as well.
Well, you didn't say that we were valuing picking here.
Troy Aikman, okay, you made a great pick at number 1 overall.
Exactly.
Good for you.
Not everybody wanted him, but Gil did.
Yeah, well, good job.
Gil got him.
You picked the best player with the best pick. Great work. Man,
that was a really good
maybe
draft,
not the
though.
best player, because that top 5 is unfreaking
awesome
believable,
draft.
except for one of them. No, the best draft pick in Cowboys history, I take you to the 10th round in 1964, when you drafted Captain America himself, Roger Staubach. All right. Roger Staubach won 2 Super Bowls for the Cowboys. And I know you're going to say that Aikman won 3, and 3 is more than 2.
3 is more than 2.
I get
He should have won 4 in a row.
But we got
If
Staubach.
it wasn't for a damn pass interference,
I
it
know.
wasn't called.
I know.
Sorry.
But we got Staubach in the 10th round.
Okay.
That is the greatest value you're going to get.
And then the next year he started for you, right?
No, he didn't come to the team for like 4 or 5 years. What? Because you know what? Because he's a damn patriot, and he's like, I'm going to serve my commitment to the military after he won a Heisman Trophy, and that's the only reason he doesn't have 4 Super Bowls.
I am fascinated by the idea of if Roger Staubach did that now.
Oh, my God.
Would people lose their minds?
I think they would.
That they took the 110th overall pick in the 10th round or whatever it was, and he's not showing up and you were relying on him as quarterback. Would people be upset, or would they be like, no, we're willing to wait this out because we saw what happened? You're right, Kevin. And I don't know exactly how people felt then. I don't know what my dad and his dad were feeling at that time when they were like, why the hell did we waste a pick on this guy? Or if they were just like,
then John Meredith
service.
and then Craig Morton.
Yeah, so I'm interested in that, but he did set the standard for the organization.
Yes.
Like the entire, him and Tom Landry are united together in that front, right? And that they were the standard for excellence in Cowboys. And then the Cowboys got Troy Aikman, and that became the next standard for excellence, in my opinion.
I am really curious if you're going to go Troy Aikman once we get back to round 1. All right, so now I want to go round by round. The greatest Dallas Cowboys draft pick in each round. We're only going 7 rounds. I know that the draft used to be significantly longer, and in the AFL, they're just like pick until you're tired of saying names.
Didn't John Madden get selected in like the 27th round?
Yeah, like they were whatever. So we're going to stick with the more modern draft formula of 7 rounds. Who is the greatest 7th round pick for the Cowboys of all time? Here are your options.
All right.
Unless you want to just pick somebody totally different. Brock Marion.
Ooh, that's good.
Jay Ratliff.
That's really good.
Leon Lett.
Oh.
Bullet Bob Hayes.
Dang.
And Ray Field Wright.
Okay,
Cowboys are a beast at drafting in the 7th round.
They were. I mean, who they gotten lately?
Hey.
Colston Weatherington.
That is
John Nick.
This is a fair point.
Courtney Brown.
Jay Ratliff wasn't.
Yes.
I mean, that was a long time ago.
Mike Mickens. Jay Ratliff. It's amazing how many people love Jay Ratliff because, again, he was a 7th round pick and he wasn't supposed to be anything, and he turned into a very good player. I will This is tough because Rayfield Wright's a Hall of Famer.
Yep.
Bullet Bob Hayes was amazing.
Yep.
And then Leon, I love Leon Lett personally because he popped the bubble wrap that I gave him right there in my face. And he did it faster than anybody I've ever seen pop bubble wrap. That was amazing.
For me, it comes down to Wright or Hayes, but I hear you.
I'm right there with you, too. And I didn't see enough Rayfield Wright highlights in my career. So I will go with Bullet Bob Hayes.
I'm going to go with Rayfield Wright just because I feel like he had to struggle more to ultimately get some of that recognition.
I got you.
That I thought he was due all along.
Do not sleep on Brock Marion. Like, go back and watch how important he was to that team. He was really important.
Round number 6, your candidates. Jim Cooper, who I definitely know who that is. Eugene Lockhart and D.D. Lewis.
Eugene Lockhart. I'll take that one all day.
Yeah, that's what I think,
I had
too.
dinner with him at Campeasy's.
But if you're a Doomsday Defense fan,
Dorsett, yeah.
I can see how you might go D.D. Lewis. All right, round number 5. I think this one is going to be easy. Orlando Skandrick, Ron Springs, Blaine Nye, the science guy, Walt Garrison, or Herschel Walker.
I guess
it's got to be Herschel,
Walt
right?
Garrison. Because of what you got for him.
I mean, Walt Garrison, everybody loved Walt Garrison.
I'm going to go with Walt Garrison. Even though I know, like, Herschel Walker was a blast. He was in our era. He didn't, can you say that he didn't quite live up to what Herschel Walker was supposed to be?
Yes.
But he did get us the king's ransom that everybody expected we should get for Luka.
Yes, he did.
Sorry, I didn't bring up Luka.
Okay. And by the way, and I see for everybody who is voting for Bullet Bob Hayes, I totally get it. I think more people recognized his impact that immediately than maybe they did Rayfield Wright. And so I'm like a sucker. I'm a sucker for Rayfield Wright because I don't feel like he got his proper.
Didn't get his credit.
Yeah, exactly.
It even took a long time for him to get into the Hall.
Yes, it did.
Thank you very much, Rick Gosselin.
He tried.
No, Rick Gosselin,
I thought you were saying he kept him out.
Yeah,
okay.
For most people that got into the Hall from the Cowboys, Rick Gosselin was the pitch.
Round 4. Competition stepping up. Tony Tolbert, Brady James, Marion Barber, Tom Rafferty.
Man, Mike loved Tom Rafferty.
He does.
I will go with Tony Tolbert because he was a champion. And I know that team, they'll point to Charles Haley and they'll point to all these guys, but ask Nate Newton, even ask Charles Haley how important Tony Tolbert was on the other side. I'm a huge Tony Tolbert fan. He was and so like that's where it is. He wasn't a star, but he was a dude you had to have on your team to win those championships. You had to have a guy like him.
Tony Tolbert was my vote as well. Now, as you can guess, these top 3 rounds get crazy. So who is the greatest 3rd round pick in Cowboys history? Here are some of your options.
Steven Peterman.
If you want. Charlie Waters. Eric Williams. Harvey Martin. And Jason Witten.
This is tough.
That is a stacked group.
Because we know and we love Jason Witten.
Yes.
Harvey Martin has never gotten the due he deserves.
Harvey Martin is very much in my Rayfield Wright category, and that's why I think I would give him the edge, but I understand.
Eric Williams was a nasty monster on the field. Absolute nasty monster. And Charlie Waters might be the most beloved Cowboy. He might be right up there as one of the most beloved Cowboys ever.
I could see that.
I'll just say because I watched Jason Witten. You know what? No, Eric Williams won a Super Bowl too. I'll go with Eric Williams.
Okay.
I didn't watch Charlie Waters. I never saw Harvey Martin. I have so much respect for what I hear about Harvey Martin from guys like my dad and anybody that was in that era. But Eric Williams, I'll stick with him. I love Jason Witten, but that team just never got over the top. And that's where it stunk to hear Jerry yesterday saying, hey, it's a travesty that we didn't get you, Tyron, a championship. And you're just sitting there going, look at all these dudes you said that to now. Dadgummit, come on.
All right, I'm going to have to eat a little crow real quick. I will admit I researched off of some older sources. Would you put Dak Prescott as your best ever 4th round pick, right? I see people sending in. That's fair. I apologize.
Dak, I mean, I might still stick with some of the other guys.
Okay.
Like that, if you're going value-wise, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, it does seem like, but you've paid a lot for him.
Man, you have. All right. Round number 2. And again, feel free to send in your own candidates. This is going to be tough. Mel Renfro, Darren Woodson,
too, yeah. Okay, there you go.
and Larry Allen.
Crap. I hate you.
I didn't make this list, but those incredible names. It feels like it should be Darren Woodson most of the time, but there's no way I'm not picking Larry Allen.
Fine. I know, and you know what? The one thing you probably have that you don't ever want to say to Darren Woodson, because we love him so much, is Larry's in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, but I would never have wanted to say that to Larry Allen because he ripped my face off like he did that guy's face mask.
You don't want to say it to Woody either because we love him. So
he's the best.
Larry Allen's in the Hall of Fame. I will go with him. I love Darren Woodson. I think that he would point to Larry Allen and go, dude, he's maybe the greatest guard to ever step on the field.
Yeah.
So by all means, I appreciate that. I think that Darren would have that kind of consideration for his teammate.
Now, as you can probably guess, the toughest of them all. Alec, if you want to vote in on this one, I will give you some candidates. The greatest first-round pick in Cowboys history. Is it Zach Martin, Troy Aikman, Michael Irvin, Tony Dorsett, Randy White, Bob Lilly, Emmitt Smith? Like, that is a murderer's row of I don't think you can really go wrong. It shows you that I didn't even put Tyron Smith in the top 8. And obviously he has had a hell of a career.
Alec, this is you now. Because I don't want to choose. I don't want anybody to hate me.
I don't feel like there's a wrong answer, but if you got to pick one, don't you think it has to be the guy that holds the NFL rushing record? Don't you think? Like,
three-time Super Bowl champion.
If we're gonna go X's and O's here, I'm gonna go with the greatest to ever play the position for my money. It's gonna be Emmitt Smith. It's so tough because who knows? At the end of his career, there could be an argument for Micah Parsons. There could be an argument for any of the guys that you just listed.
Yeah, CeeDee Lamb could get it at some point.
CeeDee Lamb, absolutely. He could break all the records. He could set some NFL records in his career. We don't know, but man, I think it has to be Emmitt.
You know my love and an adoration for number 2 overall pick, Tony Dorsett.
Yes.
And I just told you I think Troy Aikman might be the best Cowboy ever. I also will agree with Alec on this, though. Emmitt Smith was the reason Troy Aikman's numbers aren't better. Emmitt Smith was so good, and that offensive line was so good, he knew we can run the ball. I don't have to do this.
Yeah.
And so they deferred to him for pretty much everything. And he has some legendary games, like some extremely legendary games where they wouldn't have done it if they didn't have that guy.
Do you think I picked Emmitt Smith?
I think you picked Bob Lilly.
Good call. Emmitt Smith, obviously a fine choice, among the greatest players of all time. I still think Bob Lilly is right there with Aaron Donald in terms of the best defensive tackle ever. And one of the best defensive players in the history of the NFL. He made the all-decade team twice in the 60s and the 70s. He was first-team All-Pro 7 times. I think he is one of, and plus, he autographed something specifically for Peace-a-thon in multiple years.
Yes, he has. He's been awesome.
I'm a sucker for Bob Lilly as well. I understand any number of these answers. I'm going with Bob Lilly on this. Though I think Zach Martin could be in that conversation as well.
Hey, Kevin, I'm going to go back and change mine to Roger Staubach again.
Okay.
Our first ever guest on the KNC Masterpiece. He essentially got us a radio show. It's Roger Staubach.
There you go. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next.
Our boss said, how the hell did you get Roger Staubach? Who are you guys? And we were like, we got friends.
And then it was all downhill from there.
Since then.
Coming up next, to bring us back uphill, it is AM on the FM.
We're going to celebrate National High Five Day, plus Stephen A's next career. No, it's not president. Next on The Fan.
They say this part of the workday can be the biggest cry.
Foundation issues in DFW for over 30 years. When shift happens, go to permapeer.com to schedule a free evaluation or call 214-831-2167.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. An intriguing tweet from Scottie Pippen that was not about Michael Jordan or the Bulls might surface later in this show.
I'll use the C block if you want me to.
I see the appeal of that first Hakeem run for sure.
Okay.
But right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, and of course, We got the question of the day coming up here in a matter of moments. Plus, Stephen A. might have a new gig, and it's not running for president, even though that headline seems to come up once a week.
Yes.
Get to that. Some sound from First Take this morning where he had a very special guest ahead of WrestleMania season coming up here in just a little bit. But go to my favorite resource, gentlemen, the National Day Calendar. And you can answer today's question of the day on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line 877-881-1053, Twitch and YouTube. Want to hear from you as well. It is National High Five Day. Every third Thursday in April. That is National High Five Day. So I want to ask the Tolos. I want to ask you two because I know you guys are well-traveled and have met some cool people. Who is the coolest person you have ever high-fived or shake hands with? Gotten the opportunity to have a nice handshake with? Because, you know, sometimes you might run into someone, you can't really get the autograph or the picture. It's just a quick passing by. Maybe you're at an event and you get the high five or something. It might be cooler than someone you've actually had the time to actually get an autograph from or whatever. So I would argue my two are probably cooler than any pieces of memorabilia or autographs that I've ever gotten.
Dirk is definitely in the mix.
Yeah, and he walked right into the studio.
I know Nico would be like, that's dumb. Who? But I was excited about shaking hands with Dirk.
I will say I got a one-on-one with Rick Carlisle once, and this was like after he'd already berated me, and I
don't have time to tell you. God, I love that.
But he in the one-on-one we had, he was like, "That was fantastic. Those were great questions," and he like just kept complimenting me, and I was like, "You don't remember that you crapped all over me." Anyway,
I think he did.
But I really enjoyed that conversation. Kevin, I know you weren't happy with me in the moment, but you know I was geeking out whenever I met Troy Aikman. Like in that moment, you and I were not on talking terms. We were not on talking terms at all. And I really needed a bourbon. But we later, he knows how like geeking out I was about it. I'd always wanted the chance, and I said two things to him, and then I could tell that I had nothing else left. But that was probably my favorite moment. But you're right, Alec. These Bochy. I mean, come on, dude. Getting to have a conversation with Boch in the spring training box is awesome.
Mark Cuban was really cool.
He was really cool.
Like I know obviously we've had our differences of opinion, but like you're a billionaire. You helped kind of reinvent this franchise.
And drugs.
Yes.
Yeah.
Prescription drugs and whatnot.
That's right.
Yeah. And
want to make that clear.
These Super Bowl trips do bring, I mean, Billie Jean King. I saw Kevin lit up whenever that happened.
All right, I might change my answer to one that people are just going to think is stupid because I just realized who I nerded out the most about. It was Elton Brand. So what we did, and look, the Duke basketball love goes back a long way, but when it was the Mike Modano charity game, and obviously it was the Dirk charity game as well, but we were out there and there were so many famous people out there. People kind of dispersed. Nobody was there with Elton Brand, and I was like, this is your chance, dude. And so I went up and I was like telling myself in my head, and this is still like early in the media foray, and I was like, keep it cool, keep it cool, keep it cool. And I just didn't want to be like, hello, Elton. And he's like, I have to go. And so I kept it cool, and that worked out really well. Shawn Michaels was a good one too. Man.
Remember at the golf tournament? Like, I know I'd interviewed him before, but I was freaking out over Vince Carter again.
I could see that.
I just really love Vince Carter. Somebody said George Foreman. We got a one-on-one or a two-on-one with Evander Holyfield.
Yeah.
That was an awesome moment in time.
Talk about a surreal moment. We had to leave the Rick Ross concert to go interview Evander Holyfield at the Floyd Mayweather fight. Like, it was a weird time. It was a weird time.
The bass was so heavy in that arena that I thought my eyes were going to roll back in my head. It was amazing. And then my phone rings, and I was like, hold on 1 second. I got to go take this call. Kevin, I'll be right back.
And even when he was right next to me, he's like, you want to interview? What?
Holyfield, we got to go. And we ran.
And
we ran to go talk to Holyfield. He would have given us as much time as we wanted.
Oh, my God. He would have sat there for 30 minutes for us if that was what it took. He was tremendous.
Running into people at concerts, the worst possible time and place to run into like an old friend or a famous person like that. because, like you said, it doesn't even matter who it is. It can be a country artist.
Yeah.
The bass will deafen everything that happens. I remember I went to Don Tolliver's concert at the AAC last year. Had no idea our guy Blake Elliott was going to be there. He walks right past me during the opening set to go to the pit, and I'm screaming his name at full volume. He does not hear a single thing. Ooh. I call him, and he's just like, "Hey, what's up, buddy? I'm at a concert." I'm like, "Yeah, so am I. I just saw you walk by. Come back over here." The worst time and place whatsoever. My answers. There's a tie for first place. It's either John Cena when I was like 12 at a house show. My first ever pro wrestling event, sat front row at a house show when they used to actually do them here at the old Fort Worth Convention Center before they tore it down. But sitting front row, he main evented that night, I think against the Big Show, maybe. And they did like a no DQ match. So there's tables and everything. And Cena being the guy he used to be now because he's a bad guy. But he walked around for like half an hour after the show, just chatting people up, signing autographs. Awesome.
That's cool.
And, as a 12-year-old, 11-year-old kid, whatever I was back then, coolest thing ever. John Cena was like my hero at the time. So there were some other cool names there at the time too. Like Sheamus was a big one for me because look at me, red-haired. Yeah, so there was the obvious connection there. Kids called me Sheamus in school growing up, so that was cool. And then most recently, I'd put Shaquille O'Neal up there. Western Conference Finals Game 3.
Ooh.
I was just sitting on the Mavericks bench with, I think, Tim Cato, and I think CA was there with me. And Shaq just walks by, he daps up CA, says what's up to Tim Cato, and he shakes my hand and he rubs my head and he goes, "Nice hair, young fella. Wish I could do that."
Great.
And he goes, "Wish I could do
That
that."
is tremendous.
I'm like, Shaq just complimented my hair and shook my hand. That is crazy.
He said you were better than him in that particular aspect.
In that one slight moment, yes, I was.
I don't want this to come across as a short joke.
Okay.
Is that, by having to qualify it, is it already bad?
Look, you just had I don't want this to sound racist, but, and you're like, stop talking. You ever hear people are like, "Hey, I don't want this to sound," like, stop talking.
I just feel I've gone too far with Alec a couple times and I don't want it. So you know what?
That's right.
Never mind. This is the AM on the FM, and I don't want to invade it right now.
We're going to make the bold prediction or bold observation that Shaq is significantly taller than Alex.
Yes, very bold. But
I bet he knows.
Yeah.
I bet he knows.
I was sitting on the Mavs bench, and like the way you have to look up and almost break your neck just to make eye contact with that man is crazy. And then Kevin Harlan walked by and said hi as if he knew me. I'm like, that's Kevin Harlan.
It's Alec from the radio.
I mean, I've talked to him on the phone like twice, but I don't think he would remember me from a 15-second conversation. So I was like, one of my broadcast idols. Cool.
Kevin Harlan seems like he's probably really good at making it seem like he totally remembers you and knows you when you start talking, and you're like, you're the best. From the
I agree. Yeah.
Yes. For the 469, I used to get a lot of hugs from Jennifer Garner when I was an actor on Alias. That was pretty cool.
I'm sorry, what? You were an actor on Alias?
That's what they said. But now they said meeting actors doesn't do anything for them anymore, and they would love to meet Dirk, Carrie Von Erich, and then Kevin Von Erich as well from the 972.
Yeah, that's an awesome one.
Jim McMahon, the year they went to the Super Bowl, the 979. We're going to talk about him again later. Hakeem, his hand completely engulfed mine. I could see that. I still think Tyron Smith has the biggest hands of any human being I've. It's like shaking hands with a frying pan.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Magic. When we saw him and we met him, he glowed. I still to this day I think that he was glowing when he walked by, and he's a giant dude too.
Yes,
you watch the NBA and you're like, oh, those guys aren't that tall, and then you get around him, you're like, holy crap.
Yeah, and you realize the 6'6" guy is enormous. Even if on your TV he just looks like one regular person. Yeah, absolutely. From the 972, I got to meet then President Ronald Reagan. Oh, very cool.
Did you read Billy Gibbons from ZZ Top?
Oh, no, that would be neat.
That's awesome. And I'm trying to go through my mind like all these concerts. I met the New Kids on the Block. I went on a cruise with them. But they're not cool anymore.
Was it tough hanging with him?
It was Jordan Knight. He was my favorite anyway. But he put his hand on my shoulder and we took a picture together. I met all of them. They were all cool, but they're not cool anymore.
Oh, yeah. Take that, New Kids.
From the 817, you guys at Martin House.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
See, that's what thank you for putting us in that category.
Yeah, you guys made me look really cool in front of my friends that were there. I appreciate that. Everybody that showed up. You should show up to Pluckers in City View in Fort Worth next week, too, on Thursday for the first round of the NFL draft or the annual selection party, if you want to call it that.
You can call it the draft.
Okay.
And by the way,
Sure.
if you're good at predicting the draft, please come out to the Dallas Pluckers because I have historically bad track records with my Pluckers, and I need people who know what's up to come sign up.
All right, we got Stephen A. news. Just kidding, no. It was an invitation that was made by Cody Rhodes, the WWE champion, was on First Take this morning. There's been a lot of headlines. Stephen A. has even addressed it about him potentially getting into politics and running for president. I think he has an idea of what he really wants his next gig to be. Cody Rhodes extended an invitation for him to be his manager.
Stephen A., I feel like I've heard you mention multiple times that you want to get into the management side of things, or at least touch it one time. Bobby the Brain Heenan, Mr. Heyman, these legends. This is easy. Come and do it. You can. I mean, I'm putting myself out there. You could manage me, and it's an easy night at the office. It's an easy night.
Stephen A. Stephen A. What are you doing Saturday?
Wow. Stephen A. Smith on WWE programming would be printing money.
I agree with that. This is a weird wrestling comparison. What do you think would be cooler, that or this person from the 469? I got to hang out with The Undertaker after the show in Iraq back in 2005. So that means not only did he get to hang out with The Undertaker was probably all about him. I'm assuming this is a military person when they did tribute to the troops. And I bet he's like, you're the best. And Undertaker's probably like, you know what? You're the best.
They just caught Saddam Hussein 2 years before that.
Amazing.
Wow. I don't even have anything to combat that. I thought my Shaq experience was cool. You take the cake. That is awesome. Keep those coming in. I'll respond during the break. The coolest handshake / high five interaction you ever had for National High Five Day. And that is AM on the FM.
Gold medal winner Michael Johnson, who I made laugh.
Oh, yeah.
I made him fall over laughing.
Yes.
That was probably one of my brightest shining moments in time.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Are the Cowboys really this unlikely to make the playoffs? Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag.
105.3 The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
And here's Carr under center. Play action. Back. Steps up. Hit as he throws deep to the middle to Shaheed. Caught it over the top of Donovan Wilson and strolls in for a 70-yarder.
Are the Cowboys really this unlikely to make the playoffs? 877-881-1053. You want to get involved in the conversation as we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Now, before we get to that, the most important thing I could tell you tonight, Draft 101, 4131 North Central Expressway. You don't have to sign up. You just got to show up. It's free. Food is going to be provided by Whataburger. You got Bobby, Zach, Broadus, a crew from DallasCowboys.com to answer all of your draft questions. Plus, an autographed memorabilia from Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb will be given away. It's an extravaganza, and it costs $0.
Oh, really?
I already have one person.
How much would the Whataburger be?
$0.
Yeah, all right, let's say I want an autograph from the entire crew, and I print out my mock draft.
I think they would do that.
You think? But how much is that going to cost?
$0.
What about parking?
$0.
Is there parking around here, or
yes,
do I park on the street
no,
somewhere?
No, you could park in the garage and everything. You'll be fine.
This sounds like the best setup ever.
By the way, I already have at least one person who will be attending tonight. And said if they win any of the autographed memorabilia, they will be donating it to Peace-a-thon. The work never stops.
It never does stop.
All right, let's talk about Isaac Alarcón. Do you remember him?
I do.
He used to be on the Cowboys. Now he's on the practice squad for the 49ers.
He wanted that cake.
Yeah, well, he wanted cake apparently with PEDs in it. He has been suspended 6 games for a PED violation, and considering he was already having to fight to make the roster, I know he gets there's an exemption with his international player pathway, but that's just not what you want to hear.
You think there was any PED in the lemon frosting? That's what it was?
You know what? It's a shame that everyone says that like they were given something that they didn't know, because I bet there are people who tested positive for steroids who ate like some weird concoction that they were just given and had no freaking clue.
I was at a birthday party and the cupcakes were full of steroids.
But now I mean, maybe
because those kids, that adult was trying to. Yeah, they were trying.
All
to get
those 8-year-olds were already like 6 foot tall and flexing.
They're throwing the adults in the pool.
But yeah, I think that probably happens sometimes. Okay. But you know,
that's tough for him, man. I was hoping the best for him.
Let's talk about the Dallas Cowboys. Will the Dallas Cowboys make the playoffs this season?
At the moment, I would bet no, because I feel like you're getting 2 out of this division and maybe 2 out of the West. I'm not sure. The West might crumble this year, but I feel like you're getting 2 out of this division, and that's Philadelphia and Washington.
Alec, Corey's being a hater. Do you think the Dallas Cowboys will make the playoffs?
As of right now, I'm going to say that they're not going to make the playoffs. Now, could that change if they get a beast wide receiver that happened to play at Arizona at number 12?
What if they got a beast wide receiver sometimes that played at Texas?
I mean...
Ooh, that sounds like a no.
If Tet's on the board, I don't like the value. Do I think Golden is going to be good? Yes. So I think he could work out here. He's just not the Robin that I want to see. He's Batman.
I gotcha. Well, you know what? The gamblers of the world are with you. Dallas Cowboys make the playoffs plus 200. That means 2-1 on your money if they make the playoffs. Will they miss the playoffs? Minus 260. The implied probability of that means 67% that they do not make the playoffs.
But if I bet 50, I get 100.
Correct.
If they make it.
Correct. They don't even have to do anything in the playoffs. They just have to make the playoffs.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Like, it's going to be a very tough one, but they could still do some work in this draft that could change some things. They definitely could.
Now, the Commanders and DC are close to a $3 billion stadium deal at RFK, or the former RFK Stadium site. I would imagine if you typed in RFK today, that might not be the first thing that comes up, but that's why I wanted to tell you now. It's a $3 billion deal. However, the district would only pay $500 million. The new ownership group for Washington's like, you know what? We could pay $2.5 billion.
So that seems ridiculously low compared to the $2.5 billion that he's throwing out. But how much did the Cowboys? How much did the
half?
Yeah,
like
it was
1.5
billion.
Yeah.
So it was 500 million or so. I don't know exactly how it was, but I was like, dang. I think it's impressive that an owner is like, I'm going to take on this much of it, and I'll do it because this city needs it. We just saw how electric the fan base can be if we're good.
Yeah.
And I plan on being good for a while, but I have a question for you regarding this.
And I'm about to save the ownership group $350 million. My apologies. I said $500 million. The district is willing to contribute $850 million. Just some of it they'll have to pay you later.
Okay.
So, I mean,
that makes sense.
That's
taxes,
still a lot of money. Yes.
These taxes aren't going to pay themselves.
Hey, they said, we'll pay you the other $350 million in 2032. So, look, that's a long ways away if you're a regular person. If you're
Which I am.
one of these owners, you're probably like, great. It's like the most awesome Bobby Bonilla day ever.
Exactly. I do question though, Kevin, if you're put yourself in the mind of an owner,
okay,
or a governor, and you pay $2.5 billion for a new stadium, and your team was good, and that's why you were able to sell it.
Yep.
And then they turned to crap. Are you pissed at that? Are you mad about that?
I mean,
you don't usually use that word, but ticked off is what I meant to say.
I would be mad because the stadium's not going to open until 2030. So the idea is, you think with Jaden Daniels in tow, hopefully you'll be on a good run, and then you'll build back up the season ticket list. Because, I mean, they have a huge fan base, but it's just Dan Snyder.
It's been
in mediocrity
on for so long.
Ran them all away. It is really amazing when a football franchise can continually not have success and the fans are still there for them.
That's true. It happens.
All right, let's go to our next story. Just want to give that a minute to linger. Let everyone handle that. Isaiah Bond. And I'm surprised we don't hear about this more frequently. Isaiah Bond has filed a lawsuit against his accuser. Remember, we talked about how the timing of it, the draft is in a week and will be dispersed at all of the pluckers across the Metroplex. But a week ago, Isaiah Bond was charged, and he immediately disputed the allegations against him, turned himself into the police over the alleged assault. And now he has filed a lawsuit against his accuser. Now, this could be because he really, hopes to squash this or get justice or whatever the case is. But I also think it helps that he and his attorney sent a letter out to all 32 of the teams proclaiming his innocence while also having this.
Yes.
It feels like a stronger statement of like, here's a letter, and also I am suing that person who made this accusation.
Yeah, I don't know all the answers to what really happened.
For sure.
But if you're a lawyer, if you're his lawyer, you're doing everything you can to ensure that he's getting the best opportunity. That's the lawyer's responsibility. And so this is a smart play. This is definitely a smart play to kind of raise that stock draft.
Now, let's go to the Giants, who their GM said on the one hand, they've gotten plenty of calls about the number 3 pick, but also said it is not mandatory for them to take a quarterback. Maybe not at the number 3 pick, but do you think it's mandatory for the Giants to take a quarterback in this draft?
I don't. I mean, again, because this might not be the strongest quarterback draft class.
Yeah.
Now, if you're looking at one of these guys and you're like, no, you're predicting he's going to be great, then do it. That's what you should do in those instances. But they're a dysfunctional front office. They're a dysfunctional franchise altogether. They can't make their minds up. Nobody's on the same page. I don't even know what the leadership actually is for the Giants. And that's how dysfunctional they've been for so long now, that they can't agree on something like this. So I hope it continues. I hope it just continues to roll along that way because, as somebody said about Nico, they're happy that he's around because that makes them look good. This is kind of good for the Cowboys and for anybody else that doesn't like the Giants.
Aaron Donald has secured a temporary restraining order because of an alleged stalker who, what stalking is. And so they granted his request. There's a hearing set for May 7th. In the meantime, this person is supposed to remain 100 yards away from Aaron Donald, their kids, and his brother.
You ever had a stalker before?
I don't think so.
What if somebody's stalking you right now and you don't know? Does that make you nervous?
Not really.
You'd be happy about it, huh?
I don't know if I would say that. I just want to know what it is that they want. Is it because
pictures of you?
Yeah, you want to take my pet rabbit and boil it in a pot? Then I'm out. Is it because you just want to come up here and watch the show someday? That's fine.
Absolutely. Yeah. There's protection here.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. It's Alec. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with Dallas Wings General Manager and EVP Kurt Miller right here on The Fan.
North Texas born and raised with the same sports passion.
our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It has been a huge week for the Dallas Wings, and right now we bring on their general manager and executive vice president, Kurt Miller. Good afternoon, sir.
Great to be with you.
Now, it has been a tough year for Metroplex basketball fans. Can you promise that you will not trade Paige Beckers in the next year for a poor return?
I can absolutely promise that. We really excited to have a generational talent in Paige Beckers coming to Dallas.
Now, you talked about it leading up to the event, that it was like Christmas morning. And I know it's not just because of Paige, it was the draft in general. How do you guys feel about especially the rest of the draft before we dive back into more about Paige?
Yeah, it was an exciting night for us. We had 5 picks. We had the first and the last pick of the first round, so 1 and 12. We had an early second-round pick at 14, so we had 3 picks in the top 14. And the way we came out of free agency with trades and signings, 12 and 14 both have a real legitimate chance to make the roster. So we had spent a lot of time in our draft prep over the last few months, really trying to prepare for all the scenarios that would present itself on draft night at 12 and 14. So just really excited overall with our draft class. Feel like we really answered a lot of needs that we needed coming into camp. And now we have one of the most competitive camps I've been going to be involved with in over a decade of the WNBA. It's going to be a brutal fight for those last few roster spots, but we're excited about what we've put together.
My wife and kids were very interested in the social media aspect of the draft and all the pictures and the videos that were coming out from it. And in the years that you've spent, how much has the draft changed from the first time you experienced one to what it is now?
Yeah, absolutely. The viewership, the eyes are just at an all-time high over the last 2 years. I think you've seen the numbers and the following of the draft and how much the 25 draft dominates the viewership compared to 23. Obviously, last year was the largest in the history of the draft in terms of viewership, and with Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese and Cameron Brink and Rakia Jackson and company all coming in last year. Understand it was a tremendous draft class also last year.
I also kind of with what you have in Enrique and how phenomenal she is at scoring, how does this change or maybe amplify what y'all can do offensively, and how do you build around Paige?
Yeah, she's just such a generational talent, an unselfish superstar. She really gets her teammates involved, but she has that uncanny ability to take over when you need her to. And so let those two play off of each other. Enrique, with the ball in her hands, Paige is one of the most efficient players to ever play the collegiate game, being off the ball. Paige with the ball in her hands now. Enrique is off the ball. More attention than ever on Paige allows for easier opportunities for Enrique. Well documented. A lot of people are talking about it. As talented as Enrique is, she had the most unassisted baskets made in the league last year. And so the pieces that we've added in free agency, now adding Paige, we just believe is going to make everybody's job easier, but certainly Enrique. So much has been asked of her to go play make and make her own shot creation. So we're excited about the pieces that we've added around her.
And one of the things that Paige said on draft night, it's not a rebuild, it's just a rebuild from where we are. And we can get to some of that goes beyond just the team on the court. I'm excited for the things to come, but I feel like we need to reflect just a little bit on how far the team has to go from what was a brutal season last year.
Yeah, certainly 2 years ago, a semifinal team last year in large part, in some ways due to injuries. You see at the bottom of the standings across the league last year, some of the teams that were decimated by injuries. Dallas was one of those and didn't have a very healthy year. So we're excited about the reset. We're calling it a reset. We're excited about free agency now, a successful draft night. There's just so much momentum right now. A revamped front office, a new coaching staff. There's just a lot of momentum around the Wings right now. And Dallas needed it. They needed a shot in the arm. Page coming into Dallas at this moment can't be better for our area with all the basketball fans. And so really excited for the fans to come out and see the new Wings team this year.
So, and I'm really fascinated by that answer because I totally get it, where you're not necessarily in direct competition with the Mavericks, but you could make an argument that all of the teams in the Metroplex are competing for like fans, eyeballs, and dollars and everything like that. Is it safe to assume then that you see some of the disgruntled fan base from the Mavericks and the pick of a generational player as an opportunity to grow y'all's footprint even more?
I'll just say that I'm excited about the Wings and the Mavs fans turning into year-round basketball fans, and knowing that there's such a great product over in Arlington at the College Park Center with the Dallas Wings, with our move, in the horizon, truly into Dallas with a new practice facility and a renovated downtown arena. I'm just excited to captivate basketball fans in the DFW area. And it transitions from the Mavs right to the Wings, and we earn more and more of that dual fanship. We have a great fan base ourselves, and season tickets sold out, 4 or 5 months before even the start of the season, and that's before our draft class and all the excitement leading into this series. So I'm not worried about the disgruntled fans. I'm worried about the basketball fans jumping on the Wings now as we build something very special.
That's a smart thing to do. Dallas Wings GM and EVP Kurt Miller joined us here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. I am kind of curious about we saw Page signed a deal with Unrivaled. And how do y'all feel about that and what they are and how that fits into what the Wings are and the WNBA is building?
Yeah, for someone that's been in the league over a decade, just watching year after year our players finish with their WNBA season and within weeks immediately into their international seasons, and watching players leave family and loved ones and chasing that career overseas, it's so nice now to have another opportunity for at least our core players in the league, and the new Unrivaled League and the success that it had in year one just gives our players an opportunity to stay home. It's only a 10-week long league, but that league allows players not to have to go overseas. And so I think it's truly, truly beneficial for our players. And I think as the new CBA comes on, they'll have a choice because, in the future we'll be playing under a new CBA, and it will be interesting to see how this all plays out. But, excited for Paige that she doesn't have to go from a long collegiate championship season right into a WNBA season and then potentially right over to Turkey or right over to China. So, I'm excited for her to be able to stay in the States in the off season and continue to train and continue to get better basketball-wise.
Now, you talked about the new CBA coming up, and obviously you have been, whether it's coach or strictly front office, you've been all over this league for a long time. How important is this next CBA and potentially, hopefully, I would assume, turning a profit in the league for the first time?
Yeah, I'm excited to see how it all plays out. We can't talk about the specifics of the CBA, but I'm really, really excited about where women's basketball is, our viewership, for someone that between the Division I level coaching and then coaching for a decade in the WNBA, someone that's been involved with women's basketball 35 years, the product always has been great. And I'll be bullish on that and tell you that once we get people in the arenas, typically we can hook them. But more eyes came on the WNBA more than ever last year, and the viewership, the fanship, the the numbers that are on TV right now are just at an all-time high for women's basketball. So I love the momentum. I just want to keep building on it, and just so excited to see where this is going to go into the future.
Well, how cool is it that one of the places it's going to go, June 27th? I know it's more than just this, but Caitlin versus Paige is, kind of driving it. The fact that that game's going to be at the American Airlines Center.
Yeah, excited about that game being moved over there. Tickets are flying out the door. We anticipate a sellout. It's going to be a special night. Obviously, it will be billed as the first time that Paige and Caitlin have matched up against each other in the WNBA, but there's certainly more. Two of the most successful off-season teams were Indiana and Dallas in free agency and trades, and Indiana's been building out of the ashes just a few years ago. It'd be a return game for Alyssa Smith, who was drafted by Indiana, is now back in Texas, and it will be her first time playing against the team that drafted her and where she started so successfully her career. It's just so many side stories in this game, but what a great opportunity for the Dallas community and fans to come out to the AAC and see that big matchup.
Well, the buzz is definitely there. It's been there all week for sure after the pick and leading into the pick. We appreciate you jumping on with us very much, good sir.
I appreciate it. Look forward. Training camp right around the corner.
Let's go.
There you go. Dallas Wings GM and EVP Kurt Miller. A couple things about that American Airlines Center game. Vivid Seats says that the average ticket price right now for that game is $449.
Mm-hmm.
And
good gosh,
StubHub says that sales of Dallas Wings tickets this week are up 11 times over where they were.
Is that good?
I mean, if you're in that business, honestly, if you're a ticket reseller, maybe it's been a huge week for I can see how it's been a huge week, but
that's awesome.
Absolutely. So big time stuff happening for the Dallas Wings. Now, if we have just a second, I wanted to throw out another thing. Did you see that Lee Corso, I know you did, is going to sign off from College Game Day? He's going to be there for one more appearance in August.
Just one more appearance, not like another season?
No,
okay.
just one more appearance. And he turns 90 like right before that appearance. I don't remember his birthday. It's in August somewhere. And so he's going to do one more appearance in August to wrap it up. In terms of pop culture impact, it feels like he is really high up there for college football.
What a run, man. Seriously, what a run in the last 15 years. Been amazing. I remember when I started really diving into college football was shortly after high school, and he would tick me off so many times when he'd pick against OU, and I was like, that's when I got it.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, I understand what he does, and he drives it, and it was fun. It was entertaining. He built that, man. It was a lot of fun.
Do you think they'll keep doing the mascot heads, or do you think that will wrap up with him?
I don't know. I think they'll probably keep it alive in some way.
Okay.
Or maybe they'll just bring some mascots through. But I don't know exactly how, but I feel like you got to keep that going in some way, shape, or form.
Not so fast, my friends. Love that line right there. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, for the first time ever, we're going to try this. Are you ready? The Mavs, Stars, and Rangers Super segment all together, plus the return of the Moral Compass. All of it next right here on The Fan.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats had groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
Meanwhile, the Mavs this quarter, 5 of 6 from 3. Williams has 2 triples. Thompson with his fourth. Klay Thompson catching fire.
Hell yeah, the Dallas Mavericks are victorious.
Dude, some of those shots that Klay was shooting last night,
impressive.
it looked like it didn't even touch his hand before he released it.
You know what? Outside of the threes, the one that I really liked is when he just went straight to the bucket and breezed by somebody and made an easy layup. And I was like, okay.
Yeah, it was that kind of night
see
for them.
more than that.
It definitely was. And defensively, I thought he gave great effort, getting loose balls and rebounds too.
So the Mavericks win the 9-10 matchup. They move on tomorrow night against the Grizzlies, with the winner getting the number 8 seed in the actual playoffs. This is going to be the Stars, Mavericks, Rangers super segment.
What?
Which team? Oh, we got content. Which team would you like to start with?
Since we have updated news about the Stars, I think we should go with the Dallas Stars.
More of the schedule is out, and the NHL does not think the Stars are going to make it very far.
They hate us.
Because they've only released the first 4 games. I actually think that is pretty
That's
standard.
usually what they do.
That's standard protocol to see where all the other series are at going into it and everything.
Yeah, and it is kind of crazy that if they were to get to a game 6, that's draft night, isn't it? Or hold on, no. Okay, we're not playing on draft night.
Okay, good.
We're not playing on draft night, so that's good for us.
Or tonight, Draft 101 at the studio.
Draft 101, not doing that either, so that's good for all of us, and I like that. Kevin, Saturday, April 19th, 8:30, right here in Dallas.
Okay. It's not 7:30?
Eastern.
But realistically, I think it's part of a double header.
10 o'clock.
So, no, I was going to say like 7:45 or 8 maybe.
Monday, April 21st, 9:30, Eastern.
We live in the central time zone.
Fine. I'll do the
breaking
currency change, whatever
exchange
it is.
rate.
Yeah, the exchange rate
back.
on time.
Yes.
Wednesday, April 23rd, 8:30 in Colorado.
Okay.
And then Saturday, April 26th, 8:30 in Colorado for those who like central times.
Are you concerned, though, that game 1 is during night 1 of WrestleMania?
Not at all.
What?
Not for me.
You're just going to DVR the hockey game?
Yeah.
And watch I get you. I got what you're saying.
Guys, the most important thing that night is the Stars game.
Keeping the title on Gunther. Yeah.
No. Hold on. Did you say WrestleMania?
Yeah, night 1.
That's already?
Night 1.
It's already happening?
Night 2 is on Easter.
Why is it on 2 days?
Because it's so popular.
Is it?
Yeah. Yes.
Where is it?
This
If
year
it's so
in Las
popular,
Vegas.
shouldn't I know where it is?
It's in Las Vegas.
Nobody's really been talking about
Where's
that.
the NFL draft?
You know what
this
I've
year?
heard more
Where's
about?
the NFL draft this year?
Nashville, I bet. Is it in Nashville?
It's Green Bay.
What?
See?
Why? I'm just joking.
But my point
I'm just
is,
joking.
if it's that popular.
The most popular thing is Draft 101.
It's true.
That's the most popular thing. And then Pluckers, where Alec will be at City View. He gets to see the whole city. Kevin will be in Dallas, and I'll be in Allen. And there are other people out there, too.
If you're being really honest, let's be honest here, more people will watch WrestleMania on Saturday.
Than the Stars?
Than the Stars and
That's
Avalanche.
that's probably true. But not, I wonder about the percentage of people in Dallas and Colorado. Do you think it'll still be the other way?
Yes, I do.
So we should not be talking any Stars anymore and just talk wrestling.
No, we should be talking wrestling. But that's just 2 nights. So for the Stars, we'll continue this quest for at least the next 4 games until the season is over. At least that's what the insiders say.
Is wrestling, let's say Monday Night Raw or whatever,
Sure.
Is it still on Mondays?
Yes.
Okay. Friday Night SmackDown. Do those get as much love then as WrestleMania?
They get millions of viewers, but the social media traction is just different because I think more people go out of their way to watch this. I always remember it was an old Bill Simmons column where he was watching WrestleMania and his wife walked in and goes, "Oh God, you paid for this, didn't you?" And I always thought it was funny because like for some people that is appointment viewership.
Gotcha.
For the Stars and the Avalanche, they have extended out their advantage in this series per the betting odds. Colorado is now a minus 155. and the Stars are plus 135. If you wanted me to break that down more simplistically in terms of percentage, no problem. That is an implied probability of 56.5% that Colorado wins this series versus 43.5% for Dallas, despite the fact that Dallas has home ice advantage.
Okay.
This is extended out in like the last 4 days because it was pretty much dead even.
Well, I'm going to have to get better net minding.
That's true.
Defense.
Also true. Better puck handling.
Yeah, got to get better passing. Got to get better scoring. I feel like there's a lot of stuff we got to do before this Colorado game.
Now consider this,
Fortunately, we got a
though.
lot of time to fix it all.
These are the two most favored teams to be in the Stanley Cup final out of the West. So if you look at the betting odds right now.
And we got to meet them in the
Yes,
first round?
yes.
Because we couldn't finish number one overall, huh?
Exactly. Carolina leads the way. They're 7.5 to 1, along with Colorado. Then the Stars are at 8 to 1. So the Stars are tied for third, but the team that they play in the first round is the only West team ahead of them. Now, if you take a look, you go all the way down past Vegas, past Edmonton, and then you get to Winnipeg. Winnipeg is 10 to 1. So the Stars, even despite just this horrid run into the playoffs, they have better betting odds to win the Stanley Cup than the Winnipeg Jets because Winnipeg is cursed by the President's Trophy.
Right. That's exactly how that goes. Well, if the Stars have been sandbagging us this whole time, which you know I'm a big believer in that,
Yes,
even though I'm usually wrong about it, then it's good we get Colorado, the toughest team, out of the way.
Yeah.
You know, like that's a positive. You get them out of the way and say, all right, we juiced it. We're ready to rock now.
If they beat Colorado, I will think they'll beat Winnipeg. Now, it's possible they wouldn't play Winnipeg, but most likely.
Last year, it was going to be the toughest road anybody's ever gone through to get to the title.
It's going to be that again, because then you're probably going to loop back around and maybe play Vegas again. So,
You know what? We pull the Vegas.
Yeah.
We're bringing back all our players in the playoffs now.
Actually, yes. You already saw that with Sagan. You're about to see that with Miro. And
Stick that in your slot machines.
From the 214, somebody said fire Pete DeBoer. Look, if they lose if they lose in the first round, I think that is going to happen.
I don't disagree with you, but I just say let's try and get through
Hopefully,
this first.
we won't need to worry
let's
about
try
it.
and do this first.
Absolutely. All right. You want Rangers next, or do you want the Mavs?
Let's rock out some Rangers here, Kevin.
All right. For the Rangers, we are going to power rank the power rankings.
Ooh, I like it.
Where do you think that the Texas Rangers are in the power rankings? I want you to ponder that. We will get to that in
Christian
just a
Ponder.
minute. Yes, or Samantha Ponder. In the meantime, who is the worst baseball team in all of the major leagues?
It has to be the Colorado Rockies. They have the worst record and they have the worst run differential on the planet.
Does it, Alec?
I'm going to agree.
Good decision. Colorado is number 30.
We did it.
AKA dead last in the power rankings. They have undertaken? I don't know. Chicago, who has rocketed up from 30 to 29 in the standings. Or they just
That's on a rocket, Kevin.
They just switched places. So now Colorado's the worst, and the White Sox are like, hey, give us a minute. We'll get back there.
And the Pirates are like, look, we have less fans than both of y'all.
True.
Because they're all working
we
in the
do.
steel
Yeah,
mill.
we need to fire that game up. And by the way, it's going to be a barn burner because it's the 28th ranked Pirates against the 27th ranked Nationals at 11:30 is when the game started.
In the morning.
Yes. I guess there was 12:30. All right.
Eastern.
That's right. Who is number one in your baseball rankings?
In the rankings or in my heart?
In your rankings. You know, I don't care about your heart. I just don't.
I'm going to die of a heart attack and he's just standing there.
Okay, then I'll care.
Never cared about Corey's heart
I guess
anyway,
I should have. I guess I should have gone back. I don't care about people's sports hearts when it comes to making predictions. Like, give me a prediction of what you actually think is going to happen. Like, look, right now, what's your prediction for the Stanley Cup? Oh, I hope the Stars win. Yeah, no kidding. But what do you actually think is going to happen?
I'm looking at the standings, and I do believe the Padres have the edge over the Dodgers and the Giants right now. So I'm going to go with the Padres.
Go with the Padres. Alec, you did a good job last time confirming Corey's thoughts. Would you like to confirm this thought or go out on your own?
Big baseball can't win this time. It's the San Diego Padres taking over number 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Los Angeles Dodgers are second. They have fallen from the top slot, and they have ceded it to the San Diego Padres, who are number 1. And as has been the case all year, look at this power ranking. We talked about this going into the season. Number 1, Padres. 2, Dodgers. 3, Mets. 4, Giants. 5, Phillies. 6, Cubs.
Holy cow.
Those are all National League teams.
Jeez, man.
So we move all the way down to 7. So where do you think the Rangers belong now? All 6 of the top teams are National League teams.
They belong at 7.
Okay.
If you're saying that about the National League teams, then I will say they belong at 7. I still feel like they are at the top of the West, or not the West, but the American League, which I think is weak.
I mean, they are at the top of the West and tied for the best record in the American League.
I think the American League's weak this year.
That is very fair. Alec, you're 2 for 2 in voting with Corey. Would you like to make it 3 for 3?
I think I need to stray away this time. I think big baseball is a little down on the Rangers still compared to that. I still think they're a top 10 team. I'm going to say right. I'm going to say right at 10. I'm going to say right at 10.
Okay. The New York Yankees are number 7 in all of the lands.
Okay, so the Rangers are tied with them.
True.
At the top of the...
So they should be the next American League team, right?
Absolutely.
All right, let's go to the Arizona Diamondbacks at 8, and then the Detroit Tigers at 9. The Detroit Tigers, of course, have a worse record than the Texas Rangers, but this is power rankings, not just who has the best record. The Rangers fell from 7 to 10. Alec Medford was correct. But look at this. If you were to look at the offensive numbers for this team, the Rangers would make 0 sense. 3 of their key guys, Simeon, Peterson, and Berger, all carry on-base percentages of .220 or lower. And the deep lineup of mashers really hasn't come together. But the starting pitching has a rotation ERA of 3.45, which is 7th best in the major leagues.
7th?
7th.
That feels like it should be better than that, honestly.
Well, I mean, keep in mind, like, it's 7th, and you lost Bradford, Gray, Leiter. Like, that's pretty dang good, man.
Yeah, that is pretty impressive what they've, and you feel pretty confident most of that rotation right now.
Yes,
and
honestly, I do.
Quite honestly, I feel confident in the bullpen right now too.
That's fair.
Like I know I had some thoughts on Luke Jackson going into the season, and here we are with Luke Jackson feeling like every time he goes out there, I'm comfortable. It's not all strikeouts,
sure,
but it is outs, and that's what's necessary, and I'm feeling good there.
All right, you guys ready to transition back over to the Mavericks?
Yes.
Okay. So, bad news first. The Mavericks woefully underachieved this year. You probably already knew that. But they had the 5th biggest drop-off in actual wins versus predicted wins from Vegas. Vegas had them at 49.5, and they only won 39. So, they dropped 10.5. Better than Philly.
Dude.
Better than New Orleans.
Seems like Adelson and Dumont knew what they were doing messing with Vegas, huh?
So you think, man.
All these bets were put in. They were like, hey, trade the big guy, and then we'll see.
I do not believe the Adelsons are allowed to gamble since they're in the casino business.
You might be right, but they know how to make some moves that can change gambling.
That's a good point, man. You know what?
They affected that.
I hadn't even considered the idea that they went so hard on the under.
They had some debts.
For the Dallas Mavericks.
They just told their debtors, they were like, hey, look, bet the under on the Mavs wins this year, and you're going to be fine, and we'll call it even.
Now,
I don't want to accuse it. I really don't want to throw that accusation out there and be. That was a joke.
Now, we're going to get to the positive news in a second, but I have one more bit of negative news for you.
Can I ask you something real quick before we move on regarding the Mavericks and their under this year? Would you agree that of all the teams that suffered a change this year, it's pretty surprising that the Mavericks got a play-in win?
Yes. Oh,
considering
for sure. And
how
a dominant one at that.
Most teams would have just folded, given up on the season, and changed everything, and somehow they were able to still be here and get a win.
Look, I know a lot of people might not agree with this. I do not think that they'll agree with the first part. I do not think the Mavericks are going to win tomorrow. I think there's an argument against the Mavericks winning tomorrow in terms of long-term future of this team. However, if we're talking about this on Monday, that they're ready to roll and probably already played game 1 against Oklahoma City, I will be impressed that despite this S-burger of a season, that they have come back and won back-to-back road games to be in the real playoffs.
Absolutely. I'm very shocked at the way this thing has kind of worked out for them.
Now, they've been installed as 6.5-point underdogs for tomorrow night against Memphis. Let's go to NBA Central, where one anonymous NBA executive, and you can understand why you would want to be anonymous on this, said that they were glad, they really hope that the Mavericks keep Nico in charge because, quote, it's always good to have a desperate GM out there.
Dang, dude. That
is not the most ringing endorsement that you're likely to hear.
You know, we were making jokes about the Giants. There are teams that you feel you can make jokes about because they're the ones that are making the bad moves.
Right.
And most GMs know. What's the saying from Rounders? If you sit down at the table and you don't know who the sucker is, the sucker's you.
Exactly.
And everybody knows that everybody feels like the sucker is Nico at the moment.
And I don't feel like this is really stepping out on too much of a limb to say right now, I think the Mavericks front office is viewed as a joke.
I don't disagree. Around the league?
Yes.
Around the league,
not by the fans. I know how the fans feel, but by the rest of the league. I think they are viewed right now as a joke. All right. Positive news. Positive. Shams Charania, in addition to throwing out that it was Patrick Dumont who insisted on the secretive nature of the press conference for Nico Harrison, Shams also said...
we do it in Vegas. We just get one of those little poker rooms.
Take him in the back room. I get it. They said that the anticipation for the Mavericks is that Kyrie will be opted into the next year of his deal and be back in action by January. All right. Now, I think this would be a big deal because, look, this whole thing kind of stands or falls on the injury concerns about the Mavericks. I think that's the issue that Nico has with everyone right now. It's like, you didn't get to see the real version of the team I wanted. So,
but what if they win a championship without him? Do you just move on? You know, we didn't even need him.
Okay.
I know this is a ridiculous
I will tell you
hypothetical.
This. I will tell you this. And I know plenty of people are going to disagree and probably be mad. If the Mavericks somehow won the championship this year, by the way, you can get between 500 and 750 to 1 on that, then that proves that Nico was right.
Yep.
And that's a fact. That doesn't mean you have to like it. That doesn't mean you have to support the way it went down, any of that. But if the Mavericks went on probably the most improbable championship run in the history of basketball this year, and they won the title, that means Nico's right. Mm-hmm. If they win the title next year and Luka and the Lakers do not, I still think that proves he was right.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm right there with you, man.
I don't know if I think that will happen.
When you talk about this was right, who's the Pelicans coach? I saw a story this morning that said that he lost the room whenever he called his team soft after multiple 40-point losses. And my friend on Twitter was like, so he was right?
Yeah. So that means your team is soft. And you need to get those people the hell out of here. Now, again, I think there is, I told you, I didn't make the odds, but between 500 and 750 to 1 that the Mavericks would win the championship this year. How they could look next year if Kyrie really is back in January, the big stay healthy, which that is in and of itself a whole nother set of concerns, and they could make a run at it and win a championship, then that would be freaking amazing, and I think that would prove him correct. In the meantime, tomorrow night against Memphis, so you've got the Mavs and the Grizzlies. Grizzlies 6.5-point favorites. The winners advance to play Oklahoma City in game 1. I would imagine probably Sunday afternoon would be my guess, but I do not know that for an absolute fact.
Let's get it started.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, good. I like it. That's just, I needed that enthusiasm.
I'm excited about this time of season. You got Rangers growing into this. This weekend's pretty big. You got the Dodgers.
True.
Coming into town.
True.
Plus all this playoffs implication stuff going on.
Now,
actual playoffs, not implication.
I wanted to ask if you guys liked the Rangers, Mavericks, Stars super segment, but I'm going to ask if I can backtrack to the Stars for just a second. So this was really interesting to me. CBS Sports has their power rankings, and we don't necessarily need to dive into the specifics of the hockey power rankings. What was interesting, though, is it shows where they were at the start of the season. So for the Dallas Stars, at the beginning of the season, if you remember, we talked about this a lot. They were number 1 in the power rankings. And in the CBS blurb, it says, the number 1 ranking looked like it was going to hold for a long time, but Dallas has stumbled at the finish line. The forward group is still the deepest in the NHL, and Ottinger is capable of backstopping the Stars to a cup. The only question is the health of Miro, because Dallas has serious depth issues on the blue line without him. They're 7th in the power rankings right now. So just in this last week, they dropped from 3 to 7. And if you go back to the beginning of the season, that was CBS's number 1. That was their pick to win the cup. And in the meantime, you've got a team that is spiraling as bad as you can be going into the playoffs.
Yeah, it's not the look that you wanted for this team by any means. And I know you like to run into things as the overdog.
That's true.
You always like to be the front runner.
The easiest possible path to get there.
And you know me, I'm again, the sandbagging idea, and it takes a lot of, hey, you better know. If you're going to be this bad going into something, you better know. So that's where my mind is, that I'm hopeful that this was a rest, and then they're going to get back out there and be the team they were.
And somebody dropped this in about the Mavericks. I'll just tell you, fan however you want. I don't totally understand this opinion, and I don't agree with it at all. From the 469, I wouldn't care if the Mavericks won 5 championships in a row. I will never be a fan again. If the Mavericks starting next year won 5 championships in a row, by the way, you are not alone in that opinion.
I'd still be upset that I lost Luka, but I would be like, man, they saw something I did not see, and they had a vision that I was not aware of.
And they were correct. Now, that's not going to happen, but just throwing it out there. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and right now, it's time for the return of the moral compass.
You are my counsel. The one I turn to when I need my moral compass checked. We have forged this relationship for years, and I depend on it.
And by the way, for people asking where the Avalanche were in the power rankings, they started the season at 15, and I believe they were 5 or 6, just ahead of the Stars going into the playoffs. And then somebody brought up, what about the Rangers in 2023? I'll tell you this. I will call Reggie on the phone if the Stars make the run to the Stanley Cup final, and I will say I no longer believe in momentum translating into the playoffs, because I will have seen a 2020 Stars team that looked like the worst team in the NHL in their round-robin bubble thing make it to the Stanley Cup final. Then the Rangers...
So the Rangers doing it wasn't enough.
Yeah,
Rangers on their own.
That put a huge dent in my believability, in my thoughts about playoff momentum carryover.
Makes sense.
If the Stars make a run now, I'll be like, the hell with it. The Cowboys could be 14-0 and lose their last 3 games, and I'd be like, we're fine. We're still gonna figure it out. Don't even worry about it.
No, guys, don't. Hey, I've seen this play out before.
All right. So the moral compass today: would you turn in a cheater? So I'm not trying to steal their bit, but I know that Sean and RJ will do some Ask Reddit. One of the things that came up in Reddit was there's this neighbor. Let's call him, I don't know, Tom. And the guy who lives next to him is Steve.
All right, Steve.
So Tom, on his security camera, saw Steve sneaking over to another lady's house who had just got divorced at 2 a.m. Now, that in and of itself does not make you guilty, but it doesn't look good. So that lady just got divorced. You're going over to her house at 2 a.m. It doesn't look great, all right? So he reviewed the security footage, which I have questions about that. Like, if he didn't see this happen in real time, why are you watching your security footage overnight?
Sometimes you see if somebody was walking by your house and did something. Or maybe somebody did something to his yard.
And then he had to look at it and he was like, wait a second.
Maybe somebody egged his house.
What is I forgot which order I went in. Did I go Tom first or Steve first?
Hey, what was the lady's name?
The lady's name, we'll say, is Belinda. So Steve went over to Belinda's house, and Tom saw it, and he was like, we need to do something.
Yeah, if you need to go back to it, I have a drawing.
Okay, thank you. Actually, that is super helpful.
That
drawing
might help
is
you out here.
Super helpful.
This is Tom and his eyes and him seeing the house, and this is Belinda's house, and this is Steve going into Belinda's house.
All right. Steve is married to Mary. Mary's your neighbor. Alec, do you say something to Mary that there could be potential marital shenanigans afoot?
I would.
Ooh.
So Tom, you're saying should Tom?
Yeah, should Tom tell Mary that he saw Steve go over to Belinda's house at 2 a.m, perhaps facilitating a big argument, and then maybe eventually they're divorced. What do you think?
I definitely would, because one, I'm in it for the chaos. I always am. I like to see reality TV unfold right in front of my eyes. If I can force that to happen, I'm going to do it. And part two of that is, if it does lead to, any kind of weird shenanigans that are going on, I have an easy rebound right there if I do that. So,
like Shania Twain.
Exactly. So I'm just covering my own bases while also entertaining myself. So I feel like it's win-win for me. I'm doing the right moral thing, but at the same time, deep inside, I'm like, this is fun.
Does Tom, Kevin, in this situation, does Tom have a wife? Do we know if he is married? And does Tom have kids? Maybe a pool, a dog? I'm trying to fill out this drawing that I've made here. So I'm just trying to make sure I have everything correct.
I actually do not know the marital status of Tom. So let's say for now, does that impact your decision either way?
Yeah, because like Alex said here, this is a situation where maybe Tom has always had his eyes, as you can see here, on Mary.
Okay.
And now this is his moment to slide into her DMs, DMs are going away soon, by the way, because X is taking away DMs.
Okay, what?
Yeah, that was announced yesterday.
Well, that is interesting. All right, let's assume
it's something new and better, though.
Tom is 100% happily married. They have 5 kids, and is as rock solid as a marriage gets. So Tom is not looking to hook up with Mary.
Okay, mind your damn business then.
Okay.
Seriously, man, unless it's a murder, like this is if it's a murder, then you need to, hey, here's my footage. Like, you definitely need to do that. If it's this, mind your business and go on about it. She's going to find out eventually anyway. You don't need to be the one invading their privacy.
From the 817, how about people mind their effing business? And then another person from the 469, not my business. Yep. From the 214, is Mary hot? And from the 817, Belinda must be a hoe.
Mm-hmm.
Look, these are details in the world building that you can put on these people if you want.
Also, I got a question here, Kevin. So Belinda lives across the street from Tom.
Correct.
Where does Steve live?
Steve lives right next door.
Okay, all right. So he's right next door. So this probably isn't the first time.
And also,
I didn't notice the first time, so I don't care now.
Well, you know what? You or Tom and his wife, what if they're close with Steve and Mary?
Well, you see, this is another part of the situation.
We're going through phases with this.
This is part of the situation. So they're close with Mary, then it's throuple time with me and her and my wife, and all of our 5 kids are going to have an extra mommy.
No! From the 214, Steve here. You tell Tom, to mind his nosy ass, mind his own business. Tom should confront Steve first, and then the question is, Steve would beat up Tom. Now, there is one more aspect to this story.
I do kind of like the idea of, hey, man, I noticed this. I'm not going to say anything, but I think you're a piece of junk for not saying anything to her. So I'm not going to go snitch, but I would like to tell that man to his face that he's wrong for this. And then he tells me, don't worry, she's been cheating on me for 10 years, and now this changes everything. All
right. So there's one more element to this.
Upside down pineapples on the front.
Okay,
on the porch.
Look, we're assuming this is not a swinger situation. I don't know that for a fact. So Tom is he's gonna follow Corey's lead. He's gonna mind his own business. But then Mary walks over to their house. She says that it feels like Tom has been different. He's been going out.
Steve.
That's what I meant. Steve, thank you.
Thanks, my lucky chart
Mary,
here.
yes. I actually tried to do that because of you. Mary is concerned that Steve is cheating, and she has confided in Tom about it. So now she has brought the problem to your front door with an accusation. Then, do you admit to Mary that you saw Steve going over to Belinda's house at 2 or 3 in the morning the other day?
Probably.
Okay.
Yeah, probably at that point, if she's coming to me and she has this inkling that they're in the throes of passionate love together over at Belinda's house, then I'm probably going to be like, hey, look, man, I happened to see something the other night, and I don't know what is going on, but if you want to follow this any further, if you want to go any further with this, here's some evidence to help your case. Leave me out of it. I want to be left out of it from here on, though. Do not bring this to me. I got 5 kids.
Yeah.
I got 2 of them are almost going to college. One of them actually is already there.
Sure.
The other one, good gosh.
Joseph.
Yeah, exactly. So there's a lot going on here. I don't need any of this stuff going on with my life, but here is the information.
You have another kid named Tomothy. All right.
That's the middle one.
There are 2 people who go, hey, I just got into my car. What the hell is happening? All right, quick recap, and then I know we got to go. Tom lives next to Steve, who's married to Mary, but he saw Steve stepping out at 2 in the morning to go across the street to potentially hook up with Belinda. Do you say what happened? There are a lot of people who are like, snitches get stitches, mind your damn business. But then there's a couple people who are like, all right, that last part changes everything. If she comes to me and is like, I think Steve might be cheating, then Tom is then obligated to be like, here is the footage I saw at 2 in the morning, as long as you don't have follow-up questions about why I'm watching all of the old security footage of our houses. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Kevin, when you do that, it's one of my favorite parts.
Yeah.
Like your summaries of things.
Yeah.
Always good.
You're welcome. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Major.
The Iowa meat truck and his Scottie Pippen right next on The Fan.
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Cool. I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay. Yeah.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got a C block in just a second, but I apologize. We're not supposed to look back. There were some things that people commented that were so amazing. They accused Mary of trying to hook up with Tom, and that's why she took all her problems to his doorstep. Somebody asked about Steve's square footage of his house compared to Belinda, which I haven't even considered that yet. So, look, you guys are some clever MFers, all right? For sure. Now, another clever MFer, it's Corey Majors.
Thank you very much. And I do want to point out, somebody said, this makes me think there's many problems at the Mahor's family household.
Oh, no.
There's not.
This is a fictitious, not a fictitious scenario. This is a scenario from Reddit.
And somebody
Corey
said,
Mahor's.
Thank you. And somebody also suggested that Steve would punch me in the face, or that Tom would punch me in the face if I said that. And I let them know that he didn't want to do that. It's not going to end well for him. And he should know that at that point.
I mean, and that's an interesting choice. I'm going to punch you in the face for telling my wife, who's your neighbor, that you're cheating. Like, take some responsibility.
Yeah, exactly. Be a man. Grow up. Grow. I did recently have a conversation with my neighbor, though. And I thought I handled it well. Maybe I'll tell that story tomorrow.
Oh, I think you should. I know that story.
All right. I got a couple things here. 877-881-1053. You can start this conversation and get these texts rolling in. Scottie Pippen said Dirk had the single greatest playoff run ever. We'll get to that in just a moment. Before we do, Kevin, I want to talk a little baseball.
Okay.
Not necessarily Rangers, although I do love my Texas Rangers.
First place Texas Rangers?
Yeah. Dave Raymond will join us tomorrow at 12:20. We'll also have Brian Ray join us to talk some stars at 10:20 tomorrow. Let's start with Double-A New Hampshire, or New Hampshire, if you will. I have no clue what was going on in this game, but I want you to hear the nickname of Peyton Williams as he hits a walk-off home run for Double-A New Hampshire.
1-2 home. Out to right field on a sharp line to the corner, and it's gone! Peyton Williams, the Iowa meat truck, delivers a walk-off bomb.
There was another person who insinuated that Steve in this scenario might be the Iowa meat truck. I don't know that to be the case.
This dude is gigantic, by the way. This is a big, strong man, and his nickname is the Iowa meat truck.
Show me your meat.
Yeah, well, that was with our friends at Six Brothers Meats Beef. They were good. It was great steaks. The Iowa meat truck is a really cool nickname. That's all. That's the only reason I wanted to bring that story up.
Okay.
Also, have you ever heard of Matt Strom? Matt Strom, I believe, is the pitcher who had the injury from packing his kids' toys early in the season. Like his fingernail got all cut up or something because he was packing up kids' toys. He also, if you haven't noticed, kind of looks like Nicolas Cage. Actually, I'm going to not say Nicolas Cage. I'm going to say Nick Cage. Because Nick Cage has
the long hair is Nick Cage.
There are two different versions of Nick Cage and Nicolas Cage. Nicolas Cage was in the National Treasure movies.
Correct.
Nick Cage was in Face Off,
Adaptation,
Wind Talkers.
Okay. I got what you're saying. Yeah.
Nick Cage is the guy that walks to the top of a hill and takes an Uzi and takes out a whole entire army with one Uzi magazine. So he has a cool, because of the look-alike situation, he has a glove that it's not made of, but it has the Declaration of Independence inscribed on it.
I love it.
And again, he plays for the Philadelphia Phillies. So again, this guy kind of looks like Nicolas Cage, and he got this glove because the National Treasure movies are Nicolas Cage essentially stealing the Declaration of Independence. There's other stuff in the other movies as well. Here was his quote: "I stole it, then I made a glove out of it." And I just think that's hilarious. I just think that's hilarious that he's buying into the bit. Con Air, Nick Cage, that's right. That's definitely a Nick Cage. But yeah, he said, "I stole it, then I made a glove out of it." And I just like that.
It also feels like he gets Cage's personality by making a statement like that, right?
Yes. The other thing, too, is I feel like Philadelphia is doing all the good stuff with bats and gloves. And I'm going to take you back for a minute. I can't remember who it was. Jason Brom, who had the pencil bat. It was the number 2 pencil bat, which it was the lead was in the handle, and then the eraser was at the end of it. And everybody was going nuts about, oh, man, you can do all these cool things with bats. And it's a fun thing. Then you got this glove. And then the other night, Bryce Harper, with his gender reveal party, as he was walking up to go hit, and they handed him a blue bat. And so at that moment, he knew that he was having a boy. I think that's a really cool thing right there.
It was kind of presumptive by him.
What do you mean? I think it's fun, even though I hate gender reveal parties.
Fair.
I'm not a huge...
We didn't do that.
Can I just have a party and we all tell everybody?
I guess I don't understand.
It's excitement. It's like a piñata.
But I guess I don't understand the excitement whenever you find out? Because, like, if it would have been the other one, would you be like, oh, dang it? Like, you're not the king of England, and you need a royal heir.
Who was the pitcher? Was it a pitcher that they did it, and it was a girl, and he was like, great, another girl, and he walked off, and he already had like 3 girls, and he was just like,
all right, if that emotion
win.
was involved in more of these, I would get it. And you're like, come on.
Thank you. It was Bryson Stott with the pencil bat. Thank you very much. And that was with Philly again. And then this audio this is from the Nationals game. This is Tommy Pham hits it to the outfield, and then this happened to him.
Out to left. Ball diving. Picked off the ground, was it?
No one made a call.
That was a base hit. So we've got a logjam at first base. The third base umpire, Alex Tosi, put up his hands in a safe sign. Confusion reigns at first base because the runner, O'Neal Cruz, couldn't tell what happened. It certainly looked to us like Wood got it on a bounce.
Yeah, it looks like a trap. Gets it, fires.
So he overshoots.
So it should be O'Neal Cruz over here because he's on the base right here. So that means that the hitter is out, and it should be O'Neal Cruz there at first base.
The batter runner is out at first base. The runner that started at first base was tagged while he was standing on first there. Therefore, he is safe. We have 2 outs.
So yeah, exactly. Everybody's out over there. And
bull crap.
Again, this is every kid that's ever played Little League Baseball knows. And if you're in left field, don't throw to first base. They're always like, do not throw to first base. You might overthrow. You're going to throw behind the runner. Like, there's all these reasons. You throw in front of the runner. That's the idea. Always throw in front of the runner. If the runner's at second, throw to third. If the runner's at first, throw to second. All those things. But occasionally, a left fielder will gun somebody down at first base.
Yeah.
And in this instance, they got a bunch of people because nobody knew what was going on because they didn't know if he caught the ball or not off the ground or if it was in the air.
I feel like I need more clarity from the officials so we can continue.
Now, Scottie Pippen posted this yesterday, and it has drawn a lot of conversation. And I like this because when I look in the comments, there are a variety of answers. Here's the
Pippen
tweet.
played all the games.
Pippen did play all the games.
Is that
That's right.
in any of the comments?
And thank you from the 817. This show has slayed today. True or false from Scottie Pippen? Dirk had the greatest individual playoff run of all time. And I know we often have this conversation about who he went through to get there. But now we're comparing individual playoff runs to other individual playoff runs. And as I was looking through the comments here, there are a lot of people, and I assume they're Mavs fans, that are agreeing with Scottie Pippen on this. Lots of trues. Then I see the top one says Jokic. And then the next one says, what about Hakeem?
Yeah.
And then somebody says Giannis is up there too. So I was most of them are bringing up Hakeem in the conversation, like what he did. And Kevin, I remember watching Hakeem through that. I was watching a different breed of athlete whenever I saw him play.
I think Hakeem is the next logical choice. I'm going to go ahead and I don't think it's the Bucks.
And individually, Giannis, he ran that whole thing. You could not stop from the 3-point line to the basket. You couldn't stop him.
Agreed. But I want you to take a look at this. So they went through the Miami Heat. Obviously, the Nets that year, that was the team that everybody thought that was going to be the super team. But it kind of peters out at the end.
Okay.
Because then he beat the Hawks, who were one of the weakest teams in the Eastern Conference Finals in a long time. I guess Indiana would argue that too. And then they beat the Suns. I mean, that's great. But that's not as impressive to me. If you look at Hakeem, the 93-94 version, because the 94-95 version, by that point, they had Drexler on the team too.
Okay, can I throw some numbers at you real quick? In the 95 season, 33-10-5 in that run, he ran through Karl Malone, David Robinson, and Shaq, and he destroyed MVP David Robinson, the best 6 Hall of Famers in their prime, and every team had 57-plus wins that he went up against.
So it's true, but that year before, is nothing to sneeze at either.
Yeah.
And that's why I think I'm inclined to give him a little bit more of advantage the year before, just because it felt like he had to take it on more. But think about it. First round, they play Portland Trailblazers and Clyde Drexler. Next round, you kind of see some similarities there. You played Phoenix again, or I guess you'd play them again the next year. And that was the Charles Barkley team that looked like it was built to win an NBA championship. Then right after that, the Utah Jazz with Stockton and Malone. And then right after that, you had the New York Knicks with Patrick Ewing at probably the height of his powers. And so I think I would go with the 93-94, although you have duplicate playoff opponents in Phoenix and Utah. Those are really strong candidates. I think that is probably the strongest one to put up against Dirk.
And then you got when Dirk's numbers here, Kevin, that I kind of like, 27.7 points per game.
Yep.
48.5% field goal shooting, 46% three-point shooting. 94.1 from the free throw line.
And, I kind of thought about this with what Alex said yesterday.
105.3 in our heart.
Yes, that's true.
That's when you care about our hearts.
One of the things that Alex said yesterday about the biggest draft bust was who could you have gotten instead? And so I think I disproportionately look at that about who did you beat?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And so I don't mean to make it sound like I'm discounting the stats whatsoever, because I'm definitely not. But then you go back to a Mavericks team that a lot of people thought was going to beef it against Portland. And then you go up against Kobe. You go up against what everybody thought was the future of the NBA.
And they have been, individually, they've all been part of the future of the NBA.
In the Oklahoma City Thunder. And then you took down the biggest and best super team to date. I'm not going to discount. I thought the Celtics a few years earlier, they put together their own super team. But this was the team that was inevitable. This was Thanos. And so while the Portland, with all due respect to Brandon Roy, while the Portland series might be a little softer compared to some other people, going through Kobe, Durant, Westbrook, and Harden, and then LeBron and Wade back to back to back, that's incredible to me. And so I think Hakeem is up in the mix for sure, but I'll always defer to Dirk because I think that is the greatest playoff run I've ever seen.
And some people will say, hey, look at the team that was surrounding him too. He didn't drag a bunch of randoms with him. Those were all veteran. That was a good team. That was a well-constructed team. They just kind of were a cast of island of misfits, right?
Which,
they were kind of cast away as those guys are done.
Which, if you kind of think about it, is that dissimilar from the Houston Rockets team? Because if at the time you're looking at Cassell, Ori, Kenny Smith, Otis Thorpe. Those are some damn good players. But I bet if you asked just basketball fans now, do you know who any of those people are? And they'll be like, Kenny Smith,
he's on
the guy
TV.
from TNT. And so I kind of feel to a certain extent that's the way maybe some people felt about the Dallas Mavericks. We all love Jason Terry forever and ever, but how many basketball fans who are recent basketball fans know who that is?
And yes, as Brennan Haywood said, your favorite Hall of Famer got clapped by Dirk in that run. And that's absolutely true. And what's sad about
that is a great point.
Is now your organization has made that guy so mad that he doesn't really want anything to do with you. And Kevin, I don't know how to cope with that because I don't know if and this might be something for tomorrow, I don't know if in DFW we've ever seen our legend have problems with the organization and not be part of it.
Yeah.
It feels like the Cowboys are always sticking around. Maybe Madonna, I know he had a little problem there, but other than
that felt pretty brief.
Yeah, and this one scares me because Dirk is still the face for us as Mavs fans, even though Luka was the next one. Dirk is. So it's a weird place we're going to be in for a while.
I don't know if this is the way you would look at it exactly, but the people that Hakeem beat were incredible, but wouldn't you make an argument none of them are top 10 players of all time? Whereas with Dirk, Malone and Stockton are incredible. I feel like they're not usually in that mix. Whereas if you look at Dirk, Kobe, and LeBron.
And don't forget about Dwayne Wade.
I will not consider him in that mix.
Mm-hmm.
But
what about Udonis Haslem?
No. Right? They're always in the mix for top 10 of all time. And in some cases, top 2 of all time.
And LeBron was pretty much in his prime at that point.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's do some NFL overreaction or reality right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has roast?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has a low fee product? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, give me a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Into the zone, wide open Forsberg. Across, score! Philip Forsberg, his second assist of the period, and Ryan O'Reilly had a wide open net.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, where the Stars go into the playoffs with a 7-game losing streak, or 0-5-2 if you want to make yourself feel better per hockey terminology. They will open up the playoffs game 1 against Colorado, 7:30 p.m. Saturday at the American Airlines Center. We're going to do some NFL overreaction or reality, but first, Corey has NFL news.
According to Jordan Schultz, source, the Cowboys are signing veteran offensive lineman Hakeem Adeniji, who has 15 career starts, can play both tackle and guard positions. So, continuing to add to the offensive line.
Now,
I'm sorry. Looks like Travis Frederick is going to announce the Cowboys' 2nd and 3rd round picks in the draft this year.
Ooh, I love Travis Frederick.
I do too.
All right, so we'll transition to another offensive lineman as part of NFL Overreaction or Reality. Overreaction or Reality, Tyron Smith will make the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Yes, reality.
I don't think it's going to be as easy as some people say.
I agree.
I know there was a columnist from the Morning News yesterday, future Hall of Famer. I'm not saying that's wrong, but Zach Martin is a no-brainer future Hall of Famer. I don't know how easy it's going to be for Tyron.
I think he's going to get in because he was that dominant at the position. But I've heard people say surefire first ballot, and I'm like,
I don't think so.
I disagree with you. I do think Zach Martin's a first ballot Hall of Famer.
I do agree with.
But Tyron, I kind of agree with you on that, but he was talked about a lot while he was in the league, and he was fantastic. But I'll say that's an overreaction or reality. Reality.
There you go. I'm going to go with reality as well. I'm in the exact same boat that it's not going to be as early as we like as fans. It's going to have to marinate for a little bit. But like Corey said, everybody in the league definitely knew who he was and how truly special he was at that position. And I think the writers will get that right eventually, whether it's year 2 or year 6 of eligibility. I don't know what it's going to be, but won't be first ballot. But that's a reality. He's definitely a Hall of Fame player.
NFL overreaction or reality, Jalen Ramsey is still good at football. Now, we talked about this. He had a down year last year. He had knee injury and some other problems, and so he didn't make the Pro Bowl for the first time in a while. The Dolphins are looking to trade him. I think they might just end up releasing him because nobody's going to want to take on that deal. Now, they have come out and said, oh, yeah, we're not looking to trade him, but if somebody wanted him, and I was like, good luck with that.
He's 30 years old.
Doesn't it feel like he's older than that?
No. Actually, 30 kind of surprised me because there was this time he was so dominant that you were just like, don't even throw that dude's way. But I guess that window did leave because he's been moved around so much in his career.
And the reason why I brought it up is the betting odds have the Cowboys as the 3rd most likely team to get him.
Why would that be, Kevin?
Because you just put the Cowboys on.
You have to put the Cowboys in the conversation. It's just the way it is. If there's an inkling of a thought that they need that position, we got to do that. Because then they don't have to draft it, right? So yeah, I wouldn't go make a move to get him at this juncture. That's just where I am.
I'm going to say reality because I don't think he's a bad player per se. And I think something fun that I saw maybe 2 days ago, I think it was Asante Samuel Sr. tweeted and said, he might not agree with me, but Jalen Ramsey should move to safety. His numbers would be crazy.
Okay.
And just because he wouldn't have to move around and have that catch-up speed in the way that he does as a primary corner. So if he were open to listening to that, I mean, heck, if the Cowboys are going to be that high in the betting odds, I wasn't a fan of our safety play last year.
Fair.
You know, if he wants to give it a shot, I think a contending team would listen.
NFL overreaction or reality? If we were redrafting last year, you would still take Caleb Williams number 1.
Yeah, I probably would.
Jaden?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
I personally liked Jaden.
Yeah.
But I understand the ceiling of Caleb Williams. I never really have loved any guys that have come from the OU or Lincoln Riley trees.
Yeah.
But I still think he has a lot of great tools. Did you see his throw? Have you seen that video from the Chicago game last night?
Oh, yeah. Where he's at the basketball game?
He autographed the football and then chucked it up into the stands. But I would probably still spend that number 1 overall pick on him. Jaden was fantastic this year, and he was surrounded by a really good bunch. I'm interested to see how this new Ben Johnson group works with Caleb Williams.
It's a reality for me because I do think Jaden Daniels and Cliff Kingsbury in a football X's and O's standpoint was a perfect marriage. And I do think another perfect marriage is going to be Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams. So I think they're exactly where they need to be. As cliche as it sounds, I think they were meant to be in those systems that they are currently in. I'm excited to see what Caleb does under Ben Johnson. It's going to be really fun. That's a reality.
NFL overreaction or yeah, go ahead.
Adam in Arlington has a question, Kevin.
Mm-hmm.
If we could circle back for a moment, does Belinda think the Cowboys should take Genty or McMillan if they're both on the board at 12? That'll help inform my answer if we should tell on Tom.
Believe it or not, I think I can transition from that because I have a twofold running back question. Overreaction or reality? I'm going to tweak it up just a little bit. Ashton Genty will be drafted in the top 6. 6 seems to be maybe the flashpoint for where he'll go.
Reality.
I hate it.
And dude, I seriously would love that idea of the Bears taking him.
Oh my God.
I would love it.
Yeah.
Because Ben Johnson, I know they have other things they need, but Ben Johnson's just like, I want my Jahmyr Gibbs. I want a playmaker on this team, a dude that can just burn and also run right through you.
Do you guys
and block on third down if I need him to.
Fair. Do you guys remember the last running back to go number 1 overall in the draft?
Adrian Pete. Did he go?
Nope.
That was Donovan McNabb, wasn't it? Edgerrin James? LaDainian Tomlinson?
Kajana Carter.
Gross.
Overreaction or reality? That was 30 years ago. A running back will never go number 1 overall in the draft again.
As long as quarterbacks exist. That is true.
So that feels like a pretty lock solid prediction. I also agree that quarterbacks will continue to exist in the NFL.
How good was Saquon Barkley? And he still didn't go number 1 overall.
Right.
And he was that good. So, yeah, I'll say as long as quarterbacks are around.
That is an overreaction because teams like the Las Vegas Raiders still exist where they just have a history of making the wrong pick at the wrong time. As long as there are still, to Corey's point, as long as there are still quarterbacks, as long as there are still dumb GMs out there that misevaluate positions, it's going to happen at some point where they're just going to be in awe and say, I need my jersey sales. I'm going to take this guy because he's the biggest name, not necessarily the biggest player. It's going to happen.
NFL overreaction or reality? Abdul Carter is the best player in this draft.
Oh man, that's an interesting thought. Yeah, I'll say that's a reality.
Yes?
I'll say
Okay.
that's reality.
It's a reality. He's got the ability to absolutely destroy any game at any given moment. And I don't even think it's particularly super close. Genty, he comes to mind as maybe 2 or 3. Travis Hunter is up there. But outside of that, I don't really, just in terms of raw talent and athletic ability specifically, I don't think many people come close outside of those other two.
Okay, and I want to bring up a Travis Hunter question then. I know none of us actually think that he's just going to quit football, but overreaction or reality, it's a mistake for Travis Hunter to play both ways.
I think that's an overreaction. And I don't know who it was. I heard they were like, it's not that he's like bad at one of those positions. He's great at both.
Yeah.
He's really good at both. So and again, I want to go see greatness be greatness. So I want to see players get everything they can out of what they are. And if something different happens, then I want to see that too. So I don't think it's a mistake. I'd do it. But somebody's going to be like, oh, if he gets hurt doing this, if he gets hurt doing that, he shouldn't have been playing that position anyway. Whatever, man. Like, players get hurt. It happens.
It's an overreaction because I just hate the whole notion that, but it's the NFL. It's different. Well, guess what? Nobody hasn't really tried to do it recently. So
that's true.
We don't know until we let him try. And then we could say, all right, in the NFL, it's tough. Let's try to pick one side over the other. Let him try it. I think it would be fun, and I think it would be great because, like Corey said, he's good at both. Let him try it.
NFL overreaction or reality, 4 quarterbacks will get taken in round 1 of this draft.
Reality. Dude, you're just killing it with the reality today, man. Even that Tom Mary story earlier.
Do we need to revisit?
No, I have the drawing. I'll post it up later.
You should.
I think that's a reality. Do it again. Say it again. 4 quarterbacks.
4 quarterbacks in round 1.
The whole Milroe thing threw a huge wrench into everything.
And then whether you think Shuck will be the odd person out with Dart, I don't know. What do you say, Alec?
It's a reality. I do think Milroe is going to end up being that 4th guy, probably to Pittsburgh in the 20s is what I would think. I think they're going to be the one team that kind of surprises everybody. I mean, they did it with Kenny Pickett a few years ago when they were the lone team that said, hey, we'll take this guy with a first-round grade. That was a mistake. But I think Milroe will end up being that guy for Pittsburgh there.
Okay, let me ask you real quick. I have one more question. I did not think it would relate to that, but here we go. Overreaction or reality, the Steelers will move into the top 8 to take Shedeur. So we'll stick with the quarterback motif, switch it up a little bit.
I think that's an overreaction. I don't think the Steelers like to do stuff like that.
Right.
They just seem like that would be too expensive for them.
Well, and because he met with the Steelers, so everyone's like, oh, I don't know.
Yeah, and because all the fans, they're obviously working in the steel mill. But I think that's an overreaction. I think they feel like they might be able to get him somewhere else and wait.
It's an overreaction for me, but I also thought there was no chance on planet Earth that they were going to trade that much for DK Metcalf. So
okay,
it wouldn't shock me. And 9 is where I think Shedeur goes to the Saints. So one-upping them, getting right in front of them just to ruin their night.
And that's why I laid it out,
Exactly. It would make sense, but I think that's overreaction.
All right. Excellent. Thank you guys very much for participating.
You're welcome, Kevin.
Coming up next.
You slayed today, bruh.
Let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats had roast.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What was it? Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Lady.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Tree Club?
No.
Nutmeg Ladies.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
There's not a lot of size at the rim for Sacramento. Dallas hasn't allowed that on their end.
Davis with the lob, the throw down by Lively. And the lead is 25 now for the Mavs.
Complete domination for the Mavericks, so much so that the Kings went ahead and fired their GM after the play-in loss. Now, that was maybe going to happen eventually. Anyway, Mavericks move on. They play Memphis on Friday night. Did you guys watch all of that game? How did you split up your interest with Stars and Rangers as well?
I was on the Mavs. Once I got home and got settled last night, I was just riding that thing in, and then shortly after that, I was too tired to proceed any further. So,
hey, just like the Stars. That voice right there from Gavin Dawson. Of course, Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Leasing. All right, what about the rest of you fine fellas?
Consumed all three. The Stars I eventually stopped paying attention to once the third period happened and they were down 4-1. That was just disgusting. But I had the Rangers game on the main TV, and then as soon as that ended, I flipped it over to the Mavericks, and I had it on while I finished up my last few corners for the draft. So it was like half-ass paying attention.
Yeah.
But that second quarter, all of a sudden, Klay's just dropping bombs. I'm like, okay.
And getting to the rim, too.
Yeah.
And
the game was pretty much in hand by halftime.
Yes, it was.
Rangers, Chicago play-in series with them kind of going back and forth, and then all Mavs after that. Never looked at the Stars once.
Yeah. I mean, look, if the Stars aren't going to bother to show up.
The score kept flashing that they weren't winning.
Yeah.
And I said, well, I'm not going to invest in that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Telling the story I need to know. I don't need to turn my channel at all.
That's right. I was Rangers only last night.
Okay. So are you going to be invested in Mavs tomorrow night then to try to make the real playoffs? Or are you like, what? If they win, then I'll watch the OKC series.
Yeah, I think I'll probably wait till the actual playoffs start. And if that happens, then okay. But I think I'm continuing to put my foot down for this play-in nonsense.
Are you and Brada still arguing over whether or not it's not a playoff game or?
No, I think I won that argument. It's obviously not a playoff game.
Brian's turned full
play-in game.
No, I'm
with Brada.
But I respect with to each their own. However you want to take this in.
I thought there was some brilliant basketball last night by the Mavs.
I agree.
Yeah,
I thought they did a great job of limiting. Last time they played Sacramento, they got taken to overtime on that thing, and it wasn't very good. So I'm happy the way that they went and wiped out the beam.
Do you count the first four as part of the NCAA tournament?
No.
No, I do not. That's to get into the tournament.
All right. Then I understand.
But that's college basketball too, so that's another thing.
Are
doesn't really count.
Whoa. Are you going to be rooting for the Mavs tomorrow?
He's not. Don't even go there.
I don't think I'll be rooting for them.
Why even watch
necessarily.
it? Don't watch.
I'm not.
Did you watch Miami,
I just told you
Chicago?
I wasn't going to watch it.
No, but I think if they get through, don't watch the playoffs either.
That's also fine. I mean, it's not like it's something that I'm really dying to watch.
I think you should go to the game, but turn around from the court.
See, I like that.
Open up that
the other way. I need this to be good enough that I can imagine Kyrie coming back and them being contenders. Don't do that to yourself.
Okay.
I just feel for your
January,
future
man.
self.
Get ready, Dawson.
Yeah,
January,
I'm
we're
desperate.
back. We're opting back in, and we're going for it.
Brandon Williams looked like a blast last night.
She broke my heart. She did. But there's something about that woman, right? And I'm willing to take her back next year.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, if the Mavericks, let's say Kyrie come back in January, that's the plan. They won the title next year, and the Lakers do not this year or next year. Does that show that Nico was right?
Yes, I think to a large extent it absolutely does. Now, of course, this was a small window opportunity that he was trying to capitalize on and punting on the big picture.
Sure.
So I think there's still something to be said for if Luka goes on over the next half decade plus after that and has some serious winning, but he can feel extremely validated if you get a championship out of this, even if it is just one. You can at least look at it like, okay, he knew what he was doing, and this is a guy that didn't care about 5 years from now. He only cared about the next 3. So anybody who was against it would have to acquiesce to some extent.
Yeah, no,
absolutely.
I agree with you.
Dawson just used the and she broke my heart example. Whenever she's right, do you admit it, Kevin? Or do you just kind of go, you know what?
Don't you have to admit she's right even when she's wrong?
I don't do that at all. But it's a value judgment the other times. Like, because Sometimes
don't do that at all.
No.
You don't just sometimes take the nonsense and just move on. Maybe you don't acknowledge she's right, but you just kind of just drop things so she feels like she won.
Kevin wants to be right more than he wants to be happy.
Could you argue that I could have made it a lot further in life if I had that quality inside of me? Yes. But I don't. And there's something in me that has destroyed parts of my life that's like, you better not let that go. And then I just get into all of these idiotic discussions that I really shouldn't be in.
It's the competitor in you. There's something to be respected for that.
He is full bore with happy house, happy spouse. That's his line right there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I think we've come to some sort of a truce where I realize she's never going to apologize or admit she's wrong. So I have retaliated with the same position. And at some point in the disagreement, we're just going to decide that being happy is more important.
Okay.
So we're going to act like it never happened.
Okay.
And that could take anywhere between 10 minutes to 10 weeks.
See, I think I could probably be on that side, but my wife does not want to just go back into the flow. Like, there needs to be,
There has to be closure.
A scheduled, regulated conversation about what went wrong in the previous scenario before we can move on to the next thing.
Mm-hmm. Or a period of time where cool down, just cool down. Maybe I can forget about it later. That's what Adrian's more willing to forgive over time. That's cool with me.
Yeah, it's almost never right there in the beginning. Are they willing to get to the sorry portion of the proceedings?
And
you almost never get to those portions.
I will skip some of the minutia we went through along the way, but if you saw one of your neighbors sneaking out of the house at 2 a.m. to go to some other lady's house and he's married, would you be like, I need to say something?
Yeah, it'd be tough because in my instance, it's like a 60-year-old dude named Bart who has a lovely wife, and if Bart did that, I'd be like, really, dude?
Shout out to Bart.
That's what we're doing right now?
So would you confront Bart? Would you tell the wife?
I would confront Bart. Now, how does this person know that they're going to... How do we know that they're not just sneaking over to the Whataburger and getting a little late-night drive-through Mama Don't Know burger?
Go to this lady.
It's like another person in the neighborhood.
Yeah,
like
it's another lady in the neighborhood, and she just got a divorce.
Oh. They could just be friends.
At
Not
2
at 2
in the
a.m.
morning?
No.
It's possible.
Men and women
know.
aren't friends anyway.
Maybe maybe there's a fire going on.
Especially at 2 a.m.
Oh, there's a fire going on.
She needs some sugar.
He needed to go over there and douse it.
I think mind your damn business.
Woo!
I think
it's not my place.
What's my relationship with the neighbor? Like in my instance
You
with
get along
Bart,
with
like
him
that's
pretty
my
well.
guy. So I'd be like, dude, Bart, what the F, bro?
What are you doing, man?
Just give me the reasoning. Tell me what's going on.
Something's going on in his home,
Mind your own damn business, Eric.
Maybe that's what Bart's response would be.
Exactly what Bart's response is going to be.
I definitely don't want to get entangled in this in any way.
Sure.
Hank. I might open up a can of worms that's costing me hours of my life.
Yeah.
Somebody said you should tell your wife and then just back out of the situation and she'll take care of the rest.
That's true.
That's actually really smart.
I see the appeal
Yes.
of that. I see
Because
the
then you can
appeal.
still enjoy the drama.
Yeah,
but it's technically
you
not.
just
You're
back
not the
up.
one that has to deal with it.
Yeah.
Maybe an anonymous letter.
Okay, man.
Jersey Shore style.
Who wrote the note?
Wouldn't you think like one of your kids got kidnapped though if you got a letter in the mail from somebody handwritten out and you're like,
oh no, it's fine. It's just my wife's cheating on me.
Yeah. Oh.
Thank God, the kids are
Tell the
cool.
story.
We
in
all know
snowman
you
form.
cut the letters out of a newspaper and make it, let's not
For
be
sure.
stupid here.
Can't trace the handwriting.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always, thanks for asking, including Solomon Thomas at 420.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Come back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105 through the Fan.
Say goodnight, Belinda.
Good night, Belinda.
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Thanks for making us part of it. General at your service. It's great to be back in the saddle again. If you see me, bear me. N.A., okay? It is a Thirsty Thursday, so that would be appropriate there. So brought us. It is a beautiful Whataburger button-up shirt. 'Tis the season for burgers and draft coverage. It's Draft 101 tonight, brought to you by Whataburger. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup over there. Master Control here, 75 and fits you. Ready to go 4.5 flawless once again. We have Rangers pregame coming up at 6:30. Wolchuk and Shio follower here. And Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. And it's another big sports day. We have Solomon Thomas, Cowboys defensive lineman, coming up at 4:20. He's coming back home after a successful NFL career already. And I'm excited about what this guy could bring to the table, Brian. I'm excited to hear you talk football all day long, including tonight's Draft 101.
Yeah, well, thank you about that, Dawson. I appreciate that. And looking forward to Solomon Thomas. And I think he kind of fills a role for you, is that backup 3 technique.
Are you going to tell him? Are you going to be open and honest with him that you have him being the best acquisition of the offseason for the Cowboys to this point? You going to let him know that, your feelings?
Oh, yeah, I feel like it. Yeah, should I tell him?
I feel like you should tell him that.
Well, I think you should throw everything out there because it could be an audition maybe for our weekly guest. Who knows?
Oh, that's right. It's a good town guy.
Good, yeah.
So that's a possibility right there. I mean, last year we had Eric Kendricks. Maybe Solomon Thomas is able to slide in there this year.
I'm here for that. I would love that. I mean, you look at the guys, and what do we need? A veteran contract, preferably pretty close to a household name, which he is, former top 5 pick and all that, local guy. He would definitely fit the bill. You never know how that chemistry is gonna hit when you have a conversation with the guy. So that is coming up today at 4:20 here on The Fan, and then tonight. When's the door open?
6:45. 6:45. Absolutely, yeah. Downstairs in the showroom. Excited about the crew, everybody that's going to bring in the draft coverage on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com will be involved in Draft 101 tonight. We encourage you, even if you're not a fan of the Dallas Cowboys, a fan of another NFL team, men, women, whatever, come on in and get you some Whataburger, which is very exciting. We thank Travis Hill and his crew for all that. And then have some draft conversations tonight, and we'll take your questions. And if you don't ask questions, I'll start asking questions of you. I'll turn the table. I'll turn the tables. I'll get some people to tell me what they think about these players. But yeah, we got the whole crew, and we'll be here for you. So looking forward to it. Awesome.
I've spent a big part of my week watching soccer film, right, and studying that, and I got a great appreciation.
Tell us about it. Tell us how the whole thing, because people were kind of chiming in like, hey, any updates from Dawson?
How's Coach Dawson doing?
They brought us like reporting live from the scene. Like we just throw it to him. It would have been cool. Cotton Bowl. I should have posted a link. All the games were live streamed. It was great. Of course, Dallas kept going on, still going on. I did not anticipate going in, but there was a chance that I wouldn't be able to make the show today either. As it turns out, we were one penalty kick away from advancing out of the group stage.
Oh.
Really? Which was a tremendous accomplishment. Going in, looking at our schedule, we had taken some tough defeats lately, and we'd kind of been searching for what was going to work for us. So going into this and looking at the schedule, I didn't know if we were going to score a goal.
Really?
But it started well Friday, and we scored first, and that was the game where we had a missed PK. Girl, everybody was fired up. She sent it over the bar, no problem. So we dropped that game 3-2, but it was a great initial experience. Like, hey, we're in the Dallas Cup playing with the big boys here, and we scored. We could have won that game easily. I thought the ref blew a couple of calls, frankly, but it was great. And the officials at the Dallas Cup, like playing youth soccer for the last 6 or 7 years, and then getting that level of
competent officiating.
Oh my goodness, it was like a dream come true. And the fields were amazing. That whole everything about it was great. I mean, the walk in at the Cotton Bowl on Sunday, I don't know if you guys saw any video of that.
It looked amazing.
It was unreal. So So Saturday, we're going into this game against FC Dallas's top team on the girls' side in our age group, right?
Okay.
And I knew it was going to be rough. I've watched them play on YouTube. I could tell, right? And there's computer simulations. Like there's an algorithm like there is in a lot of youth sports. Oh, they simulate what the score is going to be or whatever?
Oh,
And they monitor every select soccer game in the country, right? And it's accurate, right? So they said 9-1. Right, and on the computer simulation, and it was actually 9-0, right?
Okay.
But during that game, it became painfully clear where our biggest issues were, right? And like I said, they were filming all the games, so the assistant coach and I, we went and studied that, and we noticed, what was getting us opened up so consistently against FC Dallas. So FC Dallas is ranked number 2 in the state, right? They smoked us. We're ranked like 60th. The following game was last night. We're playing number 13 in the state, and the computer says 5-1 them, right? So we're getting ready for slightly less of a bad experience, but another bad experience. But we studied the film, right? That's what I was talking about with Brian.
Absolutely,
Got in the lab.
Got in the lab.
Made the necessary adjustments. And these things were obvious, right? So we did a quick video, sent it out to the kids. Then we talked about it before the game, like, hey, we got to be here. We can't be there. We got to do this. We can't do that. And the game starts, and the other team could not progress into the scoring area all of a sudden. Our organization had gone from a 2 out of 10 to maybe an 8 or 9 out of 10, right? And this is a team that we'd played in the past, different iterations of them. And sure enough, they would beat us 5-6-0. But we scored in the 3rd minute, and then they held on the entire game to get the victory to close out our tournament, essentially.
That's great.
It came all the way back to Friday night. So the girls were ecstatic. It was our best win ever. It was the most fun week of soccer ever. And you guys did a great job the entire time. So seriously, nobody cares about 12-year-old girls soccer, says the 972. I understand. I understand, but it was a huge deal, and it's a huge deal right now in the area.
Yeah, this is worldwide, bro.
Yeah, it's teams from all over the country, and it was really fun to see them all come together on that Sunday afternoon, like 10,000 kids, walking through the Cotton Bowl and assembling on the field there for the opening ceremony, and the social media was outstanding. But as I was saying, there's different ways of watching the game. And if you've never been exposed to how a pro scout looks at the game as he's evaluating the film, I don't think you're watching football like you would like to. That's what I would say about tonight's event. Because once you go through with Broadus, and I've been there for a couple of these events, I'm not saying I'm anything, close to what Wolchuk and Jeff and KT and, all your understudies have been able to accomplish. But I always, when I'm watching a football game, have a thought about something Brian has said in one of these Draft 101 things that gives me a higher level understanding of what is happening on the field. And and then it goes to, do you really understand the game unless you're watching the all 22, and you're watching a version of it that's made for entertainment is what the TV gives you.
Right.
But to actually take, now for a lot of fans, that's great. Just give me the TV version with the announcers and the highlights and the camera views that make it look as explosive and exciting as possible. But man, if you want to evolve it and get in a higher level understanding of football, it's free. It's here. There is no other radio station in America that's even capable of doing this, right? But we do it for you every year, and Brian's gracious enough and caring enough really about you guys and wanting to teach you how to watch football. So that would be my pitch on why you should be here tonight at 6:40.
Appreciate that.
Yeah,
plus the cheeseburgers.
Yeah, plus the cheeseburgers.
I mean, Whataburger is a good selling point.
Yeah, very good selling point. But no, thank you for saying that, Dawson. And like, there's a lot of folks out there that this time of year, they really do get into the draft. They really do in the team building aspect of it. And this is the one way, that the avenue of making your team better. When you're a team that Dallas wasn't very good last year. So how do you make your team better? The draft is part of it. And so, hopefully that, we always talk about investigate and educate. And that's kind of what we're going to do tonight. Just talk about some of these players, and I always welcome the questions. I really, really do. I think our fan base asks some really, really good questions about these players. So I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, me too. That's 7 o'clock tonight, and again, salute to Whataburger for making this happen. Plus, we have Dak and CD autographed giveaways. I think there's a jersey and a helmet in there, among other prizes. So that should be bringing the people out as well. Okay, what are you guys thinking about the Stars right now? Like, what is it, 7?
Yeah, it's 7 in a row.
Should you give up hope? Or, I mean, they were so good.
Yeah.
It's still the same team. Like, what happened?
Yeah, I mean, the big issue is Robo getting hurt. And
that's heartbreaking.
Apparently he had a wrap on his knee. Now, we don't know any more details on that. Hockey players are a different breed. Hopefully he's fine and he's able to go for Saturday night, 7:30 right here at home. But that's something that would be a huge loss if he's got to miss extended time, because Colorado is a hell of a team. And you unfortunately have now a draw where either of these could be the favorites to win the Western Conference, and one of them is going to be out in the first round. I think the blue line, we were nervous about it coming into the league, to come into the season, and they didn't really add to it at the deadline other than Cody Ceci. And Cody Ceci is an average defender. So not having Miro, and how long are you not going to have him in the first round? Yeah, there's a lot of doubt. Now, the positive is getting Sagan back. Immediately you saw that line of him and Marchment and Duchesne, and they started to click. So you've got tons of forward depth, but the goaltending's been not good here as of late. Otter hasn't been very good. Can he flip a switch? I think the hope is you're just drawing to other Dallas sports teams that have leaked going into the playoffs and then gone on magical runs. And the Stanley Cup playoffs has a different energy, and it's got a different vibe about it, and maybe that's exactly what they need to snap out of it, and they know they're playing a quality opponent in Colorado, and they've got Mikko Rantanen, who's going to have a ton of emotion in this series, that being his former team. So I don't know, man. They lost every game 1 last year, so I'm preparing myself for them possibly being down 0-1 in the series, and then we'll see in game 2. But this thing's going to be tough. I mean, even if they were coming in playing well, I don't know for sure if they'd be able to beat Colorado.
It's just so wild. Like, you can't say the trade broke them, because after the trade, they went on a 7-game winning streak shortly thereafter. But man, like, it does give me longer term concerns. Like, if this team can't do it, what's it say about next year? Is there something fundamentally flawed? Does Jim need to make a trade, a players for players trade? Like, does things need to be reallocated? Did we go too all in on offense? You know, here, I mean, I know defense was a concern. They've had the 3rd best defense in the NHL throughout the regular season, but watching the games, you could tell there was a flaw in there. So, man, I hope that's not over. I mean, we're watching that happen while Nico called this weird deal. How'd you guys react to that over the last couple of days? Isn't that just bizarre?
Oh my gosh, that was the most ridiculous thing. I mean, it's not the most, but it's just add to the list of dark comedy that this whole situation has been. And it's so funny that he talks about how he doesn't regret it and everything's fine and this is cool and this is what we wanted, but please, no cameras, no audio recordings. Like, I honestly would have loved, and I'm kicking myself that I didn't mention this to Tim Cato yesterday, when the media is getting the mandate of, yeah, you can be here, but there's no recordings, and they ended up kind of moving the goalposts on that because the media members were like, hey, we have to be able to record this so we can, like, transcribe this thing appropriately. Yeah. You know, so they ended up obviously letting them record it, but you couldn't play the audio. There are no cameras, so don't act like you don't regret it. You won't even stand and put your face to and voice to all of this. I wish that the local media would be like, okay, well, if that's going to be the rules, then we're all just going to boycott it.
Well, it's really,
that would have been awesome.
Yeah, and it just speaks more to the incompetence now of not. I mean, Nico, what he said, everything he said there was an eye roll for me. But also to find out from Shams, listening to Sean and Bobby this morning, they played the audio that it was Dumont who was the one that apparently said he didn't want the recordings. And he's the one that wanted to do the press conference the day they did it, right before you've got a play-in. And if your season ends, you're about to now do an end of the season. Hey, we're talking to everybody, and we're going to go ahead and do our exit meetings. The timing of it all was very, very bizarre. And this again goes, now you've got an ownership group that doesn't know a damn thing about basketball, that sucks at PR, and you've got a GM here who is really seeming to be quite a narcissist that just wants to do things his way and everyone else be damned.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wish they would have just done the press conference after they traded Luka.
Mm-hmm.
I think then if that's the case, you know, and then you could kind of put on your uniform front of what you want to say and the reasons why, and then you just kind of push everything out there and say, hey, this is why we did it. And it for a lot of folks, it doesn't make absolute sense. But, you know, the longer you were going to wait, and then Nico not wanting to, you know, they're not wanting to have it recorded and taped and all that stuff, I think this is very, very strange. But this is where I disagree that the boycotting part of it, I think you have to go and at least ask questions. I think you have to go if given an opportunity. Okay, fine. You're going to, you're not going to let, I'm going to write about this. I want to know about it. As a writer that was covering this team, I would absolutely want to be able to ask him as many questions as I can get in.
I was just curious to see what he would say, because I would like to know, do you regret it yet?
See, that's,
which he says he does not.
Yeah. And so now you can ask follow-ups after, well, okay, why? Why do you, is there,
but then it was a bunch of non-answers. Defense wins championships.
Yeah, he wasn't
going
to
tell you.
Just keep pressing him then.
Yeah.
And I get which is what McMahon did, and then he got pissed off.
Oh, that's okay. You're doing your job though. You're the, if the Tim McMahons and the Tim Catos and the Mark Steins, those guys that are in there asking those questions. Okay, you can keep telling me that, but I'm going to keep asking questions. And you're the one that ends up going to look bad from this, but I'm going to keep asking you questions, and try and get to the bottom. I don't think boycotting it, you're playing into their hands, and you boycott that, and he's like, fine, we don't want, no, you owe it to yourself to go in there and try and get answers so you can explain to everybody, in the, across the country and around the world what their reasonings were. And you could either buy their reasonings or you could say this was absolute stupidity. Tim Cato, to me, when we were talking to him, he seemed super frustrated.
Yep.
Super frustrated.
Apparently Dirk is too.
Yeah,
now.
but they were all,
all they do is disrespect Dirk at every turn.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just shameful.
And that's part of the reason I'm disappointed they won last night, because I can't wait for that McMahon article.
I guess my mindset now, 2 months later, they don't realize it. They're not going to realize it. DeMond has Nico's back. We just went from having an ownership situation with Mark Cuban where it was never ideal. And I think at the end, he wasn't having enough fun with it. And he wasn't as good as he was during the Dirk years as an owner. He wasn't as financially committed. And we thought, wow, we need a different owner. But then we went from that to, bang, one of the worst owners in all of sports history. That's what we have right now. An incompetent owner that can't see how bad Nico messed up, won't keep him accountable. This could go on for years. We might have Nico for another 3 years where they're in this castle in denial. And what's going to happen next year? Players are going to get hurt, and they're going to say our plan would have worked if they hadn't got hurt.
That's what they're already doing. Yep. They're already pointing to, Sean and RJ are talking about them hanging a banner for the 2.5 quarters for the first Anthony Davis game.
That's good. Okay, top 10 at 2:20 coming up next with Wolchuk. Where are you taking us, buddy?
7 days to the NFL draft. Who are the best athletes to ever wear the number 7? 877-881-1053. Go ahead and text in with your nominee.
forget something else.
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your hair.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Welcome back, Nation. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Franklin Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Go to Car and Truck Wreck Attorneys in Dallas on a Draft 101 Thursday. It's time for Wolchuk's Top 10. At 2:20, here he is, Zach with an H, your Wooly Bully.
Hell yeah, 7 days away from the NFL draft. We got the best athletes to ever wear number 7. 877-881-1053. Who's your favorite 7 of all time? And we got Draft 101 tonight, right here, downstairs from our studio, 4131 North Central Expressway. Thank you to Whataburger. Whataburger's going to be feeding you. Doors are going to open at 6:45.
Feeding you.
It's going to be awesome.
Feeding you.
It's going to be fantastic. I saw this just a second ago from Adam Schefter. We now know some of the former and active players who are going to announce some of the team's picks next Friday for the second and the third round.
Are we going to get a Jamal Charles redemption story from last year?
Is Jamal Charles on here? I don't see him. I don't think he is. Nope, not seeing a Jamal Charles. But for the Cowboys,
Drew Pearson, please God.
So it is in Green Bay. And I think what they tried to do here,
they asked Dez to go back,
is get a Wisconsin theme, as it will be. Former Cowboys center Travis Frederick,
there you go,
who will announce the Cowboys pick, I believe, in the second round this year. So that's gonna be awesome, man. First round pick back in 2007, and then that made me think of this. This was from yesterday, Jerry during the Tyron Smith presser. And the question was brought up about Tyron going into the Ring of Honor. We know Zach Martin probably will. Here was Jerry discussing that possibility.
Well, again, there is no question they're going in the Ring of Honor. Let me be real clear about that. And I must have missed that in my elaborate remarks. But without a question, we've never had a player play for the Dallas Cowboys that represents us, that played on and off the field the way that he's been a part of this team. And yes, he'll be going in the Ring of Honor.
So we'll have Tyron. We'll have Zach Martin. Does Travis Frederick also go in? Do you do the three of them that formed a great wall?
Don't think so.
I don't think so either. I think it'll just be Zach and Tyron.
Think so.
And I'm kind of okay with that. I mean, it's heartbreaking for Travis, and I loved him, and his career was cut short, and he was amazing, arguably the best of his position while he played. But there's still so many players, and we've talked about this, Brian, going from the Super Bowl years in the 70s that aren't in there.
Well, Harvey Martin, to me, is number one. And no disrespect to Charles Haley. Charles Haley really is a Hall of Fame member with the San Francisco 49ers. Eddie DeBartolo and Bill Walsh and those guys drafted him, and he owes a lot to the 49er organization. He owes a lot to Jerry Jones for resuscitating his image that was pretty spotty. And so, he played very well for you in Dallas, but, he's known as a San Francisco 49er. Harvey Martin was part of championship team here, a team that had tremendous regular season success, playoff success, championship success. Just to me, if Charles Haley is in this Ring of Honor, you've got to put Harvey Martin into this Ring of Honor. I mean, and you talk about a player in the 70s that defensive coordinators didn't want to have to prepare for because it was hard. Harvey Martin and Randy White and those guys, that was a difficult group to defend or to block. And so it's just unfortunate that this team was really, really, really good before 1989, and we don't always recognize that.
Do you think it's because he can't make any money off of it with a Ring of Honor Day or something? Like, why not do that? You're it's flying in the face of your history. Yeah. Your fans that watched the Cowboys back then are offended by it.
Well, everybody that was a part of Harvey Martin being here is in the Ring of Honor. Tex Schramm, Gil Brandt, Tom Landry. If these are guys that historically they're the pillars of some of the National Football League.
They're in the Ring of Honor because they could get players as good as Harvey Martin.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. That to me that's my only argument. And I'm really, I mean this no disrespect to Charles Haley, but Harvey Martin for his time was a better Charles Haley.
Dang.
And he's
can't
not,
imagine it.
And he's not in the Ring of Honor. So, now we're going to see what's interesting is those names are now starting to go up. There's one side of the stadium that is pre-1989.
Yeah.
And then the other side is post-1989.
Right.
And it's interesting to see some of these names that are now going to go up there that don't have Super Bowl.
Jason Witten.
Yeah, Super Bowls next to their names or part of their career.
Like DeMarcus Ware's in there, but his Super Bowl's with the Broncos.
On the opposite side, there's a lot of guys that have NFL championship or Super Bowls next to their names.
Yeah.
So that's always the thing you have to, when you start to look at that stadium, you're going to go, okay, yeah, these guys, and nothing against the guys that don't have the Super Bowl, but there are going to be some guys. Jason Witten's going to be one of those guys. Tyron Smith's going to be one of those guys. Zach Martin's going to be one of those guys. Maybe even Tony Romo. Maybe so. But they're not going to have the cachet, as Blake Elliott would say, right?
The cachet. It's hollow. It stinks.
Yeah, it really
does.
I'm
frustrated for those guys.
Like I say, I would love to see Harvey Martin get in as a guy who grew up watching Dallas Cowboys football for over 20 years at Texas Stadium. That guy was a special player.
And a lot of people texted in about, forget the Super Bowl wins. What about the lack of playoff wins? I still would argue, these are going to be Hall of Fame players. Like, Witten's going to be a Hall of Famer.
Yes.
Zach Martin will be a Hall of Famer. And Tyron, I don't think will be first ballot, probably because Zach and him are going to be in the first class together.
If he would have stayed healthy.
But he'll get in eventually.
Yeah, and if he wouldn't have missed those years. I know Darren Woodson not in the Hall of Fame yet. That's a crime, and he should be, and he's in the Ring of Honor. But if you're going to be a Hall of Fame player, or you should at least be in the consideration, I think you're deserving of the Ring of Honor. For the Zekes and even the Romo, I think you could make a case. For Dez, all-time leading touchdown receiver in Cowboys history, I don't know. I don't think that I would be putting them, same with Travis Frederick, who won't be a Hall of Famer, into the Ring of Honor, especially since there aren't any Super Bowls here to look at for that. Not that they weren't great players for the organization, but you've got to do some type of separation between good and great to idolize those in the history of Dallas Cowboys lore in the Ring of Honor. All right, let's get into the top 10 here. The top athletes to ever wear the number 7 in honor of 7 days away from the draft.
It's a 3-man list. Yeah. If you ask me, that's from my own lived experience. What resonates most, number 7 with me. By the way, the G-Bag of the Day coming up at 4:40.
4:40.
G-Bag of the Day, 4:40 today here on The Fan. It's, of course, Ronaldo, but it's also, of course, Ivan Rodriguez. It's our beloved Pudge. And it's one of my favorite basketball players of all time, Brandon Roy, whose career was cut short too soon there with the degenerative knees.
No question. One of the biggest what ifs in sports history when it comes to Brandon Roy. He was a beast.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Ronaldo stuff, even though I'm not the biggest soccer fan.
David Beckham?
Beckham got some texts.
Beckham deserves some love.
You got to bend it like Beckham.
I had a pair of CR7 undies at one point in my time.
You wore them every day, too.
They were hanging on the rack at Ross, I believe.
And it was like, let's capitalize.
Good value.
Let's capitalize on this. And then Michael Vick obviously comes to mind.
Oh, yeah.
And John Elway.
The great. This one's for John. Lucius, did you have any sevens you wanted to add?
Shoot, man, there's a lot, bro.
There are, dude.
There's
Looking
a lot.
through even the honorable mention, I'm like, damn.
Yeah. KJ, Carmelo Anthony, Pistol Pete, Lamar Odom.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Even with substance abuse out there, you know what I mean?
He was hooping for a while.
Okay.
Jermaine O'Neal.
Hey, he's like coaches Irving's like Triple A something situation. Yeah, some type of basketball thing. Anyway, the squad is real good and his son is on there. I was watching him on ESPN.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. I think they got like second place.
We got Jeff Garcia's way down here. Just trip down memory lane.
Jeff Garcia, I think of him as
He's
number
like
5.
He
wore 5.
He wore 7 with the Eagles.
And he had a year.
And he was good there. You got Juwan Howard way down here as well. Elton Brand is down here.
Juwan Howard choked you out, bro.
I think about that mush way too often.
Did he get fired like right after that for Michigan, or was it after the season?
I think it wasn't right after. He
that wasn't
tough,
mush
I think,
for the
a little
ages.
while. Fab Five was amazing. He was a little unheralded, but when they got to the NBA, there was like a 5 or 6 year career where he was dominant as a big man, and he's played so long that people. But he was a better pro than Chris Webber there for about a half decade.
Doug Flutie, honorable mention.
Really?
Mickey Mantle on this list?
Boomer Esiason, he'll be in the top 10.
Okay.
Jaylen Brown, bro.
Jaylen Brown, currently crushing it. How about Chauncey Billups?
Oh yeah, dude.
Kyle Lowry.
Yeah.
Joe Mauer.
Kyle Lowry.
Joe Theismann.
There we go.
Yeah.
Nate Archibald.
Tiny
is an
Nate.
honorable mention. And then Phil Esposito, who was a hockey player.
Boston Bruins.
And then just on the outside looking in is Randall Cunningham.
Oh,
Randall,
wow.
at number 11.
Well, he's
on the outside?
Just on the outside looking in.
10 better?
Cunningham was 7? I thought he was 12.
Yeah, I think of him as 12.
With the Eagles for sure. I think he switched over to 7 with the Vikings.
Okay.
And had
I
obviously had an incredible
just remember him
season
as
there.
12.
Yeah.
I do too.
Ray Bork comes in at number 10.
77 when he won the Stanley Cup.
Dude, that guy played from 79 to 2001.
Yeah, to win a Stanley Cup.
Holy crap. Yeah, with the Avs. That's
Yeah.
right. And then he retired.
Number
Yep.
77 at the time.
9 is Michael Vick. Number 8, we've got Pudge. In our hearts, he's a top 3 guy, Mount Rushmore. But comes in at number 8 on this list. What a legendary career for Pudge. Baseball Hall of Fame, 14-time All-Star, World Series champ, MVP, NLCS MVP as well, 13-time Gold Glove Award winner, 7-time Silver Slugger. Number 7,
Tony Kukoc.
7 is Ben Roethlisberger.
Boo. Ben wasn't a better football player than Pudge was baseball.
No, screw you, Ben. 6 is Melo.
Don't say that.
You might
Catch you in the bathroom, bro.
That's true.
What'd you say? I heard what you said on the radio.
Guys, watch the door. Watch the door, please.
Got excited.
Would you like another beer and a shot?
Yeah. Hey, have a sip of this. Number 6 is Melo. Top 5, we got Pistol Pete Maravich, best number 7s of all time. God, that hair, dude. The picture of him in this Jazz jersey with the hair flowing, unreal.
My favorite.
44 at LSU.
Yeah, that's what I thought he was. I
Yeah.
didn't know he was number 7,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
my favorite is this video he's got with Red Auerbach where he's demonstrating all these different passes and dribbles. It's like, holy cow, how is your elbow still intact after throwing that?
That's amazing.
Their shorts were so short. It's like they're playing in underwear.
Yeah.
Very tight.
Really small.
Little boxer briefs going on.
The CR7s Eric was talking about. That's what they're playing. That's
One
right.
of the funniest things was always when I'd talk about Bob Cousy and stuff and those guys, and then David Hellman, little short David Hellman, stand up and start like he's dribbling. He put his hand up. He dribble. And he
Just
put
the slap dribble.
That's great. Yeah,
slap
literally.
dribble.
Like crushing the ball down.
Hellman would like stop, and then he would put his hand up and start dribbling again.
That's wild.
You had to have your hand up if you
around.
can't carry it.
I could never argue with it when he would just stand up and start doing
It is
that.
hilarious.
Yeah.
Top 4 athletes everywhere. Number 7, Barry Bonds at number 4.
Oh, wow.
Shout out to Baskey.
Yeah.
I thought he wore 24.
He did it. He had a switch.
He switched it around and broke. I think he broke the record in that one. John Elway at 3.
7.
Yeah,
Mickey
that's well
Mantle.
deserved.
Mickey Mantle.
Mickey
that's-
Mantle's
that was-
number 2.
Number 2.
Mickey
Oh,
Mantle
okay.
coming in at number 2.
Yeah.
But number 1, greatest athlete to ever wear the 7. Be proud here, Dawson.
Cristiano Ronaldo.
And your undies, Eric. Cristiano Ronaldo.
He's done it. Those are comfy too. Comfy undies.
Are they better? I wonder if they're more comfortable than the ones Hicksy's wearing that he was saying you got to buy.
Oh yeah, is he Hicksy's is he a Tommy John guy
I
or
think Tommy John? I think they're TJs.
MeUndies maybe?
I think there was Tommy John's. He's like they're $25 a pair, but it's all I wear.
What I miss? Eric you had some Cristiano Ronaldo underwear?
I had some CR7s back in the day.
And have his face on it or something? Like what is like? What's going on, bro?
No, they just they were hanging on the rack at Ross for like way cheaper than what they were supposed to.
Okay.
So I was like,
it's
oh,
like his brand or something like that.
Yeah, it's just his brand.
Okay,
it just says like on the waistband it says CR7.
Okay.
But
your male model on.
I'd still probably bought him if it was his face on him.
Hey, couldn't hurt. Ladies,
like some Superman underwear or something like that.
Yeah. 903 did want to say brought us Chad Hutchinson for them.
Oh,
Great
Chutch.
number 7.
There
Chutch.
you go.
There we go.
All righty. Thanks for everybody for participating on the Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney text line. The G-Bag of the day coming up at 4:40. NFL news of the day next. Wolchuk, what's in store?
The Cowboys legend says the Cowboys are a crying shame. We got Genty's letter to the league and the next great lineman. That's next in the nation.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ.
and Oxmoor. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. The guys catching me up here at the break about the Peyton Russell bet payoff and how that went and how that is now G-Bag of the day. That is freaking hilarious. Can't wait to hear it coming up at 4:40. G-Bag of the day's moved to 4:40. Follow us at G-Bag Nation. All of our handles are in the bio so you can get to each and every one of us. Time for Wolchuk's NFL News of the Day. Here's Zachary.
The Cowboys have become, quote, a crying shame, in contrast to the Philadelphia Eagles, according to Emmitt Smith, as he joined Philadelphia's 94 WIP, the whip, the quote. And when asked about hearing "Go Birds" everywhere he goes now, I'm sick of it. We have allowed others to nitpick at the Cowboys and make fun of the star, and that's what happens. Now, all of a sudden, over the last 20 years, they went 2 Super Bowls, and they think they're the best thing on the planet, and everywhere I go, I hear "Go Birds"? I'm sick of hearing "Go Birds." That bugs me, because in my heart, I truly believe our organization should be contending for the NFC Championship and even a Super Bowl. I think you're right on to something here, Emmett. But at the same time, they kind of have earned the right to say that. And unfortunately, we continue to not do enough to put ourselves in a position to be now nitpicking at them and saying their organization's a crying shame. So I'm with you, and I love the anger that Emmett's coming from. I had it the entire Super Bowl week on Radio Row, where they're singing and partying and doing all their chants just down the way from us, and we've got to sit here and look around and realize there's not a damn thing we can say. Because they are a better organization right now, and they are the reigning Super Bowl champions, and we got to sit here and deal with it.
You know, there's nothing I do want to say this on Jerry's behalf. Am I throwing them bail? Am I caping them for them too hard? You tell me. But right now, there is nothing you can do about the Eagles' advantage. They sold 10% of their team. They took $600 million and continue to throw it at the roster. Right? I don't know that you can realistically expect the Cowboys to compete with that. I think Jerry and Steven are probably laughing at the fact that Mr. Lurie is giving up so much equity in the top TV show in America, in the most financially successful league in the world. You know? So, you know, and I don't know if you can expect your team to do it, because only one has done it and 2 more are working on it, selling equity to take out the hundreds of millions of dollars to pay players signing bonuses and salaries now. Okay. And if that is what teams are going to do, then I guess you wait for that to run its course and them to decide if they want to sell another 10% and another 10%. And you're sitting there waiting. I don't know if there is a downside to that long term. As a fan, I would love it if my team does it. As a business person, should you expect your owner to be like, yeah, I'll sell 10% of the equity in my team to fuel our desire for a championship? Or do you just let it run its course and the Eagles sit in misery in the 2030s when they're not going to be able to compete, we assume?
Yeah, hopefully.
And they've sold a bunch of their team. I mean, selling the team doesn't matter to fans at all, right? Is there a competitive disadvantage to it? I don't think so.
No, I don't think that you're caping too hard for them. I think that the business side of things, which they're exceptional at, that makes a lot of sense.
Most small business owners in the audience wouldn't do what the Eagles are doing. Yeah. They're like, what are you talking about? This thing's appreciating at warp speed. Why would I want to give this up? Now, maybe there's a payoff. Maybe if you actually do win a couple of Super Bowls with this model, the value of your team in 2031 is going to go from $6 billion to $15 billion. And then you sell the rest of it at a higher valuation after going on this magic carpet ride. Sure. Everything could work out perfect.
Yeah. There is a way, I guess, financially for them to still end up earning a ton. I mean, the revenue that they just posted this year, the billions that the NFL made, I mean, it just keeps going up and up. It is crazy. But I don't envision the Cowboys ever playing ball in those waters. Now, yesterday, the Tyron Smith retirement happened. Tyron and Zach there, and they've appointed the next great Cowboys offensive lineman, the next dominant one, and it's Tyler Smith. Tyron saying, Tyler, my new right-hand man, who will go down as one of the greatest. I feel like Tyler came in, set the standard that he wants to be great when he first got here, and he has. Just increasing potential every year, and it's just his work ethic and what he puts into his game and how dominant he is on the field. It shows every year that he is getting better. He has potential to be one of the greats, and I just can't wait to see that show. Zach Martin echoing those sentiments, also saying that he believes He obviously has to continue to keep developing, but if he continues to work the way he's worked since he's been here, I don't see that being a problem for him to be the next dominant Cowboys lineman. And it's hard to argue. I mean, ever since he stepped in as a rookie, even playing left tackle before he moved into left guard, dude's been sensational, and he's got the right mental ability. I mean, anytime we've been around him, the kid is wise beyond his years, and he's eager and hungry to learn and improve his craft. I think they're 100% right.
I think it helps, too, that he has a appreciation of the history of this team.
Yeah.
You know, being from this area and stuff like that, and kind of growing up and understanding the players and knowing what the players that came before him, and, you know, the pride he takes and the number he wears, you know, for the great Larry Allen. I think that those are the kinds of things that you only can dream of in a player. You know, when we talk about at 12, what do you want to take? You want to take the player that has the best ability, the cleanest player when it comes to off the field stuff, you know, and the guy that's the healthiest, you know. And I mean, he's come in. I mean, he's done everything just at such a high level. And I'd say that Tyron and Zach Martin probably have that right about that kid.
Yeah, and they probably have a big reason as to why that's worked out for him, you know, and them being here for him as well and his development. Now, Matthew Golden is the sexy name right now, linked to the Cowboys at pick number 12. He jumped on the Up and Adams show, ran that 4.29 at the Combine, and Kay said nobody that she's ever talked to has been happy about their Combine performance. So here was Matthew Golden, and his reaction to, was that good enough for him?
I wanted to go 4-1. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to go 4-1. My ankle was, it was still bothering me. And I knew, once I ran, my agent, he told me, take your cleats off. So I'm like, all right, man.
Yeah.
And I just left it out there.
So you're telling me a 4.29 on a bum ankle?
Yeah.
Could you beat Worthy? Is that what you're saying? Can you beat Worthy?
I'm a competitor, so I'm not going to say I can beat him. I'm not going to say I'm not. Whenever we line up, we're just going to see who wins.
I love that.
Well, that does mean you can't beat him. Okay, I like the confidence, but I mean, just to even have the ability to imagine you could run a 4.1, that is so exciting to think the Cowboys are going to add this much speed. I'm not sure if it'd be my pick, but you give me a guy that fast coming into the team, that moves into most exciting thing to watch at training camp, and there isn't a close second.
Yeah, if he ends up being here, I mean, the speed is going to be eye-popping. I can't wait to see that. I mean, the way that he's able to just carry his momentum and not lose speed in and out of his breaks, I mean, it's fun watching him play. And then Ashton Genty, man, he might have dropped one of the best lines. He did one of these columns for the Players Tribune.
Oh, this was awesome.
Dude, it's so badass. He said he was born to be a difference maker. Most people, they watched the Eagles win the Super Bowl a couple of months ago. They watched Saquon run through everyone in the playoffs, and they thought to themselves, this is amazing. I watched it, and I thought something different. I thought, that can be me. I truly believe I was born to do this, and I truly believe that makes me different. It isn't about the position I line up at. It's about the mindset I bring to it. If you pick me, it's simple. I'm coming to your franchise to do what Saquon and the Eagles just did. I'm coming to win big soon. He said, quote, it's tackle football. I draft the guy that can't tackle. Dude, that is a line right there. And he's right. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen a player have bodies just falling off of him.
Bijan Robinson was pretty good at that.
He was good at that, but not as, I mean, Genty, I think, is a different level when it comes to that. I mean, it is nuts. And it wasn't even against, I know the competition
Barry
level.
Sanders for me, too.
Yeah, Barry.
I could go back. See, but I like to say, just being on the field and watching that from the sidelines, and you're like going, we can't tackle him.
No doubt.
It's like, they always say it's like tackling Jell-O.
Yeah.
You just can't get a hold of it.
It's crazy, but we're comping him to the greats, man.
And that's amazing. And I think his skill set is up there with the greats. I'm excited about what he's going to do. But I think the difference in the career so far in Bijan and Saquon, right? And you saw it with Saquon. He couldn't wreck the league with the Giants. You put a running he would not have won the Super Bowl with the Giants even if he was 100% healthy.
No, but I mean that didn't help him in a lot of ways.
Didn't help, for sure.
Yeah. But this is what you need if you're Ashton Genty. You need a good situation. You're not going to go to a bad situation and dominate. So what are those spots that you could realistically go to where they have an offensive line? They have weapons in the passing game, and then as a running back, you get to be the real star of the show and be the center of attention still in this league. Anything short of that, I just don't know if you're going to go to a team and change their trajectory. As much as I would
love to see it happen for the Cowboys. Like, if you don't have the offensive line and you're adding running back, I think you should still be investing in your offensive line.
Yeah, and I don't believe that the Cowboys have the opportunity to get him, but if they did, I mean, gosh, this kid is going to be special. I hope he does land in a situation where they're able to maximize his talent and he goes on and has the type of career that we hope for him. The last two things I wanted to get to, we talked about Tyreek Hill a little bit yesterday, like the Jalen Ramsey trade stuff. They're open to trading him. The crazy take, and maybe this is just to try and get a great offer, but Will Greer said that this is not anything they're pursuing. Like I said, who knows in regards to a Tyreek Hill trade, and then went on to say,
Greer, right?
Chris Greer, yes,
Yep.
sorry. If someone wants to come and give me 2 first-round picks, then we'd consider it. But as of right now, that's not anything we're pursuing. It's like, hell yeah, I'd take 2 first-round picks for Tyreek Hill. This dude's in a bunch of legal problems all the damn time. He's aging. He's been banged up. Yeah, I'd be open to 2 first-round picks. It's kind of loony talk, but I guess just throw the chum out there.
Hey, everybody's available for the right price.
No doubt.
You got my number. Thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
Draft 101 is tonight, brought to you by Whataburger. 640.
6:45 the doors open. Yeah,
6:45 doors open.
Yeah.
Here at 4131, it's free, and you're going to have an amazing night of learning about football from Broadus and Wolchuk and the guys. Okay, biggest stories of the day, what Adam Silver is saying about the Vegas rumors and more. That's coming up next here. It's the G-Bag Nation on The Fan.
Hey, you want the scoop?
V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay. Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Yeah, buddy, it's hour 2, G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan as we open up the 3 o'clock hour on a massive Sports Thursday. It's great to be back in the saddle with you. General at your service. Salute to you. Broadus has Draft 101 tonight. Lucius Alexander, LA Live coming up at 5:40, and G-Bag of the Day at 4:40 for you. It has moved. Wolchuk and Chiafalo both in the house, your Nosebleed brothers. And, of course, you can watch us at Twitch and on YouTube. Okay, welcome in, though, on your home of the still first place Texas Rangers, 2 in a row here, now 8-1 at home. Okay, so the Globe's a fortress. It's going to be an honor and a pleasure to broadcast from the home of the 2023 World Series champs tomorrow afternoon with you boys.
Yeah,
Looking forward to getting out there.
We're going to have to fight off the Dodger crowd tomorrow. Get ready for that one.
Yeah, that's cool. I guess if it comes with a glimpse of the current champs, a chance to watch Ohtani over the weekend, this will be cool.
Well,
right?
They moved the pitching staff around. They moved it around to get
got a DeGrom Day tomorrow.
Yeah. Did you get a DeGrom Day?
Yeah,
Holy cow! Evaldi's in there.
Yeah.
Evo on Saturday, and Jack Leiter is at the Globe right now. He's throwing in the right outfield currently. So I think Leiter's moving in a very positive direction to be rejoining the club.
And I do believe it's Malley on Sunday.
Yes.
So, I mean, hello. I mean, that is that's amazing. Maybe it's a World Series preview. I don't know. But that's going to be really exciting. Let's get the job finished here tonight in the form of Kumar Rocker step in the right direction. I feel like we saw him pitch well twice in spring training, maybe once in an exhibition game or something like that. And then he's had like one good outing so far as a starter in the regular season. But this is bad now with an ERA approaching 8. I don't know what to say about Kumar Rocker other than we know he can do it. You know, maybe at this point in his career, we need a summer to build towards it. Get this rush shaken off. Apparently didn't throw a lot in the offseason, and he just needs to refine whatever it was he had last September, which made him look special. And now he just looks like another struggling young arm. Okay, but the Rangers are 11-7, and they'll be in California next week. Of course, that series sweep against Seattle, I was fortunate that I didn't have to broadcast on the tail end of that, you guys. How'd you take that in stride this week?
Yeah, it was a bummer, no doubt. But luckily, we were envisioning the sweep against this Halo team. So screw the Angels. And really, the bullpen's been great and the pitching's been fantastic. A lot of hits last night. They just need to work on getting runners in scoring position. But I think the story is Luke Jackson. I mean, he hasn't allowed a single run since what happened opening day.
Yeah.
So he's been locked in.
When Dawson made the mandate of like bullpen.
I was calling 1-800 bullpen.
Sometimes it's all you need.
I owe this man an apology.
You just need a little general call out.
You're still on hold.
No, you do us a favor.
How's the guy with like an ERA over 6 and a whip at 1.5? Every inning dude goes out throughout his career. 1.5 guys getting on base.
Wild.
But CY corrected me. He checked me last time we chatted with him a couple of weeks ago. He was like, look, we like what this guy's done in his career. He's got an established track record. I'm like, okay, I don't see it, but...
No, you need to pick up the phone now and make a bullpen trade is what you were saying.
Well, yeah, we still do need bullpen help, but it's not because of Luke Jackson. I mean, congrats to this dude. Now, we do need to call 1-800-DH. What's going on with Jock Peterson? I saw him in spring training. You know, obviously he's had a productive career, but I thought, wow, this guy is loosey-goosey. This guy's out of shape. He's not stretching at all. He just told us he didn't even know where the weight room is. I'm like, holy cow, this is impressive that this dude's going to step into the batter's box and hit 280.
Still mash.
And hit 35 homers.
Yeah, but
have you guys seen the evolution of Jock Peterson on Twitter? Have you seen the side by sides from the start of his career to now? It just goes from 2016 and then 2017. It's pictures of him at the plate, and he just continues to balloon in every picture. Wow. Leading up to now, it makes sense that he doesn't know where the weight room is or whatever.
I mean, this is like young Willie Calhoun right now. Body type.
Yeah, the frumpiness is he's definitely channeling that. I mean, it is crazy to think this guy was considered a better wide receiver in high school than Devontae Adams. They played on the same team.
Wow.
And so he was at one point a very good athlete.
Check y'all's DMs here because it's a pretty funny it's a really funny visual going from 2016 Jock Peterson to all the way up to 2024 Jock Peterson, and just seeing the evolution of his body.
It's dangerous to call it in baseball, even after 3 months of bad play. It's dangerous to call it. Does anybody want to call it?
No.
Jock Peterson Dunsky?
No.
He had a nice hard hit ball last night.
He did,
which was encouraging. I think it hit 106 on the exit velo. So at least we're getting baby steps of solid at bats.
He went from like Evan Carter to AJ Pierzynski, in what is this, 8 years?
Yeah.
Well, let's hope for the best there. I don't know if the season can be what it is if you have the developments like that. Although the starting pitching is so good and they have 3 good relievers, the division is clearly down.
Mm-hmm.
They have time to figure it out. They have time to have something happen in the minors that could be exciting, or to find a trade that makes sense to make the team better and doesn't push them over that luxury tax threshold that old Ray's so worried about. But at either rate, Sands is coming up at 3:30. We're going to talk with Jared Sandler. He's doing a heck of a job on the radio call and on TV during the pre- and post-game show coverage. All right, Adam Silver on the Las Vegas idea. He said today that Mavericks aren't going anywhere, and that team is staying in Dallas. They're looking at building a new arena in Dallas.
Here.
I don't think that eliminates the possibility of it. You could tell with Adam Silver's body language during this interview, he's annoyed by how bad things have gone here with the Mavs. But he's buoyed by the fact that he says ratings picked up in the second half. He says you saw tremendous competition around the league, healthy stars, a trade that attracted a lot of attention. A bunch of things happened in the league, and that generated a lot of interest. I don't think you can rule out, the Warriors getting Jimmy Butler. That was fun, and but I just think the Luka trade absolutely saved him. It's the greatest luck that I think it could happen to the Lakers and the league simultaneously, and bad luck happening to your Dallas Mavericks. And the frustrating thing right now is there's no relief in sight, as every time Nico does talk, it will be another opportunity. Every time Patrick Dumont talks, we'll be waiting there like, is this the moment where they're like, oops? But it hasn't happened yet, and we'll stay diligent in our hope. But right now, I hate to say this, guys, but it feels like we're doomed to like having a Daniel Snyder level incompetent.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully it's not
that toxic in the front office stuff. I mean, like the working conditions.
You're just losing.
Just inability to put together a winning team. Mm-hmm. Or maybe it's Woody Johnson. Maybe that's a better comp. Who are the worst owners in sports? But I think that's what we have here now. And this dude, whenever stuff starts to get good, I think is going to be vulnerable. And maybe he can learn from this. And in the future, we could again have confidence in him. But the way they've gone about this shows no ability to really understand what it takes to win. And now we're in like a weird ego crisis thing where they're both sort of fueling each other. They're telling each other what they want to hear while pretending that the outside is just noise and people that don't get it. And as long as that billionaire has billions, and as long as that GM has his ear, there's nothing that can penetrate that force field of information that they apparently put around themselves. That's what their quotes told me. Is they're living in a massive sphere of denial that's impenetrable. Okay, AD with 27 as the Mavs did keep their playoff hopes alive. I'm watching this with interest as they play Sacramento tomorrow. I just want to see signs. Yes, my bad. Memphis tomorrow, Sacramento last night.
Yeah.
I think they can beat this team. I think they match up well with the Grizzlies. If you can slow down John Morant, which, they should be able to. They don't have any other transcendent scores. They do have Jaren Jackson Jr., who's going to be a problem, but I like how the Mavs can slow him down. So what we want to see, guys, is evidence that when this team gets Kyrie Irving, maybe they could be dangerous next year. And what do they get in the draft? What could Nico do as far as adding another playmaker? So that's got to be really good. That's got to go hold the Grizzlies under 110 points. That's got to go up against the Oklahoma City Thunder and win a game or two, right? Then I'd be like, wow, this defense plan actually, Jason Kidd just needed time to game plan and get him some practice. And this defense plus whatever they can get going offensively is actually going to be amazing next year. That's what I'm hoping to see.
Yeah, I mean, it's just I think it's going to end up being any hope that you build up in whatever run they go on now, it's setting yourself up for emotional disaster and heartbreak when it's just so flimsy. Like Kyrie Irving at this age off an ACL, to expect him to just hit the ground running and be the best version of himself. Anthony Davis to be healthy all of next season. Like, just those two things right there. We knew it right from the jump when the trade was made. Like, you're bringing in an often injured guy to pair with an older guy, and we knew that the wear and tear on Kyrie Irving, as soon as Anthony Davis was going to miss outside of the 2.5 quarters, he was going to miss 6 weeks. It's going to be too hard on Kyrie Irving. He can be awesome, but those tires are going to blow out. We knew that. So
it's a long shot.
They're just building the flimsiest, oldest Hail Mary 2-year plan that you could fathom. So to put hope in that is setting yourself up for disaster.
Would you guys get the feeling, seeing some of his quotes, he didn't want to go into this offseason with Luka knowing they wanted to move on from him. He felt like then Luka would just leave once Luka knew. Then he could really steer it and, I guess, drive down the bargaining. That was the only interesting point in that entire interview where I was like, okay, maybe he was paranoid there, but the way that he logically set it up, that if this gets out, then we could end up getting less than Anthony Davis and one pick and Max Christie. At that point, obviously, you got to say, okay, then we can't try this, right? If this is all we're going to get and we're worried that if we open up this for negotiation, we'll lose it, then we need to bottle it and forget it. But it was right on that week, that critical week, where Luka didn't join him on the road trip, and they took that as a sign that the guy clearly wasn't committed. Okay, Jason Robertson injured last night. It's unreal. The curse of Luka might be impacting other teams. Maybe we need a cleansing. Maybe it's a good time to have the Mavs and Stars going their separate way at the AAC, because you don't want to be anywhere near this contamination. No word on when he's going to be able to return, but when you're talking about a guy who's got to be in one of those walking boots and is obviously in pain, that sounds like 4 to 6 weeks for me. I don't think Jason Robertson or Miro are going to play against Colorado. Does that jive with what you're seeing? What you believe to be the case?
I mean, I don't know how bad it is. He was a knee brace, so I mean, hockey players just built different. You just never know with these guys. I do think Miro will end up playing at some point in the Avs series. I think that they'll end up just saying, "Hey, we need you," and they'll put him out on the ice before the season's over. I just don't know at what point in the series it'll be, but. Yeah, I mean, the one good thing is they've got forward depth. So, I mean, they could withstand to lose Robo. They couldn't really with Miro. They got to have Miro in this series at some point. I hope to God he can come back, because I don't think they can win it without him. But it is scary. I mean, Pete DeBoer said afterwards, purpose of resting people down the stretch was to hopefully avoid the injury. Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, it didn't happen. But you can't sit everybody. And it's just a bummer in a physical sport that's the way it happens. So cross our fingers that it's nothing that is that serious with Robo.
Okay, Aaron Rodgers, a high tolerance for ambiguity, I think is what you would say about him right now, as he's made his first public comments in a while, speaking on the Pat McAfee show. Says he's still unclear. Says, I wasn't stringing anyone along. I was honest from the jump about where I was at mentally and some of the constraints I have in my life right now that warrant my attention. I'm open to anything and attached to nothing. Retirement could still be a possibility, but right now my focus has been my personal life, and that's what I've told the coaches. There's still conversations that are being had. It's all been very honest lines of communication. I guess if a team needs a quarterback and you haven't solved it now and you're like, hey, let's get through the draft and what we're doing in the summer, as long as, it matches your timeline, I guess I wouldn't have any big issue with this. I think Aaron Rodgers is being honest and has apparently accumulated enough in his life where he doesn't need the NFL. And I think he's at a point where he genuinely doesn't know. But as a team, I don't want anything to do with him. I don't think you're good enough to deal with the ambiguity, and I do feel like if we get a decision from you this week, I don't know where your mind's going to be at in a couple of months. Yourself has been trying to tell yourself it's time to retire for a long time, but you're still pretty good at it, and it's an insane amount of money, like $40 or $50 million. Sure, I could play, but if you're not in it, I can't. I would hate it if my team was looking at Aaron Rodgers right now.
Yeah. The only way I would do it is if I'm truly a Super Bowl contender and at some point my quarterback gets hurt. And now it's like, okay, this is really the only option that we have.
Would anybody consider him if he did what Sam Darnold did and play for like $10 million for like a year?
He's saying that he's willing to do that. He said that he's told these teams, like, this isn't about the money. He's down to just play for $10 million.
Yeah. If you had the Sam, I mean, do you think more teams would be interested, or are they watching the tape and going, oh, this guy's done. He can't move.
I don't think the tape is very good.
I mean, I think most teams have their quarterback situations pretty stabilized.
If he waits till after the draft, even if he waits after the draft, that's what I'm saying. I think more teams will probably have already addressed that situation. I don't think even playing for less money helps him here.
No, at that point, you're probably waiting for an injury. Yeah. I mean, because what is Pittsburgh going to not draft a quarterback next weekend? I don't think so. I think they are going to.
I think they are too.
All right, let's step aside because Jared Sandler is going to join you coming up at 3:30. We'll take a snapshot of the Cowboys' top stories, including a signing. Can this guy help? Is it a training camp player? Broadus will tell us that. He does have Krusty's Corner coming up at 3:40. And we're back with sports here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat about Window Nation because they have some special things going on right now here. It is springtime, and now is the perfect time to put new windows in your home. And Window Nation, buy 4, get 4 free, pay nothing for 2 years. That is good all the way through April 30th. Window Nation has the most energy-efficient windows possible, right? They'll come out, do a free no-obligation quote that is good for 6 months. You'll see for yourself their customer service and professionalism at Window Nation is second to none, and will make your home significantly more efficient, which can save you hundreds, if not thousands, every year. And if you want to go big and put an all-new house full of windows in, Window Nation is going to throw in a free entry door on top of that, okay? So 0% financing, 0 down, no monthly payments, nothing.
you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forget it.
Maintaining and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
All right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Jared Sandler's coming up in 5 minutes, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. Draft 101 tonight. The doors will open 6:45 shortly after our show ends. We're excited about this sports spring with you here on The Fan. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. And it's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. Yeah, Solomon Thomas is coming up in about an hour. Okay, where are we with this trade rumor, Ruski, that Steven threw out here on The Fan, saying, I don't necessarily see us moving up based on the way the board is coming together, but could see a situation where we move down. That's the hottest Cowboys draft chum right now that's out there in the water. That just means Steven wants to trade down. Is this realistic, Brian? What do you think?
Yeah, if the Cowboys, Todd Archer and I were talking about it this morning, actually, and just kind of trying to translate some things and figure it out. And Todd's like, listen, I don't see any massive, go way down the board types of move, but could they move 2 or 3 spots? Sure. That's a possibility. I think you ask every general manager in the league right now, yeah, sure, we'll trade back. And it's funny, I was doing a show with Jeff today, and he's, Kavanaugh's captain, trade back.
Yeah.
And I tried to get him to go back to that trade we talked about yesterday with Cleveland, where you pick up those
the
twos
out of the first round.
Yeah, you go down to 33, from 12 to 33. And, he's like, yeah, I love trading down. And I offered him that deal, and he said, no, I wouldn't do that. He wouldn't even trade back. And that's a legitimate offer right there. I mean, that's a fair offer for what you're trying to do. And so, but I think that the Cowboys, we know, and I sat in that room with them for some drafts, Jerry Jones does not pick up the phone to initiate trades. So it's going to have to be somebody calling and wanting a particular player. But they're not going to call and initiate. They just feel like they'll lose on the trade then if they do that.
And that's what it would take for me to believe it's going to happen, because you need to be wanting and willing to sacrifice value, don't you? If you're willing to do those things, maybe you could get it.
I absolutely believe that there's a lot of general managers around the league that are looking at trading down, and they're probably curious that they're not going to get value. And would it be better for them just to stand in there and make a pick?
Yeah.
Or, trade down and not get value? And there's a reason why when you stack your board that player 87 is better than player 149. There's a reason why, So if you're willing just to get player 149, then I don't know if a lot of teams are really interested in doing that.
From your experience, though, Broadus, when a trade down does happen, is it usually initiated by the team that wants to trade up? I mean, I feel like the order of operations would usually be the team that wants to move up is making the call.
Yeah.
And not the team that's trading down.
Yeah, but see, that's what I'm saying. Everybody wants to say. I mean, I've rarely been in a war room where it's like, let's get out of here. Let's just start calling people. Let's just see. You kind of set the table for that the days before the draft.
Sure,
but like you don't pick up the phone and like all of a sudden when you're on the clock decide to bail. Now you might do it 2-3 picks before, but teams will like, nah, we're fine. We don't want to give up anything for that. No, we're good. So yeah, it's usually the team like calling you and saying, hey, what would you like for this pick? Mm-hmm. And Steven is going to say what Adam Pacifica and Todd Williams and the trade charts say, and teams are going to say, okay, we'll get back to you. and then they really never ever get back to you.
Okay, a former Bengal is back in the NFL here with the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Our guy Jordan Schultz reporting Hakeem Adeniji is signing with the team. He did play with the Bengals in their Super Bowl run, but has not played in a game since 2023 when he logged 17 special team snaps with the Vikings. So probably not a guy that impacts your draft plans much, Brian.
Yeah, this is a guy that when he came out in the 2020 draft out of Kansas, that he was an outstanding athlete. He did have foot quickness. He had speed. His biggest problem is he just doesn't have much power. At the time, he didn't have much power, and that really hurt him when you watched him play. But the pass set, the lateral slide, all that stuff was really, really, really good. But you could watch defenders break this guy down, and it's because of that lack of power at that time. But the athletic ability and all that was actually really, really good because he could have picked up stunts, he picked up twists, he passed things off. But you did see him in the games I remember watching him. He gets rocked out of his stance, and hopefully along the way he's developed some pass rush strength. But man, I'll tell you what, loved his athletic ability. I just think he's got to get in position quickly at the time to slow his guy down. If he didn't do that, he wasn't going to do it just by sitting down on that guy.
Well, you take some time away from the game out of the view of everybody. Vitamin A, vitamin S. You want more strength. There's ways you can get more help on that if you're away from the game. As Jared Sandler joins you now for a Rangers preview brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. We have the pregame coming up in 3 hours, Jared, and a good afternoon. How the heck are you?
I'm doing great. How are y'all?
We're doing wonderful, man. What do we need to see from Kumar Rocker tonight?
Well,
Sands.
Oh, gosh darn it, Jared.
Jared, can you hear me, Mad Dog? Jared Sandler brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing here on your home of the 2023 World Series champs, your Texas Rangers. Kumar Rocker, I don't know if this guy should be continuing to start. I guess you don't have other options right now, do you? You got to get healthy.
Leiter's ready.
Leiter's ready.
So, if tonight's not good, I think then they'll have a conversation about maybe Leiter.
He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter, and he's back with us, buddy. How you doing?
Okay, I'm good. Can you guys hear me all right?
We got you.
Yeah.
Okay,
you
cool.
Were saying?
Yeah, so you're asking about Kumar, and I think it's just, he needs to miss more bats. And it's more complicated, right?
Indeed, sir.
Happen again.
It is pretty complicated. You gotta throw it so they can't hit it while still hitting the strike zone. That's I imagine what Jared was about to say.
Throw it hard while commanding the ball.
Yeah.
There you go.
It is tough.
It's a hard game.
It is a hard game.
Tyler Mahle just got to that point in his Tommy John recovery where he could be in the strike zone and still miss bats, and that's where Jacob deGrom has lived, and that's what separates the Aroldis Chapmans from your Hall of Famers. Okay, and maybe Chapman is for what he did in his prime. Shouldn't misspeak there because he's had a hell of a career as a reliever. 817 says Mark Cuban needs a lot of blame for selling the team secretly to casino owners, not taking any blame of not making basketball decisions, no matter if he's a minority owner. Yeah, I don't know how you all look at the Mark Cuban piece of this. I thought the explanation of everything was good. I would never tell somebody what to do with their investment, number one. So just buying and selling, that's on Mark, and I think he did a hell of a job with this. 10x'd his investment, so nice job there. But then the other thing is Mark Cuban was losing money. I think he lost money in 23 of the 25 years.
That's what he says.
And he wanted to find a owner who could help this team compete more. Because in the last 5-6 years, he was making business decisions relative to, the luxury tax threshold. He just he didn't want to afford it. He didn't want to allocate losing more money in order to keep this team, in whatever situation that it was. And I think this Vegas money should give them the opportunity, but what they lost in basketball wisdom with Mark Cuban's departure was worth way more than tens of millions of dollars in luxury tax.
Yeah, and to Mark's credit, he was still trying to, I guess, have his cake and eat it too, where he sells it, but then still has some level of say into the basketball side of things. And then I imagine Nico went to the Adelsons and Dumont and was like, hey, no, I got this. We don't need Mark, which is obviously a huge blind spot because he would have been a nice sort of cushion for just all the PR stuff and just having the understanding of what the fan base wants, what this organization is, the history of it all, Dirk and all the meanings of everything that's important. Mark has a grasp of that, and Nico and the ownership group that's here now, they have no understanding of that. But I do think that Mark was trying to do his best, like you said, get somebody in here who financially can handle what it takes to really compete in this day and age. I think Mark understood that he couldn't do that. And the problem is yes, you wish that he would have sold it to somebody who had some level of understanding of how to do something like this and not a first-time ownership group. But how many people are out there or groups are out there that could really afford to purchase a team like that?
Yeah.
It's not like there's this huge wide net of billionaires that can come correct financially and buy a team. So he was pretty limited from that standpoint. And I do think that he knew that he couldn't afford to keep Luka and a championship team. It was going to be one of those two. Either we pay Luka and then everything around him sucks, or we don't pay Luka, I'm the bad guy and I'm the one that traded Luka. And so he was trying to have an ownership group that could afford to do both. I think he was caught off guard by the fact that they wanted to get rid of him. I don't think he had any clue that they wanted to punt on Luka.
Man, that's very well said. While you're saying that, I'm thinking the only development that could make me disappointed in Mark is if he knew that Nico would eventually trade Luka.
Correct.
Right?
Agreed.
Because now I'm turning over this totally naive ownership group. If they don't keep me as governor, Nico has won this Game of Thrones, and he's going to be totally in charge of, the mind space of this organization.
Yeah, that's the real question.
He
Like,
might have thrown us to the wolves a little there.
Yeah, how much did Mark know upon selling the team that Nico felt the way that he does about Luka?
But then you would also have to know who the Adelsons were going to choose, and then you would have to know that Dumont would be, willing to go along with Nico, which apparently he wasn't at first. It took a while for Nico to win that point with him and get his approval. I guess Game 3 of the finals.
Yeah, and I guess just trying to take in all the knowledge that we have about it right now, it was after Cuban had sold. That's when Nico kind of went into the I'm wanting to move Luka. So I don't think that Mark did. I think I would give him the benefit of the doubt on that one. And then he's also had a handshake agreement to still be a part of this thing. I mean, he kind of sold it, thought I can have my cake and eat it too. Yeah. I'll still be able to have some basketball control with the Mavericks, but also I'm doing what he thinks is probably best by giving them more financial stability. And unfortunately, it now has just blown up and it's gone miserably. I don't think he could have ever envisioned this is how it would end up going.
As Mr. Greenberg found out about 15 years ago, that usually works until the first disagreement. And then it's like, wait, actually, this is my team. So,
that's right.
Thank you for your stewardship over these years. Krusty's Corner's coming up next, buddy. Where are you taking it?
Yeah, I've got some of the things that I want to get into about the draft as always, and we'll do that next.
Well, speaking of the draft, you can't talk draft without Pluckers. That's right. It's back. It's our annual draft.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Cowboys insider Bobby Bell team up with DallasCowboys.com for a night of draft talk, debate, and questions. Not only that, dinner's on us thanks to Whataburger. Plus plenty of Cowboys giveaways. Completely free, and we can't wait to see you for Draft 101 on your home of the Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Silverados than anyone else. Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. I think we're going to try to get Sandler back on in the 4. We're getting excited about these Rangers now that they're winning again, Brian.
Yeah, he figured out he could go into like the laundry room.
Oops, sorry, guys.
Well, hey, yeah, good to be with you.
Yeah. He just like he was calling from the damn moon.
Yeah. If I just go into the laundry room here, but there's no reception down here in the clubhouse.
He's always had a little shaky cell phone situation, though. As long as I've known him, man.
You're right about that.
Yeah.
There is history. Maybe, I don't know, but when we got him back on, do you notice how crystal clear it was for just a second?
Yes.
And then maybe he slid in between the washers and the dryers.
What he was doing.
I did. He was like checking the lint dryers.
I'm gonna save all these clips of him messing up these phone calls.
Yeah.
So he can send it over there to T-Mobile, whoever he's messing up with,
Yes.
And Metro PCS.
I think they're sponsors.
Yeah.
Maybe he should go over there and maybe bump into those people. Maybe go down to the suite level and see if they're at the ballpark and talk to him about getting.
Somebody said he has a jitterbug phone. Hilarious. Hilarious.
Whether he joins us for 5 seconds or 15 minutes, it's always high quality Rangers content. Yeah. And it's always brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing, Brian.
There you go.
Here's Krusty's Corner.
Professional.
Yeah.
Which is brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king.
Thank you very much, John. Appreciate that. Welcome back, by the way. Good to have you. Hey, I want to ask you a real quick question about your coaching this weekend.
Yep.
Or this week. Did you get intimidated at all being in that type of setting?
Yeah.
Like that you felt like I don't belong on this sideline kind of a deal? Like was your confidence like really
imposter syndrome?
Was it like leaking bad that like that guy or gal across the field is like an international coach?
Like a real coach.
And I'm kind of a professional radio dude.
Uh-oh. I forget who it was behind me, but there was just so many English accents, and then the kids start using English accents too.
Yeah.
And you're like, wow, this is the real deal.
Wanka.
There, but
Rick Moranis versus Al Bundy.
Yeah, so we took a lead 1-0 and we took and we equalized at 2-2 in that first game. Yeah. So I mean that helped, and but yeah, especially against the FC Dallas team. But there's levels to this,
Yeah.
And it's a common occurrence where no, it's not that common where you lose 9-0, but it happens.
It does
and it's a tremendous learning opportunity for all of us, for the players and for me.
Yeah. I just wondered if like in that setting, did you feel intimidated?
Oh yeah, of course.
It
was new. It was and there were great teams out there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I mean, you're coaching and you're kind of like going, okay, but your team was in it.
Yes. And I've had to work incredibly hard just to try to be on the same pitch with the great coaches that are around
here
that played in World Cups, that were household names in the 80s and 90s in indoor soccer. That's who I'm trying to compete against. So yes, it is. It's constantly like that, So this experience wasn't terribly different from what it's usually like trying to compete against people who are so smart about the game.
That's incredible. Well, good for you, and congratulations on navigating that whole thing. All right, Wolchuk, I'm going to ask you a few questions here about the draft.
Okay,
if you don't mind,
let's do it.
Wolchuk, there's some situations here where I'm going to give you comparable talent,
okay,
but a better investment after round one.
All right,
a comparable talent, but might be a better investment afterwards, after round one. Okay? For example, if I told you why draft Travion Henderson in the first round when you could get Jarquez Hunter later,
Yeah, I would say that Henderson is way more explosive than what Hunter is, in my opinion. I think Hunter is, and this is Hunter's running back from Auburn. I've got a 5 on him. You could probably get him day 3.
Right.
And for his size, he's a smaller dude. But gosh, he is very difficult to tackle. I mean, he is a thumper when it comes to he'll move the pile. All of a sudden, it's like he's in a swarm. There's 3-4 bodies around him, and he's going to keep churning, get you 3-4 extra yards. But TreVeyon Henderson, I think, can score from anywhere on the field. You saw it in the Texas game. For those of you that watched the Cotton Bowl against Texas, and granted, it was a blitz call against a screen. They couldn't have dialed it up any better. But I think TreVeyon Henderson is one of those guys that's got way more juice than what Hunter has. But I do think Hunter, he showed at Auburn, he can be an every down back. He just doesn't have that home run hitting ability that Henderson has.
If you look at elusiveness for the players, Hunter was superior to Henderson in this regard. Henderson forced 37 missed tackles on 145 carries last year, while Hunter forced 59 on 186 touches.
Yeah. Which, I mean, that's not surprising because he's a physical, violent runner.
They both run the same speed, though, too, by the way. Both 4.4.
I didn't see that on tape. I didn't see Hunter being nearly as explosive as Henderson personally.
Yeah. I understand. So I kind of saw the same thing.
But I like Hunter. Like, don't get me wrong, good player, but I would rather just take Henderson.
Okay. Why would you draft? And this was a guy that was in a bunch of Dallas Cowboys discussions until they signed Osa.
Mm-hmm.
And then, and then also with Solomon Thomas as well. Why would you draft Walter Nolan in the first round when you could take Aeneas Peebles from Virginia Tech?
Yeah, I wouldn't. I mean,
in the third.
Yeah, I'd rather get. There's so many tackles that I like in the third. I mean, this thing stretches when it comes to D tackle. I mean, you could throw Peebles in there, C.J. West from Indiana, Joshua Farmer from Florida State. How about Norman Lott from Tennessee?
I love Norman Lott.
I like him more than Peebles.
That's a hyphenated name, by the way.
Yeah, Omar Norman Lott.
Yeah.
I think T.J. Sanders I like a little bit more than Peebles, too, personally. Peebles is shorter. He's 6 foot. But that's a guy that is a true 3-tech. I would wait. I do think you can get just as good value. Walter Nolan, there are, game-wrecking ability there that you can see. He was a guy that was double-teamed a lot. He is explosive. He is strong. He's probably got a better combination of strength and speed than what you have with Aeneas Peebles. But I do think the value there at defensive tackle is better.
You kind of feel like that maybe, was it Kobe Turner that was drafted by the Rams?
Yeah.
Are we looking at something like that, kind of a similar situation?
I can see that. And
a guy
Kobe
that
Turner maybe in the fifth?
Third round.
Was he a third round guy?
Yeah, third round.
Yeah, I think there's going to end up being a lot of defensive tackles that get taken in the third that are going to be starters, immediate impact players this year.
All right. Why would you draft South Carolina's Nick Amaleven in the first round when you can get Penn State's Kevin Winston in the second?
I think Winston's a better player. I do. I think Kevin Winston Jr. is one of the most slept-on players in the draft period. This guy, to me, is a bigger version of Earl Thomas. I think he's got incredible range. The problem is the injuries, and he's really only started 1 year at Penn State.
1 year at Penn State.
But the tape is unbelievable. I mean, he can play single high, up in the box. He can tackle. I think he's a good cover guy. I love Kevin Winston Jr. I would take him over Nick Amaleven anyway.
So you're totally okay with this?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm all in on that.
I think that when you watch Kevin Winston play, he covers so well.
He does. He's an Energizer bunny.
But he covers ground too. He's a really good tackler. He plays with range. I didn't see that. I think the thing that's got people loving Nick Amaleven is the workout.
It's the workout.
It's the workout.
Like physically, he's extremely gifted. But I just don't see on tape that translating.
He's going to get overdrafted, right?
Yeah, I do. I believe so.
Okay.
The people are going to think they're getting like Cam Chancellor with him, and you're not because he doesn't play that physical.
Are there any other guys that you like that you would say, why would you, if you look at your board, why would you draft this guy instead of, and maybe when you can have this guy?
I mean, I don't get why you would take, personally, Membu or Kelvin Banks over Josh Simmons. I don't understand this. Like, both these guys, I've seen it in tons of mocks. You got Josh Simmons falling.
Yeah.
Membu's the sexy, and he's a right side player.
Yeah.
The best left tackle in the draft is Josh Simmons.
I think so too. And I was talking to some folks that the Cowboys, I believe, feel this way about Josh Simmons as well. That like, listen,
that's awesome.
This guy's saying, hey, listen, you've said a lot about Josh Simmons, and there's people in the organization that feel the exact same way about that. So to me, if I had the opportunity, and these receivers are really good, but man, I would take that tackle over.
Oh, you've immediately upgraded to left tackle.
Yeah.
Immediately. He's a better player than Guyton.
Yeah.
I think he is. And then the other one is at tight end. I don't know why people are loving on Colston Loveland. I'd much rather have Mason Taylor out of LSU.
Yeah.
And I know you would as well.
I would. I've actually got Mason Taylor above, and that's not an LSU thing. That is just, I've watched this kid play for 3 years, and all he's ever done is make huge plays in these games. It's 3rd and 15. He gets 17 yards. They need a 2-point conversion. They can't, and LSU's got receivers. I mean, we all know LSU's got receivers. They throw the ball to this guy and his ability to make plays. So I'm kind of with you on that, though. I was kind of thinking a little bit deeper when you start to, and you absolutely love Tyler Warren, though, from the tight end aspect.
I do. I love Tyler Warren. I just think he's just a playmaker and just a well-rounded football player.
But does like any of these other guys, like you would like Gunnar Helm do something?
I like Gunnar Helm. I got him in the 3rd. Yeah,
okay,
I mean,
so
yes.
that's what I'm saying. Would you take Gunnar Helm instead of drafting Tyler Warren?
If I had another player there that I liked over Warren, I would. But in this draft, I mean, I've got Tyler Warren currently as my 7th best player.
Yeah.
I'm probably not going to have a guy that I like more.
So
But
you're okay if they take him at 12 then?
Yeah, I would be. Absolutely.
You okay there? All right, Dawson, thank you very much.
Thank
Appreciate
you, Brian. Krusty's Corner brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. So do you think Warren becomes your second best playmaker instantly? Is that what you get at 12? Is he scoring touchdowns day one?
In my opinion, yes. Brian doesn't like him as much as I do.
As I look at Warren, like I say, I've got him as my 18th best player on my board. I think Zach's in the top 10.
Yeah,
right
just
there.
7.
Yeah. So I like I say, but I would take, I love Mason Taylor, and I have him as my 29th best guy. So to me, Warren, yes, Warren could come in. I think he could do an awful lot. Zach's right. He is a better blocker when I went back and watched him than what I thought he showed earlier. So he could do some complete things for you.
Right on. Thank you, Brian.
Thank
you. Sands is going to join us coming up in about 15 minutes. Okay, he's going to give you that Rangers Gold about 4:10. What's next, Chief?
Let's crank open a rim sesh. Other GMs around the league want Nico to stay forever, plus the Clippers' new high-tech arena. It's proven to be quite the home court advantage. That's next year in the nation.
Speaking of construction, the name I trust for foundation repair is ready to serve you. Permapier. It's...
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course I have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 3, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Sands talking baseball coming up here in about 10 minutes. Here's the Chief with some hoop.
Let's go ahead and cut the lights out. We'll put the kids to bed, and the G-Bag Nation's going all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it rain! Rain dance!
Rain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when Milwaukee's Damian Lillard has been cleared of his deep vein thrombosis that is no longer on blood-thinning medication. Out for Game 1 Saturday against Indiana, but will have a period of time to resume contact workouts and ramp up for a return. This is pretty incredible stuff, dealing with a blood clot. Usually, this is career-ending. This is 6-month minimum of having to overcome this, like Wemby.
Yeah.
And now, and Shams is saying, like, this is remarkable and historic in terms of clearing from the blood clot in just over 3 weeks. Doctors
Take
are told
that thrombosis.
Yeah, doctors said that this recovery has never been seen before, but occurred due to early treatment, detection, and specialists working on Lillard even before the formal diagnosis. So they sort of got ahead of it, or just got to it right when things were happening, and I guess that saved the situation for him to be able to play in this playoff. That's incredible.
I guess +1 for being around a medical staff that's obsessed with your availability.
Ain't that something?
You know, because that sounds like what you just described sounds damn like a miracle. The Bucks clinging to the 5th seed. I guess that changes what I think could happen. Like, Giannis is so different that I imagine if Dame is hot and they stay healthy, that they could beat Boston and Cleveland.
I mean, they'll definitely have a chance to be up 3-1 and then blow it.
For sure.
Doc's on the sideline. That's the thing that's hindering them the most. But that's awesome news for Damian Lillard and great news for basketball in general.
But at least they're up 3-1.
And horrible news.
3 wins.
It's all about those 3 wins. People don't talk about those 3 wins enough.
We really don't.
Give the man some credit.
Horrible news for the Pacers.
That's right. Yes. Sorry, Rick. Do you still text Rick after games? Will you text Rick Carlisle Broadus after a Pacers game?
I do.
Certainly the playoffs.
Yeah, I do.
Did you say sorry about the Damian Lillard news?
No,
Send
I
him
didn't.
that text?
I just always like when they have a big win, or that's when I generally text him.
Good to see Klay Thompson still has a pulse, and pretty awesome after going 0 for 10 shooting in the play-in game against Sacramento last year. He got to have his redemption story.
That is so amazing.
8 for 11, 23 points.
He was very emotional during the game too. He was into it.
4 threes without a miss and totaled 16 points in that second quarter.
I think he skipped all the way to the locker room at half.
He did.
It was like, see you guys.
He did. He did.
Look at what I just did.
Ball in.
16-point second quarter.
Yeah.
How about that?
And he was the difference.
He was.
Oh, definitely.
Oh, he essentially put him, made this, it's over. Ball game.
Yeah.
Free throws help too.
Yeah, they got to the line quite a bit.
Yeah, they
knocked him down.
And they didn't miss.
Yep.
and that's unlike a Mavs team generally.
Yeah, good point. Mavs get the win, and now, just for the small price of $9, you can go watch them play the Grizzlies in Memphis tomorrow. If you want to road trip it up there with your buddies, $9 to get in. Average ticket price for this game, according to TickPick, $41 in honor of Dirk.
See, this is the thing that makes me believe this is so perfect. You're not dealing with a young team who's on the way up. You're dealing with a team that went through crisis, had to fire their head coach. I think we can get these guys tomorrow night, Brian.
I tell you what, what's the ankle situation of their star?
So Ja Morant did not practice today. He is a game time decision tomorrow night.
Book it.
What do you think?
Broadus thinks this team's about to go on a run here.
I think Mavs are playing OKC. I think they're getting that 8 seed.
I would tell Ruben to watch out for my Mavs and OKC.
What about the Kings Arena welcoming the Mavericks by playing My Little Pony theme song and playing horse neigh drops during the player introductions? Did you guys see that or hear that?
That's awesome. Yeah.
Didn't notice that.
It's a huge backfire when you get clubbed upside the head. And your season ends and your GM's now being fired and the Sacramento Kings
We're
are
about to hire a new one.
King.
We had a new one in mind.
Yeah.
They're real close to getting the guy in.
Yeah, I think they already did. I don't know his name, but I saw it pop up. I think they've already got a deal done.
Yeah.
I would say if you're going to troll, you need to go all in. That seems like some G-rated trolling.
Yeah.
Okay,
family-friendly trolling.
Pony.
I would think about playing Luka highlights. I would think about playing drops of Genie Bus, talking about the trade of all those Lakers fans thanking Nico.
That's you want to troll? Just play Hallelujah.
That's good stuff. Gavin Dawson. I like that.
I mean, with how the Mavericks played, though, they might need to make this My Little Pony song like their version of Creed.
Yeah.
And just try and use this thing and capitalize on it.
Oh, like play it if they do beat Memphis, then the first home playoff game versus OKC, that's what the Mavericks in arena.
Just gets them going. Just
that's
channel.
What you do. I kind of like that. Now
that would be the ultimate development in a story. You need Anthony. You need 40 and 20 AD for a week and a half. That's all you need, right? He'll probably blow out both adductors. The moment he goes 100%, he'll last 2 quarters.
Hey, but those 2 damn quarters are going to be championship level quarters. Let me tell you.
And yes, to the 469. If the Mavericks win, they are in the playoffs and they do lose their lottery pick.
Yeah.
So they're not in the lottery.
So
Personally, I don't think it matters because
like 2% now.
And Nico would be trading that anyway, probably.
Yeah,
trying to get KD or something.
He wants Cooper Flag so bad, so we can trade him for a couple of nothing burgers. Sportico did a great deep dive into the numbers in the Clippers' new arena. You know, the super high tech one. You know how they built that wall that we talked about, where it's
potty
like
place.
It's like they lead the league in toilets. Ballmer was very proud of that. Yeah. But they also had the new section there behind one of the
super fans
backboards where it's just for the super fans, and they've created like a bit of a student section vibe, and so now the numbers are in on how much that's helped them, and
all you have to do is wear like a blue button down and sweat profusely, and you can sit in the section.
The Rockets were the only team in the NBA that held opponents to a lower free throw percentage this season at their home arena. But there's a significant difference when it comes to free throws attempted in front of that wall. So when the opposing team is shooting into that student section type wall as a free throw, opponents saw their success rate drop by 5% on those free throws. So, I mean, that's pretty good stuff right there. And then the 3-point shooting in that direction for the road team was under 33%, and on the other side, it was 34%. So teams are shooting at least a little bit worse when they're having to go into that student section like Wall. Kudos to you, Steve Ballmer. Whatever it takes. You know, he's trying to win in the margins however he can.
I love his sports passion. You know, I think maybe he made a mistake trading all those number ones for the players, and, you know, it was a failed chance at a championship.
But he might have a chance now if Kawhi stays healthy. The Clippers aren't to be fooled with right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a good team. But I'm just saying, the passion, his commitment to doing whatever it takes to create a great fan experience and to give ourselves a chance to win, that's what you want. You know, that's what you want in an owner, a guy that wants to win as much as you do and has billions of dollars that he's willing to throw at it. But man, that was tough what happened with them with the Paul George and Kawhi. I thought they were there. You know?
Look at Broadus just over there, just laughing at the idea that Steve Ballmer actually did something awesome.
No. I'm laughing because I was thinking about a college game I was watching, and in the front row, they acted like they were delivering a baby. Did you see that one?
I did not.
They took a
student. It was like a distraction for the free throw?
Yeah, like a distraction. They had a girl laid back and had a towel, and they brought this like fully grown human
fighting through labor. She actually birthed a college student.
Birthed the student.
I love it. As Jared Sandler joins us once again, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. Let's talk some Rangers. Jared, what's going to happen with the rotation when Jack Leiter gets back?
Well, that's a good question. First of all, can you guys hear me okay?
We got you.
Yeah, finally. Yeah. Sorry about that. They need to invest in better signal on the field. I mean, I was stuck on the field, and I was trying to like bounce around, but it was kind of awkward because Jack Leiter was throwing a live BP session, so I couldn't, all the front office in the dugout, so I couldn't take this call in the dugout, and so I was trying to like bop around. But anyway, Jack Leiter might be the answer. Or you're asking what happens when he returns? The answer might be tonight. If Kumar Rocker, even if he pitches well, if they feel like they could gain from, having him go down and just work on some things in AAA, I think that might be the answer. And the other thing too, guys, is, we have this discussion all throughout the off season and spring. At some point, he's going to reach an innings limit. Now, when we had that discussion, we had it under the idea that this is a guy who you're going to want to pitch in August and September and October and, giving you meaningful innings. And maybe he gets there. Maybe he's not quite there yet, but either way, he's not going to throw 180 innings this year. And maybe one way to help control that while also giving him a chance to develop is in AAA. But, he's shown flashes. But at the end of the day, he's still a young pitcher who has made like 10 starts above A-ball. And that is at a ridiculously low number for someone who is in a rotation for a major league team trying to compete for a playoff spot. And so there's no harm there's nothing wrong with his trajectory if he needs to go down to AAA for a little bit. But he's probably right now the front runner to have his spot utilized by Jack Leiter when Jack's ready to go.
How's Smitty doing? It doesn't look like he's in the lineup again today, so he won't have played at all during this Angels series. I know he's got the thumb, so are we looking at maybe the Dodgers series?
Yeah, it seems that way. I think, Boch indicated that he needs another day, and we're at the point now where, you either IL him or you keep him on the roster because you can only retroactively extend back 3 days. So, if you leave him off the roster or you leave him out of the lineup tomorrow and he's not on the IL, you basically lose a day of, IL time if you feel like he's, days away from returning. So I think the fact that there, at least at this point, has been no move is a good indication that he is close, but I guess they feel like, just give him an extra day and have him ready for the Dodgers.
How about our guy Wyatt Langford? How's he doing?
Yeah, so rehab assignment, going to Frisco. But he should be good. At one point, I think the thought was he'd be ready to go when the Rangers hit the road and go on their Northern California swing next week. But now there's some thought that he'll be ready this weekend. He's eligible, I think, on Saturday, and he might be coming off on Saturday, if not Saturday, perhaps Sunday. So that's a great indication. The oblique is a weird thing, and for someone who is a position player, that usually when you're swinging, that's when it gets you. That's when it got Wyatt. So as long as he feels like he can get off his A swing and be healthy, then great. What you don't want is for him to be compensating with his swing because he's nervous that he's going to tweak something again because he's now dealt with something on both sides, going back to what kept him out early in spring. But if he feels good to go, then that's a great sign that hopefully it's behind him.
Hey, Jared, anything really, really simple about Jake Berger's game last night? Anything did he any adjustments or anything that you get post game from that?
Yeah, I actually just spoke to him a second ago, Broadus, because he's a big Tottenham fan like you and I, and we were talking about the big Europa quarterfinal match that they just won in Frankfurt. But he talked last night with Laura about just remembering that this game's fun and to have fun. I think maybe new team, a little pressure. Now, saying that, he's got a 5-game hitting streak, but prior to yesterday, it was all 1 hit a game. Yesterday, a 3-hit game. But yeah, it's funny. Sometimes these guys will mention something physical that they've done differently, a mechanical adjustment, something with their stance, whatever. Sometimes they'll talk about the mental side. And the reality is it's probably a little bit of both. But for Jake, obviously what was on his mind when asked about the strong performance yesterday, he just talked about the mental side and remembering that this is a game and it's a lot of fun and to not put so much pressure on himself. And, he obviously delivered. It was nice to see him. He's a big guy, right? But he's probably a little more complete of a hitter than people give him credit for. Now, he's not going to walk a lot. He's really aggressive, but he can go to both sides of the field and had a couple of hits, one up the middle, I think one that he pulled, and then one that he shot through the right side.
How is Jock Peterson doing? Is he still the same guy here?
Well, we'll find out, right? I mean, he's obviously gone up to a really slow start. Now, to whatever degree, if you're looking for, hey, have you seen any signs he's about to break out of this? He is hitting the ball harder, whereas, prior to, I'd say, Sunday, when he played against Seattle, it was like strikeout or weak ground out. I mean, he hit into 3 double plays, I think, in the 8 or 9 games prior to that. But he is hitting the ball harder. So hopefully that means that it's coming, but they need the results soon here, right? They've been winning games without scoring a lot of runs, but at some point they're going to have to start scoring some runs. And you think that when they do that, Jock's going to be a big part of that. Or maybe if you put it differently, in order for them to do that, they need Jock to be a big part of it, because it just seems like right now he's coming up with, guys on base and big spots, just like yesterday in the first inning, runners at first and second, nobody out. Now, he had a line drive that was caught, and 2 pitches earlier just missed a home run down the line. But again, at the end of the day, they need him to drive in some runs. He doesn't even have an RBI yet, but I think there's some optimism that it's coming, and it's nothing more than a slow start. And I was thinking this morning, guys, I don't know if you remember Ian Desmond, but Ian Desmond, the Rangers acquired prior to 2016. He got off to a terribly slow start. It was like, oh my gosh, how can you keep playing this guy? He ended up as an all-star that year, and a pretty big part of what the Rangers did in route to having the best record in the American League. And so, these things happen, and I think the Rangers are still optimistic that Jock's going to get things going here soon, but they really do need it.
Sounds great, Jared. Have a great night. Let's get this sweep, and we'll talk Dodgers tomorrow.
All right, fellas, take care.
He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter. And he's got the pregame coming up at 6:30 here on The Fan. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 4:40. We have who Brian says is the Cowboys' best free agent addition. Defensive lineman Solomon Thomas joins us next here on 105.3 The Fan.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for University House.
Get something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
All right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Cowboys defensive lineman Solomon Thomas to join us here in just a second. The segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first. 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today. carsforkids.org. Yeah, out of Coppell High School, Stanford, third overall pick, the 2017 draft, signing on with the Cowboys here just a month ago. Solomon Thomas joining us now on your home of the Cowboys. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Doing wonderful, thank you. Well, congrats on coming to play for the hometown team, man. That's got to be exciting for you and your family.
It's so exciting, just growing up in Coppell and then, having a career where I haven't played in Dallas since high school and coming back in my 9th year at the NFL is it's like a dream come true. So, happy to come home, happy to be a Cowboy. It's all been amazing.
Now, being the new guy, being a veteran, How do you look at leadership coming into a situation like this? Are you that guy?
Definitely. You can be a leader and not say much. That's a misconception in sports and in life. Sometimes people think leaders are the loudest ones. As a new guy, I always like to come in and prove myself. I want to come in, do things the right way, show the young guys how to work, how I take myself seriously, how I take this job seriously, and then just go from there. Lead by example first. Then, when I start knowing everyone, understanding the team, understanding the dynamic, then I can, speak a little bit more. But I always come in, leading by example first and earning your stripes, no matter how long you've been in the league.
Well, we're pumped to have you. You also get to come into the Cowboys with your former defensive line coach, Aaron Whitecotton, both of you coming over from the Jets. What can you tell us about him and how he's helped you really have some of the best seasons of your career?
Yeah, no, Coach Whitecotton's been amazing to me. I'm so thankful for him, his family. I'm thankful for the way he's believed in me and he's pushed me. He's definitely gotten the best out of me. But, Coach Whitecotton, he's extremely passionate. He loves this game and he loves his D linemen, and he's gonna ride for them no matter what. So, one thing he's gonna do, he's gonna get the best out of every single player on the D line. He's gonna make us play with effort, violence, passion, and he's gonna make us show it every day. And that's one thing about him. He gets the best out of his players, but he's also good at having us understand what we're getting, like what block schemes are getting, what the team's tendencies are. He's just an overall great coach, mentally and physically, and the guys we're very lucky to have him.
How does he do it? Is he a loud guy, or does he get quiet and give you an inspiring message? How does he go about it?
I would say in the meeting room he's more relaxed. Like, he's just a coach, and sometimes he's a coach who can relate to players. He's a little younger. He's under 40, but he's also can relate to the guys. He's very loud. He's going to be the loudest coach out there, probably screaming the most. Sometimes the players might not like it, but at the end of the day, we understand that it's out of love, and after every single game, every single season, guys love him. No matter how much he yells, we love him because he cares about us and he wants us to be our best.
Hey, Solomon, I really did enjoy watching your tape with the Jets, and I've said this on our station a couple different times. I thought you were one of the best signings that they've absolutely had here in a while because of the way that you play, though. And you mentioned Coach Whitecott. What did he really unlock from you? It's your pass rush stuff has always been really, really good, but the run stuff, the way that you play run defense, it seemed like you just on film take a lot of pride in the way you play that way.
Definitely. I catch a lot of criticism being the undersized guy without guys even watching my film. Scouts around the league will just go ahead and say that I can't play the run because of my size. And I feel like I've proven that over the last 3 years, especially playing primarily inside at my size and playing a lot of double teams and beating a lot of double teams. But Coach Whitecott, just the way he takes his drills into practice in the games. It's everyday repetition. It's nonstop details. He's never going to let off. He doesn't have favorites. He coaches everyone the same. But the biggest thing for me that he instilled in me, he believed in me. I hadn't always had that in my career.
Sure.
It started with Chris Eric and San Fran my last year. I only had 1 year with him. Then was extremely lucky to play with Marinelli. But then when I got to Whitecott, it just flourished. That belief, that love, that passion he showed me, just had me know that I can go play football and I belong here. And he really got that out of me.
Talking with Cowboys defensive tackle Solomon Thomas here in the G-Bag Nation. What are the early returns on new head coach Brian Schottenheimer?
Man, I'm loving Coach Schotty right now. He's from the Pete Carroll tree, and he loves his players and his players love him. Really, really buying into that team bonding right now. He wants the guys to love each other. He wants the guys to play for each other. Because if you want to win a Super Bowl, which is our goal, it's everyone's goal in that building, you have to love the guys in the room. You have to be able to understand them and fight for them on the good days and the bad. You don't get through losses without having the right guys in the building or the guys having your back. You don't make it into the playoffs, playing a long season, 17 games, plus 4 or 5 weeks of camp, plus 3 preseason games without having guys have your back and understand that culture. So he's getting the culture right, but he's also his theme right now is compete every day, and that's what we're doing. We're getting better. We're working hard. We're understanding each other and loving each other.
Hey, Solomon, is there any pressure coming back home and playing for a team that in a city where you grew up?
I definitely would have said so earlier in my career, but now going into year 9, knowing how it goes, knowing how to handle myself, understanding the game more mentally than physically at this point in my career. I don't feel the pressure. You know, it's a joy to be home. It's a joy to be in the city. You know, I've seen Cowboys fans and their reactions the last, 9, 15 years of my life, and I'm excited to make them good ones this year, and it's going to be fun.
It's Solomon Thomas here, obviously Cowboys defensive lineman, also co-founder of The Defensive Line, a nonprofit that champions student-athlete mental health, just partnered with the JED Foundation, which is a national nonprofit protecting emotional health and preventing suicide for teens and young adults. So congrats on that partnership, Solomon. How long has mental health been a focus for you?
It's been a focus of mine for about 7, 8 years now. Unfortunately, I lost my sister to suicide in 2018, and I didn't know much about mental health before that. I was a football player. I was in the locker room where you don't talk about emotions. You don't talk about these things. Mental health is a feeling you can get over. That was my mentality, but after I lost my sister, I went through my own mental health battle, and, I learned that mental health is real. It's a disease just like any other disease. It's where your brain's not getting the right chemical imbalance, whether you're not blocking enough cortisol or getting enough serotonin, it is real. And I learned the power in therapy, the power in crying, the power in owning your emotions, and just understanding yourself and always learning and being curious about who you are and loving yourself, understanding that it's okay not to be okay. So from that, the last 8 years, I've gone around talking about my story, my sister's story, talking about how, I'm in this gladiator sport, and my life may look perfect, but it's not. And, that's okay. And if someone can see me, a professional athlete, can struggle, hopefully they know that it's okay to struggle too, that they can get through whatever they're getting through, and that there's light on the other side of the dark storm that they're going through.
How much stress and mental health adversity do you think the average NFL player is dealing with, or how prevalent is that around the league?
I don't think there's a player that doesn't experience it. We're very blessed. We make a lot of money. We play in a dream that we've always dreamed of in, and I'm not taking that away. But the stress of this league, the performance you're under all the time, the public scrutiny, not knowing if people love you for the right reasons, if people want to be with you for the right reasons, nonstop, that is a mental health grind on its own, and it's never ending while you're in this league, while you have that label. So I think guys go through it all the time. And then also on top of that, you can get cut, traded, your career could in the snap of your fingers, and you don't know what's next. Because in this game, if you don't put everything in the game of football, you won't be in the NFL. So that's the mental stress of it. So I think all the guys go through it, but it's about letting the guys know it's okay to go through it, and it's okay to get help, and it's okay to feel these things, and it's okay to talk about them. Because when we're vulnerable and we talk about them, then we all can kind of go through experience that, hey, you're going through that, I'm going through it too. And then we feel more human, and then that weight is lifted off our shoulders. But I think every NFL player goes through mental health at some point. It's just about knowing that they have the right support system and that it's okay for them to go through it.
How many pounds of crawfish did you put down the other day?
I was eating with my boy Tenzel. I played with him with the Jets. He's now a coach in the D-line. And, he's from New Orleans, but he's from Baton Rouge. But I was trying to impress him. So I think he put down around close to 2 pounds. I put down like 1.5.
So you talked
That's
about
light work.
That is. I was expecting a little bit more. But when it comes to, playing for one another, who have you been bonded with so far along the defense?
Definitely some guys in the line right now, like Osa, Sam Williams, Peyton Turner. I could really name all the guys right now, but it's been fun to just play with them. Just get to see how they work, their leadership, their styles, how they mess with each other in the locker room. That kind of stuff has been fun. So, we have a good D-line room already, and I'm excited about it because we're just going to grow, and it's going to be great.
Solomon, is there any action steps regarding the defensive line of the JED Foundation to pass along to the audience before we let you go?
Just if you go check us out at thedefensiveline.org, we are doing so much good work. My parents have altered their lives to make this their life mission, to make sure that no one else dies by suicide or no one else feels the pain that my family feels. So I would say, go to thedefensiveline.org, check us out on Instagram, on at The Defensive Line, and just show your support. We're doing great work. We're a small, young nonprofit. We have, I think we have 6 employees max, and we're doing our best to change the world. So we would love any support, any donations, a follow, a retweet, a like. It all means so much to a small nonprofit, and I'm very thankful for the Jet Foundation for their partnership and their work. They're an unbelievable nonprofit that has shown the way, so that would be great.
Well, God bless you and your family, man. Thanks for sharing. Great to get to know you more, and we'll see you in Oxnard, sir.
Sounds great. Thank you guys so much.
Salute. There he goes. Solomon Thomas here with you, the G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. All righty. Now, coming up next, it's the best audio from the world of sports, pop culture, talk radio, and or the internet. It's the G-Bag of the day next on The Fan.
But first, Cholos, we know your home is your most important asset, so you don't need to be...
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has roast.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. You might have seen the announcement on Twitter or heard earlier. By the way, follow us at G-Bag Nation. All of our handles are in the bio. The G-Bag of the Day, which is the best audio, has a new home. It's here in the 440, okay? And it's a historic night here, not only because the G-Bag of the Day has moved for the first time in 12 years, okay? But also because we have Draft 101 tonight, and we love that. We're excited to see you all join us here at 4131. Our path to the draft coverage is brought to you by Pluckers. Join us at all Pluckers locations next Thursday, 4/24, for our annual draft party, and we'll each be at one, having a great time with you at all the Pluckers locations. It's time to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius has your G-Bag of the Day.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 440. Maybe a working time? I don't know. We'll see, huh?
It feels different. We'll see.
It feels hella different. Plus, I've been rocking like a little mild headache all day. Boy, what a hell of a job to have when you have a headache. There's these headphones on your ear.
My headache just walked in, Bobby.
Oh, yeah, I seen him.
Yeah.
I seen him sliver through this place.
Yeah.
Boy, that man has never seen a razor. He's never seen one.
He's a werewolf.
Yeah. All right, our winner and champion so far of G-Bag of the Day comes from the RJ and Choppy Show. Which one of these fools is Chop? I don't know. Show producer Peyton Russell held it down for half an hour the other day.
Yeah.
He held it down for about 25 minutes. Those final 5.
Boy, them legs got wobbly. I tell you what. Somebody had to come out there and help him cross that finish line.
Awesome, man. It really has. The Nico stuff we'll talk about. That's about all I got.
Yeah.
That's about it. I thought about some lifestyle things, but I've run out of things to say.
Yeah.
I really have. Bobby's in studio. He's laughing. He knows we're going to replay this stuff. I'll have to go through the guests again. Dewey Scruggs, NBC 5 at 7:20. Meet Church 8:20.
Yeah, going to the
Tim
guests.
McMahon at 9:20. Look, I could talk about some Snapchat stories that Bobby has referenced on air. I got scammed. I really did.
What?
I maybe talked to a bot here, exchanged some photos, and they got out, and then she threatened to leak them. And so I got scared. I blocked her. But yeah, that's about all that is there. Nico, man, you suck, dude. But yeah, it's Sean, RJ, Bobby coming up next. We're going to try and drag this out. We're going to try, Bobby, I don't care what you say. I'm dragging this out. The Mavs do play.
Yes. Seamless transition.
That's so good, bro.
We just throw this in here 12 seconds.
Yeah, I got scammed by a
I got scared by
bot.
a bot.
Sending sex selfies to a bot.
Deleted it. Got scared.
I still wonder if his face was in any of those photos. I love that he's still referring to the bot as a female.
Yeah.
So
That's a dude, bro.
Still dreaming. Still dreaming, bro. Still dreaming.
Denial.
So bots are catfishing these guys, getting them to send photos, and then trying to ask them for money, or we'll release your photos.
Yep.
Wow.
Scary out here, fam.
Gotta be careful.
Yeah. Some of these OnlyFans accounts are just bots. They're not even real people behind those things. There was another one. There was like maybe a few weeks ago, a girl with like Downs. And she was like, the internet was going crazy. Like, oh my, she's really hot though. She's really hot though.
Yeah.
Come to my OnlyFans. And everybody's going to her OnlyFans, finding out it was just a whole bot, bro.
Oh. Wow.
Expose a whole bunch of dudes out there though.
Yeah.
They got exposed.
That's the category they've been waiting for their entire lives.
Finally, someone gets me.
There was a whole lot of people in the comments. Would. All right, let's go to Fox 13, Memphis, Tennessee. I played them the other day. Boy, Memphis is kind of strange. They're getting like Baltimore vibes out there. It's getting crazy out there in Memphis. Or it probably always has been. Shout out to Chris Arnold. Some of my favorite people on the planet come from Memphis. Juicy J. There was a woman shocked to find out her club that she likes to hang out at caught on fire the day after she was there. Matter of fact, that same day, the morning of.
We had a ball in that joint last night. I'm talking about I didn't even have no clothes on. I had my scrubs from work on. Just sitting in there partying last night. Yeah. And we left at 2 o'clock. Now here it is at 5 o'clock in the morning. My club burnt down. Who did it? Who did it? You don't mess up a good time.
Don't mess up a good time.
That would be very disappointing to see your favorite club all burnt up.
Yeah. She said she had her scrubs on.
Yeah, just went right from work.
Yeah. Straight from work to the club, baby. What? Club got to be going crazy. Now, this is not one, but San Francisco Giants. Okay, I'm going to say this name. Man, I had it earlier.
You practicing the whole time?
This is Kikuchi.
I said it twice, maybe.
Is this what gave you a headache?
But I was like, it looks crazy to me now. Hung Ho Lee? Young Ho Lee.
There you go.
Young Ho Lee.
He's fast.
He hit his second home run against the Yankees, I guess about a week ago or something like that. Here's the Korean home run call of that.
카운트 1&2. 자, 높은 공을 당겼어요. 이정우! 이정우입니다. 경기를 뒤집어버립니다. 이게 이정우의 파워예요. 이정우 양키 스타디움에서 멀티 홈런. 우와! 온몸에 소름이 돋습니다. 우리는 지금 이정우의 시대에 살고 있습니다. 확실한 바람이 불어오고 있습니다. 뉴욕에도 강풍이 불어요. 이정우 강풍. 스코어 4대3. 자이언츠가 이정우의 방망이로 역전에 성공합니다. 또 슬라이더 던지다 맞았죠.
I like this.
Really good passion in that call.
Yeah, I like this part though.
카운트 1&2.
Ooh, that's funny to me. All right, let's see what else we got right here. Yesterday was was it yesterday? Yeah, yesterday was a church day. I pray you got your blessing. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes. I heard you on the podcast with Karen Hunter, breaking down that Bible, sir. You were doing a great job. You know what I'm saying? Giving us the real deal before King James stepped on it. But this is not there. This is right here. They're singing happy birthday to, I think this is the preacher's wife. Listen to how this woman sings happy birthday.
Interesting technique.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy.
Happy birthday.
That is crazy.
It's crazy. Very unique, man.
We're taking our own creative liberties with the happy birthday song.
And last one, ESPN's First Take. Shannon Sharp was having some audio issues.
No.
Dan Orlovsky thought it was hilarious. Thought it was funny. Stephen A. Smith, he's a no fun guy. Shut down that fun real quick.
Danny boy. Oh, I'm not hearing you though, Shannon. Is everyone
That's the best part of the show so far.
Oh,
Watch your mouth. Watch your mouth, Dan Orlovsky.
He talked and we couldn't hear him.
Watch your mouth, Dan Orlovsky.
Watch your mouth.
Watch your mouth, Dan Orlovsky.
I bet Stephen A. could have you moved out these days.
No,
yes. He might have pardon power here.
Yeah. He's
looking at the socials.
The biggest stick.
We didn't see Monica
Bristol.
McNutt on for a while after the WNBA stuff went down.
Right, she dunked on him a little bit.
Yeah.
And honestly, the Democratic Party has no good options at this point. Might as well run out Stephen A., right?
Oh, no, absolutely not.
Visit Peyton Russell, our current G-Bag of the Day champion. So good, it took down Bobby's re-diss of you guys the other day. That's something.
Yeah.
That is classic
Stephen A., he
content.
did say, like, they're going to need me at some point. I'm here to save the day.
I mean, they need somebody that can make words, right?
You need somebody to make some words.
Club caught on fire. Young Ho Lee's home run call in Korean. Happy birthday to the preacher's wife. Stephen A. shutting down Orlovsky. I'm voting for the champ, Peyton Russell. Chief, how about you?
Samesies.
Lucius?
Oh, absolutely. Peyton Russell, that was hilarious. He also did a song, dog. It's fantastic.
Okay.
I'll play it at some point.
All right.
But we still got to work with this.
Yeah, this is good. This is the champ all the way.
Brian?
Home run call.
Okay, by a score of 4-1, still your G-Bag of the Day champion. It is amazing what people will say if there's a little bit of an uncomfortable silence, right?
Yeah.
It's like, crap, I got nothing else to say.
Yeah.
This is the only thing in my mind. Here goes.
Yeah.
I got catfish sent nudes to a bot. They tried to scam me. That's classic. So, that's pure entertainment. Peyton Russell is amazing. I'll salute him for that. Okay, Chief.
We had that spotlight on him.
He did. He's sweating.
So where were you?
He'd rather dry snitch on himself than sit in an awkward silence.
Where are we going next, Chief?
Football's finest. You thought you loved CeeDee Lamb, but you'll love him even more after you hear this next in the nation.
I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jack. Your name's Jack. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Asia Baby.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Sapphire Squad?
G&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 4 of the nation. We're going till 6:30. Rangers pregame's coming up. They'll try to finish off these Angels before the Dodgers come to town tomorrow. Expressway's coming up in 20 minutes. Here's some football's finest.
Okay, we have something really, really funny from the Jets, and this is one that we're all going to appreciate. This is one that we're going to like. This might make us a little bit more of a Jets fan today than we ever have been in our entire life. But first, we have to address what CeeDee Lamb told Complex in his sit-down interview with them. The headline reads, CeeDee Lamb says he spends $1.3 million a year maintaining his body and his health. He's going full LeBron James. Even LeBron James hasn't gone full $1 million a year LeBron James. That was reported, right? Because he broke the news with McAfee a couple of weeks ago. Like, yeah, that's a false number. He doesn't, LeBron James, actually spend $1 million a year on his health. But
I could see maybe spending $1 million 1 year when you get your first big veteran contract and you're investing in the cryo chambers and you're adding a home gym,
right?
And the $10,000 treadmill, like you're doing everything possible. But once you're set up, like the most expensive personal chef live-in possible is only going to be a couple $100,000.
Yeah.
Where are you spending the next other $800,000? A massage?
On his hair?
On his hair.
Hair and tattoos?
Yeah, there you go. You know, now you're adding some sort of luxury expenses to it, but I don't know. I think the massages are expensive, though. And if you need a real medical physical therapist daily for hours, you know, they're hundreds of dollars per hour. So, man, it's still hard to stretch $1 million a year.
Yeah, it is hard to fathom, but we do know CeeDee Lamb from a work ethic standpoint, he is absolutely right at or near the top of the list in terms of the Cowboy players that are as dedicated as it gets. And now with the Fatty Boombah contract, he probably did some reinvesting into his own health and whatnot. Probably has a personal chef and all that kind of stuff, but. Yeah, I thought that was interesting. He spends quite a bit of money. Now, our buddy Chad Johnson, Mr. Ocho Cinco, saw the story and tagged CeeDee Lamb in a tweet.
Nice.
He said, yo, CD, I can eliminate this expense by $1.2 million.
Huh.
All you need is a gym membership and McDonald's.
He's a one of one, that Chad Johnson.
I still can't believe he was able to play that well for that long while pretty much only eating McDonald's. Which is, I mean, there's not many other options in the greater Cincinnati area. So he kind of just went for the best cuisine.
It was that watery chili spaghetti or Mickey D's.
Yeah, Skyline Chili or McDonald's. I think we're all going McDonald's there. So we'll see. Maybe CeeDee Lamb makes the McDonald's pivot at some point once he realizes spending that much money is pretty wild. But I love it, dude. CeeDee Lamb, I love you.
Little chat check. Lamb trained at the Alchem Sports in Fort Lauderdale under Dr. Sharif Tabay. His regiment included intense indoor and outdoor workouts designed to build endurance and muscle mass, resulting in a 14-pound gain. These sessions were emphasizing resistance, balance, explosive movements to enhance his on-field performance. That's what they were talking about. But he works, it says here, he works with the Dallas Cowboys nutritionist to follow personal meal plans and stuff like that. So he might have somebody who's cooking for him at home too.
I just want to make sure he's in the Dak yard as much as possible.
In the Dak yard.
Not being on the same page with Dak last year until Dak got hurt was one of the more frustrating things about the entire season last year. Amongst a laundry list of frustrations, that might have been at the top of the list. How are CeeDee Lamb and Dak Prescott not on the same page here? A couple of weeks out of training camp. That's all it took. But I'm sure
it felt
we're
like
due
in
for a bounce back.
2023, I mean, he had that one game where it was, 15 or 16 catches, and he had those stretches that were historic. It's like, cool, the defense knows he come and can't stop it. Finally, we got a quarterback-wide receiver combo that you can't game plan out of it. Because it felt that way with Dez and Amari with Dak. You know, finally we had a receiver, and then last year it's like, wait, what's going on here? I think a lot of it is the left tackle play. I think that is so big for Dak. And if you can keep him comfortable there, then he and CD are going to light you up. That's why I'd go tackle here in draft.
Come on, Tyler Guyton. Speaking of the draft, the latest mock pick for the Cowboys by each of these draft experts, Daniel Jeremiah, Mel Kiper, Dane Brugler, Lance Zierlein, they all have one thing in common. It's a Matthew Golden Dallas Cowboys collision course.
It's a golden pick at 12.
And tonight is Draft 101 right here at the station, 4131 North Central Expressway. We'll be feeding you Whataburger and Broadus and Walchuk, among others. We'll be feeding you great draft takes and answering your questions. So looking forward to that. Doors open 6:45. Now, Aaron Rodgers was on McAfee today.
Oh, was he?
This right here is my favorite. There's a handful of interesting things here, but the most hilarious portion of this, remember when free agency was getting ready to start, we had just gotten rolling into the offseason, and the reports were that Aaron Rodgers flew from California to New York to meet with the Jets about whether or not they were going to continue the relationship.
Face to face, huh?
Yeah, they wanted to do it face to face.
Yeah.
And so the way he tells it on McAfee is, I fly across the country and I meet with the coach, who of course is Aaron Glenn now. He says we start talking. Aaron Glenn runs out of the room for a moment. Then he comes back with the general manager, and I'm like, all right. So we sit down, and I think we're going to have this long conversation. And 20 seconds in, Aaron Glenn just says, "You sure you want to play football?" Rodgers responds, "Yes." And immediately after that, Glenn said, "Well, we're going in another direction." That's how the whole conversation went.
Good for Aaron Glenn.
Flying Aaron Rodgers across the country just to say and ask him, "Do you want to continue playing?" He says yes, and you say, "Okay, well, it's not going to be here."
That is crazy, dude.
It's weird, and it feels extremely disrespectful.
Did you
but
make
more
it
than anything,
explicit that
it's hilarious.
This had to be in person, and you'd rather take a 6-hour flight across the country to hear it to your face than get a text? I'd be hot.
I know.
Unless I also had plans to be there. You know how much I hate flying?
Yeah. Oh, that's true. Yeah. And Rodgers foot the bill for this. Like, he flew himself out there.
Yeah.
They had to sit down, and it was, "You want to play? Great. Not here. Thanks for coming."
I'm sure he went private into Teterboro and, walked off the plane, got in a car, went and flew back home afterwards. I wouldn't worry about it.
I guess if you're up there in your private jet, it's probably a lot more comfortable.
No, that's what I'm saying. He spent probably
playing video games.
Probably spent $20,000 on the flight, $10,000 each way for fuel.
Probably get internet good enough to just stream whatever you want.
And he could play online poker until in
heaven.
He doesn't have to worry about the fact that he's going all in, and then
nobody can bother you.
Internet goes out.
Yeah,
and he's like, "Oh my God, what just happened?" I was in the big blind. What happened? You SOBs.
Is the turbulence worse on those things because they're smaller?
They can fly above it.
Fly above it.
They just go above it.
Oh my God.
They go way above it. And
so that's for us poor schmucks, get all that bad air?
That's right.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, they just fly over the top of all that stuff.
You can buy your way out of turbulence. How about that?
Damn.
Yeah.
We got the rich man jet stream.
Yeah.
It's a smooth ride.
Yeah.
Well, he also acknowledged or alleged that he has done 0 ayahuasca this offseason.
Yeah, it's very revealing.
Yeah, Mark B on your Scantron for false.
He also said that he's not sure what to do since the Vikings refused him because he was just trying to follow the Brett Favre career path.
Oh, is that right? He went for it.
Yeah.
Well, sorry, Wolchuk.
He's confused now.
2 days in a row. Rules are rules.
What the hell? Mama gave me them flapjacks, and Mama take away 5 of them flapjacks. I want to stay hungry for the Crimson Tide.
He said that he talked to all the teams that were interested in him and said that it was not about the money, that he would play for $10 million. So we'll see if that ends up coming to fruition. And then he said he's talked to Mike Tomlin a ton. He's got a lot of respect for him and their offensive coordinator, Arthur Smith. He just wanted to go check out the facilities and get a feel for what the facility in Pittsburgh in general was like. So he went and visited there a few, I guess maybe a month ago or so.
On his own dime.
Yeah. Yeah. And then
once again.
And he did throw with DK Metcalf. He was like, I just wanted to get to know him as well. So things are narrowed down pretty nicely. If it's going to be Aaron Rodgers playing, it'll be with Pittsburgh.
You know, the dude's just not talented enough to put up with this. I think Favre still was at this age. It was like, man, holding out for this guy would be all right. This is just annoying for no reason. You know, I think this is probably a Carmelo Anthony type of situation where the league has to get on the horn with each other and say, hey, let's all just be done with it now. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's signing him. Nobody really needs him. He's not going to win you a championship. We're good.
Browns general manager Andrew Berry said he believes Travis Hunter's first home is at wide receiver and his second home is at corner. So if he's the pick, they'd want to be smart about how they start him. But Berry made it clear he's great at both. And if he can do the two-way deal like a Shohei Ohtani, then he, of course, is a unicorn. Now, in that same division, a guy who might be seeing a lot of Travis Hunter over the next few years, John Harbaugh, head coach of the Ravens, he says it's going to be interesting to see how they do it wherever Hunter goes, but to say that you're going to be completely immersed in everything that there is to know on offense and everything there is to know on defense, I don't know if there's enough hours in the day for a player to be able to do that and to have every detail locked down. So he says, he says, I would think on one side of the ball, he would be full-time and then have some sort of package on the other side of the ball. That's my guess, but we'll see wherever he goes. We'll be playing against him, so we'll find out how they go about it.
Yeah, I don't imagine you're going to be able to be full-time both sides. I would try this, though, and my thought would be, can you be so good at corner that we could build a game plan around you like we were able to do for Dion? Can you just go guard their second-best wide receiver, right? And we'll keep you up to date on a lot of the game plan, but a lot of the nuanced packages when we're trying to do special stuff, maybe, we're going to have to build it around you just on one guy. I don't know if that's doable, but I think you got to be open-minded to it if you're one of these teams that needs multiple players like the Giants or the Patriots.
Yeah. If you're taking him, then you have to have a two-way plan for him. Now, to what extent is he full-time?
He's really a bright guy, though.
No, very smart.
Very smart guy.
If he wants to go home and put in all the work, I think you can do it. I mean, there's a lot of downtime.
Yeah. So is it more the mental thing or the physical thing?
I think it's going to be physical with him.
Just the wear and tear.
Yeah. I think 17, 18 weeks. It's more. It's more than his college schedule.
Going to need some Romo Wednesdays as
the
a
amount
rookie.
of snaps.
Yeah,
it's going to be it's going to be fascinating to see. I'm excited.
I would worry about him getting lighter as the season wears on, going from 185 to 175.
Just burning too many calories.
Yeah, just getting too, and like playing in the secondary, being 175. I would worry about that a little bit.
It's a fair concern.
Yeah.
Now, we have some quotes from Colorado offensive coordinator Pat Shurmur, who was the former head coach of the Giants when they had Daniel Jones. And now Giants fans are more anti-Shedeur Sanders than they have been throughout this whole process.
Oh, gosh.
And there's still obviously a chance that the Giants make the swing for Sanders at 3. But he said, I think Daniel Jones and Shedeur are very similar prospects. Now, I could just end it right there.
Yeah, that's over.
That's all Giants fans needed to hear to say, okay, thanks, but no thanks. We'll just play with 10 offensively. We don't even need a quarterback. We'll go Wildcat on this thing. We'll direct snap it to our running back who's no longer Saquon Barkley. We're not doing this Daniel Jones bit again. He says, I think they're both wonderful human beings, both highly accomplished, talented college players that have a chance to make an impact in the NFL. So there's a lot of similarities between Daniel Jones and Shedeur Sanders. The last thing Giants fans wanted to hear if they were hoping for Shedeur.
When I was with the Giants with .com, and I said, you got to look at what Sanders was able to do with Pat Shurmur. And as it came out of my mouth, I was thinking, Giants fans right now are completely hating what I just said about Pat Shurmur helping Shedeur Sanders be any better at football.
Yeah, that is not the good. You don't want to throw those two names in the same sentence.
I messed up
when talking about the Giants. So those fans now are a little bit nervous about the idea of Shedeur. How about what the Rams are doing? We know they've been unique over the last 4 or 5 years with the way they go about their draft day stuff and their location of it all. They've been in like some sick, nasty LA Airbnb houses or whatever.
Did they get the Malibu location set up?
No. So what they did is they are going to be holding their NFL draft quarters at the Los Angeles Fire Department Air Operations. They're going to be like in a hangar, basically. And this all has to do with the LA fires that went down. And so I think there's less real estate to go have a lavish home to draft out of. So they're kind of honoring the Los Angeles Fire Department with all of that. So that is definitely unique. That'll be interesting to see the aesthetic when they go into the Rams war room and just kind of see exactly how they're going about it. But speaking of the Rams, I saw a video of a shirtless Aaron Donald.
Oh my gosh.
He was
just a species man.
Dumbbell benching.
Still the best defensive tackle in the game.
Absolutely. He looks phenomenal. If I told you that he probably did, I think he did like very easily. Could have done. It looks like he probably could have done 50 on each arm. He's got one dumbbell in each hand and he's doing dumbbell bench with it. What do you think was the weight in his hands?
And he could do 50?
It looked like he could have done 50. The video shows him doing like roughly 12.
He's asking us to guess the weight.
125.
I'm going to go buck 50s.
It was 130. 130 pounds. He's throwing around like toothpicks, bro. Aaron Donald.
He's a freak.
Let's get that comeback going, dude.
Yeah.
Man, I don't think I could bench 130 right now, Brian. I don't think I could.
Why would you? I wouldn't even try. I looked at the weight since 1986.
I think my all-time record was 205.
Wow.
205.
yeah, that's all.
We're getting there.
Yeah, one time. I think I was 19
Gabby.
years old or so.
Young Gabby.
Yeah. Wasn't necessarily built for the power.
The prime of my
But
career.
you're all legs.
But yeah,
we know that.
Luckily, I was like a blur. I was
Never
so
seen
fast. Right? I was like that non-muscular but super fast.
Speed kills,
no,
baby.
I wasn't that either.
Speed
It
kill.
wasn't that either.
Okay, thank you, Chief. In addition to the finest is in the books, LA Live's coming up in about 22 minutes or so. We got everything breaking in the world of sports here throughout your broadcast day and more coming up next year. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan.
Roger that, Sally.
All right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan, and time to hit the expressway. We're going commercial-free to the top. LA Live's coming up at 5:40. Expressway is brought to you by the On-Time Experts. Okay, you still have time to make plans to be here for Draft 101 tonight. The doors are going to open in an hour, 20 minutes, 6:45. Our show's going to be over at 6:25. Brian's going to be hanging out downstairs in our performance showroom here at 4131 Wolchuk, the DallasCowboys.com guys. And, autographed giveaways. You're looking at a helmet, a jersey signed by Dak, signed by CD Lamb. Whataburger's going to be here providing the refreshments and the sustenance. And it's an amazing night. Brian?
Yeah, can I just say thank everybody in the station for promoting this thing?
Well,
I mean, I've
you're
heard
welcome.
like the morning show, the midday, you guys, I really appreciate you guys embracing this. And thanks to the Gavin Spittle and Tim Collins and then Derek Eagleton on the other side of things. And thanks to the guys that are part of this that for the last 4 or 5 months, this is what we've been working on.
Who else is going to be here tonight?
You're going to have from the DallasCowboys.com side, Kyle Yeomans, Tommy Yarish, Nick Harris is from the Fort Worth paper, and then Vach Lombardi, who I do a podcast with every night, is coming in. He's part of the draft show.
Yeah.
And also Zach is going to host tonight. And so we're all going to be there for that. But I just want to say thanks to everybody that's talked about it on the station. It means a lot to me. Our draft coverage means a lot to me, too. I take a lot of pride in that and what we've been able to do. We've had some really good success, and our partnership with DallasCowboys.com has been really, really good. And you guys being at the Pluckers and stuff like that helps as well. So just thank you guys.
Yeah, we're thrilled to have Brian, obviously, and even before he joined the Fan 5 years ago, he was doing this and training our guys on how to watch the draft, and it's special. No other radio station is capable of doing this. No other media entity is capable or can pull this off. So it's a unique opportunity to learn how scouts look at the game and learn more about these prospects the Cowboys might take. Okay, Peyton Russell is your reigning G-Bag of the Day champion. Bobby Belt just came in and said, man, this story actually gets more insane.
It's crazy.
Not only did he got catfished, sent graphic video to this account, which he immediately got threatened if he didn't send him money.
Cash payment.
Yeah. But beyond that, it started with a Twitter account that just had one name like Michelle and then like 8 numbers.
Yeah, it was Instagram, but yes, an obvious bot.
And they had like no followers, but they were following like 2,000 people.
So Peyton was the one follower, and then the bot slid into his DMs and was like, "Wow, you're so cute. I love your energy."
We see these scam accounts all the time on different social media things, and you're like, "Wow, who would possibly fall for something like this?" And the answer is
Peyton.
The Peyton Russell. That's just fantastic. They didn't get any of his money, and they did not release the videos or
I think
the
he
photos.
was safe on that. He was so scared he blocked them.
Okay.
Bombs.
Maybe the block worked. Maybe the block denied access to everybody in the friends account or something. Or I don't know, if you're trying to pull something off like that, I guess it's a waste of time once you know you're not going to get the money.
Yeah, you're just on to the next one.
Whatever. I'll just stay under the radar here. Okay, Suns owner Matt Ishbia. I think this is the accountability and self-awareness that I'm waiting to see here from this Mavs group.
By the way, did I see that coach is that he's getting paid $50 million?
Budenholzer?
Yeah. To not coach.
To not coach. Wow.
A lot of money.
Yeah.
That sucks, man. And I would imagine the owner's not happy with that. But, the owner, Matt Ishbia, was asked about the season and how everything has gone bad after trading for KD and Bradley Beal a couple of years ago to go along with Booker. It looked like they might be a real strong contender. He says, embarrassing, right? Disappointing, awful. I watch every game like all you guys do, and no one's proud of it. No one's happy with it, from me to the front office, to the coaches and players, to the marketing executives, to the security guards. It was a failure. So now he's talking about in this media appearance today, it's about breaking it down and, trying to recover at some point in the future, but it's very difficult to do. Let me ask you guys, number one, do you agree that this is the kind of ownership of the mistake that we're waiting for to see from this Mavs group? But also, if you could get Kevin Durant without giving up like your 4 best players, because I think that's what it would have to be. I got to keep Lively and I got to keep Washington along with Kyrie and AD. But if you could get KD, okay? Now, this is going to trigger all sorts of luxury tax expenses, but I think if there is a silver lining to this at all, it's that Nico still has his Nike guys. They might be older guys now in the league at this point, but DeMont's backing him. And the only way to try to get Mavs fans back with you, I think, would be to go spend so much money and bring in a player of KD's stature, that could make a championship team out of this still. I think that would show a level of commitment that it would at least make you so intrigued now in the offseason. Let me ask you this at 877-881-1053. You're in on the Franklin Injury Attorney text line. Does that make you start watching the games again?
If they have Kevin Durant going into next season?
They brought in KD. They get to keep their 4 best players.
Yeah, I think that would bring people back in. And I think it would be, if you're not just going to be nuking this thing in the offseason, which they're obviously not, if this is the plan that you want to go with, I think Kevin Durant would be a nice piece to go after. But it seems like the Suns are really trying to make this a huge asset swap. They're treating Kevin Durant like he's still in his prime based on the reports. So we'll see how much they're willing to come down on that. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I mean, this is now the place that you've put yourself in. It's another flimsy, often injured, out of his prime superstar.
Yeah,
but but that's your only option at this point.
The theory depends on the market reflecting that. Not thinking it's 4 1s and a young player for KD. That would be crazy.
And you're potentially, if he lands with you, you're keeping him away from Houston and San Antonio, which are 2 teams that are reportedly, a favorite to maybe land him.
Okay, so what the bleep says, Leroy here, the 469. KD is street clothes junior, says the 214.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of people that don't like Kevin Durant.
KD's a bum. KD is 10 years too old. I'll pass. I think he's still a top 10 scorer. He's still a top 20 player in the game. If you could keep defense around those guys and they stay healthy, I think you're contending next year.
I think this is the path that they're going to go anyway, but I think the Maverick fans that are out are out. Right now. I think the damage has been done. Those that are still watching right now, they're going to stay watching, and if they get KD, then cool. But it feels a lot now like you are a franchise that is Phoenix, where Phoenix went ahead and did this. They got KD, they got Bradley Beal, they wanted to pair him with Devin Booker. They tried to microwave a championship, and none of those guys were really healthy and played well together. Yeah. So, I do think this would be a better fit if you're able to keep everybody that you said. The team does work better than those 3. But the likelihood of all these guys being healthy at the same time, it's a big question mark right there.
Yeah, you're the Nets from like 6 years ago, but instead of Harden, you have Davis. You would also, I think, Lively in Washington, and maybe you could, find some sort of another playmaker. But I think that's got to be the plan. And if you're Nico, apparently you have the ability to whatever you say to DeMont, he's going with, right? And you would have to think that the only way to save our reputations here is to trade and spend our way out of this and hope that the gravity of a championship brings almost everybody back. Mavs are getting set to play the Grizzlies tomorrow. Looked pretty good last night, held the Kings to 106. I think they're going to get in and maybe get swept by the Thunder, which would probably further the embarrassment and the pain of the season. It would drag it out. But it would be interesting. Okay, Dirk completely turned off by the franchise is one of the stories out there, guys. It's unbelievable. I think once you've made Dirk turn his back on you, essentially, that should be one of those moments that Nico and Patrick Dumont have to think, okay, let's rethink things. The Diggler doesn't like us. It's stunning. It is. Wow. They're so clueless about Mavericks basketball and Mavericks history. And I think this is basically like what a movie about horrible sports owners would be. This is a perfect script for it. Like, how could you possibly be unlucky to have this as a fan that you have to support? Now, the undeniable most popular player, most likable player in the modern era of DFW sport, feels cut out and turned off. I think for Adam Silver as commissioner, I'd be spending a lot of attention, like looking at this and trying to coach the Adelson family into figuring this out, because they need a lot of help. Okay, what else do we got going on here in the world of sport? Here with you, G-Bag Nation. This is unbelievable. Could you imagine if the Mavs moves costed not only the Mavs as we know them, but also the Stars? Story in the morning news today, Mavs and Stars headed for a split over differing arena priorities after 24 years as roommates. And at 2031, the leases are going to expire. The Mavs are expected to try to build this amazing new arena, maybe with a casino, probably not for now. But Stars president and CEO Brad Alberts, talking to the media, says we have to figure out if staying here is that scenario is economically viable for us in the next 10 to 20 years. So the way this morning news article is reading, guys, is they need to decide, are we staying in Dallas? Where's our arena going to be? But we're up for anything. It kind of feels like Stars ownership is going to put this up to what's the best situation for us. Is there enough support here locally for the Stars to get them the arena they need? Because, I don't want to go any further down this path than what I read today from the president and CEO, Mr. Alberts there.
Is there any chance that you would go, man, and I'll admit myself, I haven't been to many hockey games here lately, but if they had an arena in Frisco, would you go to Frisco to watch the Stars play? That's where their training facility is.
Absolutely.
Yeah. They're right there, not too far from the Star. But would you go and watch games if they built an arena in Frisco?
Yeah. I don't think any drive in DFW would be the deciding factor if I'm going to the game.
Okay.
Frisco's within about 35 minutes for me if I hit the bush, so that's within striking distance.
As an 817 guy, it would be much more strenuous. Anybody in Fort Worth who's trying to get to a 7 o'clock puck drop, and they got to go to Frisco.
Is that an hour 15?
That's
or so?
all. That's an absolute haul. That's a beating.
So you would have to lock in that part, and there's a lot of houses going in up there.
Yeah,
so maybe you could find new season ticket holders.
And I wonder if the further north that you went, being that their facility is there, is it going to be problematic? But you've got these can-do cities. Like Frisco's a can-do city. I think Arlington's a can-do city.
Yeah.
When it comes to, tax us, fine. We'll build an arena. Fine. We'll build a stadium. It's a little bit different, like working downtown here, but you got some can-do cities. That's why I think that the councilmen and all that, councilmen will vote for, hey, yeah, let's do this because we know that, we know what it could bring to the community. And I don't know if Dallas is always, I think that with Mayor Johnson's, he was talking about bringing in another NFL team. Like, hey,
it does seem like that stretch of Frisco from, once you get to 121 up through the Star, that just seems primed to be a new downtown.
That's kind of where I was just wondering if you get ahead of that, like as you head towards Prosper and all that going north, is that going to be the new area for folks?
Could be, and now you have so many businesses that are putting in their headquarters up there that you're going to have enough of the corporate sponsors that could be the infrastructure, for a situation like that. Arlington did it. Why not?
And the fact that they already have their facility right there makes it really convenient for them.
The bigger concern right now is Jason Robertson injured. No update yet today. Obviously, they're going to be slow with the information in hockey, but very cruel. You're trying to rest your players to avoid injury, and you still get one of your most important players hurt in the finale. He was in a brace last night, leaving the arena. So without him, without Miro, you have to be expecting a Stars exit, and the hope that next year, with a healthy Miro, with a healthy Robertson, that maybe you can tweak it a little bit. I think you should have added more defense at the trade deadline in retrospect. It was obviously the opportunity to get Rantanen was one you do not want to turn down. But they're going to, I think, have to fix this defense. And if you can't do that, then To me, this is what I was talking about before the Super Bowl when all the Stars fans got mad at me. Well, Chuck, is like I don't see defense does win championships, right? I don't think you can try to get defense and sacrifice offensive talent like the Mavs did. But we've seen this play out now since the bubble.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not writing them off just yet. I mean, we don't know the severity of the robo injury, and the hope is, they haven't ruled out Miro playing in this series. So we'll just kind of have to monitor and see how this goes. But yes, I did wonder, especially after they got eliminated last year, and the way that they play and are built, they're not a super physical team compared to the others in the West. It's not like they're not physical at all, but they're never going to lead a series in hits. That's just not that. They're more of speed-oriented and skill-oriented than they are big-bodied like Winnipeg is, that are bruisers. So I think this is going to be on Jake Ottinger. Jake Ottinger's been billed as he's the guy. He's a dude that can steal you a series. He's a guy that, okay, outside of having the best goaltender in the world, a guy who's going to win another Vezina here with Winnipeg, that everybody else on Team USA would have chosen. Go out there and prove it now, Jake Ottinger. You don't have the best defense in front of you. I'm kind of over the whole looking at Otter as an elite goaltender until he actually does it. He's been living off Game 7 in Calgary. I need you now. The Stars need you now. You've got to lift them over Colorado if you're banged up.
Well, they're in a situation, Zach, because you watch all these games and you understand it. You could have Patrick Waugh, and it's not going to matter when you give away pucks in your own end, and you have defensive lapses, and you leave guys in the slot, and your coverage is not any good. Seriously, I mean, I totally get it, man. You're calling. You're going to have to. Yeah, you're calling
but
for.
He hasn't been good either.
No,
they've allowed 36 goals in the last
that's what I'm saying.
7-8 games.
I don't think this is a quick fix. I don't think this is a flip the switch. The Robinson injury is not great. But they have not been a very good hockey team here the last couple weeks. And I think going in, there's a lot of film. And Dawson, you talked about watching film and making your team better.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a lot of film and video that Colorado can look at and say they've got defensive lapses.
Yeah.
When this combination's on the ice, they are going to have problems defending.
All righty. We have Ranger stuff coming up at the top of the hour around the bases. Leiter, Langford nearing returns and going for the sweep tonight. Pregame coming up 6:30. Let's go into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius with LA Live.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Shoot, man. Hey. Yeah, I'm sorry, man.
Welcome back, man.
Yeah, welcome back.
Yeah.
That's weed. That's weed.
Hey, there was a comedian named Drew Dunn while you were out that had a clip of him doing RFK that went viral, RFK Jr.
Okay.
You don't know RFK? You gotta get the dogs out of the syrup. He did it pretty good, though, bro. Listen to this. I wanted you to hear it.
Don't worry. RFK is going to save us anyway.
We're going to save you all. We're going to get it. They're putting steroids in the potatoes. They turn you gay. I could have been president. I should have been president.
He could have won if he just won.
Tripping, bro.
But did he try that? Did he try like one big one? Maybe if he got under it.
If he got it.
Just got to get under it.
Cheryl Hines, I can't believe she's married to him, bro. But I guess that's Kennedy, Camelot.
That's right.
Even though isn't he kicked out the Kennedy family right now?
Yeah, pretty much alienated.
I guess she made her choice. Like, I guess I got to stick with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess
he is a Kennedy.
He is a
We
Kennedy.
can learn ASL.
Yeah. All right, let's get into a Thirsty Thursday Ladies Night edition of LA Live right into the great Rick James.
All right, you swear. It's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
You think a man or a woman is the prize in a relationship?
I mean, the man is the prize by far. I'm talking about physically, mentally, monetarily, spiritually, knowledge-wise. There's nothing a woman could bring to the table above a man 99% of the time.
So you're saying that men are superior to women?
I mean, those elements that we're talking about as human beings, we got it. It's simple to play. Of course, there's outliners there, but us top-level guys like myself, I never met a woman yet that's at my level. She going out her league, so I get to treat her how I want to.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. More from that guy later here in Ladies Night Edition. Y'all believe what he's saying? Is he speaking facts or not?
It's a true alpha right there, Lucius.
Oh, my gosh. This is LA Live for Thursday, April 17th, 2025. It is a Thirsty Thursday Ladies Night edition of LA Live. Welcome in, Lady Tolos. Shout out to badass mofo Lady T.
Yeah, Lady T.
Yeah, how you doing, Lady T? Welcome first-time listeners. Welcome last-time listeners. Welcome. Sit down and relax yourself. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. Shout out to those people right there, man. Should we do this G-Bag of the Day again? Should we play it again?
So?
Think
Yeah,
so?
It warrants it.
Because it's funny like that?
Yeah.
Let me find that boy real quick.
By the way, Peyton has confirmed his face was not in any of the videos or explicit photos that were sent. So it's a face-free situation. So he was pretty much in the clear. Who's going to identify him just by his piece? Right? That's genius.
Wasn't the bot trying to, or the scammer trying to aggregate all of his friends together and send it to them?
Trying to group message it.
Bro,
yeah.
it could have been like me, you, Spittle, 105.3 the fan account. You know, Spittle was shaking. I mean, my man was shaking in his boots. Like, oh my God. He's going to work saying what's up to people. Like, everything cool? Hey, what's up, man?
Bro, he had sleepless nights for like a month.
Man. He's hoping Tim doesn't see his piece. Peyton, bro, I love you, dog. G-Bag of the Day, we do it every weekday on the Fan at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid. We don't do it every day at 2:30. I'm sorry, we're still trying to figure it out. It's 4:40 right now.
Yeah.
Might be 5:30. Who knows, fam? Okay, but pay attention.
I wouldn't mind 5:30.
Me either. Because it can flow then good, you know?
I think that's a great idea, Lucius.
Yeah.
Hit that. Just take that. It's the
flow with
LA
it.
Expressway, baby.
I like the LA Expressway.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. You can hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media, Lucius Alexander on Facebook. Follow us all on G-Bag Nation on Twitter. Our winner right here is Peyton Russell from the RJ and Choppy Show. Which one of these fools is Chop? He had to hold down 30 minutes on air by himself at the beginning of the show, right?
Right.
Solo, dog. My man was shaking in his boots.
Awesome, man. It really has. The Nico stuff we'll talk about. That's about all I got.
Yeah.
That's about it. That's about some lifestyle things. But I've run out of things to say. I really have. Bobby's in studio. He's laughing. He knows we're going to replay this stuff. I'll have to go through the guests again. Dewey Scruggs, NBC 5 at 7:20. Meat Church 8:20. Tim McMahon at 9:20. Look, I could talk about some Snapchat stories that Bobby has referenced on air. I got scammed. I really did. I maybe talked to a bot here, exchanged some photos, and they got out, and then she threatened to delete them. And so I got scared. I blocked her. But yeah, that's about all that is there. Nico, man, you suck, dude. But yeah, it's Sean, RJ, Bobby coming up next. We're going to try and drag this out. We're going to try, Bobby, I don't care what you say. I'm dragging this out. The Mavs do play.
The Mavs do play.
Mavs play basketball.
Back to the Snapchat story.
Meat Church.
The Mavs do play.
Sure.
Can we book Peyton tomorrow?
Oh,
yeah, let's do it.
God. Oh.
Yeah, I like that little post game interview.
Oh my gosh. Okay, man, let me do this real quick. I'm dealing with a mild headache, but I'm grooving, y'all, okay? LA Live 105.3 The Fan Ladies Night. The other day, Anthony Edwards went off for 43 points. You guys see that?
Yeah.
Hell of a game. I mean, they beat Memphis, I believe it was.
Yeah, I believe it was.
Yeah. 7 of those 43 points were three-pointers.
Dang.
Yeah, he was on fire. And he was hyped up in the locker room after the game, which I don't blame him. But then this caught my ears. I was like, whoa, bro, he's just not learning his lesson.
We held him to 3 points for a long time in the quarter. And
I'm the best in the world. Go tell all the girls.
Then he just laughs.
No. If you Google his name, nothing but child support cases come up.
Yeah.
It's just a whole bunch of women saying he's not wanting to talk to our kid that we made together.
That's right. Here's the
paying
18
ahead.
years in advancement.
Yeah, paying ahead.
Gia.
He needs a Trojan Man endorsement.
He's still so young. I mean, by the time his career's all said and done, he could be breaking Antonio Cromartie's record.
Yeah. He might have 18 of them boys.
Full on Nick Cannon situation.
For every year I was in the league, I got a kid.
Tyreek Hill.
I mean, this is kind of like a health class conversation, but they terrified me in those junior high and middle school classes that it was going to be so easy to impregnate, right?
Yeah.
It's not that easy.
Well,
it's difficult.
Well, speak for yourself.
Yeah.
You gotta be.
Anthony Edwards,
no kidding.
He's 7 for 7.
Yeah.
I mean, there's techniques.
He's 100% from the floor right now.
Are you telling me you guys are using techniques, right?
No technique.
No technique.
I
right?
got 3 kids.
No technique. She will be pregnant within 90
Eric
days.
just went for the high five and got it done.
Yeah, it was a wet kiss.
Yeah.
Really? Yeah, I mean, I guess it's really case by case because, like, for me and my wife, we had no intention, and then boom, boom, boom.
Yeah.
Some people are trying like hell and setting up the clocks, and they got the schedule and the day and the time and the moon's right, and they still can't get it done.
Yeah, we're blessed in that regard. Didn't take a
Take a bottle of vodka for you.
Strong swimmers.
Yeah,
Hey,
that's
good
pretty
for
much
you,
it.
Dawson. I mean, was it?
I guess they're obedient.
Yeah.
My swimmers are obedient.
I went